That's all.
I was like, oh, we're muted. We made it. It's Sunday.
What up, y'all? We still do not have any type of intro music or anything. It's kind of still, I guess, in the lab or in development, I must say.
Development must be, focus shopping it and everything.
Mm-hmm. Right. To make sure it resonates
with the
people
across the group, exactly
the demographics and such across the different countries. Because we got a lot that we have to consider, to make people feel welcome.
In the playback and such.
Exactly. So we
quality for you guys. We want to make sure it's the right thing at the right time,
next level, level, because this is serious business
here.
So if we could send a special message to our developer, thank you so much for all that you are putting. Because there's a lot, thank you for everything you're putting in to getting this ready for us.
We appreciate it beyond words.
Yeah.
Beyond words.
Yeah. It means a lot. Yeah. So inserts all the pettiness and all the shade there. Okay. And said developer, we talking to you. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can we get on the list to get our opening intro song, please?
And what we gotta do? Tell us what we gotta do.
So what up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese.
And why don't you?
Because we definitely do. We absolutely do. And we need you to understand that from jump, okay? But we are two real life cousins. We're here to talk about stuff that we thought was normal in our families, such as putting syrup on our grilled cheese. But it was actually the recipe of family dysfunction. So we are every show here unpacking all of that. We're sharing our stories. We are using our voices, talking about healing, talking about mental health. And we want y'all to come along on this journey. This is a journey of self-discovery, of like I said, some healing and a whole lot of laughter, y'all, because we're ridiculous. Okay. I just want to say that. We are ridiculous.
We're a good time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I thoroughly enjoy this time. I look forward to it. I tell you, it is literally the highlight of my day.
Do it. And then I turn back around and watch it again, just because I'm like, you know what? That was funny.
Let me go see what we was talking about.
Because sometimes you be talking and then they get real good to you. So you don't really know what happened.
Correct.
So you got to check back in and be like, yeah, that was good. That was a good one.
Correct. So yeah, we know that you will get something, y'all, out of this time that you're here. So my name is Kimberland, but you can call me Kim in this space. House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams. I am an empathetic energizer, intuitive, inspirational innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, and voice to the voiceless.
There it is. I, am Kalonda of House Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and excellence enchantress. Hello.
Yes, it's with the this that makes it better.
That's a little flair, I feel like. When you're an enchantress, I feel like you have to like call them in, you know? Come into my I think that's what it is. Come into my aura is very pause worthy, and I'm not a pause person, but pause on that. Sorry.
You know, I just learned about the pause like in 2019 or 2020 or something. I had never been around people that paused.
Well, and now it's city anyway, so I feel like we've moved on.
I hate that. I hate it so much. Make it stop. Make it go.
We're watching the creation of the new pause.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Just send it back.
But do women pause? Because I don't feel like we pause.
Not usually. It's usually guys who are concerned with thinking something made them seem like they were attracted to men. Who cares? No one really thought you were talking about that.
But right, I'm like in the what you're talking about, and then they talking about pause, and I'm like, well, like, excuse me, I have a question.
You know,
what is this pausing?
Like, why are you pausing? What happened? I wasn't even thinking about it until you said something. Like,
at all.
Now I'm thinking about it.
Sheesh.
Your pause was a self-fulfilling. Why can't I think? Thank you. That prophecy.
Yes. So now that's what I know.
Fill in the blank. Just get on in there. Good luck.
You know what's so funny? Kept on stage, and oh my God, we are like totally off script, but also
we have not started the show. I didn't tell y'all what y'all could expect from us, what we look for from you.
But wait, I need to say right in. So kept on stage, and his wife, Mrs. kept on stage, got renewed their vows. Yes. On Wednesday, right? And I am definitely a part of the stage crew, and I just like love everything about them. So it was divine, okay, has taken over the internet. The number of pages that I have seen resharing stuff, even just the guest list that they had, girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like, this is what this is supposed to be like. Girl, the baby was crying. JoJo was crying when his mama was saying,
it was beautiful.
Boy is crying at a vow renewal. Like, who's doing that? So anyway, the reason I thought about it is because Melissa will say that she speaks in typo. So she'll be like, I speak in typos, so you need to speak in typo to understand what I'm talking about. So that's what I just heard you say is like, just come on in here. Just you got to figure out what I'm talking about right now. So that's what I heard when you said that.
That part.
So, okay, let's get back on track. Tell the people the things and such.
So here's the thing. What you can expect from us here, so you don't think you can dance. So you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese. Get it together, Kalonda. Transparency, because we do not profess to be experts. Now, there are things that we are experts in, don't get me wrong, but we are not experts in everything. We are going through this life, figuring it out just as much as anyone else, and we hope through our transparency to help you do it in a shorter, faster, more efficient time with a lot less heartache. That is the plan. And to have a good time while doing it. What we expect from you, just a willingness to come on this journey with us, participate, talk to Sarah as she comes in and out of the frame. We have a segment for her today. But yeah, absolutely. Just interacting with us, chatting, drop down in the chat, tell us where you're watching us from, tell how you know us, anything. Just say, hey, it's interactive. We're here to talk to you. We also want you to comment, like, subscribe, share, tell 10 friends, tell them to tell 10 more friends, and then we grow as a community. We're going to work on some different segments, so we need some of your suggestions. Workshopping my emojis so that when you're out and about in the world, you can see me. And I'm thinking like ladybug, blue heart.
Okay, but I got questions because I was like, oh, we got emojis. So talk to us about the ladybug and the blue heart. Like, ¿qué significa?
Oh, yes, hello, beautiful. Well, I love a ladybug, and ladybugs represent good luck and fortune, and they're just the cutest little things. I mean, really, have you ever seen a ladybug, a real ladybug?
I have.
They're so sweet. But yeah, so I really resonate with ladybugs, and lately I've been like finding them, or they've been finding me. I don't know, for some last couple years. I've been seeing like more of them around. So I feel like the ladybug is it, and cobalt blue, specifically cobalt blue, is my favorite color. And so that blue heart is as close to cobalt blue that I could get on an emoji. So I felt like it worked.
I'm here for it. So I just quickly Googled up what is the significance of a ladybug. It says many cultures believe and recognize that the ladybug is a positive symbol of good luck and new beginnings. Also with qualities of goodness and positivity.
Well, I mean, that sounds
protection, resilience, and adaptability.
There we go.
Yeah.
I feel like that works.
Nice. Well, let me tell y'all about my emojis. So my emojis are the yellow sunflower. Well, sunflowers, I guess, are only yellow, but a sunflower.
There's a black sunflower somewhere. I think. Yeah.
We're going to have to Google it up.
You tell us about it. I'm gonna bring it up.
Google. No, so my emojis are a sunflower. Yellow is my favorite color. Yellow makes me happy. It feels like the sunshine. So yellow because of that, and sunflower because I feel like it just brings all that together. And how can you not be happy looking at a sunflower? I just feel like they're just so pretty, and they turn towards the sun. They find it like. I should look up the significance of that too. I haven't. And then a crayon, because I am shifting my life from this space of feeling very black and white and void of color to now wanting to incorporate color in every aspect. So I am coloring the fuck out of this life. And that craze, y'all. The reason that we're telling you about them is because when we're out here in the spaces, right, we kind of are building a universe. So we have this, then I have a podcast with Bianca, and then Bianca does her own thing, and then Kalonda, you might bring in Marlene, and like we have like this universe. So when you see us in different places, the way that you can give us like super love is by sharing our emojis. So for Kalonda, that would be the ladybug and the blue heart. And for me, that would be the sunflower and the crayon. Okay. So it's like, I love you a lot, girl.
I was here and I see you.
Yes.
Sunflower symbolic meaning, they're associated with joy, happiness, and good luck. They can add a cheerful touch, blah, blah, blah. They also represent steadfast commitment and a promise to always be there for someone. And they are associated with harvest and provision.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. That got deeper than you expected.
It definitely did. I didn't know where it was gonna go, but it's like right in line with all the things that I wanted to talk about today. Wow. Okay. So real quick, because we got to jump into the things. I wasn't ready. Some of y'all been asking us about being a guest on the show, right? So you're like, y'all seem like a good time. I want to hang out. So we want y'all to know that that is very possible to do for you to be a guest on the show. All you need to do is email us at mindingmyblackAssBusiness@gmail.com with the subject line, "Let me on there."
Let me on there.
Subject line, "Let me on there." So you see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But this is the thing. If you want to come on as a guest, there's some things that you got to do, okay, before you get on.
Not easy. Everybody can't get in.
Everybody cannot get in. There are parameters and qualifications. So first of all, you got to try syrup on your grilled cheese.
I mean, come on. It's a must.
You can't come on so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese without actually trying syrup on your grilled cheese. So you have to try
an honest review, you know?
An honest.
That's it.
Okay. Because we know you gonna be trying to protect your street cred and you're gonna be like, I ain't even like it, but we know that is busted. So you got to do that. And then also we want y'all to bring your community here as well. Like Kalonda said earlier, we're looking to grow. We're creating this space in order to have some fun as we trying to figure out life. Okay, still. So yeah, you bring your community with you. So if you do those three things, then you are able to be a guest on the show by emailing mindmyblackAssBusiness@gmail.com. Subject, "Let me on there." All right. Okay. I think that's all announcements and the such and the things. And we done took 7. Yeah, we done took 7 caveats in the time.
Okay. The show has started, guys.
My good, we got here though. Okay, we got here.
See, that's what's important. You show up.
Show up.
Show up.
You show up. And you know, I made a what you call it, a vlog the other day, and I said that God told me if you build it, they will come. And I was like, not really, but and also really.
You're right.
Because so a lot's been going on over here in my world. Okay. I'm gonna try to
you can do it.
I'm gonna try to. I know, because it's been a lot. So I'm gonna try to like encapsulate it. So first of all, we didn't have a show last 2 weeks because it was Father's Day. So we never like did an official like happy Father's Day and such, but happy belated Father's Day to the fathers, and thank you for your presence. Your presences are absolutely needed here in this world, and it matters.
Yes.
And also, it doesn't matter how late.
Correct.
So shout out to the dads. Is there anything you want to add to that?
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. It doesn't matter when you show up, it's that you show up and how you do it. You know, your kids will, that's all they have with them is the memories of how you've been there for them. So.
Yes. So we're back, and a lot has happened over the past, is it a month? Was it a month? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Girl, I don't know. Since we were last here.
I'm so sorry we left y'all.
I know. My goodness. That be the thing about Sundays, because Sundays always be having like holidays and stuff. And then you're like, do I do or do I be off or whatever? Okay. But this is the thing. So remember I had told you we had talked about my get the day started routine.
Yes.
And I was like, I realized that I absolutely need it, and I'm crafting it and all of that kind of stuff. And then I had made a mention of how I don't like meditation tracks by white people.
Yes.
I have to triple down on that.
I thought you were about to tell me you found someone that you really
No, absolutely not. The exact opposite. Because so you know when you call somebody like on the phone and like you can tell by the cadence of someone's voice, and I feel like the richness of their voice, whether they are Black.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of, I don't know that I would use cadence. I'm trying to think of what I would use but yes, that you can tell on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what y'all tell us in the comments, like what, if you agree, because maybe you don't. But if you feel like you can tell the difference when you're talking to someone Black without seeing them, right? So on the phone or hearing their voice, there's something about the richness and warmness in the tone for me that I feel that I don't feel from this genre of white creators. Okay, so I ain't talked to every white person in the world. So I'm not going to say universally that white people talk different, but and also
asterisk.
in this particular situation, these people that have these meditation songs or tracks or whatever, the energy is just different.
Oh, wow.
And what I feel is, so, you know, like my work is in cultural competence and all that kind of stuff, right? So there is this document that I came across, it was a study about racial identity development.
Okay.
And racial identity development is basically the process that you go through to understand what it means to be your race. Right.
Okay.
So how did you come to the understanding that you are Black and what it means to be Black and what is Blackness and your concept of that, right? Or what does it mean for you to be white? How does that show up? To be Asian, to be Hispanic, and whatever other races that people identify as, because also race ain't real anyway. So in this study about racial identity development, there are like 5 stages for somebody who is a Black person. So, well, they say persons of color, but I'm going to go Black and Indigenous because Hispanic is ethnicity, race, it's a lot. I don't want to get in all that. So I'm going to just say Black and Indigenous. Okay. So there are 5 levels. So the first level is pre-encounter. And basically this means that the person is looking to be accepted into whiteness. So we're talking about a person of color, Black or Indigenous, that they are looking to be accepted into whiteness. That is their understanding of how they should show up in the world. So then the next stage is encounter. And encounter, they usually have some type of interaction with racism. Okay. Still new. Okay. So you was trying to assimilate into whiteness, but then your world was shook and it was like, oh wow, I'm still Black. They still see me as correct. So then someone may go to the next level of consciousness, which is immersion. And immersion is where it's just like black on black, black on black on black. Okay. Everything. Black. I don't want nothing else. Okay.
Nothing. Right.
At all. So then the next stage is internalization. And in internalization, you start to understand what your racial identity is, what that means, how you show up. But you also start to become open to sharing space with others who do not share your racial identity. So you've kind of secured yourself in who you are, and now you're ready to go out and interact with others. And then the last stage is internalization commitment. And these are people that now move kind of into a plan of action. Maybe they're educating others, right? They're having consistent interactions with other types of people. Okay. All right. Now, why did I go through all that? Because usually with the work that I do, I live in this last phase of like internalization commitment. And I feel like a lot of the work that I've done over time has been in helping white people to understand our humanity. So creating a space to have the conversation, but to also have the conversation in a way that they are able to empathize and see that we are talking about human beings.
Right.
Okay. And I've spent a lot of time in that space. Specifically over the past 10 years, there have been a lot of conversations about the humanity of Black people with white audiences. And what I have decided in this new phase of life, I am no longer interested in giving a damn about what the fuck white people think. Because I really think it is more important for us to see our humanity. Right. Because I think in many ways we don't see our humanity.
Right.
So my work is really shifting from this outward understand this and whatever. And I'm good at what I do. Now the white folk be coming out of there like, oh wow, Kimberland, I had no idea, right? And all that. But I really feel pulled towards the connecting back to self, connecting back to cultural practices, connecting back to the things that have grounded us over time. And I'm finding myself being more in the black on black, my black, so blackity, black space, because that is the space that I feel like I go to be refilled.
Right. Right.
So I really feel myself like coming back to having to ground myself. And one of the ways that I use, which is
I was like, how do you ground yourself?
So one of the ways that I use to ground myself is meditation.
Gotcha.
So I have certain creators like that I listen to or whatever, a certain artist. So Landrell is one of my favorites. Have you heard of Landrell?
I have not.
Okay, so it's spelled, let me see. I'm gonna put it into the comments for y'all too. So it's Londrelle. So Landrell is a Black man. And he does like meditation, guided meditations, those type of spaces, right? Another artist that I listen to is a lady named Toni Jones. Okay, and Toni Jones does more like, it's still meditation and stuff like that, but it's more a vibe. So it's almost like a record. Like it's almost like you're listening to, girl, I sound so damn old, a record. Save me, Lord. Wow. It's an album, but like it's almost like you could dance to it, right? Like that's how her beats kind of are. That's what we aunties, okay. And
I did not. I'm an auntie. Put me in the auntie, but don't put me in the record. I would not have called it a record.
I didn't say anything about record, Kalonda, but last show we had come to the understanding and agreement that we both aunties. Okay, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
Absolutely. I am definitely for sure.
So Andrea, what you say?
I was not removing myself from the group. I was not.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just making sure because I'm like, we already had this. Do we need to take this offline? What is that? So Toni Jones and Landrell are two of the artists that I listen to pretty often, right? So my Google will be playing, and then all of a sudden they play something else, and I'm like, cut it out. I don't like it because the frequency feels different. It really does. It really does. So it's made me do a couple things. One, so the most popular video that is on Minding My Black Ass Business is an affirmation video that I made 2 years ago. Yeah. And I made it because I made it, and then I kind of forgot about it. Like I was just kind of like, oh, okay. I don't even hardly listen to it every morning, right? But people have been messaging me about it and like, oh my God, this is so good. And I'm still getting comments and like, so lately a lot of people have been finding me through that video. So then they wind up over on my Instagram page or whatever, right? And they're like, oh my girl, like we need to tell people about you. Like this is a lot. And in my frustration with these white meditative spaces, I was like, I need to be what I feel is missing. right? If I feel that that's missing from the space, then I need to do something to add to that space, right? So I want to create another affirmation video and more affirmation videos, because they really do matter and they really do make a difference. Because like the one that I listened to with Londrell is called Ground Yourself, and it goes through all your chakras.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what I had discovered about myself is I wasn't like grounding and then going up. I was just trying to jump to
I'm here.
awareness, right? As opposed to grounding myself. So I'm like, I really need to be intentional and grounding myself more and thinking about what that looks like, sounds like. So one, I want to make things to help that, but also I want to create a playlist to share so that people are like, girl, I got that same problem. Who are the people, such as these two artists that I just introduced? So I'm gonna pause there because that was a lot. But I also have more, but I'm about to say.
She said, but there is more. There is more.
What you think about what I said? Do you be listening to meditation?
I don't listen to meditation. Like I do daily prayers. Like there's this one particular pastor, which is funny because I'm not particularly religious. Good morning. Not particularly religious, but spiritual, definitely, you know, but a lot of his prayers, it's like he'll do, it may start with like clips of, you know, a motivational something, or it may even be a clip of like Bishop Jakes or something from a segment that he said, you know, and they'll just kind of start there, and just that usually gets you ramped up. And then you'll have a part where he'll, you know, he may go over a sermon. On Mondays it's mental health, and every third Monday is men's mental health, like it's dedicated to that. So just interesting things to kind of take that time. But actually meditating, no. And I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist to an extent on certain things, aka crazy, that I think I'm like, what if they sneak something in on me and I'm just meditating on this and it's like underneath the current? I don't know.
But see, that's also why I feel like I only can receive from Black artists, because there's something like, there were two things that I had listened to today. One, like the people were speaking in tongues, it sounded like, and I was like, I don't, because this is the thing with speaking in tongues, it's also supposed to be interpreted. So like, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want this. No. So I was just like, don't like,
nope.
Yeah. And then there was another one where just the vibration of the music, my body didn't like it. It didn't feel good. So yeah, but I feel like with, not that all Black creators are created equal, but I feel like with someone who shares somewhat of a similar life experience as far as being a Black or Indigenous person in a world of colonization, that they're going to bring a different type of energy to what they're putting out into the world. Whereas a white creator, you coming from colonization, like you had to do some deep work to, as a white person, to not operate in privilege. Like, because that's something that you got to be really conscious about. If I have privilege and I am choosing not to operate in my privilege in this moment, and that just, I know this might sound, y'all might be like, girl, relax, it ain't that deep, but also it is
to so many things, because it's your lens that you view life through, and if you're not conscious of it, you'll completely overlook it. You won't be able to empathize. You won't be able to have an understanding of perspective of like, oh, I may see it this way, and this is why this other person rejects this idea as even possible, because for them it is impossible. So yeah, you definitely have to put the work in. I think it was always interesting, you know, going to HBCUs. Like we both did that. And it was a very interesting experience for me, because my mom never said like, you have to be better than the white person next to you. You have to,
really?
Not in a, you have to work harder than them. Her messaging was always, you need to be the best. Like,
Okay.
you just need to be the best. It was never specific. It wasn't that she didn't make me aware of differences, but it was never like you have to be better than this because they're going to always have the upper hand. So then when I got to FAM and that was the conversation, I was like, huh, interesting.
You
Like
were confused?
it was just a different point of view because that just I had never like started the work thinking that I was starting from behind.
Oh.
So it was just, we're all working. I just need to be the best at this. This is my oomph. It was not driven in, oh, I have to overwork because even on the same field, they're going to pick this other person because there is a privilege. Like, it was just, if I'm the best, then there is no question. It doesn't matter if this other person is white or black or whatever, because I have clearly excelled to the point where you have no choice but to pick me. So then when I got to school, and it was like, very much the conversations of, we have to start the, we're running this race, but we're starting with a, broken leg or a ball changer here or obstacles that other people don't have. Like, that was really, for me, even coming from a very Black city, but at the same time, very racist city, it happens. I mean, we still have the white side of the lake and the black side of the lake.
Right.
And it's just that's the thing that is. But knowing that it never really clicked for me until I got to college and was having those conversations then. Because it was just be the best. Period.
Interesting.
End story.
And what did the best look like? Was the best whatever your best was? Like, how was the best defined?
It was whatever that goal or vision of whatever you were in. If it was school, then it was grades. If it was work, then it was promotions, knowledge, whatever the accolades, recognition, whatever it was, you needed to be working to achieve that. So it was like, you just found whatever the yardstick or measurement of success was in that particular interaction and said, okay, what do I need to do to get it? It wasn't about who do I have to be. It wasn't necessarily me against someone else. It was just me against the standard. What is the standard? And then working up to the standard.
That's interesting. I kind of slightly had the same message as far as being the best, but I was very aware that the best was considered what was white. Yeah. For instance, we're going shopping in Chalmette because that's the best Walmart because that's what the white people are. We are, you're going to school over here with these white people because that's the best. You the message was you belong wherever you go. So like act like any room that you're in, act like you belong there. Yeah. But the underlying message was always the standard is the whiteness. That's the place of acceptance. And that's the place that you need to get to. And what's so interesting, so I was at St. Paul through 8th grade, right? I didn't even though we got people in our family that's teachers. Yeah. I did not realize that there were Black teachers until I got to prep.
Oh, really?
Because I never had a Black teacher before prep.
Oh, wow.
So I didn't realize, even though Trudy and Auntie Alice, they're teachers, right? Okay, sure. But in my world, I never had a Black teacher. So when I got to prep, I was like, whoa, where are all these Black teachers? Like, this is wild. That's the first time I had ever had Black teachers. And then even as far as college, I was not necessarily actively seeking a HBCU. So, I spent a lot of time at Xavier, for summer science, be the best, right? So summer science program, like all of that.
Get
I
in
hear
there,
they
all
putting
the
out
things.
doctors. You
They gotta
black,
get
you want me
ready.
to go over there, okay? But also the program, the message was never go to a HBCU, right? The message was go to the best, and the best was Tulane.
Right. True.
White.
Right.
Right. The way that I wound up at Fisk is because my guidance counselor made me sit down and figure out what I was going to do. And had it not been for Miss Dillon, because even after, because Tulane had only given me half and of tuition, I was like, we ain't got no money, so where the rest? And I had all these full scholarships from every fam, whatever, right? Fisk hadn't given me a lot. They had only given me $800 dollars, $800 on 17,000. Okay.
There you go. You're like, thanks.
Yeah. So I had been moved about what I'm supposed to do with this. This is a book stipend. Like, what is
not
this?
even books. Jesus.
So my guidance counselor had made me sit down with all of my admissions letters or whatever. And she was like, you're going to figure out where you're going. Because by this time I was like, I'm going to just go to LSU. I was like, fine, I'm going to just go to LSU. Fine. Right. It's the best. State college is free, whatever. And she told me, you're not just about to do nothing. You ain't worked this hard, right? So I'm number 3 in the class. I got all of these scholarships. What you mean? Girl, sit down and make a decision. It wasn't until I stepped onto Fisk campus. So what happened is she knew the admissions director at Fisk. He's from Louisiana. So she had called him and she was like, I think y'all need to look at her stuff again because she's, top with ACT, all these things, national merit, all the things. $800? This girl got full scholarships, $1 million. What are you doing? So he calls back and he was like, okay, our bad. Also, we want to offer her full scholarship, research, fly her up here, all this. It wasn't until I got onto Fisk campus, the energy, and I said, this is where I'm supposed to be. That was what brought me to Fisk. So it wasn't like this hyper awareness of Blackness at all, because prior to that, the communication was the white things are the best things and you should have access to that because you're the best. But that's where the best things are, in the white spaces. Does that make sense?
That is so interesting, because for me it was the opposite.
Really?
Because when I was going to go to school, well, first, it was not looking for an HBC. It wasn't looking for a historically Black college. It was to be far away enough from home that my mama had to call first. So, love you.
I know that's right. Hallelujah.
I was like, I need to be far away enough to be away, so you could feel like you're on your own, but I could get to people and people could get to me if something happened in a relatively short amount of time. Okay. Damn is 5 hours from New Orleans. You could drive it. It's overdone before you know it. Everything's fine. Right. I applied to all the schools because Florida State is in Tallahassee as well. One of the best white schools. I did wind up going there anyway at some point, but whatever. But before I was at and I don't even remember visiting the campus, but I knew I only left New Orleans because I intended to come back to New Orleans to teach. And they had a really good education program. And that's what I wanted to do. And so it checked the boxes. And then at the time they were like, well, you got to be really careful. This is a party school. That's a lie. Tallahassee, Florida. Side note, if anyone was ever wondering.
Tallahassee worse than Nashville.
I'm here telling you that, you're not going to pass. I was on the dean's list talking about I'm looking for a party school. It was not. Not. And I went to both of them, FAM and Florida State. It was not. Anyway, New Orleans has ruined everything for everybody.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so I also was not looking for a historically Black college or experience, but I knew I needed somewhere close to home that was the best in education so I could come back to New Orleans and be better for our kids. That was how.
That is interesting, and I ain't never planned on coming back. Okay.
I literally thought I was going to go to school, graduate, come my black ass right on back, and be in New Orleans. It took me 18, almost 20 years to come back. So it was like, that was not the plan. That was not
at all, right?
You know.
So that's interesting, because to this point of what I was talking about with the racial identity development, I've said before, like I've said to people before, I was raised to be white, and they think that I'm playing, and I'm like, I'm definitely not playing. Like that was the messaging in my home, is that you need to. This is where you need to go in order to be the best. So when I think about these stages of like assimilating into whiteness, I can definitely think about times that I was doing things that were assimilating into whiteness. I wasn't conscious of it, but I can definitely think of times where it was like, I'm gonna make this decision to do something because the white things are better. And I've been in this active process, specifically since I've left the US, of redefining what success looks like and what the face of success looks like. So there's like in DEI world, equity world, all that, like there's this exercise that people will do, and they'll ask you to visualize someone in a particular job. This goes to what you want to talk about. So, flight attendant, who do you see? Right. So when you think flight attendant, who do you see?
Well, one, it's usually a woman. Automatically picture a woman. I picture someone slim, because that was a requirement for a time, and still to a certain extent. And someone like young and white.
Yeah. Same. Or if the pilot.
The pilot is definitely an older white guy. Period.
Right. So in that type of exercise, and just naming, for instance, a janitor, right? So when I picture a janitor, I usually see a Black or Hispanic person, older, oftentimes male, and probably Black or Hispanic.
Yeah, same.
So so it's really interesting because it's like the way that you view the world, right? So in this redefining success and thinking about what success looks like and who gets success and my idea of success, it brought me back to that, because my idea of success over the course of the first half of my life looks very different than I want it to look now. Now, when I see success, I want to see me, like my life, and people that look like me thriving and whatever. That's why I kept on stages in them wedding, was like, oh my God, look at all this Black excellence. Like this what I want, right? But in the first half of my life, that's not necessarily what success looked like to me. And that's not necessarily how I curated the people who were around me based on that picture of what success looks like.
Yeah. Well, I also think when we're younger, looking at success and what our vision is of that, it's a lot of it. One is just depending on your experience and your access as well, because you can only see as far as what you've been shown. Right. So it's hard to say, okay, what do I do? Like I saw my mom work. So for me, success was working, finding a job, finding a good job, being a manager, leader, supervisor, whatever, in that role, that I ran the stuff, and that was success. My bills were paid, and that was it, done. But I also never looked at like building the people around me to have any role in that. Like it was always built on just, okay, what do I have to do and how do I achieve it for myself, Yeah. And so you didn't see that at all. fit. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
This is interesting because especially even with like the way we speak, right? You have the accent more than I do. I say.
You feel like I do?
You don't think you do?
I feel like I can hear it when I get to talking fast or when I get mad. But that's the part of the unmasking that I've done. Because when I was in college, I took speech classes because people would tell me that I sounded like a vampire.
Oh, what now?
A vampire, girl. They would be like, "What are you saying, Louisiana?" And I'm like, I took a vampire. So I took a lot of speech classes to be understood and to lose my accent to try to sound more mainstream. And what is mainstream? White. So I'm just getting the freedom from the code switching, okay?
No, I mean, that part I get. Like the code, I still have that. But even like as a kid, I didn't have, in New Orleans, I didn't have the New Orleans accent. Like people from New Orleans were like, "Where are you from?" I remember my 6th grade teacher, Mr. Totteridge at Schaumburg Elementary, was like, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Here." And he was like, "No, like, where were you born? You know, where were you originally from?" And I was like, "I was born in Charity Hospital."
At Charity Hospital, where you was at, sir? Where you from?
And he was like, "Oh, you sound like you're from Boston or somewhere up north." And so, but even without him saying that, the kids before had already done the "why you try to sound white."
Well, I used to get that too, though.
My cousins on Leon's side, all the like, would tease me relentlessly. Like, "Why are you trying to sound white? Why are you so proper?" Da, 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 da. And I'm like, "What? Like, I'm just talking." You know what I mean?
Definitely got that
And
too,
it was
for
just,
sure.
which is funny though, because my mom has the accent. So it's not like I didn't grow up in it, around it, whatever. Like, it didn't happen. But talking or sounding white was, seen as like, "Oh, you're trying to do something different," but it was also looked down upon. It wasn't like, "Oh, well, shit, let me figure out how did you pronounce that?" So it's not
it's not zinc.
Oil,
it's not
or an aura for that matter.
The color ain't orange.
So but that's very interesting that we know that is the standard. Let's just say that's the standard, but then we're still fighting against it because we also want our authenticity. We want our own voices and we want to keep that. But it was, as a kid, it was already set up for you to battle that, and to say like, don't do that. And it's like,
Girl, I stayed in somebody wanting to fight me because I thought I was white. I was like,
you think you
like, at what? The time, it wasn't like I at the time was not consciously trying to be white, even though I now realize that's the programming I was receiving. I was trying to clearly communicate and make sure that I was understood. So the same way where we talk about words have meanings, letters have sounds. Like there's a certain way that words are pronounced in this language that we were forced to take on. Okay. So if I want to be understood, then that means that I need to be able to speak clearly. Right. Correct. That's the only mindset that I had. But the people,
they were not happy about it. Let me tell you. Woo, Jiminy Christmas.
So I had to develop, and I don't know if you had to do this because you went to public school like the majority of the time, right? So I was in private school my entire K through 12, pre-K through 12 existence. Right. But when I also wore uniform. So did you wear uniform in elementary?
Schaumburg didn't have a uniform.
Okay. And where'd you go for middle school?
McMain. I was at McMain from 7 to 12.
And Schaumburg was up through 6.
Up through 6. So I was just
okay. So you never wore a uniform?
I did, because I went to one school for my 1st grade year. I went to New Life Academy, Christian Academy. So I went to private school for that 1 year. That school had uniforms. Okay. And then McMain, we didn't have uniforms, and we were so weird. We were like, we want uniforms. Like, give us the uniforms. So then we created our own uniforms, and we were like, all right, everybody, tell somebody, we gonna wear this. And then finally they switched.
They started
uniforms, but that was not a school decision originally. Like, the students said,
get out of here. Come on, change agents. So this is the thing for anybody that is listening. Growing up in New Orleans, schools have uniforms, and every school uniform has a certain pattern. So you can tell what school somebody goes to by the pattern of the uniform that they have on. So most public schools, almost all public schools, have uniforms. Many private schools have uniforms as well, but y'all just heard us have this conversation, right, about uniforms. So I didn't get into a uniform. Well, first off, let me back up, because I started taking the bus. I'm gonna wrap this up soon because I want you to get to your stuff too. But also, I started taking the bus. This is the other thing about the bus. I don't know what it's like now because it's independent school district and such. But back in the day, we had to take the public transportation. Okay, the Aura
T-A. Rita. Girl, Rita was
okay. So I'm taking the bus as an elementary, middle school student with no uniform when everybody else has a uniform. So now I think I'm all
minor, running around the streets.
You think you're all that because you go to that school where you ain't got to wear no uniform, right? So that's the first thing. But then when I got into high school, now I have a uniform, but it's very clear what school I go to, which is the private school. I got on the Oxfords. Okay, I got on my Bolero. Okay, like, so now you think you all that because you go over there to the school. Like, I couldn't win for this.
Couldn't win.
So I had to develop this persona. This is how I started cussing so good. Because I had to do it to protect myself. Wow. Because in middle school, the girls that was around the corner at what that school name was, Colton, I think it was, they always used to want to fight us because of our boys. Now, we're not interested in these boys. We've been looking at these niggas since preschool. We're not worried about these boys. Fine. But because they were new to them, they was like, oh, y'all, and you know, these are our this like family at this point.
Yeah,
you know,
like, you
so
know
we are hanging out, we leaning like so that was the thing. So then they wanted to beat us up all the time, right? But also one of the programs I got from my mama was we do not fight. Okay.
No, we do not.
Now you don't have nobody scratching up your face and pulling out your hair.
Don't do it.
Okay.
You'll never. Now the caveat was don't throw the first lick. If somebody hits you, pick up the nearest something and hit them.
Okay. And I'm trying to think of what I don't know. Mine might have been get the hell up out of there. I don't think there was ever like pick up something and do something.
Oh yeah, it was protect yourself if they hit you. But
I don't even think I think mine was get the hell out. I think that might have been I don't ever remember a conversation about pick up the nearest bottle and go to work. I don't ever remember.
But you know,
yeah. But anyway, so this is why I bring this up because my friends used to fight.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah.
So it's a group of 4 of us. They fighters. I'm not a fighter, but also I could cuss them. I could cuss. So the agreement was that they would put me in first, right? So then I would be like, y'all got us right. So I'm like cussing everybody out. Okay. Sometimes it worked and that would get them off of our backs. And then other times my friends still had to fight. But either way, I had to go home.
Yeah, right.
Because my mama wanted me to be home in an hour. So I ain't got time for all this. So in this passing, I'm gonna do my little cuss performance. And if that don't work, y'all pick up the nearest bottle. I got to go home, and y'all call me when y'all get home. Okay? Yeah. So when I would get off the bus to get home, I had to like be acting like I was from the streets.
Right.
So I'm getting off the bus, cussing all out, because y'all gotta think I'm hardcore. Cause I gotta go home and do my homework, y'all.
No.
Y'all trying to fight me saying I'm trying to be white. I'm just trying to go home and do my homework so I can get the hell up out this house. You understand me?
Oh my God.
So anyway.
No. I've only there have been 2 times I almost got in a fight. One, this girl was bullying me at school. I don't even know. Everybody, we're old, we're aunties, right? Everybody that we grew up with, like y'all all growing up with like Haley, Leigh, all the Aidens, Jaden, Raiden, Ryder, Wolf, Apple, all the things. We had Keisha and every version of Keisha. LaKeisha, Makisha, Nakisha, Dakisha, all the Keishas, right? So one of the Keishas at school, I don't know, did not like me and wanted to fight me. That one my mama had to come to school for. Because I was like, she called me a bitch. And she just did not like me. I didn't know this girl. I did not know her. I did not know her. No whatsoever. Just didn't like me. Okay, cool. So that one got taken care of through administration. I had nothing to do with it. The other one was this girl who wanted to fight me because I was messing with her boyfriend. And I was. I mean, I was. It was.
You knew you was messing with her boyfriend?
I mean, I know him first. So, but she wanted to fight me.
First dibs.
I licked it, so it's mine. Except I hadn't licked it. I was very young. But no. So I'm like, she's gonna fight me. So she's gonna fight me after school. So I called him and was like, "You gotta come pick me up." This is how this
she was gonna meet you at the flagpole.
You know what I'm saying? It was gonna go down. No, thank you. Like that's your girlfriend. That's not my girlfriend. You gotta talk to her.
Handle it. Got nothing to do with me, homie. Yeah. And funny enough, the only fight I ever had was with a boy, and I started it because he had pushed down my brother. And so I had ran up behind him and I had punched him in the back of his head. And then he had threw me up against this wall and he punched me in my mouth. And I was so undone. I was like,
I can't believe you threw the first look. It was surprise. Get you back.
I was undone. Do you hear me? So I don't even remember. I remember he punched me in my mouth. My lip was buzzing. Like he really punched me. Okay. And so the next day at school, I am in the office. Excuse me. This young man needs to be suspended. Me, and we had all of these witnesses. Okay. Girl, my principal.
Did the witnesses saw you hit him first? Did you forget that part?
She's saying, well.
He was here before you and said the same thing.
From our understanding, by the parents who saw what happened, is you hit him first. So if we suspend him, then we also have to suspend you. And I was like,
oh, we can't do that.
What? Neighborhood justice. So because he lived up the street from me. So I went home and I told my friends, the boys in the neighborhood, that he had beat me up. And I was like, go beat his ass. And you know what's so funny is he just came up the other day in my Facebook algorithm on somebody else's page. And I was like, dead nigga.
You're so crazy. You are crazy. Oh my
but that was when I learned you should probably keep your hands to yourself. And everybody should keep their hands to themselves because you never know. If you hit somebody, they just might hit you back. But I had grown up believing that boys don't hit girls.
Now, see, that was another message. My mom did not tell me that.
Really?
She was like, do not put your hands on people. Anybody can hit you back. And as a result, I don't believe the boys don't put. I'm like, if I had boys, that would not be my messaging. Like if you got a chick wilding, I'm not saying punch her in the mouth. Like, please, Lord, nobody hear that. I'm saying like, yeah, if you need to stop someone from assaulting you, you need to stop someone from assaulting you. And
regardless of their gender identity.
Correct. You know, like the man that I'm married to is super calm, chill. I've literally only ever seen him angry one time. Almost fight someone one time, and he was drunk, bless his heart. But that was a funny one. But if I hit him, I would flinch because I hit you. So I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know what your limit is, and I can't tell you how to react to being hurt. Like, you take your chances. So keep your hands to yourself.
Child, I was raised that boys don't hit girls
No,
and they shouldn't hit girls, and period. Okay. And I had the nerve to raise my hand, and that boy punched me in my girl found out. Okay. That nigga.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I'm getting hot just thinking about it.
Oh my God.
Let me go call my goons to go show up to his house right now. No, but
oh my word.
But yeah, that was the fight.
That was the fight.
And yeah, so I don't believe in fighting anymore. Everybody keep your hands, feet, and objects to yourself.
Yes.
Okay, to yourself. Everybody. That's from birth on. Everybody keep your hands, feet, and objects to yourself. That's the program. Okay. I'm gonna pause here because we had talked about, because I want to hear about these Black jobs, because I did not, for the sake of my sanity. Okay, I didn't tune in to none of this foolishness and fuckery that they are calling government in the United States of America. Okay, I didn't.
And I started to.
Did you?
Oh no, I watched. Okay, look.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
So I started to text you. And then I was like, I know she's not watching this. Bless her heart for not watching this. I started watching it. I started late because I was like, I forget what happened, but I was trying to figure out where I was going to see it or whatever. And so, because you cut the cord, so you got to find out what a live TV is. So I found it on YouTube. And so finally get started. I'm watching it, just disgusted. Then they get to this point where they're talking about who can golf the best.
And so how did that happen? I heard, I was like, why are they? Because I only saw clips and I've only seen commentary. So it doesn't feel like it's real that they were up there at a presidential debate talking about who can golf best.
It happened. Like I want to say they had asked Trump about, it was something they had asked Trump. And he didn't answer the question. I can't even think of what it is right now. It'll come to me. But they asked him a question. He didn't answer the question, and then said something about challenging Biden to a golf game, but that he couldn't play it or wouldn't play it or something.
He challenged him to a duel?
But wait, so then Biden, now they're supposed to have their mics muted, right? So they can't be like doing this back and forth. Well, okay. They said we're not gonna do that. It's because they let this dialogue happen, and that's when I was like, okay, y'all done lost it. Biden's like, well, I told you we could play if you could carry your own bag. If you carry your own bag. I'm like, Biden, you can't carry your own self. Like, you are not able to stand up at this podium alone right now. Like, and I'm like, this is what's happening. Like, this is what's happening on TV. So once we got to the gulf of it all, I turned it off.
You were out. She was like, I'm out.
I cannot. It was the most embarrassing, heartbreaking, just sad display when you think of all the things, and on both sides, like this is everybody can get was just like, if someone outside looking in, or shit inside looking in, this is the best. We talked about the best. We talked about the standard. This is the best we have. This is the cream of the political crop. Girl, we are in trouble. I was like,
girl, that was my post. I made a post and I was like, America, you in trouble, girl.
You in trouble, girl.
You in trouble, girl. You got to get out of there.
It's coming from within the house, girl. Because I was like, if Trump wins, we're screwed. Then I was like, but if Biden wins, we are still screwed. Like, it doesn't.
Do you understand why I have been like, hey, so y'all, what's y'all's plans? Y'all coming to Columbia, or what y'all go? Y'all going somewhere? Are you going somewhere? Because
you're gonna have to look at a compound, because I'm trying to bring everybody. with me.
I understand. I told you that's my goal. Like, I really am trying to create a safe compound because we got to get the people out.
So there were two things. Well, a lot of things, but like the two things that we're gonna talk about here today, right? So one, Biden. I don't know if y'all know, because he clearly does not know that he is the current sitting president. Like, he's doing the job right now, right? He says, they asked about Roe versus Wade, and he was like, he said a bunch of stuff, but then he says, if I'm elected, I'm going to bring back Roe versus Wade. And I'm like,
you in there, buddy?
You are the president. You are the president. You are the president right now. What do you mean if you get elected, you'll bring back? You were elected. We did that already.
You are elected.
Could you do this, please? Like, help us. Help us. What the fuck? So I'm like, all right, cool. Then you have Trump, bless his sweet soul. Oh my God. Is saying that his whole time would just have you think there is just an onslaught of undocumented, angry Hispanic people that are out here stealing all the jobs, but more specifically, the Black jobs from the Blacks. Like, this is a grown white man in politics who literally refers to us as Blacks still. And no one around him has been able to say, hey, maybe you don't. Just like you stopped grabbing them by the pussy, maybe you don't call Black people Blacks. That might be a really good thing.
He's free, girl. He is free. Which, to him being free, he's a goddamn 34 times over. But as you said, this is the best, huh? This is the best.
Best of the best. This where this man, $34, where they will actively like question if somebody should be president because they're not Christian.
Well, side note, and there in Louisiana, I heard y'all got to put the 10 Commandments in the schools there now.
Well, girl, and Oklahoma. Oklahoma just did the same thing.
They just passed it.
No, I lie. I take that back. It's not that they have to post the 10 Commandments, that they have to teach that the Bible has to be a part of the curriculum.
I saw that.
In Oklahoma. And here's my thing. I'm not anti-Bible, anti-10 Commandments. That's not the issue. That's not the issue at all. One primary issue, separation of church and state, really spells it all out. That should end it all.
Today?
I thought
that was a thing.
I was taught it in school. Maybe they took it out like cursive. I don't know. They banning books. How are you gonna ban books and then require that the Bible be taught? I can't.
This don't feel real. But when I was leaving Florida in 2020 with Ron DeSantis and his fuckery, I didn't foresee like exactly what was gonna happen, but I was like, I got to get out of here. Like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing, but I got to get out of here. It has only progressively gotten worse since then.
Girl. So I'm like, okay. Because here's my thing. If you're going to do that, okay, I mean, fine. But understand that now you need to do that for everybody across the board. Atheist, Satanist included.
Yep.
Everybody. Flat earthers, they all get their book. Everybody.
The hotel.
Everybody. Come on in.
Yep.
We want to hear about it. We want to educate everybody on all of these religions. You got it. So, yeah. I'm like, this does not make sense. These two things cannot be happening at the same time.
They happening, and it's real. And that's the part when I tell you, like, I be trying to live in this world of unicorns and rainbows and puppies and like, but when I do come into the real world, and I be like, y'all got to be kidding. You can't.
That's why I didn't text you. That's why I did not text you. I was like, I'm not doing this to her.
I'm
like,
so out of touch.
I'm not gonna call her about it now.
Girl, I'm so out of touch. I didn't even realize the debate was happening. Okay. So I didn't even I started working, girl. I started working, girl. So I was on my way home.
We're working now. We're getting checks.
Honey, listen, hallelujah.
Amen. Won't he do it? Won't he will?
Honey, because this been a time, Jesus. But I was leaving work and I was going home, and I just so happened to log in to social media somewhere, and people were like just like outraged, right? And I was like, I forgot that was on tonight. Let me go home and watch Shits and Gigs.
Like anything else. I love Shits and Gigs. But yes, so that happened. Then she said we talked about so the black jobs from the blacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is a black job? Now, someone that I go back and forth on loving and not loving, but more loving than not, is Amanda Seales. Love her.
Yes.
Like,
yes,
love her.
Same.
Every once in a while she'll get me, but like,
yeah,
for the most part, I can deal. From her page. Here's some hashtag black jobs.
Okay.
Ready? Do-rag model. Your man's in them. A cha-cha slide instructor. African American vernacular translator / gatekeeper. So you can.
The gatekeeping part is important. I wish we could get back to that because we done see to what I was talking about, the assimilation and trying to be so palatable to.
It's confusion.
I'm gonna sign up for that. The gatekeeping job. Let me put my application in.
Put my name down there. Spades instructor.
Now, see, that's important because there is a whole generation of people that don't know how to play the spades. I feel very compassionate towards those people because I can only imagine what it's like to go into these, communities and you don't even know the rules. Like you don't even know where to start. Like I feel a lot of compassion. I might throw my hat in the ring for that one too. I feel like I'd be a good fit.
All right. Okay. Then we have vibes. Now this one, you have a couple options.
Okay.
We have vibes maker.
Okay.
So you make and bring the vibes.
Okay.
We have the vibe checker. Let's see what's happening here. Who all in there kind of thing, obviously. And then vibe ender. Just shut the shit down. So you have some options on your vibe area.
Where do you feel like you fall in the vibe situation?
I think I'm more of a vibe checker.
Me too.
I feel like I'm more in the checking phase of it. I'm not necessarily making the vibe.
I feel like it's possible for both of us actually to make a vibe, but I don't think we like walk in like the vibe is here.
Right, yeah,
the vibe is here. It's more low key. Yeah. So tell me that. I'm sorry, I'm just taking you all off track, but I got questions and things. You know how we do. So when you go to a space, right, in your vibe checking.
Yes.
Okay. In your vibe checking responsibilities.
Yes.
Do you kind of allow people to gravitate towards you? Or do you find more that you gravitate towards others? Or are you just kind of just with yourself?
So I'm usually just with myself. Like, let's say I go out, right? Like I go out chilling by myself. And then people just kind of either, it's probably a little bit of both. Because people either just kind of come and then next thing you know, you're having a conversation, or they're having a conversation next to me and I just kind of like jump into it and be like, oh, hey, blah, 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 blah. What's going on here? Like I went to the casino the other day and we're sitting at the table and I'm just like, where are you from? Like he said something and I was like, he must be from here. And I'm like, oh, and so we just started talking. So it just depends on what it is. But usually I will let the people come to me because I'm trying to just be there in the moment. Because I'm also not your photographer. If anybody on here should know, or whatever, think to ask me to take your pictures, it is not me. I don't take pictures of stuff. Like I don't take it. It makes me nervous because I know the value in it. So I want to get it right. But I don't know the apertures and what grids we need and all the things that the people want. Like, it's too much. It's too much pressure. Now, what I will do though, is if you ask me to take a picture of you, I am going to take a selfie first of myself.
Okay. I found a few of those from time to time.
I will absolutely do that. Strangers. So there are strangers all over the place that have a picture of my face in it because they asked me to take a picture.
Even
I have
strangers.
Strangers talking. Oh yeah. And literally anybody. So I will not take the pictures.
But wait, you just said something. You said strangers be coming up to you and talking to you. Is that what you had just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. What's up with that?
I don't know.
Why are you talking to me?
It's the face. Because I'm not looking for it. Like, I'm just minding my business. Literally minding my business. And probably freaking disassociated and not even here. So
I'm not even here. I am not even here.
So yeah, like, but they'll just come, oh yeah, no, whatever, and just take pictures. So I'll do that. But in events, like in the vibes, I want to be in the vibe. And I find that taking the picture takes me out of the vibe. And that people are like, oh, well, no, we didn't do it again. And it's like, that's not fun anymore. I don't want to do it. So yeah.
I can understand that. I think that
I'm a vibe ender. Oh no.
Well, I can definitely be, I don't feel like I am a vibe bringer per se consciously, like I said. I definitely am a vibe checker, but also people gravitate towards me because I will kind of just be sitting or whatever. I am not the type of person to walk into any space and be like, hey, y'all, like ever. I don't care who it is. Ever. That's just not me. But
that I will give that. Like if I walk in,
I could turn it.
Then I'm like, hey, I'm here. Like, okay, turn it on. You know, like let's do this.
Yes,
but that's not what I get. I'm just going
correct
somewhere.
Correct. Yeah. Now, as far as the vibe ender, I'm not necessarily ending anybody else's vibe on purpose. But when I'm rest to go, I'm rest to go. Okay, so you know me. I could be sitting there 1 second, the next, all right, and I'm not doing the 30-minute goodbye. Okay,
no.
I'm out of here
in a minute. I will just be gone. Frequently, I will be gone and still there. I will just leave that room. There've been many times where people be like, "Where's Kalonda?" And I am just like in a hallway. I'm in a different bedroom. I'm just somewhere else. Like it just got to be too much, or I felt like I was too much. I needed a minute. Just give me a minute. I'll be back. Maybe. Usually. But I needed time. Yeah. Because I'll be there to the end, but I'm gonna take a break.
I don't want to be there to the end. I don't want to be there at the beginning or the end, honestly. I want to be there closer to the beginning because I need to find somewhere to sit down. You see, because at this point, I went to this birthday party in Mexico City.
And it's fully embraced your auntie era.
I'm about to sit down. Okay. So I go to the party. I want to say they said the party started at like 5:30, right? I get there about 6:30. I feel like that's good, right? I'm not setting up. Okay, but I'm also here to find my seat. All right, so I done got my seat and everything. The DJ getting warmed up. All right, so I'm over here doing my little chair dance. All right, I'm getting it in. Then eventually I got up, do a little something, right? But I got to stand by here by this seat because what can't happen is somebody swoop their ass in here think they about to sit down, right? Girl, how about the DJ gonna come up to me talking about, I don't know, the DJ or maybe the hype person talking about, oh, we need you on a dance floor. Come on over here. I said, I'm good right here. I don't want to be over there with y'all. I'm straight right here by my seat.
I can sit down.
Then, do you get secondhand embarrassment?
Oh God, yes. Girl. Yes.
So let me tell you what happened, girl. So the birthday girl comes, okay? Now, this is my friend. So we've been talking, right, over this time, but I don't really know these people here for real, right? But I'm here for you, girl. That's it. Right. So I'm trying to be here long enough for her to come, okay? And be like, happy birthday. And so she gets there And one of her friends, now this is her birthday party, okay?
Right.
One of her friends pours a bottle of champagne over her. Kalonda, I was like, why would you, what? I had to go outside. Because why would you do that? Because the tendency that I have is to try to like help, right? And then I was like, but I didn't cause this issue.
I didn't do that.
This is a lot. So I just went outside and I recorded a video and I was like, oh my God, this is what happened. Okay. So then, all right, I give it some time. Well, however much time I think it takes for them to clean up the floor. So then I go back in, right? So I go up to her and she's, taking a shot by this point. So she's kind of over it, so she's like, okay. So I walk up, hey girl, let's take a picture, da da da. So she's like, oh my God, let's dance and such, right? So I'm about ready to go. Okay. So I'm like, all right, girl, so I do my little 2-step, right? So then I just started backing up into
You almost made it into the bushes.
Bitch. Within 10 minutes, my ass was in the Uber at home. Okay. Because I'm not the only person here at this party. There are so many people that you can do this with. I'm not about to be that person. Because she was like, you finally out the house. That's what they always say. You finally out the house. Yeah, girl, because it's your birthday, because I love you. I want to make sure I come to your party. I did that. I rolled out. I'm done. Girl, because you know what happened? Because they had a stripper pole in there and they had knocked down the stripper pole, girl. The stripper pole, girl.
It's time to go.
I said,
it's time to go.
It's time to go. Y'all breaking shit. I'm in Mexico. I don't want nothing to do with this. It's time to go. So I moonwalked right on out that door, girl. And I messaged her the next morning and I was like, girl, that was a good time, huh? She said, you left. I showed the fuck did. Y'all was breaking shit. I'm good.
It's time to go.
Yes. Girl. Honey, I rolled on to close my shit up. It was like, and bye. Call my Uber.
Goodbye.
I was never here. Okay. So that is how I be shutting down the vibes. I just shut down my own vibe and I'd be like, and we're
out. And I'm out. Goodbye.
We're finished. Okay. So any other Black jobs that you might be interested in having?
She's like, what else would you like to do? Let's see. I think potato salad maker.
Nah, that's a good one.
That's a good one because that's a job. You got to take that seriously.
That's important.
Like, you got to get the right ratio. There can't be any apples. Sorry, mama. Like there can't be any apples in there. No onions, really.
No, I don't want the celery either.
I mean, I can do the celery, but you have to do the celery right.
Nope, take it out.
Take it out. That's all the way. You're so silly. That's the only way. You got to do. It's a specific way to do the celery that makes it okay. I promise. So yes, I think potato salad maker.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Now, one job, I'm sorry, did I cut you off? Okay, because one job that I do think that I bring and I embody is the hyper upper, right?
Oh.
So when you walk in, okay,
girl, you get that from your mama. Your mama was the hyper upper. Like whenever I see a parade. And it's the girls.
Now you're not lying. You telling the truth about that, baby. All right.
All right, my girl.
Y'all better work.
All right, I see
you. Girl, every year, because I march to the parade. So every year, and Mardi Gras is often around my birthday. So, girl, she would have poster boards and say, all right.
Oh my word.
So yes, the hyper upper, absolutely.
You got that?
I'm about to get you together, melanin popping. I'll see you in here. You
all
right
to
do us like that. Sis. We wasn't ready. We was not ready, sis, but we here because I see you, girl. Oh yeah.
That's you.
Oh yeah. I got that one.
We see you. All right, you. Done. All right. So you have to tell us, what is your Black job that you either want or actually currently are in charge of? You might already be doing it. You never know. Like, but he told us they out here. Like, who knew we had these Black jobs, girl?
I need to take life more seriously.
Black jobs.
I need to take life more seriously and make sure that I monetize these Black jobs.
Amen.
Okay. Amen. Yeah, I want you to tell the people, Kalonda, what happened to your keys before we go, because I need to understand what occurred with the situation. So can you run that down as we get ready to roll up out of here, please? And thanks.
So I know y'all remembered on my birthday, I put my Cash App up for my birthday. $ Kalonda, Kalonda, in case anybody needed a reminder. I put that up there for my birthday, right? I also said, hey, if anybody wants to donate to the Sarah Fund, feel free to use said Cash App, $ Kalonda, Kalonda, for toys and such to keep her quiet, right? She can be a little boisterous sometimes during the show. Today she's being phenomenal. Nobody say her name. So, my sweet baby has never met anything apparently that she cannot eat. When I first got this dog, like literally first got her to my house, took her to the bathroom the next morning, I found a nut like this big. I mean, like a nut, like a nuts and bolts nut.
Oh, I was like a nut, like a pecan. No, like a screw nut.
Like a screw nut.
Okay.
Like a bolt in her poop. Like that's how I got her. So that should have told me. That should have told me right.
Should have known something. I should have known something.
Like this bitch eats everything. And that began the story of the things that Sarah has eaten. Shoes, glasses, half a TV remote. Like for real, half of it.
Like the whole half?
The whole half of the remote, like the buttons, the board, all of it. Half my boar's head brush, so like the wood handle.
What?
My purse not close enough. Yes.
She got bionic teeth. She got some mighty good dental health. But you know what's so funny while you're saying that? Jack had ate my garage door. Kalonda, she devoured it.
Like ate the handle. Numerous pairs of shoes. Like everything. And I mean like eats it. Nipple covers. She pooped those. Just so you know, those don't digest. So they come out just like they went in.
They come out whole.
That was an interesting experience because I didn't know she had eaten them. So I was like, what the hell is this? But anyway, most recently, my sweet beloved has eaten my keys. My keys, y'all.
Not funny, but it is.
The key fob. Now, I will let you know.
Expensive.
And I'm gonna let you know just how expensive. If you have a 2021 Jeep Renegade, I'm gonna tell you how much it costs. So, to program the key, it is $155 American dollars, right? Just to program it. To get the key comes in two parts. The fob with the little buttons, and then it has the little silver insert with the key to just open the door if you get locked out.
She ate the whole thing?
She ate all of it. The only thing, I take it back, the only thing she did not eat was the board with the battery on it. Thank you, God. Because if she had eaten that, then I would have had to take her to the vet because that would have been
had a battery inside of her. Sarah!
So, $155 to program the remote, $200 for the fob, the buttons, $215 for the key. It was more than the car note. I was like, what? The only saving grace was that I found this information out while I was not at home. So she was not immediately put out on the street. But I will tell you that I did offer her to several people for free. Because I was done. Ooh,
what she was looking like where I have questions. How did you discover that she had eaten the key fob?
So I woke up. I had fallen asleep. So first off, I'm going to accept the blame. I understand. Trading, all the good things, keep the stuff out the way, whatever. I got that. Thanks.
Thanks for stating the obvious.
Thanks, guys. I know. I want to say I've fallen asleep on the sofa and they must have fallen out of my pocket. So when I woke up, So when I woke up, she's sitting on the other side of the sofa. And she's sitting there. And I'm like, okay. And so I look, I'm like, what are you eating? And I see
actively eating it at that time.
It was my whole key ring. She had the whole key ring. So she ate my key fob and my dad's garage door opener. Now, luckily, she didn't eat his board either, and his buttons still light up, so I think it might still work. We gotta see. But so she ate all of that. But she was just fine as could be. She didn't have not a care in the world, child. But meanwhile, I have to figure out how I'm trying to get around without a car key because this was a spare. Because why? Before previously, she had grabbed my keys off the dining room table in some kind of way, like punctured the unlock button. So I was using the spare already.
Sarah.
Somebody pray for her. Somebody save her life and go to CashApp immediately and go to $KALONDA. Save a dog's life. It's worth it. She's very cute. Thank goodness.
She really is. She's a stylish little cutie pie.
Is that because I don't even. Yeah, that was a time. But here's something else for you to know. If you have an issue like that, you can go to Pop-A-Lock. Pop-A-Lock does key replacements. Okay. And how about that? So I told you how expensive all of the key pieces are, right? Did you know you can go right on down to Amazon.com and get a 2021 Jeep Renegade key fob for $29.99.
Are you serious? And then so all you got to do is get it programmed.
Pay for the program.
Yes, indeed.
So, and they wanted me, to have my car, because it was at home, obviously, have my car towed from the house to the dealer, because that's what the dealer was going to do it. Have the car towed to the dealer so they could do it and have my registration. I was like, sir, the registration's in the car.
It's in the car. And I can't get in the car because I don't have a key to get into the car. Because that's why I had called.
So Pop-A-Lock will come out to your house, so you don't have to worry about a tow. And then they will program it. It was just $150. And they cut me a laser key out of the blank key.
Well, praise the Lord.
Yeah, Jesus was on her side.
I wouldn't have thought that Pop-A-Lock would be cheaper.
I just knew something had to be cheaper because that was not the answer.
$800.
What I am not doing is giving you $500 of my dollars because I don't have them. Like, not for this. $500 for a key?
Oh my God.
You gonna give me one key. Girl.
I miss Jack dearly. I really do. But I do not miss the chronicles of the things being eaten. And I understand. I had put him out too when he had tore up all my carpet. I was in my house for 2 weeks and he tore up all the carpet in the guest room. And I was like, you got to get out of here, homie. I just moved in here. I'm the first person ever been in this house and you done tore up the carpet. But what I was thinking about earlier, did I ever send you the picture when he had eaten the garage door?
Yes, girl. Wires exposed and
I don't miss that. Like
Jack,
that,
serious.
I don't.
Let me
I don't.
out of here. I got places to go. Jack had a girlfriend in the neighborhood, and you were a cock blocker. Just
I was getting in his way. You understand me? Y'all, my dog was at the point where he knew how to break out his crate. So he would break out his crate. He would unlock the door. Okay, now this is a regular like circle door handle. Okay, not the one that has a little lever or whatever. Right. Unlock the door, open the door, go into the garage, push the paddle, leave out the garage, and go about his business for however long. And then my neighbor's calling me like, are you home? Because Jack is
open and Jack is
he's just sitting there hanging out. Then when I started being like, okay, so you're going to do this every day, right? No worries. Let me get a cover for the garage door handle, right? Then he started trying to hot wire the damn laser. So he'd go up to the garage door and chew up all the shit. Y'all, that dog, wait, let me add this. Then okay, so now you done broke the garage door, so it's just not gonna open. Fine, but you coming out here every day. Fine, let me at least crack it a little bit for you so you can see some sunlight. Okay, so you'll just be in the garage since you insist on putting yourself in here every day when we got this whole house in here that you could be in the air conditioning, laying on the sofa. But fine, you want to be in the garage, no problem. Then he started sneaking out the garage, y'all. He would shimmy under the little crack. Go about his business. So, but then he'd be home by the time I got back home. So I get home, I open the garage. All right, let me take you for a walk. My neighbors are like, Jack was out again today. And I'm like, no, he wasn't. He was in the garage. Like he was in the garage when I got home. No, he was out today. Okay, crazy lady. No, he wasn't. Right? Until I come home one day and his fat ass couldn't get back under the damn garage door. He just sitting outside like, I guess I got busted today. I don't miss it. I don't miss it, girl. That was a lie. So you have a key now. You back in business.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Mama and Jesus, because she let me borrow her car.
Praise the Lord.
But I had to text my boss. My dog ate my keys. I had to spell out those words. If this had been beginning of cell phones, I would have to pay for each of those letters to say, my dog ate my key fob. I'm going to be late.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. I'm a pray your strength in the Lord. So if you all are wanting to donate to the Keep Sarah Alive Fund, CashApp, Kalonda, Kalonda.
Jesus. Or if somebody wants a free dog, let me know. Lock up your shit. She get real petty when and it's because she's mad. That's the thing. This is the thing. Because she is a good dog. Like she is a good dog. Like house trained, good dog. She'll have accidents, whatever. But she is house trained. She only does it when she gets mad. Like if anything that keeps me from leaving, so that's the shoes and the keys. So if I'm working, so now she was like, okay, the shoes did it. Like literally the first day of work, I had these little just some like whatever black tennis shoes. She ate them. First day, ate them. She's eaten 3 pair of shoes since I started this job, June 10th.
Oh my gosh.
She said, oh, you gonna leave? Okay.
Yeah. No worries. When you come back, it's gonna be some consequences and repercussions.
Yeah.
So I got to go in the crate. She got the.
I know, but I feel so bad.
Child, you used to see how I used to make Jack's crate his comfy place, honey. Get her ass some blankets and some pillows. And
what part do you not understand? She will eat it. I am not a horrible mom. My baby does not have a dog bed because she ate it.
Is you feeding this child? What's wrong with her?
Actually, that's wrong. The cats eat twice a day. She eats once a day, but still.
Maybe you need to increase her calorie intake or something. See, that's if there are any dog trainers out there or dog whisperers, please contact us at mindingmyblackAssBusiness@gmail.com with the subject line "Save Sarah." Okay.
Thanks. We appreciate your love and support, your thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much.
Thoughts and prayers. Oh Lord! All right, let's get out of here. We didn't talk about half the stuff we were supposed to talk about, y'all, but we'll do that because it's still gonna be in development and such. So we'll do that. We are back here in 2 weeks. So that is what, July. Hold on. Look,
what is time?
Girl, what day is it even ever? So that's girl, why I can't see these glasses? July 14th. Look, I'm like,
get your glasses, girl.
I just started working. I gotta get money first.
I hear you.
So yeah, we'll be back on July 14th with some more shenanigans and updates about what is happening in our lives. Kalonda, tell the people where they can find you, please.
Right here at the house. At the house.
And again, if you want to donate to the Keep Sarah Alive Fund, please do go donate to $ Kalonda, KALONDA, on Cash App. Your contributions are greatly appreciated, and you have saved a Black dog, okay, from an uncertain unhousing, okay? So we appreciate y'all of that. If you are looking for me, y'all, you can find me in a few places. Kimberland J over on Instagram. I just started posting back on that page. I am going to have another Discover Your Destiny class that's coming up. It actually starts on July 14th as well. If you are looking to reconnect to your intuition, develop a deeper relationship with God, really understand your purpose and unlock this next level of your life, please do holler at me. You can see the curriculum and all of that at KimberlandJackson.com. That's Kimberland, KIMBERLAND Jackson.com. You can see that there. Also, hang out with me at Minding My Black Ass Business. That's where I usually am most of the time. So here on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Minding My Black Ass Business. Also on mindingmybblackassbusiness.com, you can find some merch. So if you somebody that's like, girl, I want to mind my black ass business too, go on over there to mindingmybblackassbusiness.com, grab you something, okay, and support your girl. And yeah, this conversation doesn't stop here. So please do, y'all, continue to like, comment, subscribe to the page, subscribe. Okay, we're being serious about this YouTube journey and all of that. We're about halfway to monetization, so we have just under 500 followers. So we're gonna do a celebratory something or other when we get to 500, and then the next milestone will be 1,000. So if you chuckle a little bit, or you learned a little something, or you care about dogs, go ahead on and share this with somebody, okay? And also subscribe.
There you go. That is it. And that is that.
That is it. That is all. So we'll be back in 2 weeks, y'all. We love y'all. Appreciate y'all for hanging out with us. And we will see y'all real soon. Okay? Bye, guys. Nothing. eyes. What is happening?
Good morning.
Buenos dias.
I feel like a person today.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Y'all, it's so much. It's so much going on.
Through it.
Before we say the things, let me make sure that I share on my page because I want people to get this disclaimer so that we don't have to keep saying it again. And I have an announcement too that I need to make. Okay, wait, what am I doing?
I like announcement.
Hold on. Do I have a couple announcements?
Oh,
I think this is a compound. Yeah, this is like a compound announcement.
Well, I know for sure we have news. Is the news part of the announcement?
No, that has nothing to do with the announcement. Okay, this is shared. Okay, great. All right. Hold on.
Tap dancing for y'all's pleasure.
I know, right? Because listen, let me explain something to you. Let me explain. My brain is we here. Okay, that's just we here. Okay, disclaimers first. All right. Y'all, as y'all coming in, say hey, y'all, and like introduce yourselves in the comments and all of that, and tell us where you're watching from and all the things. Okay, wait. Oh, we're people today.
Yes.
Y'all, we done been on the other side of the sick and shut-in list. Okay, it's been a lot.
We made it.
Going on.
Made it through. We appreciate your thoughts and prayers.
Because listen, I was just happy yesterday. I hadn't talked, right? So then yesterday, I think I had caught myself singing, and I was like,
"Oh, there was a song in your heart, girl. Go ahead."
And then immediately went into like a coughing attack. So this is the thing. There may be times during this time that we're here that Mike might need to get muted and go handle business. Nose has got to get blown and such and all of that. All right. So I wanted to put that up front just so y'all know, because we just happy to be here.
It's real.
Okay.
It's real.
We're just happy to be here. Now, having said that, let me take this down. So I can see myself. How I want to do this, because I have an announcement. Oh, I know how I'm gonna do it. Okay. This is the producer in me.
Okay,
so,
here you go.
Okay. The first announcement, I wish I would have had the graphics and stuff, but I forgot. I didn't know I was gonna do this. The first announcement is that Minding My Black Ass Business YouTube page now has 500 subscribers. This is a big deal, okay? So let me tell y'all. Lord, I'm starting to sweat and everything because I got these lights on me.
Okay, take your sweat off. There you go.
I don't have a hot drink to
put your shoulders
I know, I have a hot drink. I should have had a cold drink with the ice, but it was gonna hurt my throat. But anyway.
Decision.
We have 500 subscribers, and that is a really big deal because what happens in YouTube monetization world is that you have these metrics that you have to meet in order to earn money from what we do. We've been doing this for entertainment purposes. Because we be like, we need to talk more often. And we heard y'all was looking for us. Here we go, right? So we turned the mics on and we're here. But it would be very lovely for this to be what we actually do, right? Because there's so much that we do want to talk about and so many topics and things of that nature, but we also got to make a living, Right. So
Yeah.
one of the hugest ways that people can support that is absolutely free of charge, don't cost you nothing, is to subscribe to the page and to watch our videos, right? It costs you time.
Right.
But we hope that that time is well worth it. So we have over 500 people that have found our content worth it. They're like,
Yeah. I'm
we
in.
signing up. We signing up. This is a good time. So the next milestone after 500 subscribers is 1,000 subscribers. And with that comes watch hours. So this is something else that you can do to help us, is just play things on the page, right? You could just have it in the background. And what I tell you is, if you start at the beginning and it's a story. It is a story in there. And if you like reality shows and binge watching series and stuff, let me tell you, it's a real life reality show, but it's real.
It's real. So, and you could just play it while you're driving in your car. You don't even have to see us to appreciate the banter and the fun and the excitement that we bring. So feel free, press play, let it ride, put it on the full playlist, and you'll have a great time.
Exactly. So that's the first part of the announcement. So thank you to all of you that have subscribed and rock with us every week. We do ask that you tell people about what we're doing, like share it, get the word out, because we really are doing this with intention and doing this wanting to create an environment where we can have different types of conversations. Okay, so that's the first part of the announcement.
Yeah.
The second part of the announcement is in Español. Bienvenidos a todos la gente de Colombia. Bienvenidos a So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. Estamos muy orgullosas tenerte aquí con nosotros.
Oh, yeah.
So what I said is welcome to all of our new family from Colombia. We are very, very proud to have you here, and welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. So we also had an influx of Colombian subscribers. And in honor of that, I wanted to honor my inner paisa, which is someone that is from the middle region of Colombia, such as here in Medellin. But I don't know if you know this, that Colombia is in the finals against, I think it's Argentina, for the Copa Americana, which is like the world, not World Cup, but like the American Cup. So it's North and South America, the Centrals and all of that. And Colombia is in the finals, and the game is today. So in honor of that, they have a song. I don't know if they just sing it at soccer games, but it's like, soy colombiano and we make coffee. Tricolor, 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 la, la, and something else. And I like it a lot. But anyway, the Colombian.
Perfect. Nailed it. Every bit of it.
I thought I did a great job. It is only going to go up from here.
Phenomenal. Exactly.
So anyway, the Colombian flag is yellow, red, and blue, and I don't know if I have those in the right direction.
Order.
I will.
But,
I will. Yeah, that's what I meant. Order. I will make a better attempt next time to make sure. But anyway, the reason why I wanted to wear the colors.
I see what you did there.
Is because I wanted to celebrate Colombia and welcome all of our new Colombianos our show, to our podcast.
Yeah.
Also, I do want to say these earrings that I have on were made here in Colombia. And it's a Colombian woman with red lipstick, right? Blue and
Hey
yellow
now.
on, right? She cute.
She cute, she cute.
But I know, right? So I'm gonna have to. I always forget the name of the designer. So I'm gonna have to find it. I'll give y'all her Instagram page and stuff. But I told her I was like, hey girl, so I be wearing your stuff all the time, and also you ship internationally because people might be wanting it.
Please and
But
thank
they're
you.
like handmade and they're beads. I have a few different.
Oh,
She does earrings, bracelets, and necklaces, rings as well. But it's kind of like it's not necessarily crocheted, but it's I don't know. I don't know what you call it.
got it.
I don't want to lie on her
Handmade.
process, but they're cute. Handmade, artesian,
There we go.
okay,
Artesian. I like
authentic.
it. There you
Okay,
go.
exactly. So anyway, so that was all the announcements of the things. Do you have any announcements? Because that was a lot.
That was a lot. I'm happy for you. I mean, I'm feeling better. Thank the Lord. I feel like a person today. Thank you, Jesus. So we're gonna go with that. I think maybe our next show I'm gonna have an announcement. I think. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. We'll
Okay.
see.
No worries, no worries.
Yes.
So let me do our official welcome because people also are like, we're new here and who are you? So y'all welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We are two real life cousins and we talk about the stuff that was normal in our family, but we actually found out it was a family recipe of dysfunction. So we're on a mission to unpack it all. We share our stories. We help others find their voices when it comes to healing and mental health and how we're showing up in the world. This is a journey of self-discovery, laughter, and healing. So we invite y'all to come along with us. So my name is Kimberland. House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams, empathetic energizer, intuitive, inspirational innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, voice to the voiceless. Do you want me to introduce you, cousin?
Because I can't do both. Yes, please.
So, y'all, this is my real life cousin, Kalonda, House of Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, excellence, enchantress, and New Orleans native.
Well, hey there. His eye. His eye.
So that's who we are, y'all. And we just want to make sure that you all know what to expect from us. A whole lot of transparency, right? We don't have the answers at all. We figured it out alone with y'all. We here to have the conversation with you. That's why get your fingers stretched out because there's a lot of things.
The comment section is open. Feel free. Asking auntie, all the things. Like, we want you to interact with us. We are going along this journey. But like Kim said, by no means do we have all the answers, but we will definitely be honest about our experiences as we go through, because that's what we got.
That's what we got. Okay. So this is not a space for you to just sit and be like, oh, they're experts. Absolutely not. Take it out your mind. That ain't what this is. All right. Now, if y'all see us out here in these streets and you like, I be on that grilled cheese with the syrup. I be watching, right? One of the ways that you can give us a whole lot of love and virtual love, if you will, is by using our emojis. So my emojis are sunflower. Yellow is my favorite color, i.e. yellow glasses, and a crayon, because I have transitioned my life from the space of black and white to coloring the fuck out this life. Oh, also, we might curse. So happy Sunday.
A lot.
It is a lot to cuss about today. I just want y'all to know. Okay.
Oh, my word.
Right. Kalonda, tell them about your emojis.
So my emojis, my first one is a ladybug. I love ladybugs. They do represent good luck and prosperity. And they do follow me around. Just the other day, I sent Kim a picture of a ladybug. I was getting gas and I got out the car and there was just one sitting on my side view mirror. And I was like, I gotta show Kim, I just told her. So yes, they truly are in and about my existence. So if you happen to see me outside of the house and need to text your love or show your virtual love, a ladybug is the best way to do it. The blue heart, I am just really embracing a life of love out loud. Cobalt blue is my favorite color, specifically cobalt blue. And that's all I want. I just want nice, easy, authentic love that I don't really need to find reassurance for, and Friggin' hard. So we're working on that. But ladybugs and blue hearts are how you show your love to me.
Amen. Amen to that. Child, I'm over here sweating and such. So we
Bless
said
your
at the
heart.
top of the show, y'all, we've been going through it. Okay.
You need a cold rag on your neck.
Then I'm gonna be sitting here saying I'm cold. I'm gonna see. We're gonna see
Okay, well
how
then
it
you
goes.
put your sweater on. You put the sweater on with the cold rag. Come on.
Facts, because that's how I be having this fan on 24/7, even when it be a little chilly,
Oh
but I got
yeah,
the heating
the
pad
fan
on
never
under the
goes off.
blanket.
You can't turn the fan off ever. I don't think any of the fans have ever
How
been
do
off in my
people,
house since I've been
but how
there.
people sleep like in just like nothing?
Stale air. Not only the air, but even the sound. Like it doesn't feel right when the
It
air
don't.
isn't on. I don't understand.
It's
I can't do
weird.
it.
It's weird, but there have been times like I've turned the fan
Anybody
off
out there?
for whatever reason, and then I'm like, why is so this is weird. Like, this is weird.
It's not right. Because it's not that it's not like it's making it that much colder, but it's just like the gentle breeze. I don't know.
Yes.
It's something, but it needs to happen, whatever it is. Yeah.
Correct.
Go.
Correct. So we've been going through it, and I do have a fan here, so I might have to put that on as well. But so I'll start, I guess, with I done had that COVID, okay, and it's been a lot,
is right.
and it was the COVID on the backside of everything that happened in Panama. So if y'all ain't watched the last thing that we did, it was me, Kalonda and Bianca, like the unglamorous side of being an expat. Go watch. It was crazy.
It's
and
an
also
experience.
the people are having a parade outside with honking horns, just in case.
Go ahead.
Just in case. So I've been sick with the COVID, right? And I've been around, but like not really, because so like I have never slept so much, and clearly I guess I needed to sleep, but I was like, I can't even open my eyes to function. Like, what is happening?
You just lay there. There's nothing you can do but lay there and take medicine for the symptoms and just lay there until you feel like a person. And then don't believe it when you feel better and start doing stuff, because then you don't have to do what? Lay down. So just lay there.
That be the okay though, because around about that third day or so, it'd be like, oh man, okay, it was just a little, it was just a little virus situation. I'm good. And then you go do, and then you come back, and it's like, I can't do nothing for a week.
I can't do nothing else. Exactly. It lulls you into a false sense of security, and you think you can run the world, and then you hack up a lung.
Correct.
Like,
Correct.
Oh, just joke. Not for real. Okay. I'm gonna
so that's so let me tell you what I did yesterday, because I was feeling better. I had to wash my hair because the housekeeper is coming on Wednesday, right? And I do this thing where I be like, oh, I need to do it. Then I don't do it. And then I be mad because I still have to do it. And now I'm doing it in a brand new clean shower. Like, so I was like, you got to wash your hair. So, and then I was like calculating time, because I'm like, okay, Saturday, I didn't have anything on the calendar. Today, I knew we had this. But then I was like, but I could technically do it afterwards. And I was like, but worst case scenario, I could probably do it on Monday. I was like, girl, you feel better today. Get up and wash it. So I hadn't washed my hair in a while because I've been going through a lot. Okay. So therefore, the hair is tangled, is all kind of stuff going on. All right. So it took me, and I'm tired, and I'm coughing up a lung, and I'm losing breath, and I don't want to pass out in the shower, right? So, and even though the water not really hot for real, but it's also hot, I think I'm sweating. It was a lot. So it took like 4 hours for me to really like do my hair, which usually takes 90 minutes, right? So I'm doing the things and being patient and just trying to, hallelujah, it's done. All right. So about 5 o'clock or so, I finally finished doing my hair. And I open my phone for whatever reason, and the first thing that I see is Dr. Ruth and Richard Simmons done going on the glory. And I said, well, and it's so crazy because somebody had just asked about Richard Simmons the other day. So then I was like, really? Oh, has he been sick? Like, I don't know, because I don't be in the world like that, right? I just, especially the past month, I just been
just trying, yes.
So I was like, now Dr. Ruth, I wasn't really surprised. I was actually surprised that she was still here.
That she was still alive. I
thought about her the other day too, because I was like, man, Dr. Ruth was way before her time. Because I follow a lot of creators on my Minding My Black Ass Business Instagram page that talk about sexual liberation and how sex has been used as a way to control us in the way our bodies are sexualized, conversations around masturbation, like all of that, like the ways that the church indoctrinated us to think that we need to be devoid and separated from our bodies and our natural like feelings and stuff like that.
Our body.
So I had ran across a couple posts and I was like, you know, that Dr. Ruth, she had started getting the conversation going. And I remember
because she said it.
Yeah, I used to find it so interesting because at the time, you know, I was a kid, but I was always like, why aren't we if these are biological processes? Why are we not just talking about the biological process? Like, I don't understand why I'm getting in trouble for asking questions about my body. I don't
about my body that everybody has. Everybody has. Like, why are we keeping that a secret? Nobody ever had that.
No, they didn't. Well, we do have the answer. The answer is through colonization, and that is the place where everything comes back to, especially when you're talking about the United States of America, right? So I saw that Richard Simmons and Dr. Ruth done went on to be the glory, right? So then I said, oh man, pour one out for my dead homies. And then I said, let me go do something else, right? So I go and I do whatever else I do. I pick up the phone again, child, and the phone, what is happening? What is happening? Just like breaking news.
Yes.
In Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, y'all, if y'all don't know how I feel about Pennsylvania, I done told y'all about these good people in Pennsylvania, baby.
Girl.
Go to my page and watch them videos that say why I left Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the reason that I left the United States. Okay, I want y'all to understand the culture.
The proverbial straw.
Baby, I was like, I'm done. That's it. So then I saw all the craziness. I'm wondering how you ran upon it because you've been going through as well. So how you?
Well, so first I saw Shelley Duvall died. So she, the wife from The Shining. So she died. So she was my first one. So I'm like, oh man, Shelley Duvall. Oh my goodness, blah blah blah. Then I like heard offhand that Richard Simmons died, and I was like, oh man, that's sad. And then that took me down the rabbit hole of whether or not he had a headband on, because that was a Mandela effect. Apparently, like we remember him with.
You lying?
They say find a picture of him.
You lying?
Yes, girl. They say he did not. And I could have sworn on everything that there was a sweatband to go with his little wrist sweatbands. Yes.
You lying?
So like I started thinking of that again. So yeah, feel free to go down that Mandela effect of Richard Simmons. I was like, I could swear he did, because he was around the same time as like what's the girls? Get in Shape girls. Was it Get in Shape girls?
Size. I don't know.
the one that they put for kids though. It was a girl one. I think it was like Get in Shape Girls. You don't remember that? They had like
No,
the
girl.
full little poster. You got your little jump rope and your little
Maybe.
sweatband.
Okay, get in shape, girl. I remember. That's
It was
all
a
I
thing.
remember
It was a
though.
thing. That's all you remember. I feel like you had the full setup. But anyway,
I
that's
probably
our life.
did.
Yeah, I know. I'm knowing it. So anyway, so that kind of brought me back down that little rabbit trail. I didn't know Dr. Ruth had died until you said it. So that was a new one to me. So when I was driving out here, I'm visiting my dad's. There's a graduation party today. Yay, congratulations, Anaya. Whoop, whoop. We were driving out here, and then my sister says, "Girl, they shot Trump." And I said, "No, they didn't." I'm thinking, like, this must be fake news, like, whatever, somebody's being funny.
Absolutely.
And then
Yeah.
in my head, I'm like, well, they say it happened in threes. Like, he must be the third
Must be the
one.
third one. Well, you know,
I
Shannon
hope.
Doherty went on this morning.
Oh, what did she say?
No, I'm saying she
No,
went
she
on to
died.
glory. Yeah.
Shut up.
She had
No.
cancer.
Yeah, I knew she was sick for a while, but I feel like
Yeah.
she just, like, they just had a quote from her not too long ago about, like, her,
Possibly.
probably. Damn.
Yeah, so I think
That's
she was the
crazy.
third one. Well, the fourth one, if you count, old girl from The Shining, I forgot her name already.
Jelly.
There you
Oh, wow. I didn't
go.
know that. RIP 90210. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a good time, honey.
Yeah, it was. Girl,
That was
that
a
did,
good
and
time.
what was the other one? Melrose Place. I used to watch both of
Oh
those.
yeah. Oh, I used to be
Oh my.
deep down up in them, honey. Oh yeah. I
That was like
I
our
was
stories. That was
I was gonna be the first black girl on 90210. Okay. I was integrating all of them
girl.
little shows. Okay,
All
but
of them.
yeah, so rest in peace to Shannon Doherty. But anyway, so you were like,
Yes.
well, they said it comes in
Yeah.
threes. I
I'm
guess
like,
that's the third one.
I guess he's the third one. So I'm driving and trying to look at her freaking Instagram, and we're listening to the notes and like watching it. And I'm like, that don't really sound like shots. And then I was like, well, that sounds like a lot of shots. Like, what happened? And then my sister immediately was like, well, where did the bullets go then? Like, did someone else get hit? Because at the beginning, they weren't saying that anyone else got
Anybody else had
shot
been
or was
hurt?
killed or something had happened. So she was like, where did the rest of the bullets go? Like somebody had to have gotten hit at this point. So we're like, I don't know. So we're just kind of driving and listening or whatever. So then I'm like, this fool gonna win. This fool is gonna win. And I'm going, there, I cannot remember if it was a TV show or a movie, but there was the same thing where like there was this, you know, highly divisive candidate that then, oh, I almost had it. I almost had it. Shit. Anyway, where there was a highly divisive candidate, and then there was like this staged assassination attempt, and that like garnered everybody that was behind them to really like dig in and say, this is our candidate and we're going to support them and we're going to make sure they win, blah 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 blah. And it turned out it was like a publicity stunt, and then ultimately like they did get assassinated because they were just a pawn in the whole big story. But I couldn't think of what it was, but it's something that just came out and I just lost it. But if it comes up, I'll let you know. But then when they said someone died, one of the audience members died, as well as the shooter, alleged shooter, whatever. And then that someone else was hurt. I was like, well, I would hope that they wouldn't have put someone else in harm's way, but you can't really dictate where a bullet's gonna go if you're setting up somebody to.
But also, who are you talking about? Who is they in this situation that they wouldn't put somebody else in harm's way? Contextualize they for me.
Them, the powers that want Trump to be elected. But I also
They, the
look
people,
at,
wait, pause, time out.
you don't think, okay,
They,
so I feel like I'm a conspiracy theorist in this regard.
okay.
But
Okay, go ahead with your conspiracy. I'm
okay,
listening.
but that there are people who want Trump in office, regardless of his policies and everything, whatever, like they want him to win. And so I feel like those powers, those rich companies, big money packs, that they are orchestrating it for him to be elected. And
I
what's better
agree.
than an assassination attempt to like formulate and get the people that are maybe on the fence, that to say like, oh, we have to put our power behind him. Obviously, he is saying the right things. Why would they be trying to take him out? But then they also released, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, they found the voter registration for the shooter, that he's a Republican. I didn't see that coming.
So wait. So wait, I just want to go back to the day, because I agree that that's
the day of it all. Okay.
I agree that that's who they is. Okay. What I disagree with or found to be interesting is that you don't think that they would put people's lives in danger to get him in office. That's all that they do. What are you talking about?
I know. But I mean, I still hold on to like the tiniest shred, like this.
It's gone.
This much shred of humanity.
America, you in trouble, girl. For real, girl.
Be this much. There has to be. There has to
America.
be. In order for me to exist day to day, there has to be this much humanity that says, yes, we want him to win. We want it to be at almost any cost. And we draw the line at just innocent bystanders at a support rally for him. That's too much? That's too much. I'm asking for too much.
Wait. That's what they say is the Lulu. Okay. What evidence do you have to support this? Because I only have evidence to the contrary. So maybe because I don't really be out here. So maybe you came across something else that allowed you.
Say that I have any evidence to the contrary. Just sheer hopes and dreams. While I know our great president Barack said hope is not a plan. However,
I feel like you told me that last week. I feel like I need to go pull up that clip.
He didn't say it, but I feel like he should have said it because he did tell us to vote on hope. I forget who said hope is not a plan. I think at Best Buy we were talking about sales. Like when you making plans, hope can't be the answer. You can't just hope these people do what you want. Like, you got to have a plan. Like, what are you going to do?
Especially when they consistently showing you what's up. So that'd be my question, right? My question said it be, what is the plan? Because I don't know where y'all watching from, and I know some of y'all might be driving, doing other things, listen, whatever, but listen. Let me tell you what it's like watching this from outside
of the
United States. Okay? So I don't even know how to frame it. It is ridiculous.
It has to seem unreal.
So I had watched 4 because I had to like just be like, I can't, because I am a former news addict. Right. So I try not to open the door because I get hyper focused and then I'm down all the rabbit holes, right? So I had to intentionally shift my mind and be like, okay, all right, this is enough. So what I chose to do was to watch a Shits and Gigs video where it was labeled "America is not a real place."
I was just gonna talk about it.
So I was like, let me watch this and let me remind myself or educate myself on how we are really viewed by others in the world. And it went so many, they weren't even talking about politics. They were talking about just sugar, the amount of sugar that's in food, the fact that subways and metros are so dirty that it's commonplace to have rats on them.
Crawling on you. The fights that potentially break out, like just overall just violence, but that the fear of guns keeps it in check. I thought that one was super interesting when they were like, oh, had that been here, like that would have been a fight immediately. But not knowing if this person has a concealed weapon keeps your hands to yourselves and furthers the
Correct.
argument.
Correct.
Right.
Until somebody decides that they do want to whip out a gun, and then you got
and
like
now you've got
it was wild.
Not a real place. Not a real place.
So as I was watching it, I was like, I mean, I did lose 35 pounds just by leaving the country and eating different things. I mean, it is much, much easier for me to get fruits and vegetables and quality food here. I mean, here they shut down different parts of the highway 3 or 4 times a week so that people can exercise together without having like, and I was like, and then the thing that got me the most is they were like talking about how America, the bravado of it all, like how in America, and what I want to say also, y'all will never hear me say America. I don't identify as an American. That concept of being an American is very much tainted for me. And there's been this season of like denouncing and renouncing sororities and fraternities and all that kind of stuff. I'm about ready to denounce and renounce America. Like, that's where I am, just so we're clear. Okay, just so you understand that I'm not a sympathizer. I am very much biased because of my lived experience. Okay.
Right.
But anyway, so when they were talking about the bravado of it all and how in America we're taught that America is the center of the world. Why would you ever want to go anywhere else? Because they were doing a geography.
Why do you need to know geography? Yes, and people didn't know capitals, languages. They were like, he's like, I would have respected it more if they were just like America. That's all we need to know. We are the greatest.
And that's all we care about.
That's all we care about. Thank you and have a great day.
And so, don't get me wrong, like everybody that I meet doesn't have a negative view of America. Some people very much are like, I want to go there. It's the land of the free, home of the brave, and I'm going to be able to come up with my family. And I be trying to tell them, and some people got to learn the hard way, because I'd be like, hey, I want you to know it ain't what you think, okay? Having said all of that, the facade, I think, of America being this great place where, you know, it's so amazing, I feel like it has crumbled on a world scale. Like, I feel like the world, like, girl, sit down. Child. Now, y'all just, girl. Relax.
Cute, but you're not that cute. Come on now.
Sis.
It was cute for a little while.
Yeah, your attitude
will make an ugly person.
Because this is the other thing that they had showed. They showed like some of the landscape in Colorado and like some of
and
the
how beautiful it was, and the mountains and the lake. It was gorgeous.
And you know what I said to myself? I said all of that is stolen land. All of that is stolen land.
Facts.
That's what I said to myself. I was like, it's all stolen land.
I went and said, that looks like that because no one lives there. Like, any places that we've touched don't look like that because we've taken and drained all the resources out of everything else. Like, the places that we have, quote unquote, left alone have retained that beauty, but that's few and far between. You know,
very much
you had to say, okay, for real, nobody can build on this because y'all have lost your mind. You know,
very much. So then
now, I will say I have a really good friend of mine who's from Ghana.
Okay.
And he's lived here for years, like years and years and years and years. And he was very clear when I was talking about moving and like getting out of America. He's like, I get it. He's like, you know, but just maybe go for a little while and come back before you sell everything, before you just leave, go and come back. And I'm like, why do you say that? And he said, because when you go anywhere, that line to get to America is never short. He's like, regardless of what you like right now feels like an issue, there are more people that want to be here than not. And I was like, I don't know though. I feel like they should want to go. I get it. There are a lot of things here that I understand, are that we take for granted, that you don't get other places. But then
Can
I
you name
think when you
those? I'm sorry. Because this is something
sometimes
I
I
hear
think
often.
they say like the access, the infrastructure of certain places, because it's not everywhere. Because I mean, if you think about it, there's still not clean water in Flint, Michigan. So
Correct.
it's not like we have a monopoly on those things. But in
And access
theory,
to what?
access to, well, for now, to certain health cares, depending. To That's why I said
Go ahead,
depending.
girl. I'm listening. I'm listening,
Your
girl.
face is loud. Your face is
I'm
loud. However,
Go ahead. I'm very interested. So I want you to
your face is
unpack this.
very
So
loud. But yes, but no,
I'm
I'm
gonna sip
saying
my
like
tea. Go
the
ahead.
thought. You're so disgusting. The thought and the assumption is that there is access to, clean water, smooth roads. I'm from New Orleans. We know that's a lie. Education, supposedly. Like all of these things that now have asterisks attached to them. And I can't even say now because our parents barely were able to go to schools that were integrated. So it's not even a now thing. And I was having a conversation with Eric earlier today that it was like, because he wanted me to move years ago. And he's like, I
Oh,
just find it
really?
funny. Oh, girl. And I said, look, I wasn't ready. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Facts.
back then was a different experience than now. Like, I
Yeah.
didn't have the same amount of information. I wasn't in the same situation. So back then, I didn't want to leave. Like,
He
it's
said,
happy
I
hour. You
just
got
find
25.
it funny. How?
He's I find it
Oh,
funny how now all of
funny.
a sudden you need to get out the country. You need to pack up and move and get some visas somewhere else. And I said, I get that. However, there were 25-cent wings on Monday in San Diego. I didn't know no better. Okay. I can
That's
admit that.
fair.
I can admit that and say
Yeah.
with different circumstances, you want different things. Because here's the thing, I never told you you couldn't take the job. I just said I wasn't moving. So,
Facts.
whatever that looked like,
Yeah.
you made your decision based off of my response. I respect that. Thank you for saying you not haul ass, like, but you could have
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
And I mean, who knows? I would have visited and been like, oh my God, I love Bahrain. I don't know. Like, wherever he was talking about going at the time.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Saudi Djibouti is beautiful this time of year. You know? I'm packing my stuff. Why you a gatekeeper? Why you gatekeeping? Why you didn't tell me? Anyway, um, so yeah, so he's having his I find it very funny moment. And I was like, well, I just think it's a very different political climate now because back then I didn't know to fear for my reproductive rights. I didn't know. It wasn't Trump got elected while we were in San Diego. And that was probably around the beginning of when it was like, oh shit. Because I wasn't worried about Trump, the politician, because he was ridiculous. I was worried about the fact that he had the ability to appoint Supreme Court justices, and that was forever.
Yeah.
And so when that happened, I'm like, oh wait, okay, but I'm gonna sit back because it's not gonna last long. It's just 4 years. We just got to get through 4 years. Somebody else is gonna come. Everybody's gonna vote for them. We'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But then now it's like you're seeing this Project 2025 or something 47 that they're renaming it to. So keep an eye out for that. They're just gonna put a different name on it so you don't know it's the same thing. But just the commitment to saying education is not a right. Like people aren't guaranteed education in the Constitution, and people are already balking at the amount of taxes that they have to pay. But you want us to give this money to Catholic schools, to private schools? Like I thought there was a separation of church and state. We have two
Well,
states
in
now.
Louisiana, They got to put them 10 commandments on the wall.
We got
and what is it, Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, 2 states now that have it on the books, that not only do they have to post the 10 commandments, but they also have to teach from the Bible specifically. A lesson every day. There was a lady who was like, she said, okay, look, she's like, since we have these 2 states, and she was talking about Oklahoma specifically, that has to teach from the Bible, she was giving them verses to teach from to help and say, okay, well, how about this? Let's just say, that God said it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. Have your students research that, look at the wealth of these large religious owners, talk about what they've had to do in order to gain that wealth and the likelihood of them getting into heaven, proverbial heaven. Then she talked about, I think, debt, like reducing debt and overhauling
Debt
the
cancellation.
government. Yes, like go through the many verses in the Bible that talk about that and what that should look like, and have the kids kind of do a debt assessment of what that should be. So she's like, there are still lessons in the Bible, like you have to teach from it, that people choose to overlook all the time, and actually let that be your lesson. And she's like, that'll help you in the meantime. Like if you have to do these lessons, I will give you verses to go to, which I thought was really fun and interesting, because at the core of it all,
that's the kind of thing that I would do, because I can make a lesson out of anything. So I would be like, not a problem. Here we go. Yep, because it is. There are so many biblical principles from this party of religion and Christianity that y'all are not following. So, and this is why y'all listen to me. This is why you got to know things for yourself. Kalonda, the amount of time that I have spent thinking about how we were taught, let me speak for myself because I don't know what it was like in your house. I was taught to be obedient, don't ask questions, do what the fuck you told, sit the fuck down, and don't say shit about shit. I don't care whether it's right or not, sit down and shut your ass up. And if I ask you to talk, it
better be in the right tone. Not heard. Everything right. Be seen and not heard. I was taught not to ask why, like just because I said so, and not to say I know. Like if I knew something, to just like let the people tell me. Like just if you know it already, like let them say it and just go about your business. And it's like, okay, all right, but that definitely sticks with you, because then you have to unlearn that and go, hey, to be a functioning adult with my own opinions and my own position, like I need to be able to ask why. I need to understand why you want it this way, because I see it a different way. So right now we have a difference of perspective. So let's see if we can collaborate here, and who knows, you might get me to understand, and I go, okay, I can appreciate that. Let me do it. Because here's the thing about me. If I don't understand the rule and the need for it, I am not going to do it. I'm not going to. I'm just not. And then I'm going to wait for you to be mad about it so that we can talk about it again. And I can tell you all the things I did instead that worked, that what me not doing it didn't even have an issue to do it. Like, so why again? Like, explain to me why.
Yeah.
You just wanted me to? Well, that's not good enough.
And it's so interesting because in my life, I chose the opposite. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I just know that you're stupid. And I'm only doing this to keep myself safe. But you're dumb. Like, I've lost all respect for you.
Like, just know that
you are a stupid ass individual. And you make zero sense.
And I'm not going to respect
the only reason that I'm doing this is so that I can stay safe, but I don't, the respect is gone. There is
no.
So
it was no.
Go ahead. Which was about to
say? No, I was just saying it was definitely modeled, but it was also modeled outside of the home. When you look at how schools are set up, you need to turn in your notebook at the end of the year, and I'm like, but why? I lose things. I've lost things my whole life. I can't tell you how many times my mom has changed locks because I lost a purse that I did not want to carry in the first place with my keys and my ID in it. So she felt like they were coming to our house to come get all our stuff.
Specifically. Mm-hmm.
So she changed the lock physically. So, I mean, I lose stuff. You want me to keep the same notebook all year long. You're assuming I'm doing my homework out of this notebook. You're assuming that I have it with me all the time. Here's the thing. I've already looked at your syllabus and figured out what my grade will be without this damn notebook. I'm not worried about this notebook. What are you going to do with this notebook at the end of the year? What are you going to do with it? Nothing. Nothing. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like stupid rules. I don't.
You was rebellious, Kalonda.
But it was a quiet rebellion. It was okay. I mean, you gonna tell me, I'm gonna say okay, and I'm just not gonna do it. Like we're gonna go about our business. And at the end of the year, I'm not turning this notebook in. Like, it's not a discussion. It's fine. It's the end of the year. I don't have it. Now what? I'm gonna still get an A in this class because I did the math.
Only 10%. And I got extra credit.
And you had extra credit. Exactly. I'm gonna get this extra credit. I'm gonna get these points. Get out of my face. Like, come on now. Come on. So yeah, that was a quiet rebellion.
No, I love it. I love it though, because I was rebellious in, like I said, I had to really consider my safety. So my rebellion was like, I'm getting in trouble because the kids fighting on the bus. Right. I done told you 11 times, if you follow this bus, these damn kids is why I done got hit by cars, all of that, trying to get home because you got unrealistic expectations because you think a 12-year-old can make the bus driver do something.
Right. Can navigate these RTA streets. Like,
so what did I do? I solved the problem. You didn't want to listen to me. You didn't want to consider what I'm saying, though it is absolutely logical because I done ran the experiment. I'm a scientist, been a scientist. I done ran the experiment. I probably done came with my notebook knowing me and being like, listen, I done mapped it out, okay? So if bus A leaves the depot at 4:15 and gets to Franklin Avenue at 4:22, that's going to put me home at 5:46, but you want me to be there at 5:13, ma'am. That's not happening. Okay,
not possible. You know what not possible.
I had my boyfriend pick me up from school. Now I'm home on time all the time. You ain't never got to worry about me getting in trouble no more because your dumb ass wouldn't listen to me when I was telling you what the hell was happening. That's how my rebellion was. I lost respect. You clearly are out of touch with the real world, but no problem. I'm gonna follow your rules. And I'm gonna create a new one so that I could follow what you want to do because you don't have your back.
But it's not gonna be through that method.
So being taught like to be this obedient, not ask questions, just do what I said, all of that, it has so severely crippled us as a society because we have been buying this whole America is amazing lie for our entire lives. And the fact, I forget what the demographic or what the percentage is, but it's like there's a very low percentage of US citizens that have passports. Because the thought is, why would I want to go anywhere else?
Why do I need to go anywhere else?
I'll never forget, I had come home from Mexico and I had went to New York and I was riding the bus to get like to the rental car place or whatever. And, you know, they have the chatter, you know, where are you from? Da, da, da. And I was like, well, I'm from New Orleans, but I live in Mexico. And the guy was like, black man, why would you do that? What you want to be in Mexico for? And I was like, actually, Mexico is a lot better than the US, like in many ways. So he was like, well, I was like, healthcare, education, access to healthy food, like infrastructure, cleanliness. Like I was like, it's so much different. And he was like, I would never want to go there unless I was trying to get a woman. That's it. And I was like, this is the mindset of a black man in America. a Black man. So I feel like we're at the point right now for some, because there are still some who are not seeing it. And I can't help y'all. Y'all the ones that Harriet Tubman left. Okay. But there are some people right now that are like, okay, because this is the thing. I'm going to say this and we're going to see what happens. I don't think the U.S. is going to make it to November for this election. I really don't. It is July. The way this man is about to unleash this reality show, y'all thought he was really something on The Apprentice. And let me full transparency, I used to love The Apprentice.
Oh yeah,
I used to watch The Apprentice faithfully because I used to believe that Donald Trump was a good businessman.
You're fired.
So the way that man is about to, did you see his statement on Twitter? When he was like, and a bullet whizzed past my ear.
Whizzed past my ear. I heard the whizzing and the sound, and I felt the blood, and that's how I knew I was
gushing down my face. God,
there was much blood. There was a lot of blood. I'm like, why do they let you write your own statement? What is happening?
Because it's fine. Because it doesn't matter.
There are people around him who let him do this. Like,
it doesn't matter.
You go, okay, this person can be crazy because the people around them are going to contain this. He doesn't have that. Or either way, he obviously doesn't listen to that. Like, it's not a factor for him. So you just get the unadulterated him at all times, period. Unapologetic. And like, that's the part for me that is like, I can't even say I don't know if it's just social media, if it's media in general, but being able to see that and have access to that, like, behind the scenes crazy that we used to know nothing about, because we never knew politicians' like personal views on things, and we didn't know their life story and all this stuff. We just knew this was the person who, passed out donuts and passed out flyers on the weekend, and that's who you voted for because that's the name you saw all the time. Morris Reed, vote him in. Like, yes, all right, he sounds good to me.
They're a Democrat.
Like, they're a Democrat. I voted Democrat. Or this year I'm voting for all women on the ballot. Like, it was just like, felt like no big deal. Well, joke's on us. Now, you have all of this information at your fingertips, and the choice is an impossible one either way. Either way. Like, I was trying to explain to Eric today too. I'm like, it feels like you're literally picking. It's like coming to the realization that you thought you had a choice and power in the government to now have it in your face that there are things being done in your name that you don't want to happen. Absolutely. And that a majority of Americans are not in favor of, but it's still happening on our behalf. And people are now saying, well, you guys have a democracy. You guys get to vote. Like, this is what you voted for. This is what you wanted. And it's like, we don't want genocide in Gaza and between Gaza and Israel. Like, we don't want that. How about we not be a major factor in furthering this alone? Because if we weren't supporting it, it would have ended a long time ago. At least the way it's set up right now,
Well, the way, if it was working the way it's supposed to, or the way that they said that it was, that they told us that it happens. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. We would be done, And so it's like, coming to terms with that is very disillusioning. And then going, okay, so I have to pick between a person who is, depending on your views, whatever, asterisk, going against my personal views on genocide. Now you decide where you fall on that. And then this other person who doesn't really care about people, but just about ultimate power for them. Like, nothing that they do is geared towards the people. None of it. And like, how do you make that distinction? How do you pick? It's like, okay, this one isn't as horrible to women and gay people as this one is, but you're going to get a little side of genocide with it.
Correct. Correct.
Help.
That's why I be asking. Because that is so when I left and when COVID happened in Florida, right? Ron DeSantis was in office and the havoc that he was wreaking in education, because he started with education. This is what I need y'all to understand. From a veteran educator, from someone who has been in the rooms, hearing and seeing what is happening. Education was not created to educate. Education was created to make employees, and education was never for anybody who was indigenous, Black, brown, anything else. Indoctrination, that's it. I need y'all to understand that. So along your educational experience, if you've had good teachers, that is because that person was committed to doing something different. But the system of education, I don't care what state, what city you was in, if you in the United States of America, education does not give a flying fuck about what you learn that is true. They want you to learn that America is the greatest. Everything that has been done was in the furtherance of this amazing country. This is the best place. I don't need you to think about shit. I just need you to do what the fuck we told you to do. Sit down and shut up and be a good contributing citizen. Facts. So if you think about it, let me try to connect some dots. Every single child in the United States is required to go to school. We think about that as, oh, the U.S. wants to make sure that our kids are educated. No, the U.S. wants to make sure that your child starts their indoctrination process as early as 3 years old, where they can start murdering your child's spirit, where they can never allow them to be who they are as free thinkers, never ask questions. Like, y'all have to understand the systemic issues of what is happening in education. And it is the foundation of the fuckery and foolishness of the U.S. It is their main tool. They touch every child. Therefore, they have a hand in every single person's psyche.
Every lens creation, yes.
Everything. So when I started seeing the shifting, because Ron DeSantis started with the school board, right? And he was they were sending people to the school board to read these passages from books, to get books banned. He was targeting certain school board members and running smear campaigns. Like, it was a lot that was going on. And during that time is when I had the issue with the school board member who was Black. And that's what I also want you to know. Systemic things don't have a color. Okay.
No, it's the system.
And many Black people uphold the system because we have not seen and connected all these dots. We still living in this fantasy, right? So that can very much be perpetuated by someone that looks like you. So that was happening to me, right? So I became very invested in school board races, blah, 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 what have you. So me and Bianca be doing this research, and we like, ooh, oh my, oh God, oh wow, this is a lot. So during that time, I was like, I can't do this. Like, this is not headed to a good, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop, because especially the support for Ron DeSantis in Florida, he has a super majority. That man is doing whatever the fuck he want to do in Florida. Whatever he wants to do. And because we're so concerned with what's happening in our particular state or our particular city, and we're not thinking about what's happening everywhere else, you're not saying, oh, you live in Illinois, right? You live in Chicago, like it's blackity black here, right? But you're not seeing everything that's happening in Mississippi, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas. Baby, it's coming your way. It's coming your way.
Because they're gonna use this as an example and say, look, we were able to ban these books. We were able to say, critical race theory. No, no, no. Immediately, no, not on our watch. Like, we're not talking about slavery. It never happened. Don't you worry about that.
Well,
And it's
and
like,
even worse, in Florida, they're teaching that it was beneficial. It was
oh, even better.
beneficial
Yeah.
to the
This is why
economy
you
and
needed
to
this.
the
This was
enslaved
helpful.
peoples.
And they would have been far worse off if someone hadn't been there to
Because they
care
got
for them
marketable job
and
skills.
provide. Right. They got skills now.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about a spin,
Mm-hmm.
but to act like it's not happening still, like people, Trump literally got on this internet and this television and said black jobs. Like there is still a thought of, oh yeah, this is there. The Mexicans are coming and they're stealing the black jobs, and it's like,
Because that's what they
sir,
used against poor white people. They told poor white
correct,
people that we came and took, and that's what
and
people
took
like when you
their
read
job.
books like The Art of War and like all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, we are seeing the rise of a dictatorship. This man has already said that he's going to be a dictator on day one. They've already said
He
there's
said it.
going to be a civil war, and the amount of blood that is going to be shed is dependent on the people on the left. What else do y'all need to see? What is the plan? What is the plan? Because what else do they saying the quiet part out loud, and we still got people sitting here saying, "Oh, because and Joe and
Well,
blah
you
blah blah."
know,
And I'm
they
not telling y'all
can
how to
and they
vote.
can still.
I'm not telling y'all how to vote. But
I'm
what I
telling you
am
to
asking is,
vote
what's the
though.
plan?
I'm telling you to vote. Like you gotta vote because this is my thing. Because people get disillusioned and figure, oh, it doesn't matter what I say, it doesn't matter what I do. It breaks down their faith in the democracy and all this stuff. So then they just say, I'm not going to vote because it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
well, that's how he wins. Like you
Mm-hmm.
can't do both. You cannot do both. It's not a matter of, oh, well, you can't complain about it if you didn't vote about it. It's no, for real. Like this shit is not a joke. They are so emboldened at this point that they're not keeping anything under wraps. They're telling us what they're going to do. And if you choose to not vote, it is quiet acceptance at this point. And there's
Mm-hmm.
no other way for you to justify it any other way. If you
Yeah.
aren't living in America still, you still need to vote. You still need to send in your absentee ballot so that it gets counted because it does matter. It does
Mm-hmm.
matter. We may not be getting the results that we want, but I can guarantee you either way, come November, it's gonna be a shit. Because if Trump loses, he's going to say it was rigged. He's going to fight it tooth and nail. He's going to do all the things. So it's not gonna be easy. But
Mm-hmm.
if he wins, he's told us, like, you may not get to vote again. Period.
That's true.
Like this is not like hyperbole. Like this is
Yeah.
fact. He has a Supreme Court that is basically giving him immunity if he's elected as a president, which I don't understand how other countries are going to want to play with us if they're
They
like,
don't.
oh, like, what do you mean your president can't be tried for things committed while he was in office? Like, what if he decides, I don't really like Medellin so much. Gone. Like
Yeah.
that's not that's not something any other group of countries is going to want to participate in. So you already have that. You have our current president who didn't elect to extend the Supreme Court, which I don't understand. Like, if we're the minority now, why wouldn't you try to get more people on board that could at least make it more of a discussion so everything isn't 6-3? Like, just it's a numbers game at the end of it all. Like, it really is. So I don't understand. But voting, you have to put your vote on paper. I'm not telling you who to vote for. Do what you do. You look at it, decide what aligns most closely with your values, and vote from there. But vote. Vote, vote, vote. And take somebody with you who said they weren't going to vote. Like, everybody needs to vote. I will say that.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like thinking about it. Like, I think I shared this before. The way that I think about history has really changed because we are creating history every day. We're living history every single day. So if anything, putting that on paper says it will be known that this is where I stood on this for my bloodline and whoever comes behind me, blah, 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 whatever, that I was, you know, under protest, duress, blah, 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 whatever. It's the opportunity to be able to let history speak for itself about where you stood, even if that is personally. It's a lot, and I get it. Like, there was somebody in my comments the other day, because I've been asking this on record. Okay, I've been asking y'all for a long time, what's the plan and what is we doing, right? Because I've seen it coming for so long, and I've just been, but also I've been gone for a while. So because this other thing I'm gonna say before I say what I want to say, I didn't realize growing up in the U.S. that the news is very much propaganda. We learned that other countries had propagated news. The U.S. is
our news is accurate. It's unbiased. It's from a place where you're gonna get what's really happening.
What's really happening, and that is not the truth, right? So that's a rectifying and like disillusionment. And I get this. Like, I get that all of this is very much world crumbling, shaking, and all of that, and also
we still
I need so this is it. So anyway, so the person that was in my comments, so this has been my thing. What's the plan is what I continue to ask, right? What's the plan? So if you're staying, what is the plan? And if you're choosing to leave, what is the plan? I just want to know what the plan is, because I need to know that you see what is happening and you're not just going to be blindsided. Like, are you planning? Are you doomsday prepping? Do you have shit in your damn basement so that you can make sure you got clean water? Like, what is the plan? Is what I be trying to ask, right? So anyway, a lot of times I be getting real passionate, and I know people could feel that. So then somebody was like, well, I can't leave right now. I understand that. And also, what's the plan?
Right. What you gonna do while you're there?
What's the plan?
Because it's gonna still
happen. What is the plan? Because it's still happening. So I don't want us to get ostrich syndrome and sticking our head into the sand and just being like, and I get it. I know it's a recession, it's inflation, it's all kind of fuckery and shit afoot. I get it. And also, what's the plan? Now, let me say this too. When I talk about helping people to leave, I want you to know that I'm talking about doing that ethically and responsibly.
Yes.
Because that American mindset, baby, that thing is pervasive. And this is why, like, even I am an immigrant. I talked about that before. I don't be around people from the US. I really don't, because many people from the US have also not gone through that, have left the US. They haven't gone through that decolonization process of understanding how damaging the way that we view the world is to the rest of the world. So what happens is people go to countries that are affordable, and then basically you become a gentrifier, because now you're driving up the cost of everything there, and you're consuming the resources in that country for your benefit because you have the privilege to be able to do that, right? So when I'm talking about people leaving, I'm talking about people leaving and understanding what it's like to exist in that place as a part of community and as a part of using your privilege to help the community. And if we're not doing that, I'm not talking to you. Okay. Because what I want you to know is there is going to be a mass exodus. And this is why I'm asking about this plan here in July, because I want y'all to know August, September, October, November is this many months. That's not a lot of time. That's not a lot of time for you to apply for a passport and try to get the paperwork in and all of that. It's a little bit too late.
Where you gonna live and who's accepting Americans, and
because that's the other thing is people gonna start closing their borders, and you know why? And it will be absolutely justified because the U.S. has done that to so many people.
So many.
So I wouldn't be mad at nobody if they was like, y'all Americans can't come in.
Can't come in. We know what y'all about. And what you gonna say? I'm not a rapist, drug dealer killer.
Like those people.
But we've done it to how many people? We've done it to how many people? Because they've even said it, like, as I'm researching where I want to go and what I want to do, and it's like, you go to these places, like you said, that are affordable, and you're like, it's how much? Oh, well, I'll give you this much for it because I can afford that. So now the locals are having to compete, like you said, with that, and it drives up all the costs, and now they can't afford. That's how gentrification starts. It's not just, oh, I moved in and why don't they want me to improve on this house, or, you know, put a hot water heater in here, or put in like, it's not that. It's
dang. How you're, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hit that.
How you're both of my head. How you're with the local economy. You know, like if something's $1, pay the dollar. You know, don't jack it up by saying, oh, I'll give you $5 for it because it's just $5. But when somebody's only making 68 cents an hour, you've now outpriced them for that service. That's what that looks like. That's how gentrification starts. It's not because you put stucco on the building. Like, that's not what it is. Like, and I don't think people are understanding that that's what they're doing. They think, oh, I'm helping them. I'm giving them more money. And it's like, well, yeah, you're helping them. They're going to raise their cost. And now only people traveling and coming into that country can afford those services. What about the people that were there before you? If it's $1, pay the dollar and go, damn, that was amazing. Be thankful.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that like that, because it's a lot. And that's why I said, like, the ethics and the humanity of it all, right? I know very well. I was telling you when the thing happened, when I was going to Panama, or trying to come back here, and I was like, I have a U.S. passport. And it was like, I don't give a damn about your U.S. passport. And I was like, that's not why I was saying that, though. Like, I tried to move around the world with the understanding that this passport gives me access, and this passport allows me to exist in ways that other people might not be able to. But it's something we have to be conscious of, because the rest of the world is not so self-centered that they don't care. Whereas those of us who grew up in the US and who were programmed in the US, we operate from a very, very micro level that is very egocentric about what we are doing, what our world looks like. Like, you'll hear people say things. That's why I had asked you earlier about what are the things that you're saying, you know, that are better, because I'm like, healthcare, education, like infrastructure.
And I'm literally looking at places where it's like, hey, you know what? You're going to need a water filtration system to, you know, for everything. Like, you can't have tap water. But to me, that's better. Like, that situation still feels more honest and better and more human of an experience than what is happening here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about being on vacation and not doing anything, but it is about unplugging from this rat race so I can really figure out who I am, what I like, what I want to do, like, how do I show up in the community, you know, and like, where is my place there? Where here is just very much about me. How do I get what I need to survive my life and show up the way other people expect me to? I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live like that. And then doing that under the guise of, I don't know what rights I'm going to have 6 months from now to be here anyway. I would much rather filter my water, swing in my hammock, and do some remote work. Because don't get me wrong, I'm going to get these US dollars. I can say what you want about it. But like,
As long as they're available, right? Because that's also crashing. And I want y'all to know that too, that the dollar is losing power in different places as well. So to your point earlier of countries not wanting to be like, I'm not doing this with you. Like, y'all doing a lot. Y'all need to figure your shit out. Like, so yeah, same. I'm gonna have US dollars till I can't no more. And then wanting to be integrated into the actual communities so that I'm able to survive for sure.
Girl. That's it. That's the plan. The plan, pick your country. Y'all can go to Expatsi, EXPATSI, do a cute little quiz. I think it gives you the same 10 countries no matter what. But feel free. Check it out. What you like? You like snow, you need the beach, you want animal interaction, you need good food. Like, just see. See what's out there. And realize like this is not the only answer. It's not. And it doesn't have to be this hard. And that's with kids, without kids. If the pandemic has taught you nothing, it's taught you that you can educate your children outside of the classroom.
And you should want to, just so you know, because I already just told y'all about education in the US. So what I want you to know is if you want your kids to actually learn facts, that you probably want to be educating them yourself, because otherwise you are literally putting your child's future into the hands of people that may or may not give a flying fuck about them, their safety, their well-being, their mental health, their anything, right? So yeah.
Yes. I was listening, it was either a podcast or a YouTube video, and the lady was like, this system is not set up for you to become a millionaire. It's possible for you to do it 100%. Like, there are ways for you to do it, but the system itself is set up for you to die in the same class you were born in. So if that's what you want for your kids, continue to do the same things. If it's not what you want, you may want to start looking at some alternatives that don't include, oh, I'm gonna move from New Orleans to Atlanta or from, San Diego to Arizona. Like, think bigger. Think bigger. There's more experiences out there. It teaches you to be a better person, more empathetic. It doesn't really lock you into this just you have to be a certain way in order to be a success, because that's not the answer. And you and I have said that from the beginning. There isn't one way to do this.
Yeah. So we want y'all to be thinking about what that looks like. The question still is, what is the plan? And if you have questions, and I think I'm gonna do another Finding Peace Abroad session, because more people been in my inbox, and it's a lot of like questions, but it's also a lot of like small things that you want to be thinking about. And I want to say to anybody who is listening and you're like, fuck, I feel stuck because I can't leave. This is where you really need to be thinking about self-sustainability. What skills do you have as far as growing your own food? What does it look like for you to be off grid? So do you have access to solar power, like it, and also how are you going to protect yourself, right? So that's where that community really comes in, because I don't know what this is going to look like moving forward, right? This whole assassination attempt and all that happened just yesterday, and things are still moving very quickly.
Very much in flux.
By the time me and Bianca talk on Wednesday, it's gonna be more, and by the time we talk in 2 weeks, it's gonna be like Jesus.
Right.
What I want us to not do though is be lulled to sleep in thinking and putting faith in this democracy that has shown that it is not a democracy. It's not. It's not. It hasn't been. It's about to be a dictatorship. So I need us to be moving with that understanding, so that if you are someone that's like, I can't, I just physically, feasibly, whatever your reason is, you can't do it, fine. How are you going to protect yourself? How are you going to feed yourself? Because what happens when costs go up even more, right? What are your eating habits looking like? Are you out here?
I mean, eggs
gonna have
are
to have a cow.
$9 right now.
What?
Eggs.
Are you serious?
Eggs. People.
Now, how's she gonna drop that bomb and then she'll be back? And $89? Can't be. How, y'all? Oh my God. That's wild. Listen. How are we taking care of ourselves? That is the biggest question. If you are wondering what that looks like, you want guidance, what have you, I will put out the information and invitation. We can have that conversation about what that looks like for you, and what are some things that you can be thinking about. My recommendations is that we get to minimizing, because while we have just a whole bunch of random stuff anyway, that we're looking at things and really thinking about what are the things that we absolutely need, that we start thinking about how we are spending our money. There's a lot that we really need to be thinking through about what this looks like. No worries. So I was just giving them some more tips to kind of just start thinking about downsizing and allowing the reality of what is happening to drive decisions, so that we're able to not be in a frenzy and last minute trying to hurry up and do things, right? We really want to be thinking about this very clearly, and this is not to cause alarm, but this is very much to be very realistic about what we are seeing. America is in trouble for real. Like, this is not just something we say because it's funny. Like, no. This is
Piece of
real
bad news and doomsday. Like, no,
this is for
something
real.
you definitely need to want to prepare for as I come to you by the nightstand.
But you hear them, okay? She's like, I had a plan.
Get to the charger.
Get to the charger. But yeah, so that's what we have for today. Okay. And we leave y'all with that. As we always say, share this with people. Get the conversation going, right? The people in your life, ask them, hey, so what's the plan? Like, even I was asking someone the other day, I'm like, what is, because their family kind of lives in different places. I was like, do y'all have code words or a meeting place or like whatever? Like, we want to make sure that we are thinking about this in terms of, if y'all ain't never seen Handmaid's Tale, watch it.
I'm just saying. Because, I mean, you can go very far down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, especially with like this storm that happened in Houston with Beryl and power being out for how long it was. And when you think of how easy it is to disrupt our ability to communicate with each other and our access to these services that we rely upon, how do you plan on navigating that? Like, what are your
even the
ways
ban
to
of TikTok?
Yeah.
Right. That was calculated to say that they're going to ban TikTok in the US because it limits your ability to access information. Like, so we got to be thinking about this kind of stuff. To be ready. We don't know what's happening, but we also know it ain't about to be no rainbows and sunshine. That's about to be loading up. So regardless, either way, it's not going to be a pleasant experience. So what is the plan?
The plan.
All right. So we'll be back in 2 weeks. Kalonda, where can the people find you?
I'm at my daddy's house right now, but normally in my house for 2 more weeks. After that, I'm gonna be Carmen Sandiego in this bitch. You don't know where in the world.
I'm here for a Carmen Sandiego moment. I am here. And if y'all are looking for me, Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. That is my primary place of existing. I am on Kimberland J, but not very often. I usually just put out information there, but rarely consume it. So Minding My Black Ass Business is the best place for you to find me. A reminder, please subscribe to our page. We are at this point over 525 subscribers on Minding My Black Ass Business, which is over. Okay. It's over 50% of the way to monetization. So again, we thank all of you who count it not a disservice, okay, to hang out with us, to listen to us, and to support us on this journey. This is a journey that we all are taking together. So we invite you to continue to comment, leave us comments on the video, share, like, subscribe, click the notification bell. That's the other thing. People be like, tell me when you're going live. Listen, I need you to click the notifications, okay? I cannot message.
We'll tell you.
I can't message 525 people and be like, hey, make sure you tune in. Click the notification bell so that it'll let you know. It will send you a notification. Hey, they on there. And if you want to contribute and add to this conversation, you're like, I have things I want to say as well. Child, we need to unpack it. Let me on there. If you will email us at mindingmybblackassbusiness@gmail.com and with the subject line, let me on there. We will consider having you on. All right. Anything you want to say before we roll out?
I think that's it. One day I'm gonna get your thoughts on somebody dancing with me in the rain, and then we're gonna figure it out. If I'm asking for too much. Yeah. We discovered earlier I might be asking for too much in general. So I don't know. We're gonna see.
All right. Well, we got some questions on the board. And speaking of that, if there are things that you want to talk to us about or want to hear our take on, we are developing an Ask an Auntie segment. So also you can put that in the comments if there's anything that you want us to talk about specifically, or again, email us at mindingmybblackassbusiness@gmail.com. Because it's some things that need to be discussed. It's a lot. It's a whole lot going on in different facets of the world. All right. So today was one facet, but dancing in the rain is another, and it's really important. So, So we'll catch y'all next time. Always. I got you, girl. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Coming into the conversation because
hi everybody.
So tell the people now. Of course, this is gonna be the people on the replay, because anyone who's watching live, they probably gonna miss this part. But tell the people on the replay what you just told me
about me being pale.
Yes.
So I asked them, because I'm looking at myself and I'm like, I don't have any foundation on. Why is my face so pale? And Kim said, well, maybe it's the lighting. And so I was like, well, my shoulders look like the rain. Why is my
you
face
be upset, honey, when your melanin ain't popping? You be like,
because people try me. Because people try me. They use these instances to say that I am not the dark chocolate goddess that I am. And this camera is like, it's trying to sabotage me.
That's why you got to get the good camera and the good lighting and all, because it makes a difference. It really does.
Hold on. I'm a flashlight. No. That's just pale in high definition. Like that don't. I'm going to lay out today. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to lay out with my mama. I'm going to get some sun, even though it looks like it's about to pour down. It has rained every day.
Has it?
Girl.
Is it a storm in the Gulf or something?
No, just cause. Why not? It's summertime. We'll take it. I don't want 115 degrees, Jesus. I will take the rain. Like, that's fine. Except for the day when I was driving home. Sorry, I'll talk about that in a second. Except for the day when I was driving home and almost died because hydroplane. So I'm on the phone with my dad, and I'm in the left lane, and I am going faster, than I probably should. Okay, fine. But I feel it, right? And it's like, I said, it's got a little shimmy. Your car not supposed to shimmy like that. So I'm like, let me slow down. So I go to slow down. I don't put my foot on the brakes. I just lift my foot off the brake, let it try to slow down naturally. Girl, that friggin' car went.
Oh my God.
Now, while I'm doing this, the car behind me is still on my ass. Why? I have no idea. Thank God there was no one next to me because I was literally in the other lane. At one point, the car was like this. I thought I was going to do a full 360. And all I'm remembering is, steering to the turn, steering to the turn, steering to the turn. But the turns kept coming really, really, really fast. And I'm like, so then I finally, it calms down. I get over in the right lane. I'm like, okay. Whew, I can breathe. Now, the whole time I'm doing this, I am on the phone with my dad. And he's like, all right, baby, I'm gonna call you later, okay? I just got
so he don't know what's going on. Are you screaming? Like, what are you?
I'm dying in silence because I'm like, ooh. I was like, hey, daddy. I'm like, I just hydroplaned all over this bridge. And it was almost crocodile food, alligator food down in this bayou now. So, like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, my God.
Except for that part, I don't mind the rain.
Is that the first time that's ever happened to you?
No. So one time in Slidell, driving, I wasn't going very fast, and I was just driving, whatever. All of a sudden, my car did spin around, went off the interstate into the grass, all the way down, and I'm like, what the hell was that? That one almost took me out. That one I was shaky after because I was like, what just happened? Because I literally turned and was able to see the cars coming at me. Girl,
yes.
That's never fun. Has it happened to you?
Oh my God. So it's funny because I was just talking to somebody the other day and I was like, I have had so many near-death experiences. I don't know, what's the average? How many near-death experiences does the average person have? Because I feel like I have had more than the average.
It's happening more to you than the average bear.
Because maybe, I don't know if this is something that people don't talk about or whatever, but in my world, I have had so many near-death experiences.
Because you
in real life.
5 times, for real.
For real, in real life. And I, in real life, had to have the Heimlich maneuver done in college, freshman year, had to save myself from choking by sticking a toothbrush down my throat. The last time that I almost choked was in Harrisburg. And I was eating, I don't know what I was eating, but I had to do the Heimlich maneuver on the counter. Yes. Oh my God, I'm about to die.
This is how it goes. This is how it ends.
So I feel like I have had more than the average. But to your question, yes, when I was living in Tampa, there was this back road. And it's a 2-lane road and it had some curves along the way or whatever. So it wasn't actively raining. It had rained earlier. And I was driving in one direction, a car coming in the other direction, and they started coming over into my lane. So I was like, excuse me. And then I was the one that wound up spinning and landing in the bushes and had to call AAA to get my car out. And definitely was so I really almost died just now.
This was almost it.
Because the only thing that was holding my car up was this fence. There was a gate, we would call it. And a chain link fence. That's the word I was looking for. But there was a pole that was holding up my car from going full up and down in the ravine. And it was so crazy because I am really calm under pressure. And so hearing you, that's why I'm like, were you screaming? Like, you're like, just dying in silence.
Just
That's
trying
all.
to remember, steering to the sky.
And I don't remember none of that. I don't even know how I got a light. I don't remember none of that stuff that I read in that book, that it's an emergency and it's time to do things, right?
Girl.
So I didn't have that to give, but I had called the police to tell them where I was or that I needed help. I was like, I was like, okay, so you know how, like, if you go down 301 and then you take a right on Riverview, the library over there. So then if you keep coming, I'm not on the first curve. Like, so I think I'm between the second and the third, but I don't really know what side of the street I'm on because I did a whole lot of spinning. So I'm out here. Then when they came to look for me, I was so deep in the bushes that they missed me. But I saw them. So then I had to call back and I was like, hey, tell your guy to turn around.
Come on back.
Yeah, they got to turn back around. And then he gonna look, let me see, that's gonna be his right this time. He gonna look to the right. I'm gonna try to flash my lights.
On the car on the side of the road in the bush.
In the bushes. You know, so it's nighttime, like it was a lot going on. And actually my friend at the time, her and her husband found me before the police did.
Stop it.
Yeah, so that's how the police were able to find me. But I didn't have my breakdown until I got out the car. Oh, yeah. And they were like, and it was just the fence and blah blah blah. And I was like,
life. Didn't make it.
Yeah.
Because I told you about my accident at Easter, right?
Yes.
So like that was kind of how that was. Because it was, you know, normal day, everything was fine. I'm driving home. I was speeding. I drive fast, okay? And I feel like it's gotten worse in my old age. I don't know where I'm rushing to. But you know what it is? This is
what is it? Tell us about it.
My problem is I am competitive. But
you're trying to beat the GPS.
It's a challenge. It says you will get there at 7:04. And it's like, oh yeah, watch this.
So how much time do you feel good with shaving off? Like what is,
because it's very
1 minute.
Which I'm always very like surprised by, because I'm like, how you know how long the light gonna last? Did you know I was gonna catch this light? Like you like completely coordinated all of this travel and we're gonna get me at the right time. So if it's a minute less, I'm like, one.
Did that.
You didn't expect. And it's like, yeah, go 100. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But anyway, so I'm driving down the street, minding my business. I had gone to my friend's house at the time for, I was gonna say Valentine's Day, for Easter. And then I was coming home, but I left my dog at home. So I was like, oh my gosh, like I gotta get home. She's probably like starving, need to go outside, all the things. So I look back, speaking of the GPS, I looked down at the GPS to see what time it said I was gonna get home. I looked up. There was an accident that they hadn't cleared out of the lane. I slammed into the back of this car, probably going a minimum of 45.
Wow.
Minimum. Oh my God. Airbags, everything ringing in the ears.
Oh God.
What is happening? What is going on? My driver's door opens and all I can describe him as is like a black Jesus, like comes up from under the little side airbag and is like, come on, you okay? Come on. And like pulls me out of the car. Now, where he's getting me out the car, the accident that happened in front is still very much in action. It's Easter, so everybody's out on their front porches and everything in the yard or whatever. And I guess it was blessed.
So this is in a neighborhood.
So this was on Down. Like, you know how houses are on the street going to the bridge. So like everybody was out. And the accident in front of me, this poor girl, it was this poor white girl, bless her sweetheart, was in this like SUV. she had hit, I guess, this car that was about to make a U-turn or something, some kind of way. So, but when I tell you, all of these beautiful Black people on God's Easter Sunday were surrounding her car, screaming at her, like, get out the fucking car! Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, yelling, right? And so I'm telling the guy, I'm like, I need to check on her because I hit her. So I'm like, let me make sure she's all right. But then I'm like, well, damn, I'm just gonna be like another Black face in the crowd. She doesn't is there to help her and is not yelling at her to like get her out of the car. He's like, come on, let's go sit down. So he takes me across the street to somebody's yard. They're like, oh my God, baby, hold on. Like, they're getting me chairs and water. And they're like, sit down, take a minute. And then that's when I start to like feel everything. Like my thumb hurt, like nobody's business. I could tell I was gonna have a bruise on my leg. And I'm just watching this. And then I never saw that dude again. Never saw him again. Just a bit. That's why I call him Black Jesus. And someone else, who was it? My sister Angela. I think it was Angela. Angela or Rachel, one of them, one of my sisters, said that they were in a car accident and someone saved them like that. So my dad was like, you know, that's your grandma Clara. Like, I know the times that she protected me. And so it was very interesting that kind of happened. But yes, that accident was not fun. And I felt so because I'm like, it was an accident. Like, it was an accident, you know?
Yeah. Child, my goodness.
Ultimately, the car got totaled. That's how I got my little cheap Renegade. But I missed my little Compass. It was a cute little Compass. It actually looked like a ladybug because it was red and black. Now that I think about it.
Well, how about that? Well, I guess we'll go ahead on and like tell people what they watching now, right? Because we just came on in here. Welcome. What's up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We just kind of just bust on the scene. We're playing with some formats. You know, do we do our formal introduction at the beginning, the end, what have you? And we just kind of going with the flow. We are two real life cousins, and we talk about stuff that we thought was normal, but was actually the family recipe of dysfunction. But we unpack things and we share stories and we help other people find their voices. We talk about healing and mental health, and we invite y'all to come along with us and share on this journey. So my name is Kimberland, Thailand, House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams. Empathetic energizer, intuitive, inspirational innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, and voice to the voiceless.
Yes, ma'am. I am Kalonda of House Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and excellence enchantress and New Orleans native.
What up?
What's that?
What up?
What's that?
So you have mentioned ladybugs a moment ago. And one of the things that we are, so this is our 8th episode. I don't know if like you can believe that. Like,
how did it happen so fast?
I know it really does feel like it happened so fast. And also though, okay. Let's get it. So we are still really developing and figuring out what this looks like and what our format is and all that kind of stuff. What we can promise you is that we're gonna get on here and we gonna talk and we gonna blend some comedy into this world that is happening out here because it's wild. It's wild. Okay, it's wild. But having said that, we want to make sure that you all like kind of know the rules of the place or whatever. And one of the things that has started happening recently is people have been using our emojis. So we want to talk to you about our emojis and what they are. So tell the people.
Yes. So my emojis are ladybugs and cobalt blue hearts. That's not really cobalt blue, but we're gonna pretend. So the ladybugs are supposed to be representing good luck and perseverance and just overall happy spirit. And they have truly been showing up in my life. The other day, so I sent you the picture of the one on my side view mirror. There was one in the house that was living on my blinds for like the past 2 days, like just chilling, hanging out. And I'm like, oh, you sweet baby. Then I was having a breakdown about some other stuff going on. And I was on the phone and I looked up and there was a ladybug that landed right on my gutter. And I was like, I needed that right now. And then the person that I was talking to was like, oh my gosh, like I love ladybugs too. And I was fishing with my husband and one was on the water and we moved or something and I thought I drowned it, but it was sitting on my arm. And I'm like, oh yeah, it was meant to be. But anyway, so ladybugs and then cobalt blue is my absolute favorite color in the whole wide world. And I'm truly on a journey about being loved and loving out loud and not having to question or need as much reassurance around that. So that's something I'm actively working on. So whenever you see me out in these internet streets, which I don't know how often that is, but if you do, feel free to pop out with a ladybug and a blue heart.
So if y'all watching live, you can drop some ladybugs and blue hearts in the comments for Kalonda. And then my emojis are a sunflower. So my favorite color is yellow. Yellow brings me joy. It makes me feel like sunshine and just bright. My glasses are yellow. Like I just love yellow. So sunflowers are one of the flowers that bring me joy. And I actually have been out in these internet streets lately. I've done a couple podcasts and things. And even on my Insta page, like people have been giving me sunflowers. And it just is like an extra way to say like, we love you so much. Like I see you and this is like a super love, like type of thing. And then my other emoji is a crayon because over the past year, I feel like my life was in black and white. And I made a conscious decision to say, I'm going to live in color. So I am on a mission to color the fuck out of my life and really think through what that looks like and the things that bring me joy. So for me, sunflowers and crayons is the way to say, I see you, girl, and I love you. Okay.
Hey now.
So if you're watching live, please do say hey, y'all. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments. We have people watching all over the world. I didn't say this, but I live in Medellin, Colombia, in South America. So we do have people that also tune in from Colombia. So it's really cool in the comments for you to tell us where you are watching from, whether you're watching this live or if you're watching the replay. Let us know where you're joining us from. Having said that, girl, so people been out here subscribing to the page.
Yes. Oh, snap.
People been subscribing to the YouTube page. So y'all, Minding My Black Ass Business is the YouTube page. And we currently have, I think it was 560 something subscribers. Last show, we celebrated having 500 subscribers. So we are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. That will allow us to monetize the page and get paid for this. Right now, we do this for free because we love y'all, you know, but also we would love to be able to do this and do this.
Okay? Exactly.
So if you're wondering how you can help, how you can support, liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing, y'all.
Yeah.
That is how you can really help us. And that's a free way for you to do something that may seem so simple, but it really is a big deal for us and to us. Okay.
Please. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thanks in advance. Do you have any like other announcements or updates or anything before we jump into the things?
I mean, I'm gonna make it quick because I know our things are pretty big too. So it's like, oh my goodness.
No worries. Go for it.
So Kalonda has made a decision and is on her journey to exit the US. So as soon as sometime in August, because we're dealing with some fuck shit, I will be on my way to Medellin, Colombia.
Yes.
Yes, I will be on my way to Medellin to hang out with my real life cousin, which is going to be amazing for you guys. Because if you think we're funny now, imagine
oh my God.
when we're in the same space. The look, it's limitless. Okay. But yes, so I plan a kind of soft landing on this immigrant life that I'm about to, head out to. I did not mispronounce it. So sorry, but yes, I will head there first. I'm in my plan, and it's the best way to make God laugh, and none of it's
right.
known. But my plan is 30 to 60 days with Kim, as long as she can stand me. And then from there, I would ideally like to wind up in Southeast Asia. So I really want to go to Bali. That's truly where I want to wind up staying. And if not Bali, then Thailand. So we'll see. So as you see, if you would like to support your girl, there is a little a little CashApp doodad right here. I don't know if you can see it. There it is. $KALONDA. Feel free. Every little bit helps. I'm currently in the act of selling all my belongings. That's why this is all blurred. Yeah, it's been a journey so far, but I'm super excited. I'm super excited about the possibilities, and then truly being able to kind of exit some of this rat race of the pace of life here, and really honoring myself and finding out, like, okay, what does Kalonda want? Like, what does that life look like? And if I slow down and being able to really experience it with a much lower cost of living, really does open a lot of opportunities for me. And I get to escape some of the things that are happening in the political landscape that we see going on right now, which we're going to talk about today. So that is my announcement. I want to thank all the people who have supported me through this, that knew about it. I know a lot of it feels like it came out of nowhere. It didn't. I've been thinking about it and planning around it, but yes, this is the first time that I'm saying something out loud. But I'm excited. I thank you all. No, I did not fall in love, and that's why I'm moving. A lot of people have asked me that, which is really weird. They also asked me why, and my normal answer is why not. Like, I don't have kids. I'm single now. Like, there's
why not?
For me, and
yeah.
I have family here, obviously, so there's definitely still ties to New Orleans. But it's just like if I moved to Texas. We all can get on a plane and visit each other. I'm telling you right now, family out there, flights to Colombia are like $100. One way, because I was only looking at one-way trips. But, I'm just saying, they're not expensive.
It's very accessible.
Correct. And who knew, and I'm definitely learning that about travel and possibly doing different things, is you have this mental block of that's not for me, or I can't afford that. Don't limit yourself. Just look at it, see what it really is, and don't let other people's fears and reservations keep you from doing what you want to do. In worst case, you can come back. However, I'm not planning to fail. That's why I didn't put all my stuff in storage. I'm like, I'm not planning to fail. I'm planning to make a life for myself that I'm really proud of, and happy to be living. And that's really the biggest thing for me.
I am so I have so many emotions. I am excited for you. Of course, excited that I'm gonna get to see you like in real life. But I am so excited for you because I know how long we have been talking about this, and you've been thinking through this, and for things to finally get to a place of alignment and for you to choose you. I am just elated and proud, and like I am anticipating, just like, I don't want to say, I don't know, like words that are bubbling up in my spirit is like growth and change, and like we have no idea what is going to look like through this journey.
None.
And I'm just really excited for what you're going to learn about yourself, what you're going to learn, period. Like, even just hearing you say just now, don't let other people's fears discourage you. I remember when I had made my decision in the same way, like it be seeming like it come out of nowhere, right? Because like you just say it one day, but there's so much like background work that goes into it, and research and like all that kind of stuff. Right. So I remember when I finally said it, people were like, what is happening? You just woke up and decided to move to Mexico? No, like I've been working on this for months. I just wasn't talking about it. That has to be probably one of the biggest lessons that I've learned in my journey of leaving the US is what feels right to me, and prioritizing what feels right to me, and understanding that people, the vision is not for them. Like it wasn't given to them. It was for me. So it's okay that you don't understand. That is absolutely all right. And also, I'm finna do what I said I was
about. This is what's happening.
Because I wasn't asking you. I was really just informing you.
I was just letting you know this is what's happening. Like, and that's definitely, even like Eric echoed kind of the same thing. He's like, you know, your plan is your plan. He's like, of course I have reservations or concerns. He's like, but it's your plan, and it makes sense to you because you planned it out. You know, I didn't do it. It's not for me. And it was very refreshing, like for my mom to be very supportive. Again, not that we were looking for permission, but just, you know, part of leaving, you know, you want to make sure that your people are going to be okay. You know, so knowing that I'm not I'm not doing anything to cause additional worry, because she's a mom. She's going to worry regardless, like just in general, but, you know, not causing there to be any more undue worry. That was super important, you know, and just saying like, ask me the questions, you know, if you have questions, ask me, you know, who knows, it might be something that I didn't think of. I'm not going to take it personally. You know, I don't feel like you're questioning my judgment. I understand that you're trying to get okay, you know, and that's what I want for you. So ask me what you need to ask me, you know, we'll have that conversation. And then we'll keep moving forward and plan your time to come visit. Like,
that's it. That's it. It's a great
place.
Time.
Like, I'm just super excited. I'm super excited for the future, especially considering how I started the year. It's definitely nice, and just the thought of being able to breathe a little bit, you know, is good. So
man, I'm just beaming. If y'all watching this, y'all can see like all the pearly whites. Like I'm really, really excited for you. I really am. And I'm excited for the freedom that this is about to open up for you. So you said that your response to people is why not when they ask you why you are moving. My response to people is America makes me weary. Okay. And that is like the best way that I could encapsulate. Now, this was in 2021. Okay. This was after January 6th, the insurrection. Joe Biden is in office. Like, we done did the good work of the Lord. And this is what I don't know if people know. So I want to say this publicly. I did a lot of work during the 2020 election cycle. Bianca is on here, and she and I did a lot of organizing in the local elections in Tampa. specifically with school board in Hillsborough County. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. And then once Biden chose Harris to be his VP, I actually got started with Win with Black Women. Mm-hmm. So I've been involved with Win with Black Women since the 2020 election. Okay. And did a lot. When I say a lot of work, like did a lot of work. And I also want to contextualize that this was in the middle of active racism at my job every single day. Yeah. Like in the middle of all of that, I was still actively working in the election. And I don't think I have fully healed from that.
No, that's a lot.
Right. It was a lot. And Bianca and I, we have not necessarily shared like the actual content of the types of crazy things that people would say to us and the types of things that people did during that election cycle. But just know sis had a target on her back, head, everything else. Okay. We talking websites, propaganda, fake Facebook pages, people outright threatening us. Like, it was a lot. And this was for school board.
Right. This was in education. These are the people that are in charge of educating your children. That's how they behave.
Baby, it was wild. So this election cycle, I had made a post maybe a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And I said, I'm really struggling with how to show up during this season. Like, I'm really struggling with what my role is and what this looks like, right? Because we made a decision at Teaching for the Culture, like, we're not endorsing any candidates or anything, because we had did all of that. We was endorsing, we was holding forums, like we was doing work, okay? So I was like, I really don't know what it looks like for me this season, because that was a lot. And I don't know that I've really healed from that. Mm. And so in the midst of that, I was like, let me take some time away. Right. Also, because July 25th was the 1-year anniversary of my mental health crisis. So I really wanted to kind of still myself and get myself to a place to like appreciate the past year and just think through, you know, how I've grown, how I'm different. I spent some time listening to myself describe what happened to me then. Uh-huh. I'm actually going to upload that today because I started sharing, I shared my podcast. So I even did a live on the 25th and I was like, y'all process with me in real time, right? So I've kind of been away. And also, things been wild. So also things have creeped into my world.
Like you can't escape it. Because I'm sending it. Because I'm sending it.
Sorry. But also on YouTube, right? YouTube is like my TV. So like I'm still kind of connected to the world. So then I'm like, okay. So now Biden's out. Okay. All right. Interesting. Right. But then I go back offline. I'm like, all right, we'll see. Because I got to prioritize my mental health, right? I got to keep myself together. Then Kamala's in. Then it was explosion. So I'm going to pause there and I'm going to let you contextualize what was happening in your world before we start unpacking all this.
Because a lot of my reason for saying, you know what? Because originally I planned, once I sold the house, to work for like 6 months, you know, add additional money, cool, and leave in the new year. Mm-hmm. Well, the Cheeto himself has been showing out to no end. And so that was like, girl, do you really want to live in The Handmaid's Tale? It was a real good show on HBO, but I don't know if you want to actually live in it. I don't know why I slowed down. If you can still see me.
We can still hear you. Your screen went green, but we can still hear you.
As long as I'm not making that face that I see on my screen, then we are good. Anyway, Yeah, so I did not want to be a supporting cast member in The Handmaid's Tale. So I was like, you know what? Maybe it makes sense. Like if I have the ability now, if I have the ability now to actually go, you know, now would be a good time to go. Like, why are you waiting? What are you waiting for? And so it was funny because when I was talking to my dad, who I thought would be, him and my mom switched positions. I thought my dad would be like, oh, awesome, go ahead, go, travel the world, see the things. He's like, what you leaving for? Like, why are you coming? And I'm like, really? Like, okay, I didn't see that coming. But he says, I don't know why this is not doing it, but he says, you know, well, it's not going to happen that way. And he even said, you know, Biden's going to step down, Kamala's going to come in, it's going to be fine. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know, we would hope that that's something that would happen. He's like, you know, he doesn't have the base. And I'm like, but here's the thing. The people
Who is the he? Which he?
Oh, my dad says that.
No, when he said he doesn't have the base.
Trump doesn't have the base to win. And I was like, here's the thing. The people that really have the concerns and understand where this is going are also very disillusioned in the democracy, in the democratic process, and they are opting out of voting. Like they're saying they're not going to vote because the options for them are not good. And that allow him to have the majority because he is going to incentivize his base and they will come out in droves. Then the assassination happened. And I was like, I gotta go. I gotta pack my bag. Like, this is wild.
I forgot about that part. See if you can get your camera back on. If not, but yeah. So I forgot about the assassination attempt, and I remember I think I had gotten a notification or somebody sent me something. A lot happened in 2 weeks, y'all. The last show that we had was in 2 weeks, and all of this has happened in 2 weeks. This has been a hell of a year. This 2 weeks, okay?
Yes.
But I had gotten the notification or somebody sent me an article or something or whatever. And my response was like, that was my response. I was just like, And then I was thinking to myself, is this real? Because it's what? So then it came out that someone had lost their life. So then I was like, okay, so there were actual bullets. So this was real. But it just this is what I had posted on my page the other day. I said, this is like a reality show. Like that's what it's felt like for me watching the US from not being in the US. It has felt like a reality show. Like it really has felt like this isn't real. It's felt like the Twilight Zone. It's felt like just not really happening. So as I'm watching the things, I'm also like turning off the TV and going back to real life because real life here in Colombia is very calm, it's very peaceful. It's like the world is not, there's not this heaviness of WTF, what is happening here in Colombia. So I was kind of like tuning in and tuning out and tuning in and tuning out, but also like not really being there to take it all in. So then as they were unpacking what happened with the assassination attempt, what I said to myself was, oh, he being Trump, is about to go full apprentice mode, like full on. This is about to be a TV show. And then I watched the RNC, not the whole thing because I can't with them, but I watched I watched his speech, Trump's speech, and before the speech, they were saying, oh, it's gonna be so. What did they call it? They said he was going to call for unity. Oh, he's going to call for unity, and it's going to be, a new Trump, and he's reformed, and he had a near death experience, and now he's going to be a better person. And no, okay, no. That didn't happen at all. So then as I'm watching it, not that I expected it to, let me say that was to Kalonda's point earlier about people having so much faith in the democracy. Like, I don't have any faith in that man that he will be a human being, care about other humans, like any of that, like zero faith in him. So I wasn't expecting him to do anything that the pundits were saying. But watching during the RNC, it was a movie. Like, he went over and they had the jacket from the firefighter who was unalived, and he goes over and he kisses it. Like, this is a performance like no other. And it's just been interesting. So then once they made the announcement with Kamala, I think like just pause to see what like was about to happen. I don't know. It felt very much unreal to me again. And that might be my perspective because I live outside the country, but it felt very much not real. And then there was like this moment of people trying to, how do you say, hold on, Kalonda's back. Let me get her back in here. Of people, there you go. Of people trying to say, I was just telling them about the RNC and because I had watched parts of the RNC. But once they announced that Kamala was going to be, or that Biden was stepping down and Kamala was going to be he was putting his support, Biden was putting his support behind Kamala. There was kind of this lull for a moment where people were like trying to figure out, I guess, how they felt about it. And I also was trying to figure out how I felt about it because not necessarily. So she said, so we have a comment. I paused as well because I couldn't process a woman of color being president. I don't know. I felt, I don't know if it's that I couldn't process it. I think I was just kind of like, what is happening? And is this really happening? And then I was thinking to myself, this is going to be wild because the U.S. don't like Black women.
Facts. Absolutely.
So I'm wondering, you were about to tell us like what all was happening. So run us back of what this has been like, because you've been in the U.S., right? Because I was telling them, watching from outside the U.S., I've kind of like turned it off. It was like I was watching a reality show. So I kind of was just like, okay, we're turning this show off now. Let me go back to my people.
No,
what was it like there?
Living it is very interesting because our last episode, when I kind of made the impassioned plea of like, you need to vote. Your vote actually does count. And it does suck though, because at the time when we did our show, it was still Biden and Trump. So it was very much, genocide in my name or lose all my reproductive rights. It's like, which one do I keep? And that's a hard position for anyone to be in. And even with her being the nominee, it definitely is still hard because there's still some things with her that aren't 100% that everyone agrees on, But I think the difference is the way the media portrays it and attacks her is very different. And as a Black woman, you have to give yourself this pep talk of, okay, we're not going to take this personally. We need to
listen to this with some distance and understand that not everyone feels like this. And it's just a tactic in order to drive this positioning for this party, for this candidate. But it's very hard when you hear a man who is supposed to represent the United Nations, Lord have mercy, the United States, and say like she's dumb and she's stupid when she's clearly an accomplished woman. You may not agree with everything that she's done. Okay, fine. No one agrees with everything anyone's done. But there's no way to take away the accomplishments and what has gotten her here. So hearing that and seeing how easily they dismiss someone's character and someone's achievements is like, okay, got it. Like, this is what we're going to do. And then him adding JD Vance is a whole other thing. It's just further saying, okay, it's like we're picking, do you want women's rights or do you want LGBTQ rights? And it's like, how do you can't pick that. You can't pick between those two. And then not to mention, the concerns that Black Americans have against both of them. Like she doesn't escape that. But I think the one part that I didn't really understand was when people were coming at her as saying she wasn't Black enough, of them saying like there was like, I'm like, but he's not Black at all. So the fuck are we talking about? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is that even a conversation? And that's coming from Black people. And I'm like, can we focus here? Like, can we focus? Because now is not the time. Like, it's not the time. It's not the place. Exactly, Talia. Like, why? Like, why would you have that conversation in the first place? Why would you feel that now is the time to have that conversation? Like, so living in it feels like you're in the Twilight Zone. Like I was having a conversation of just saying, no one's under the illusion that your individual vote is going to change this one policy. But as a group, we speak for the group. So it was almost like the curtain was pulled back where it was like, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if a majority say, we don't want to be involved in Haza. Like, we don't want to be involved in it. And this stuff is still happening. And then when they finally came back and said, okay, they are suffering under war crimes. This is not the right way to focus and to move forward. And anybody who does that is a war criminal. And not being able to confidently say that we were going to pull out, that we were going to stop being a party to that. When so many Americans are like, we don't want to do this. We still have issues here at home that we need to take care of that cost real money and that show up every day. Like, and then not to mention with like police and the it's just so many layers. I mean, everything that Trump is saying of like giving them immunity, and I have police members that I love. They're family members, dear friends, and obviously it's like, it's not all. Like, don't get me wrong, but when you say, oh, there's just blanket immunity for what you did for the president and for the police department, it's like, where are the checks and balances? Our purpose of this government was that one person couldn't just make the arbitrary decision and we all have to follow it. I mean, that's what they taught me in school. Now, I mean, I could be wrong. However, I don't feel like I am. So, like, that was definitely going through my mind. Then the whole Sandra Massey incident happened. I refuse to watch it. I can't, because it feels too close to home. Because I'm like, if you have a break and whatever's going on, it feels very real to you. And you need to, if you've called for help, you may have been in a moment of clarity when you called for help. Like, hey, something is wrong. Like,
Yeah.
I need help here. But then by the time this help arrives, if they're not able to confidently assist you, but then also not have the wherewithal to call, I don't know, the medical people, like call out the EMS team or someone else to back them up, it was just completely avoidable. And so it just feels like things are just snowballing and getting bigger and bigger. And it's like, it's time to go. Like, it's time to go. When I said you have to vote, you have to vote. And then this clown came out the other day when he was talking to the Christian group.
To the Christians.
The Christians, I'm going to fix it so good that you won't have to vote again.
You ain't never got to do it again.
Now, if you think that that's what he meant, you're crazy. Because he's telling you what he's going to do. He's already told you he intends this to be a dictatorship. He's floating that by to see what the reaction is going to be and what people will say about it. And nobody's really throwing up a very big stink. And I'm like, how are you not concerned? This man is telling you, if you don't vote, this was the last election that you might get to do it in. Whether you vote for him or not. I can't.
So to the snowball, right, and all of those layers that you are mentioning. So, and that's why I'm glad that you're there right now to be able to like give the boots on the ground perspective, because I be in Colombia like, y'all all right? I always be, are y'all, because I'm not seeing the levels of outrage that I feel should be happening. And it's interesting. So we talk about Amanda Seales here pretty frequently. And we are not Amanda Seales stans. And, you know, I'll speak for myself. I appreciate her perspective. Sometimes it be a lot, and sometimes I gotta just tap out. But what I know is that she gonna speak the truth to the young Black youth. Okay. And it's not coming from a place of influence per se. I think she's more asking the questions. Like the questions that need
information here. Like, do we know what this is? Have you looked into this?
Correct. So somebody that I have communicated with before, followed, shared space with, made a post, and they were like, you know, okay, so Amanda Seales has been very critical of Vice President Harris in the past. And a part of her issues were school shootings, access to guns, Black women, Black people continuing to get killed, as well as this whole genocide that's happening, her being, you know, the questioning about her record, which I continue to hear that some of that is not true and some of it has been inflated and conflated and all of that. And this is why I feel like this election cycle is incredibly important. Doesn't feel like a big enough word. It's a lot. I'm gonna just say it's a lot going on because okay, pivotal is good. Pivotal works. Because the introduction of AI and the lack of digital Bianca, help me if you're still here. What we call this? Digital awareness, the lack of understanding of how the internet works, the lack of understanding that just because somebody made a video does not mean that what they are saying is true. The lack of understanding, just because somebody clipped a series of clips together doesn't mean that that was the context of how it was stated. So this person shared a video that someone had pulled together on TikTok talking about Amanda Seales and saying how Amanda Seales was critical of Kamala Harris. And the person said, this is why I can't deal with her. This is why I don't like her. This is why, you know, that Amanda Seales digital awareness. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Bianca. The person was like, this is why, you know, I blocked her because she be sharing misinformation. But in the video, there was misinformation that was being shared about Amanda Seales. Okay, so I commented, and this is where I be getting myself in trouble.
See, that's like, yep.
So I said,
you know, words mean things. No, I said, you know, words mean things.
So I said, well, in the spirit of dispelling misinformation, actually, Amanda Seales said this, and this was done at this time, and Kamala Harris has been asked outright if the U.S. was a racist country. That was another thing Amanda had brought up, and Kamala Harris said, "It's not, girl. What country you living in? What you talking about, right?" So then I underscored it more so of saying, just because someone is critical of an elected official does not mean that they are advocating for you not to vote, nor does it mean that they are advocating for you to vote in any direction. They are highlighting and amplifying what the issues are, baby.
Correct.
Baby. Sis got me together. Okay.
Sis, go ahead.
Baby, sis was like, first of all, this might sound familiar to some of y'all that's been following me for a little while. What Talia said about Black women and how Black women treat each other. This is another Black woman. Okay. And she was like, so I might not like her record, XYZ, blase, blah, but I'm still voting for her because the opposite is Trump, da, 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 da. And I was like, I wasn't talking about none of that. I didn't. So I didn't talk about you voting for somebody or not voting for somebody, whatever. I was just correcting the misinformation because you said that your post was about misinformation. So I was just contributing.
Correct.
And you know, you actually spreading further misinformation.
Misinformation, yes.
So you might want to go actually check your sources because she has said she blocked Amanda Seales, so she don't know what Amanda Seales been saying. You take what this other lady said on this video, right? So I said, I was like, okay. So she wrote me a little paragraph and such, and I was like, simply put, you are continuing to share misinformation. Your video holds misinformation. Baby, she told me, well, you free to go make a post on your page because I said what I said. This is why I don't be fooling with y'all. And this is why I don't know what it's going to look like this season for me to be a part of this election cycle, because I am very much like of the mindset of Amanda Seales. I'm gonna ask you the questions. I'm gonna say what the things are, right? So
out loud.
Will I vote for Kamala Harris? Yes. And also, because this is Amanda's other thing, stop giving your goddamn vote away for free. We ain't demanded nothing. At all. We ain't said, hey, listen here, girl. Listen, now you're going to get up in there. We're going to get you up in there in that White House. And let me tell you what best to be on your tip of your tongue. Every time you open your mouth is about Black women, because we are the ones who are doing this. We ain't said that. We just like, give her all the money, give her all the money, give her all the money. Meanwhile, there's a GoFundMe for Sonia Massey's family. And it ain't even funded yet, but y'all done raised millions and millions and millions of dollars. Help me understand.
Amen. How? It's crazy. It just does not make sense. But people don't like to have the questions asked, and they feel like if you ask the question, it automatically makes you against that person. And it's like, no, like, please understand, we get the comparison between the two and saying, yes, we want out of these options, depending on whoever jumps in this race, like there's clearly better. There's one that's a better vote for all of us. You decide what that looks like
and
for
all the
you.
air
Blah.
quotes, right?
Ask
Better
us
is better.
exactly. So it's like, why can't we ask those critical questions? Why can't we say, this is what we expect from you? We're giving you this vote because this is how we want to see our lives change, because this is where we've been for so long. It's just like when we were talking last time, and Biden's like, if I'm elected president, I'm gonna reinstate Roe v. Wade. Negro, you are the president.
You are the president, bro.
What have you been doing?
Can I just say, I'm glad that they letting that man go sit down somewhere, because it has been, I really feel like this has been elder abuse to have him propping. I'm serious. They've been pumping him full of performance enhancements, and let's get him an IV so he could get out there and get a little pep in his step. Let this man go lay down.
But I mean, you saw it even with Barack, with President Obama, when they did the comparison of when he started office to when he got out of office. And that was a very stark comparison, of how that is. And Biden started much older than Barack Obama did. So just imagine that on him. But I will always say, like, yes, there are things that I don't agree with, all those asterisks, blah, blah, blah. But I will say it felt like he was doing the work. Trump had time to tweet and text and harass us every day, all day long. It felt like you were involved in every piece of whatever disagreements he was doing. Like, dude, I can't text that much at work, and I work at a dentist's office. The fuck are you doing? Like, who's doing the work if you're on your phone? Put your phone down. Like, eggs are $9. Cut up seasoning from Rouse's is $6. Like,
oh my God.
Make it make sense. We have issues. Water is still dirty in Flint. Like,
and Jackson.
We have our own problem. We have our own problems. And where are the people that are supposed to be helping us do this? But we are the people. We are the people who are supposed to help us do this. Your local elections matter more than you give them credit for. It's not just the presidential election. When you look at Congress and you look at the Senate and you look at the House and the Senate and you say, okay, there's a 60% approval rating, but there's an 85% reelection rating. How is that possible? Because people are looking at it going, oh, my representative does what I want. It's all these other people that are doing it wrong. But if we all think that, we're all stuck with the same shit every day. Like, we have to at some point say this is not the way we want to live. Right. And we have a voice in that as I pack my bags and leave. However, but I'm like, look, you got to pick what you want it to look like. I am prepared to live in a life that may not look to the outside or to the American eyes as living in a developed country or living with these conveniences. But I can guarantee from the people that I've talked to, it's a better experience. You're healthier overall. Stress weighs on your body, weighs on your brain, changes your chemical makeup. That is a fact. That is a fact. We are not supposed to work like this. And the people that are making the money and are in charge, their goal is not to help you break these generational curses and find wealth and move into different wealth classes. Their goal is to keep you as a worker bee, making money for them. What are you going to do to help the next generations get out of it?
Period and point blank.
Colombia and Bali, Talia.
So I want to add, because you had talked about the Christians and how the people are always in the US are often trying to go help somebody somewhere else, just in everybody else's damn business. So, two things. I was in the mall the other day, and I had gone to get my nails done, and I stopped at a bench to rearrange my stuff. Okay, put my earbuds in, go about my business down there to the H&M.
Yes, ma'am. I love it. Go ahead.
What you say?
I said they got cute stuff. They got cute stuff this summer. It's really cute.
They really do. And also, I can't fit none of my clothes no more because
I know
I've lost so much weight because the food is so much better outside of the US. So I do have to get some new things, right?
There you go.
This young white lady walks up to me and she says, you speak English or Spanish? And I don't remember if she asked. I think she asked me in English, maybe, and I don't remember. But anyway, I was like, I speak English. And she's like, oh, great. I'm from LA and we're here, me and my college, and there was some other ladies that were standing there. And she's like, and we're here finding out about people's relationship with God. Are you a believer? And I was like, yeah, I believe in God. So she was like, oh, yeah, okay. So like, how did you get to know him and whatever? And I don't really remember all the questions that she asked, but I remember thinking to myself, that's interesting. And I had asked her, well, you know, all of you from your school are here. Well, some people went to Guatemala, some people went to wherever places. But, you know, I knew I wanted to come to Colombia. And I was like, interesting. Okay. All right. Then the other day, I get home. No, not even. I was home and the security calls. They were like, hey, we have something for you. I hadn't ordered nothing. So I was like, nope, wrong person. Right.
Not me.
So I just hang up. Right. Because also sometimes things we get lost in translation. But I need you to understand. No,
I don't want
para mí. Okay. No. No tengo un pedido, yo no sé, okay? So then they come to the door. So I was like...
They are persistent.
So I opened the door, because I knew it was security. So I opened the door, and they said, we have something for you. And una invitación. And I said, invitación? ¿De
so
quién?
What?
From who? So he said, yo no sé, es para personas que habla inglés, for people that speak English.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. So they give it to me. Why Jehovah's Witnesses out here trying to, why Jehovah's Witnesses using security to come knock on my door?
To deliver the watchtower. Wow.
Let me tell y'all something.
That's persistence in the message. I mean, they believe their message and they feel they have an audience. So they're like, I know how I can get this to them. Wow.
Don't y'all have something else y'all need to be doing? Because let me tell you something about religion.
Here we go.
And
oh, Lord.
And the oppression that religion has caused across this planet. Okay. Now I'm not talking about God. I love God. Okay.
Oh, amen.
Talk to God all day, every day. Understands me. But and it's hard because I have identified as a Christian my entire life. I grew up as a Christian. I went to Lutheran school through 8th grade. Then I went to Catholic school. I grew up full gospel Baptist. And then in college, I was full gospel Baptist, then non-denominational. Like, I done been in church. Now, I have not been in the restrictive, like Kojic and Seventh-day Adventist and all that. I did not necessarily grow up in, if you do anything, you're going to hell. But it was definitely a list of things that if you do this, you going with gasoline draws on. Okay. And I also used to be so judgmental. Like I really used to, you going to hell. Okay. So much to the point, Kalonda, I don't know if you remember this, but your mama might remember this, so she could tell us in the comments when she watched. So, because your mom was Jehovah's Witness for a moment. And I remember
for a moment, but go ahead.
yeah. So I remember my me was Jehovah's Witness too, our great grandma. Okay.
Yeah.
But I was in Christian school. Okay. So what they taught me was them Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in Jesus. Going to hell. Gasoline draws up.
Okay? Right. Do not pass.
Time, your mama, I guess spending the night at your house. I don't remember you being there. But we had went to the Kingdom Hall. You had to have been there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you remember this or not.
I don't know. I used to. I'll tell you some religion. Go ahead.
Okay. So we went to the Kingdom Hall. Okay. And I was over there at the, getting my indoctrination over with the Lutheran folks. Okay. And I was sitting in the back of the Kingdom Hall going, la, 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 because y'all not about to make me go to hell. Okay? Y'all not about to. Them people was walking up to me and they were like, I was like,
not gonna get me. Set me up. Oh my God. So no, I don't remember that in particular. But my relationship with religion was very different than yours. Like I've been agnostic for a very long time before I knew there was a term for it. Like I know there's something greater. I prayed to God. I prayed to the universe. I know there's a power bigger than me. Absolutely. Organized religion? I don't know about her. So we were Baptist, we were Lutheran, we live in New Orleans, so everybody's Catholic. We were Seventh-day Adventists for a little bit. We were Jehovah's Witness. Just like, yeah. So I appreciate the fact, that I was able to kind of see and get bits and pieces of these different religions. Now, what I will say is that I actually appreciated the study of the Bible more with the Jehovah's Witnesses than any of the other religions.
They be knowing these stuff.
Right. And it was always very interesting because they don't believe in hell. They say that the word used in the Bible was Sheol for hell, but that actually translates to grave. That you don't... Oh, thank you. That you don't actually go to hell. You just don't, because the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that heaven is on earth, as in the Lord's Prayer. So that when the second coming happens, that heaven will be made to, or earth will be made to a paradise that everybody who believes in the correct religion, whatever that is, in their case, Jehovah's Witness, will come back and be placed to live on earth, and that is the heaven that they're responding with. And if you don't follow that doctrine, then you will just be in a grave, not knowing, unaware of God's love to come back in and live. And that only 144,000 will actually go to what we know as heaven. And those people have already identified. So anyway, so to me, as the 16-year-old girl or 15-year-old girl who only wanted a sweet 16 party with all her friends, I was like, so you just mean I'ma just die? Like, that's fine. I don't have to go to hell. Like, that's fine too. Like, okay, cool. That sounds phenomenal to me. But my issue with them was, as my mom was going through her faith walk and trying to figure out where her home was, when she decided ultimately that it wasn't with them, that they immediately ostracized her.
Baby, and that's what I was waiting on. Go ahead and tell the people about it, because I got some stories, girl.
And I couldn't reconcile that with Christ's teachings. If you believe in your whole heart that you have the one true religion that is going to grant salvation, give people eternal life, and absolute paradise on this earth, why would you give up on somebody because they didn't believe or because they had questions? So it felt just that part I could not get over. I was like, okay, see, y'all had me. Y'all had me for a little bit. I mean, a little bit. But that part I couldn't understand and I couldn't get with, because this literally, in our case, was our neighbor. Like, we had been to their house, they had been to our house. My mom considered them. And it's like, but once she decided, no, I'm not going to go to Kingdom Hall anymore, it was like they didn't even know us. Didn't even know us at all. You don't know. You're not in. You can't go. But I will say, again, I definitely did enjoy the study of the Bible with them. They're very, very knowledgeable of it. And they show you kind of the receipts of what they're saying. But I've always, my issue with the Bible is it's written by men, and it was often used as a tool to enslave people, to control people, to do certain things, especially when you look at the slave trade. So it's very hard for me personally to get behind organized religion, not even getting into the certain things of how they control women. My mom and I always have this conversation, of the ushers that come in and put the lap pad over your knees. And I'm like, why do I have to change how I dress because the men in here can't control themselves?
Control their lust.
Don't look at my legs. They are not here for you. You're not here for that. You're supposed to be leading this flock. Focus on your job, sir. Don't focus on my knees.
I'm minding my black ass business, and you over here all up trying to see what I'm doing when you supposed to be communing with the Lord.
Who's in the wrong? I'm supposed to come as I am. And here I am, and you feel that me being here is a distraction. The problem is with you, not with me. Why don't you put a blindfold on? Because you don't know how to act. Sorry, but I'm just saying. Sorry, not sorry.
And also, I was about to say, and also,
I'm like, sorry, not sorry.
Because that has been the thing that I've never been able to make sense. And it's what led me to actually getting to know God for myself. Because, baby, I done seen some things. You understand me? You ever been cussed out by your pastor before?
I don't know. Thank God. But I've heard it happen. I've heard that it has happened.
I done got cussed. You hear me? Cussed. From top to bottom. They done talked about my genitals. Girl, girl.
What?
Baby, I got some stories about people in church. You hear me? And what you just said about the cloth, and this is why I had said Black Christian men. It's not just the men, it's also the women, but I do feel like it's a patriarchy.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Help me understand why you can't control yourself, so you feel like you need to control me. And what has happened, Kalonda? There has been, for some reason, an influx of people that I have known and over the course of my life that consider themselves to be Black Christian men that are in my inbox trying to rekindle some fantasy that they had in their mind. And I had to ask myself the other day, is this y'all think this a game? Because I am the opposite of everything. That pastor that cussed me out, she told me, you ain't never gonna be fit to be no first lady. And girl, you right.
Thank you. Girl. Thank you so much for speaking that over my life. I appreciate that. May I never have to walk in those shoes.
But before that,
that's a hard place. That's a hard place to be.
I was trying to convince myself that I was, because I was dating her son, and her son was in ministry. Okay. And hoeing, okay? Hoeing around like nobody's business. Hoeing, 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 hoeing. I
But was he
lost
hoeing though?
count.
But was he hoeing though? Was he hoeing?
Was he home?
Was he hoeing? Was he hoeing? I wasn't sure.
He was
I
home.
wasn't clear.
Yeah, he was. I lost count. I lost count of how many women that
Wow.
there were, of how much he was hoeing. But I wasn't fit. I wasn't fit,
No.
right? She told me I won't never be no first lady. And at the time, I was trying to prove, right, that I was
Mhm.
worthy. I was a good
Right.
Christian, So I'm
Right.
out here. I don't
Right.
know if y'all know this. I used to teach Sunday school. I was on the praise team. I started churches. Like I have, baby, I done been in church. And that
Mhm.
ostracizing that you talked about,
Mhm.
every church that I have left, black and white, because after I got finished dealing with these black people at these black churches, I was like, let me go have church with the white folks, because
Right.
they clearly
Maybe
know a
it's
different they clearly know a different God. Because we be in the black church, get out, all of that, right? At the white church, they just be like,
you
oh,
out of
Heavenly
control.
Father God. Hallelujah, God. We love you so
You
much,
out of
God.
control.
Lord, and we just thank you, God. We're just here coming as we are, Father. Oh my God, we love you so much, right? So I was like, let me go to the white people church, right? Because I just want to talk to God and then I want to go home.
Yes. Yes.
Baby, the last church I was at, I was on the usher. They didn't call it a usher board. They called it I don't know what they called it. It wasn't hospitality. It was some nice fancy white name for what it was. So I was over that, right?
That's so what? Okay, go ahead. Go
Because
ahead.
they dress it up so it don't be like, they make everybody feel like they're a leader, and all
Yes.
the things that like you matter and like you're so important to the body. And COVID happened and I ain't never hear
Mhm.
from them people again.
Wow.
Them people
Wow.
ain't check on me. Them people ain't call me. Them
That's
people,
because they
I
weren't a
ain't
black
never.
church with a sick and shut in list. See, that's
Oh
not.
no. Because the black church, baby, they the ones that cuss me down. Okay.
But they would have
So they
called on
did
you. They would have checked on you. You would have got a ham and some tuna.
uh-uh. Uh-uh.
No.
It has been no. So the thing, like when I heard Trump talking about you Christians and you Christians, all I could think to myself, because I don't even get moved now when people like say God to me or people
Mm,
say like prayers of Christians. I be like, who you be praying to?
mm,
Because even when people say Jesus, like I love
mm,
Jesus, but I don't know that you're talking about Jesus of Nazareth, that
mm.
that Jesus, the Jesus that Mary was about. Like
Right.
I don't know if you talk about that Jesus. You might be talking about another Jesus, because black Jesus and white Jesus ain't the same.
You
Which I
you know.
also found out about over there at the white church.
Uh-huh.
You know, So I be having to be like, who you talking to?
Correct.
Because
The source matters.
source matter.
Where you getting it from? Where are you getting it from? Uh-uh.
I need to know. So as I was listening to these people who call themselves Christians, cheering, cheering for this man. I remember when that during the Black Lives Matter protests, remember he had
Mhm.
left at the White House to go stand at the church across the street and hold the Bible.
Yes.
And he was holding it upside down.
Upside down.
Like,
Sir.
but this is who you all are supporting. So what I
Yeah.
have found is there's a faction of Black Christian men that very much identify with Trump
Oh,
and his
100%.
ideology.
Absolutely.
And it is terrifying to
Yes.
me because they really like are using God to usher in
the devil. The absolute devil. The devil. Because like they'll say, oh, and in my experience, I've even seen Black men, not Christians, just Black men say, well, as a business owner, I made more money under Trump than I did under anybody else. And okay, I can get that, absolutely, because he is a man of the businesses. And if you're of a certain class, you absolutely will benefit from his policies. 100%. I'm not taking that away. However, he also is the man who executed or allowed 2 Black men to be executed while they were in the middle of Supreme Court cases to say, hey, they weren't guilty. Jurors had recanted and said we would have voted a different way. New evidence had been entered, and he executed them anyway. Once, I understand again that there are issues with Kamala and her history and her prosecution of certain cases, but this man literally killed Black men. Literally did, when there was a question about their verdict. That's a fact. So the fact that you got a little bit more on your tax return, to me, does not mean that he... Not at all.
But it's the individualism, and that's another difference that I see living here in Colombia versus being in the U.S. is the U.S. is a very individualistic type of culture. You worry about yourself, whereas here in Colombia, it's set up that way. But here, people are much more communal and much more familial and making sure that the collective is okay. Whereas in the U.S., don't nobody care. So it's so interesting to watch people that have supposedly risen above, and then they adopt this pull yourself up by your bootstraps type of mentality. Why? This the real, why is you in my inbox? That's what I want to understand. But I think it's a game. I think that they like to try to humble women. And they like to try.
There's a war on women's sexuality and women in general, and it starts as young as in school. The dress code for girls, again, just like in the church. If these boys can't focus because I have my shoulders out, that sounds like you need to have a conversation with these boys. Don't talk to me about how to not get sexually assaulted. Talk to them about not sexually assaulting anyone. How about we have that conversation? How about we tell them that? Because for the longest, it was, if she didn't say no, that means yes. And that's not fucking right. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So what I'm wondering is, how Kamala is going to speak up for women. Because these types of things in the 200 some odd, however many years we at now of how long the U.S. has been in existence, it has been controlled by men. And I am wondering the level of, they had the Karens for Kamala, they met.
Yes. They had a whole Zoom call, child, where they took back. Did you see Connie Britton? Did you see her? She was so excited because she was like, you know what? I took back calling myself a white woman. I saw the name Karen's for Kamala, and she was like, you know what? What's wrong with saying I'm a white woman? Because I am, and we are. And she was like, it's not a derogatory thing to be a white woman. And we have to understand that as, there's this 55% of white women who voted for Trump. We haven't even talked about the Mexican women. I don't understand that one on any level. How as a Hispanic woman, anyway, okay, as a Hispanic woman, I don't understand how you voted for Trump in the first, whatever. But 55% of white women voted for Trump. So this 45% of white women didn't. Okay, cool. So she was saying, the part that's really disheartening is that we as this 45% watch African American women, if you liken it to a football game, make 2 yards at a time of progress down the field. And when it got to the final, like 4th down, 3 minutes left in the game, we showed up and voted and we're like, look, we won the election, when we should have been helping move the ball the entire time. So even though I was kind of laughing at her going, we can call ourselves white women now. And I'm like, okay, good for you, Bill. Welcome to the conversation. I at least appreciated that she's like, you know what, we have failed Black women in their ability to say, you know what, fuck it. We're going to do it ourselves because nobody else is out here trying to help us. And then she's like, but we show up at the very end. Well, that stops now. We need to put our work in where our mouth is and do it now before it's the final minute and try to convert some of these people and say like, hey, this is not where you want to align yourself. This is not the right side of history. Is this really what you stand for? Do you completely understand Project 2025 or Operation 47? Again, I'm just reminding y'all they're changing the name. So keep an eye out for that. Just because they call it by something else, it doesn't take away. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back.
No, I'm here for it. I'm here for it because I was also going to add to that. I am paying attention to how white women show up. I told you I have shifted my work. I spent a lot of my work, a lot of times, helping white people see us as humans and all that kind of stuff. And I'm done with that. I really am. And I'm in a place of gearing my work towards us and helping us to see ourselves as humans. There is plenty of information out here on this good internet from reliable sources that can help white women to mobilize. I am not really necessarily impressed with them showing up because, like I mentioned earlier, Sonia Massey's GoFundMe for her children is still not funded.
Right.
So show me that you care about Black people by showing me that you care about Black people. I'm not concerned with white women, reclaiming their whiteness. Yes, y'all are white. And even when I did work with white people, I didn't work with white people that didn't know that they was white. You are white.
Yeah.
And you need to know that. And if you cringe every time I say that, I'm going to say it even more because you are white. And whiteness is a pervasive cancer that has operated in the country, and it is important for white people to understand how just your appearance of whiteness offers you privilege.
Grants you privilege. And that's even what she said. She's like, I understand I have a privilege because my white counterparts saw it fit to give me something. Yes, there were things that we also had to fight for, but we still were on top. We still were a little bit ahead just because of what we looked like and how we identified. But we know, especially here in New Orleans, that there are people of color that were able to make the strides that they made because they were on the right side of the paper bag. And that was the only reason, because if anyone knew their true identity, they actually would not have been valued or given the same opportunity because that was not allowed. It wasn't appreciated. And it's just like, to act like racism didn't happen and ban these critical race theories is like, not talking about it doesn't make it not true. It wasn't that long ago. Our parents remember. Yes. Our grandparents lived it. Like, this isn't far. This isn't far away. This is in the recent history of our lives.
But if they don't teach it, then they are able to create a generation that is so disconnected from it and so desensitized to it, and being an educator, I've talked about this so many different times. Like, it's so important for us to understand that education was never created for us, and it was never for us as Black people or anyone that has any type of color in their skin. Education was not created for us. It was created to indoctrinate us into whiteness. So it's like we have to understand that. So when I ask myself how I'm gonna show up, this cycle, I really feel more towards education. And I don't, like, I know there have been some calls that have gone out for content creators, anyone who is a content creator, where you can register for a call. I think it's happening tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, for getting like the media kit and all that kind of stuff for how you can do your work, if you will, to support getting Kamala Harris into office. I'm willing to do that, but I really feel like there is a level of education that we have been missing, and a level of critical thinking that we are missing. And it's very important for us to, I believe, walk into this with our eyes wide open, and to really understand getting Kamala Harris into office is not going to stop the momentum of what is happening in the US. It's like what do they call it? Like it's a step. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but it's a step in preventing all chaos from happening at one time, right? It is not the solution. And it is not the only thing that has to be done. There are things that have to be done simultaneously. And I've talked about before, especially when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening, like everybody has a role in this, and you really have to decide what your role is. Everybody is not meant to be on the front lines. Everybody is not meant to be the ones that are knocking on doors. Like, everybody doesn't do that. But the question is, what part are you going to play in helping to ensure that everything isn't stripped away, but also understanding that this is going to be continuous. And this is why I live outside the US, because I am very passionate about our people. I really am. And I do this work with my whole open heart. But what I can't do is do this work and live in the oppression that is trying to actively stop this work and to silence my voice. So I had to leave so that I have the freedom to say what the fuck I want to say and say what the fuck needs to be said. That's why I can continue to advocate and continue to work, because I've chosen to leave. So a question that I want to leave with all of you all is, what is your role? What is your role in this election cycle? If you are someone that lives in the US, what is your role in this election cycle? Even if you're someone who cannot vote, what is your role in educating other people about why they should? And if you live outside the US, my question would be, what is your role in your political process in your country, as well as what is your role and what stances have you taken regarding these genocides that are happening across the world, right? There are so many ways to amplify what is happening that everybody should be able to carve out a space for how they're going to show up and use their platform.
Absolutely. And I can't even stress enough, if you are outside of the country and you still have your citizenship here, get your absentee ballot. Yeah. You can send it to a family member and have them submit it for you. There are multiple ways. Do not let distance be the reason that you don't vote. Everybody needs to vote. Like, it's well past the, oh, you don't get to complain about it if you didn't vote about it. No, like, we're past that point. Like, this is so critical at this point. This election is so important. We need everybody's voice. We need everybody's voice, because at this point, one of the reasons, again, that I left or I'm leaving is because I was like, it didn't matter if Trump won or not. It was going to be a shit show. Because if he doesn't win, he's going to contest it. So if it doesn't feel like a clear victory, like, dude, Ain't no way. You had no chance in hell of winning. He's gonna act like it was stolen from him. I literally
Even if
watched
it
the video
is.
the other day. Even if he did, a lady was like, "Oh, what did she say?" She said like, "Oh, Donald Trump is still the president. He's still the president. Biden, Biden's just a puppet. Obama is in the basement telling him what to do." And the reporter was like, "So is Obama the president or is Trump the president? Because you said that Trump was still the president." And she just got flustered and was like, "I don't want to talk to you anymore because our opinions differ." Like, these are the people that are out there. These are the people that are making sure that they go to the polls. Like, they are the ones who are mobilized. And please understand that this shooting, all that did was energize them and give them a feel of, oh, he must be saying the right thing. We have to vote because he must be right. It may feel preposterous, but I need y'all to understand. We said this the first time he got elected, and he got elected. So don't act like it can't happen again. Like, please don't act like it can't happen.
So y'all tell us in the comments what your role is going to be in this cycle, and we strapping in for the ride, but also we gonna be doing that long distance. Okay.
That's
Now, if you are somebody who is thinking to yourself, "Child, I need to be getting out too," please make sure that you contact me and let me know what this looking like and what you need to have happen. You can email me at mindingmyblack-ass-business@gmail.com. I've kind of shifted all of my work to helping people get out because there is a sense of urgency. In the Facebook group just the other day, there were probably like 12 people that were like, "Girl, I'm following you now." So I am going to host, I think I'm gonna do it on Thursday, another
webinar,
another Finding Peace Abroad Zoom opportunity for people to ask questions and all that kind of stuff, to really get your ideas flowing about what this looks like. It is very much easier than you think it is. It really is. It really is a matter of making the decision and doing it. So if you are somebody who is thinking about that and you want one-on-one consultation, please do. I can send you my calendar link, but email me. I'm not going to give it out because I don't want everybody to be jumping on my calendar and wasting my time. Okay. Only serious people, for real. Because I had thought about it. I was like, no, because people just be like, "Girl, what you been up to?"
Right, let's just check in. Like, no, that's not for this.
No,
that's not.
I don't have the time and energy to just be checking in right now. We on a mission to help some people get free. Okay. So email me at mindingmyblack-ass-business at gmail.com if you are actively wanting to get out of the US and you need help and guidance, you need somebody to walk you through the process, please do. We can do that. This week, I will amplify the information about the Finding Peace Abroad webinars so that you can ask questions and meet other people that are also wanting to leave and build community. I will say that there is a very strong community of people who are willing to support you once you make the step and the decision. So getting connected to those communities can really change a lot of the conversations that are happening. I had commented on a post yesterday and I was like, y'all, there's nothing to be afraid of. Literally, make a decision. And again, if you don't like it, you can leave. You can leave.
You can
leave.
This is you can pick somewhere else.
You can pick somewhere else. You can even go back home if you feel like it. Like
you can go home if you want to. You're not denouncing your citizenship. Like you're still an American citizen.
Yes, all right. So please do holler at us and we'll help you with that. Anything you want to say before we roll out?
I just love you guys. Thank you for your support. I appreciate in advance all of your CashApp donations at $Kalonda, Kalonda, to help your girl get safely abroad. I appreciate that. And any, times y'all want to meet up before I leave. Like I said, I think it's going to be sometime in mid-August at this point. I probably have to push my ticket back. But other than that, I look forward to seeing you all. I can't wait to see you in person, Kim, and give you the biggest hug in the world. And then, yeah, that's it. I love you guys. Please, each one teach one. Talk to everybody. Even if your role is simply to vote, please follow through on that.
And lastly, y'all remember to subscribe to the page, Minding My Black Ass Business. Yeah. Also, if you're looking for inside info, vlogs, some deeper conversations, working on some things for the Patreon. So the Patreon is only $5 a month. And that is a way also to support this work that we are doing. So we'll be back in 2 weeks, unless something crazy-ish, what you say?
No, I said 2 weeks.
Yes, unless something else crazy pops off and we got to have a bonus episode or something. We never know, okay? Because it's wild. It's wild out here. But look back for us in 2 weeks. Please share, like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see y'all soon. Bye.
Bye.
Single day.
Yes.
Every single day.
I like Not Like Us a lot. I grew real hard to it when it comes on, but I don't listen to it with intent. But when it's
every
on,
day.
I'm there for it.
It kicks off my dinner preparation. Like yes. I start dinner, I be like, play Euphoria. And we go from Euphoria to Not Like Us, and I be muzzled on me. Oh, like I be in here getting it every day.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. But anyway, none of that, y'all, is what Well. What do you think about you gotta unmute yourself. You're muted.
See?
Okay.
Look out.
Start over.
I love it. Oh my goodness. We got a countdown.
So shout out to Bianca.
2, 1. The shade worked.
We got us a countdown video. If you are only listening to this, you have to come onto YouTube and see the countdown video. But we got us a snazzy beat and such. Okay. I saw your face when we were about to go. You were like, oh.
I never seen the surprise.
That was the surprise. So again, thank you, Bianca, for hooking us up with our countdown video. So what up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. This is a podcast. We're two real life cousins, and we be talking about stuff that we thought was normal in our family, but it was actually the family recipe of dysfunction. So we come on here to unpack it and give voice to things that sometimes people might not necessarily talk about, and we'd love to add a little humor to it because we funny.
I'm saying I think I enjoy myself.
Honey, it's a good time. You know what? I was in here yesterday, and this was probably about maybe 7 p.m. I had just finished making dinner, and I was listening to music and just having a blast with myself, and I just bust out laughing. I was like, I am a great time. Like, I don't mind being with myself.
I often wonder if people have those moments, as I am the same, like laughing, dancing around in my living room or dining room, just like, I enjoy my company, you know, like I think I'm a good time. And that makes it hard though in life, because that's what people are competing with. Essentially, it's not like, oh, is it better for me to leave the house or not? It's like, are you going to add any more stress to me? Because I can have a great old time with no pants
by
on,
myself,
dancing around by myself.
By my girl. So we got segments, y'all, and we're gonna tell y'all about these segments in a minute, but I'm gonna fast forward to something because PJ Morton, we're gonna talk about PJ Morton today, right?
Yes.
But he came out with a new song, and it's called I Found You, that he has on his South Africa album, right?
Ooh.
And I'm listening to the song. You know, he writes a good love song, okay?
He does, like, indeed. He does.
Honey,
that man is gifted with the pen.
So I love the song, right? So I'm listening to the song, and then this is around the time where I had started laughing to myself, because I was thinking it to myself. Like, I was like, oh my God, like, this is just so, I am really enjoying being with myself. And then I started having this moment of like, I really had thought that I had wanted to be married at 3 to, well, not 3, 2, because that I wasn't doing that other one. That was that
one didn't count.
was not finna happen. Okay, but 2 distinct times, I definitely was like intentional, like, we're doing this, right? But then today, when I asked myself that, I was like, cause why? If you gonna come over here and stressing my nerves and worrying me, and I done told you to take your shoes off at the door, and you walking in the kitchen with your shoe, what? Go home. I don't want to do this. Go home.
No, like, I still say there's room. I still say there's room for it. I won't give up on the possibility. It's not something I see for myself again. Like, I've been there. It has happened. Thank you very much. It was a great time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really did. But I don't know. But I'm not saying never. But it definitely is that whole, like, cohabitation in my space. Like, it's going to be different, because I hadn't lived on my own before I got married. Like, I went from my mom's house to college, living with roommates, then to being with my partner and eventually my husband, you know, same person. Excuse me. So it was like, I had never lived alone. So these past few years have been like the only time I've been by myself. And it's like, oh, how you go back to sharing space, you know? And I'm like, that's an interesting prospect. But I mean, I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, so we'll see. But there's still like the trepidation of, am I going to get annoyed with having someone in here of like, oh, you know, I have to take them into consideration when I'm dancing around in the living room with the music on blast, you know, singing at the top of my lungs. Like,
right.
But I hope
because that's what my brain needs right now. Yeah. But then you over here scrolling on TikTok with no earbuds. I can't go home. Go home.
Now, see, I might be able to do that. Now, what I can't do, and which is what Eric used to do, who's that? I'm like, you don't know them. Like, if I tell you who this is, you have no idea who this is. And then they're looking over your shoulder. What's that? I'm like, oh my God. I'm trying to watch gray sweatpants in peace. Don't worry about why this song has replayed 17 times in a row.
Because I thought that was something that everybody did, but apparently is not. Because I love this song. Like, I literally, one of the reasons why I appreciate my Google ecosystem, I guess, is because I can send it from my phone. So I have my YouTube music on my phone, so I could put it on repeat, and I could just chill right there for a little bit until the spirit shifts. Okay, that's what I did last night. I was just I really love and enjoy this song. I sat down, I journaled, I did all, and I hear that people don't be doing that.
No, people definitely
they
do it.
think is weird.
My mom does it because that song "Enter Me" that you
Yeah.
sent out, she had it on repeat for like days. When my mom and I got little tattoos. Well, I say little, but mine's pretty big. It's a little ladybug, which we'll talk about in a minute. Yay. So my mom has a little red one, which is super cute. It's her first tattoo. She's never had any. She's not a tattoo girly at all. Sorry if I put your business out there. I just realized that too late. Oops. Can't undo it.
My bad.
My bad. The whole time she was getting the tattoo, she was listening to Enter Me. She just had it in her headphone and just was playing it on a loop while I'm like massaging her to try to like keep her mind away from the pain. But people definitely do it. People definitely do it. I feel like it's, but again, it's our family, so maybe it is just us.
I know. Y'all tell us, do y'all be listening to songs on repeat? Because I definitely be doing that. Okay. And I'm talking, even I still listen to Kendrick Lamar Euphoria and Not Like Us every single day.
Yes.
Every single day.
I like Not Like Us a lot. I grew real hard to it when it comes on, but I don't listen to it with intent. But when it's
every
on,
day.
I'm there for it.
It kicks off my dinner preparation. Like I start dinner, I be like, play Euphoria. And we go from Euphoria to Not Like Us, and I be muzzled on me. Oh, like I be in here getting it every day.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. But anyway, none of that, y'all, is what we were supposed to be talking about, but that's what we've been talking about. So now that y'all have gotten a whiff of what this might look like, sound like, and what have you, let's introduce ourselves. I have another. Okay, I'll say that after that. Okay, so
what surprises?
I know it is. It's been a lot. Okay, so my name is Kimberland of House Jackson. I want to pause there just for a second because my name is Kimberland. Okay, I grew up as Kim in my world, even in school, like even in high school, and I really didn't embrace Kimberland, my actual name, until I was an adult and out of the classroom because people will always mispronounce my name. And I used to get sick and tired of correcting people because either people would just stop and call me Kimberly, which is just not.
Oh, no, that's not it
at all. Like that's not what happens after that. Or they would call me Kimberland, and that's not my name either. So
I'm going to Kimberland.
And what's so funny is it was funny when you would do it, but then other people started doing it, and I was like, "You're so unoriginal." Like,
she's like, "It's been done already."
It's so done. Just like when, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, did your people sing that to you like when you were at work?
Ad nauseum.
You really think you're the first person that walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Jackson"?
It was either that or Miss Jackson if you're nasty. There was just there was no getting around it. If they weren't going, "Oh, are you related to the Jacksons?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, you're cute." And then I married a Jackson, so it didn't help at all.
You've been Jackson through it all. So yeah. So anyway, I want to kind of do that quick explanation of why I be saying my name like that. But my name is Kim. And House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams, empathetic, energizer, intuitive, inspirational, innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, and voice to the voiceless.
Amen. Hallelujah. What's happening? Well, I'm Kalonda. First of her name. I don't remember my alphabet. Speaking of banter, something of something, dancer of dreams, excellence enchantress, all of those things in a NOLA native. That is me. I'm definitely looking for love out loud, that, and I know that God is sending me someone who I do not need reassurance or don't have to decipher. So that's what I'm waiting on. Amen.
Come on,
Hallelujah.
tagline,
Amen.
hallelujah.
Amen.
Wow. Come on then and say the things. So just some quick things so y'all can know how to interact with us, because what I've been doing some research, Kalonda, on podcasts,
Okay.
right? And watching different podcasts, watching different vlogs and all that kind of stuff, just because I believe that we should always be trying to improve our craft, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that I don't do with intention sometimes that we need to do with intention is remind people like how to, like, all the ways that they can interact and support and like all the things and the things. And it be feeling like, to me, like I said that already, but also this might be somebody's first time hanging out. They're like, girl, who is you and where the things and how we do the stuff, you know? So having said that, I want us to kind of let y'all know how we roll here. We are very transparent people. You know, we are using our lives as examples. We already mentioned this. We're a great time. Okay. So it's always going to be some type of laughter that is infused in it, because that's just what we do. That's just who we are, you know? But while you're watching, if you're watching live, you have the opportunity to like and comment, to give us reactions. You can also send us stars if you're watching on Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube, you're able to send gifts. Like, you can do all of those types of things with us. Also share, y'all, just sharing the broadcast and sharing the show with somebody, like, oh, I was watching this and you might like it, does a really big job in helping us. So the other thing, remember, I was like, ooh, I got something else that I want to tell you. So we are officially at 606 subscribers on YouTube. Oh wait, let me find the air horn. My mouse is acting so stupid today and don't even want to work with me. But pretend that was it. So I want to say just 1 month ago, we crossed the 500 mark on the page. And that's been over the course of like 2 or 3 years, right? Wow. And then within 1 month, we have another 106 subscribers. So we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers. That will help to monetize the page. And then we could just do this. Then we could just make podcasts all day and just
invite you into our lives and along this journey. It would be a great time for everyone involved.
Exactly. So if you are watching and you have not subscribed, please do subscribe. That is a free way to be able to support what we are doing, and encourage others to do the same. Again, liking, commenting on the videos. So we've had some folks that come over, they're like, new subbies, hey girl. Like, so super excited to have y'all here. And we definitely give you that feedback when we get that energy, because we could feel it through your comments, you know. So the other thing that we wanted to talk about was how to interact with us out in other spaces, because we might be doing other podcasts, being in other places out here in the virtual world and such. So wanted to tell y'all about our emojis. So you had mentioned just a moment ago that you got your tattoo, you and your mom and all of that. So tell the people your emoji.
So my emojis are ladybugs, which are wonderful symbols of prosperity and good luck, change. They have been following me everywhere. They wind up in my house. I was dreaming about them last night. Of like this really big, pretty, like ladybug crawling on this girl's shirt. It was amazing. And then it like flew off into the land. I can't talk about it enough. And then blue hearts, where again, cobalt blue is my absolute favorite color. And I am looking to find that love, not necessarily be in a relationship, you know what I mean, but like just in general, to find a love that is just pure and out loud and something I don't have to decipher, because you know, God knows what my things are, and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna send you something you don't have to ask about. Like, you just gonna know that this person is real and this person is for you, and that's all it is. So if you see me out in these internet streets somewhere, feel free to throw up a ladybug or a blue heart, and I will know you came from So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese.
Yay! And then my emojis are a sunflower and a crayon. So the sunflower represents prosperity and joy and fullness of life. I've been doing a lot of research on sunflowers since I decided that this would be my emoji, and they have also been showing up in the most random of places, like walking and somebody has on leggings that has a sunflower on it. Like it's been really interesting. And the crayon is because there was a season of my life where I was very much living in black and white and I didn't realize it. And I've been trying to be intentional about transitioning my life from a place of being in black and white to color, because I want to color the fuck out of my life. Like I want it to feel colorful and joyful and all of that. So sunflowers and crayons, and I have been receiving sunflowers. Your mom sends sunflowers all the time. And then I have started, just even in my interactions, like when I'm commenting on different people's things, like I leave them a sunflower. So yeah, it's like it's become a thing. So that's how you can interact with me. And just so y'all know, that's like a super like I love you so much type of thing, right? Where we know specifically you've come from this community, that you are like, we see you. Okay. Like we see you, we invested in what's going on.
Yes.
Exactly. So okay. So we got some segments. Now I sent you the segments and you didn't answer me, girl.
I did answer. I did. I've checked go look at the receipts. I said, see, now I might be a late responder, y'all, because I'm going to tell you, Kalonda does talk to herself a lot. So sometimes you will get a text message 8 hours after you texted me, because I answered you in my head. I formulated the response, but I didn't hit send. That does happen, okay? So in Kim's defense, I did answer because she sees it now, but it was later than when she sent the question. So I'm going to let her go ahead and apologize. We're going to give you the floor.
My apologies. I see that you responded at 9:41 p.m.
Hours later. I will give her that. It was hours after she sent the text in which she is talking about.
Hey,
I own my shit. It was late. I know why she thought I didn't respond, because it was a long time.
Because I saw you read the messages and I was like, is she going to say anything? And then I was like, so am I okay to go ahead and schedule it? Or like, what do... Okay, so then I was like, well, I'll just schedule it, and if she don't like it, I guess I'll just change. I don't know what to say.
Well, look,
all right, cool.
I should know better, because the other day my mom, she sent me a text. No, I sent her a text message. I was just checking on her because I don't know if y'all were. I told y'all last week that she broke her foot, right?
I don't think you shared that.
I may not have. My mom broke her toe in a freak helping me move accident. Bless her heart. She's doing fine now. No one worry. But I was sending her a text to just check on her, and she didn't answer. But she has her read receipts. Side note, do you call them read receipts or read receipts?
I call them read receipts.
So I used to call them read receipts. But then I was like, wait, I wonder if it's read receipts, because you're seeing when it was read.
It happens when it was
friggin' English.
Definitely called it read receipts.
English is not an easy language. So whatever, read receipts, whatever you call them, that is what she has on her phone, right? So I could see she read the message, and I'm like, and maybe like 20 minutes passed, and she hadn't answered me. So then I followed back up. I'm like, hello, like, are you okay? What's going on? And I saw she read it, and I'm like, I saw you see that.
You ignoring me? What's up?
So my next question, I was like, are you not talking to me? Can you tell me you're not talking to me so I'm not looking like an idiot waiting for this response to this text message? Like,
oh my God.
That's all I be wanting is clarity, y'all. All I want is clarity.
Yo, I had that exact conversation this week. I was like, hey, clarity is kind. Clarity is kind. And I don't understand your aversion to clarity, but I'ma need it. I'ma need it for my life.
Please clear it up, because I'm gonna do about 77 backflips in all the possible scenarios of how we got to this point right here. Like, just tell me what it is so I don't have to figure it out, because I'm gonna try to figure it out. And I'm trying to give you as much grace as possible in this figuring out. So yeah, I love
and that's nice that you do that, because
like
I just wind up having a mental funeral, because what I can't do is exercise all these brain cells trying to figure out what the hell wrong with you. And I didn't ask you, and hey, guess what? Fine, you're dead now. You're dead.
I will put these sweatbands on. I will get to flipping. Like, let's stretch it out. We're going to see all the ways in which I wronged you to figure out why you are treating me like this. Like, it must be something.
I just kill them all. I literally just kill them all. I be like, I can't. And that's why it becomes dangerous, circling back to what we was talking about earlier, enjoying my own company. And then you don't have no communication skills because you're disingenuous with your Go home and leave me alone. Go home. I'm not doing this. Now you're dead. You're dead. Like, literally the other day.
Look what you made me do. You made me kill you. Look what you made me do.
I literally had to do this the other day because we done already had a conversation about, hey, you need to use your words. You need to use your words. Oh, you don't want to use your words? Guess what?
We can't do this.
I'm done.
Do it. That's all I got. Because all I got are your words and your actions. And when they don't line up, I am confuddled. And I don't know what to do with that. And again, I'm going to make it my fault. So, can we please save me? Please save me.
I pray that we release you from that spirit. And you
please,
can come
Jesus.
over here to the mental funeral side.
I just call on the sweet name of Jesus and hope one day, he will get that spirit off my heart. I don't know. It's been there forever. But anyway, yes. So I see that my mom is seeing the read receipts. And so she's like, she said, well, wait, how did you know that I read it? And I was like, well, it gives a time stamp at the bottom and it says like read 11:12. And she's like, oh. Like, yeah, thanks. She's like, I was in an appointment. I'm like, you couldn't have just said that. Like,
why don't you just say that?
Just
say that.
I was like, you need to type faster, because she gave me like some answer, but the answer that she gave me actually like induced a response. So I'm like, wait, are you okay? Like, I'm about to leave work. Type faster. What is happening right
now? But you know what's so funny? That type of like, I'm gonna call it anxiety because that's what it feels like in my life. It would drive me crazy, like me trying to remember to answer people and like actually answer, but then if I look at the notification and then I if I can't mark it back to unread, now it's just gone, but I'm not ready to answer. So then, or I thought I answered in my head. Like, I do that a lot as well. And now it is so much worse because I don't have notifications on my phone no more.
You gotta rela on the power of your own mind, and that's a scary thing, girl. That's scary.
I have been trying to. I guess this is kind of like a update type of thing, but I have been trying to get my routines together for real, so that I can incorporate checking these different places of communication in my day. Because what would happen, y'all, the reason I took all the notifications off my phone is because it was too much. I feel anxiety from having a whole bunch of like numbers and like things like badges you have to do, right? All the stuff. Yeah, like that just I want to clear them, screen. Right?
Yes.
But if I can't clear them, then I'd have to use time to remember them. And it was just making my brain tired. Like, my brain was just tired. So I decided I'm just going to take them off and we'll see what I gravitate towards and what my natural tendencies are. And then I'll just try to figure out how to remember to go look and stuff. But so I'm saying all this to say
making
too.
me anxious. Just you saying that, it makes me itch. I'm like,
why? Because what you feel like might happen.
Because there are things that are happening that need your attention that you don't know until you remember on your own to look at. That sounds real reckless.
But things like what? I don't necessarily have things that are happening that need my attention per se.
I feel like if somebody texts something, if you get an email and they're like, "Hey, we need this."
To do what?
Like I'm literally like wringing my hands. Like I don't underneath this desk. My hands are like this. Just so you know. Like the thought, just the thought of relying alone on my brain to say, check your email, check your text messages, check your missed call log to see if someone needs, you know what it is? It's the need something. If someone needs something from me, like I need to be available to do that.
And see, I don't want nobody to need nothing.
Kimberland. I'm not doing this with you, Kimberland.
I'm talking about my life.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't want nobody to need nothing from me right now, right? Because remember, I'm supposed to be pouring into myself, right? And what I had noticed is I was becoming like, I don't necessarily think it was dopamine chasing, but I was becoming very obsessive about, okay, did I check this? Did I check that? Like, did I go there? Does somebody need me? You know, and I was like, hey, I'm unavailable right now. Like I'm available at these particular times. Even there are some people that like I know in real life that are like, hey, you know, let's meet, let's hang out, blah, 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 whatever. And I send them a calendar invite. And they're like, oh, well, no, it don't have to be official. And I'm like, if you want to be sure that you have my time and attention, you better get on this calendar, because what I want you to understand is outside of this, no telling what I'm doing.
See, and I'm go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
When I like time blindness and time just, I don't know, I'm gonna call it time escapism. I don't know, but like just releasing this concept of time and having to be present for particular things that I can't do it anymore. So I have like actively been like moonwalking out of those types of situations. For instance, I try not to start, which I do sometimes do this, but I try not to start a conversation on any platform if I'm not going to be sitting there to actually have the conversation. But also, you get like a 5 to 10 minute window, maybe, because my attention I'll be doing something else. So then after that, if some people take an hour to respond to it, child, I will talk to you when I talk to you, right? That's why I was like, you ain't respond.
And that's why I'm like,
because we was having.
You are generous with this 5 to 10 minutes. My attention span is like this. Like I will send you that message, close that app, put my phone down, go about my business. And then when I make it back, when I pick my phone up again, I'm gonna check. Like it's literally like those when you text those people and they were like, 30 seconds later I was asleep. Like I might as well have fallen asleep because I literally I said what I said. I put my phone down and was like, oh shit, we were having a conversation. Like you and I were talking. Like I did something else. I don't know. I did something else and that stole everything. The calendar invite is my nightmare because
really.
Oh my God. Because my mom, bless her sweet soul, will be like, so-and-so wants to do this. And it'll be like 3 weeks from now, which makes sense. Like, yes, get on the calendar. Hey, let me, get you down to this. I will think about that thing and think about that thing. And it will just be like in my head because ahead of time, I don't want to do anything. But say if you call me and are like, hey, I'm uptown right now, you want to get lunch? Like, I'm more likely to say yes to that than,
really?
oh, hey, 3 weeks from now, do you want to drive out to wherever and go to this picnic? And I'm thinking, now I don't know, because what comes that day, I might not want to do that. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna feel like 3 weeks from now on that day and wanting to drive and do these things. So like, that is its own little
prison. So can you put that in tentative? Like, can that be just a tentative thing and I'll let you know the day of?
But see, I feel bad about that. Like,
why?
I don't know, because I feel like they need this commitment. They're needing to plan how many people need to be there. Do we need to drive separate cars? Like, all the things that need to come into play to make this happen, that I feel like why they're asking about it 3 weeks in advance.
Well, that sounds like I can't commit that far in advance. Right now, it feels like a yes, but I do not know the day of. I will not know until the day of.
Oh, but that feels awful.
Why?
But here's the thing. Like, you know what it makes me think of?
What?
You know exactly. I bet you know exactly what it makes me think of. It makes me think of Nanny. When
I knew you was gonna say that.
I knew you would know. Like, our grandmother would do that. Like, you would make plans, or you would want to do something with her, and come the day of, she's just not gonna answer the phone. She's not gonna answer the door.
Like, why she looking out the window? Yo, she would be looking out the window washing dishes, and we knocking on the door. Nanny, hey girl, I see you.
We talked about Anita Baker in concert tonight. We coming to pick you up. Like, I can't tell you the amount of times I was upset because my mom had planned something with her, and day of, she was like, ghost. Before ghosting was a thing, my grandmother was good at it. Like,
she was ghosting like a mug. That's true.
But now I understand.
I get it too.
I get it. Like, I get a lot of the things now that I didn't understand then. And I'm like, wow.
I also get why she wanted to move back to Mississippi, because y'all is vexing my nerves. Okay? I get it.
She's like, I'm not trying to watch these children. I done raised my kids. And y'all don't drop them off just one at a time. It be everybody.
In bunches.
That's why today's grandparents are out in these streets like they are. Because they said, I don't know what you heard, but I did mine already. Like, I did my time. I raised my kids.
Get on my calendar.
You better hire a babysitter. I'm going out.
Get on my calendar. You know what's so funny? So I'm a horrible godparent. Okay.
Oh no.
Horrible. And when I say horrible, I mean wretched. Okay. But this is why. Because I don't have children. And what people seem not to understand is the life of someone who doesn't have children is dramatically different from someone who does.
It doesn't
revolve
around children.
It don't revolve around children. So the reason I say I'm horrible is because I got fired as a godparent. I didn't know though until I had to figure it out. And then I was like, oh, I guess I'm no longer a godparent.
But does that stop how you interact with the child though?
So I didn't ever get to have no interaction with the child for real because I got fired so quickly on. So let me tell you what happened.
Oh, how you get fired so quick? Right, exactly.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened. So I had a friend. These people are no longer, I don't even talk to any of them anymore. They kicked me out the group. They kicked me out the group chat and out their life. So anyways, so I had a friend. And she was actually, I'll just say, I had a friend. So my friend was having a baby and I had introduced my friend to another friend. Okay. One time she wants to go to church And I was like, I called my other friend. I was like, hey, can you like stick with her at church, make sure she good or whatever. So all of us formed a friendship, right? The three of us. Okay. Yeah. So then the friend gets pregnant. And we do baby shower, gender reveal. Like she asked us to be the godparents. I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is so awesome. Like all things, right? Okay, so we do all of that. So then the baby gets here. Okay, spend the time with the baby, like all of that. And then sometime during the time that the baby, this before the baby was born, the parents, my friend, called one day. Let's say it's a Tuesday. And she was like, hey, can you watch the baby Thursday night? And I was like, no, I have to work, like or whatever I was doing. I don't know what I was doing at the time. Yeah. At the time, I was doing professional development. So I was training after school. I was involved in church. I was like, I had my own life. My life don't revolve around kids. I had Jack, and that was that. Okay. So can you watch the baby on Thursday? Like, I was like, no, but like, I need more time. Like, I need you to give me a window of time. Like, I'm scheduling, my calendar was wild at that time. So I'm like, I'm scheduling things 3 months in advance. Like, I can't, you can't just call me on Tuesday and be like, hey, can you watch me on Thursday? Like, that's not how that works, because I don't have kids. So I don't have to be home at 6 o'clock doing bath and dinner and putting them in bed. I don't have to do that, Jack. We gotta understand
different schedule, right? He knows.
We get it. So I ain't really never I ain't really never hear from her again after that. She never asked me to watch the baby again, ever. And like I said, this was within the child's first year of life. Okay.
Oh, wow.
And then so she never asked me to watch the baby again. She stopped sending pictures of the baby, like all of that, right? So
after then one, I can't do it with 2-day notice.
I'm just saying these things aligned. I'm not in people's heads, so I don't know what happened. So I had asked my friend, right, the other guy parent. So I was like, is everything okay? Because like, I don't, because I used to watch her baby all the time.
Right.
Because schedule it. She'd be like, hey, in 3 weeks, me and my husband want to go to a concert. Can you, bring him over. We making banana pancakes. We having a blast.
Everything's great. Yeah.
Okay. Because it's on my calendar. But like, no, my life doesn't work like that for you to just pop up.
Right now. 30 minutes from now, can you be at my house?
No. So the other friend was like, oh, I don't know, blah, blah. Well, turns out they was plotting to kick me out the group chat. So now my other friend that had 2 more kids, I don't even know them kids. I don't know nothing, but like they literally erased me out of the godmothership.
Oh my God.
Aww. Yeah. Because I couldn't watch the baby.
Yes, indeed. That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's when we don't really talk about the expectation when people name people godparents now. Because you hear that story a lot of like, oh,
really?
So-and-so is my godparent, but I don't ever talk to them.
Like, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like something happened along the way, or you name somebody as your godparent, and then magically now they're no longer in your life. Like, that's just how it goes. And even so much as I've had friends say, like, no, I'm not going to make you the godparent, because that's how that goes.
Wow.
Like, it means you, like, something's going to happen or what have you. But I mean, something still wound up happening, but it was like, okay, but yeah, you don't really talk about what that intention is, because like the formal version of that is, hey, should something happen to me, you'll continue raising this child along the faith in which that I have agreed upon, and make sure that they make it into heaven. Like, that's a godparent. Like, that's the definition of a godparent. But apparently some people think it's babysitting duty whenever, at a drop of a dime. Like, that's not what that is. Like, yes, I want to be a part of this person's life. I want to help, formulate them, make sure that they have another relationship with Christ, but that they also have another outlet, if they feel like my mama is crazy, I can't talk to her, whatever. Like, you're going to be the person that I can talk to that's still going to give me advice and keep me from running off the deep end. But like, we don't really talk about what that role means when we're asking people to do it.
So that's crazy though. I just can't imagine a one and done scenario of like, oh, okay, I was busy Thursday, but if you said Friday or Saturday, like I can watch them then because I don't have anything those nights, you know? But like you said, they had already planned. That was something that they already had in their head, I guess, you know, to do. And that was just the reason that they used to say, okay, see, this is why.
And then, of course, you know, I left, right? So then that's another excuse, right? You know, that I don't live in the same city any longer. So it was like, that's a wild story. That's only just a part of it, but they doing their own situation now, which is interesting. But I have another godchild, and I was talking to her mom about this because they live in Indiana, and I've never lived there, right? That was never the intention. But we were talking about, because this godchild, she's in college now, and like we were talking about that, and I was saying, you know, she wanted to come out here, she could, like it's totally fine and all of that. And I was telling my friend about the other godchild situation, and she was like, that's not what this means. Like, that is not what this is for. And I was like, well, apparently
that's what
you're supposed to be the party planner and the babysitter, and like, okay, girl.
like that's not it.
I can't deal. So yeah, so I don't even remember how we got on that, but that happened. But this is what I had wanted to ask you. So the title of the episode is We Got Segments, because we were thinking through some of the things of what this looks like to make this a little bit more structured, because we really just be getting on here talking.
No structure.
Always with purpose though.
Yeah, I'm about to say there is a structure. I won't say there's no structure. I won't say that. I refuse to take that label. But it is pretty fly by the seat of your pants, and let's see where it takes us.
Which is part of the vibe here. Okay, so also just because they're structured don't mean it's gonna always be that way. Yeah. It just kind of helps us structure our thoughts. Yeah. But the reason I had thought about it is because one of the segments that I think would be really fun is the rabbit hole. Yeah. And as neurodivergent, neurospicy folks, we love a good rabbit hole. Like the rabbit holes be rabbit holing, all right. And lately, I have been watching Tabitha Brown a lot. Okay. She's videos have been getting suggested, and it's like a whole list. I didn't want to flood you with all the things. I was just like, hey, watch this. Let's see what this is about. But it's so many. She's been on Kevin Hart's podcast. She was on this lady, Morgan DeBon, I think her name is. She's the creator of Blavity. She has a podcast, like is now one of my new favoriteest podcasts. She actually had Amanda Seales on there the other day, and that was another one but anyway, so Tab, focus, as Tab was saying. Tab was on, I've been watching her podcast a lot. So she also, and I've been following Tab for not since TTLA, but I remember TTLA coming across my screen, but I didn't really get invested until maybe a few months later. So, but I used to always watch her and her daughter Choice do Very Good Mondays, and then she would do Fridays where Tab and Chance. So since then, they have, you know, Tab has exploded, and she just out here, just she's everywhere. Vivid. It is so beautiful to watch. It is so beautiful to watch. And how authentic she is to who she is, and her freedom from code switching and freedom from what the industry told us. And I don't know if you all know this, But I am a trained actor as well, actor, model, host, and kind of living in that space. They would tell us like not to be on social media, don't be talking, don't be doing these things or whatever. So it's kind of like in stark contrast to what the industry was saying. Right. So Tab was like, I know what God told me to do, and that's what I'm finna do. So that's what we doing. That's what we're doing. And I resonate with her stories so much. So anyway, so the other day, I was looking for something to watch, and I had pulled up the latest episode of Fridays with Tab and Chance, and it was the episode about incarceration. Okay. And at first, did you have a chance to watch it?
I did not. I started.
Okay, no worries.
But that was
no
as
worries.
Far as I got. I started a lot of things. I do. I don't.
No worries. It's okay.
The intent is there. It's on the list. On the list.
It's okay because you'll be able to participate even if you didn't.
Okay, good.
And also I want to tell you all, if you all are interested in the episode that I'm talking about, we made a playlist on the YouTube page of rabbit hole, like things that we're going to talk about in the rabbit hole. So you can go to the video and you can watch it and you can dive down the rabbit hole with us. So basically in the episode, at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I can relate to this because I don't really have experience for real with prisons or people being incarcerated or what have you. But I was like, I don't know if I can relate to this. But then I started watching it and then I was like, I can very much relate to this. So then I remembered that you can also relate to this. So one of the things that they were talking about, and we do have a family member that is incarcerated right now, which still kind of like trips me out because I was very adjacent to that. And in my mind, things are still mixed up of what actually happened. And it was very interesting. But one of the things that was how do I want to say? Tab was talking about communicating with people who are incarcerated. And I thought to myself, there are some levels that I feel like I can relate to people who are incarcerated because though you are alive, you have been forgotten about in many ways in many people's lives, but you're still here right now. Granted, I'm not in prison and don't ever plan on going, but I feel like that sometimes that I'm alive, but I don't exist in people's real life. So I was becoming like very empathetic to what someone who is incarcerated might feel like. And then I also watch, I'm not a lawyer, but which is Melanie Goolsby's YouTube page. And she is Melissa Frederick, so Kevin on Stage's wife's real life sister. So on Mel's page, she's following the YSL trial right now. And girl,
which
is
its own thing. I just hear little bits and pieces of it when something sensational happens, which is every other day. But
every other day lately, girl, it is a circus. Okay, so I don't like watch the trial, but I watch Mel's recaps or whatever, right? And it just puts on display like how much injustice is happening within the justice system. And that those injustices are happening regardless of whether the person is white or black, like the judges or the prosecutors, like the system is doing what the system does. So it makes me feel very conflicted in my spirit because half the times I be like, why don't y'all let them boys go home? Like, because y'all doing the most right now.
Y'all don't have it together. What is going on?
Like, y'all making up stuff, y'all coercing people. Like, it's a lie. Let them boys go home and y'all start over because y'all just making stuff up and that's not right. And they might have done some of it, but it's like you're seeing how much injustice is happening. You're like, this is wrong.
Well, this might be a wash.
Right. So my views on prison and stuff have changed like dramatically. But one of the things that I remember is what it felt like. So when I was in Tampa, at my church, they were doing outreach, like prison outreach, outreach mentorship for girls.
Oh, okay.
And the training was held inside the girls' facility. Okay, so these are, like students, like student aged girls.
Okay.
After that one experience, and we didn't have any experience with the girls directly, but it was don't bring this in here, don't bring that, don't do that, don't do this, get here, give me your keys, get that, now go through, let me unlock this heavy ass door, clink, 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 and then step in here, now let me shut that door, now let me unlock this door. Like, it was a lot. And then when we stepped, like, so if you can imagine, there was like a hallway, and then the open space was like out here. The girls were around the corner, but when they heard the door open, it was like, ah, watch out. And I was like, huh? And I never returned.
Oh.
And I said all that to say, I wonder. I wonder what your experience has been like, because Chance was saying, like, Chance is a former law enforcement officer. So he was saying, even he was like, I don't like jails and prisons. Like, I'm not visiting nobody. Like, I don't like it. And he was like, even though I had to interact with it being in law enforcement, he was like, I don't like it. And that's how I feel. So I was wondering, because I know that you have some different experiences.
Yes.
That was a big build up. Sorry, but context.
No, you were good. Context is important. No, definitely. I had to visit, and this was when I was younger. I was probably, oh my God, like 7, probably 6 to 9, I would say was probably when this happened. Where I would be visiting someone who was in Angola, and it was
and
very.
You went to Angola, Kalonda?
Yeah,
Kalonda.
It was like having to take. I remember now. Granted, trauma, so memory not that.
I understand.
Bits and pieces, flashes, photos, kind of thing. But like I remember having, like, we went to one place. Like, you would go to this place first, and then you would get on a bus and have to take a ride forever. Like, I don't even, to this day, I couldn't tell you where Angola is. Like,
in the middle of a plantation somewhere.
It was a long bus ride somewhere. And I always, randomly, the things you remember, like, Sarah, the ride there, I remember, like, all the power lines, because I'd be looking out the windows, and they would have like these, they look like basketballs on the power lines, like these just big orange domes, and to me they were basketballs. So I would see them and like kind of like focus on those as we're riding on this bus to the prison. Then you get to the prison and go through like this intake, like visitor intake. And I mean, as a kid, it's like, okay, going through your things. You know, my mom, before I left, had to make sure I didn't have anything on me that would like get confiscated or be, you know, banned or whatever. And then when you get there, it's not like, you know, the guards are particularly like soft-handed. Yeah, you know, they're just like, this is the job, this is what it is. Like, we need to make sure, and it, like, hindsight, you know, they're like that because people do things that, you know, make it
require them. You
know, to be that way. Like, I'm sure they don't want to be like manhandling an 8-year-old, but someone's put something on an 8-year-old's person that's made it necessary to do that, you know? So going through it was very interesting because it was just like, Jesus, like, I just want to visit this person. You know, I haven't seen them in forever and I just want to see them. So it was just all of this like anticipation and just like, you know, you almost feel like, wow, if this is what happens just to visit them, what happens every day to live in this situation? But then like you're sitting, I remember just like sitting at these long lunch tables, like waiting for them to come in. So it's like a waiting game. You just sit and you wait for them to come. Sarah. You just sit and wait for them to come. And every time the door opens, you look and it's like, okay, no, that's not them. And when the door opens again, no, it's not them. And then they come and you're like, yay. So they let you hug for like a second, but they're not like trying to let there be a whole lot of physical contact. You take pictures. And I guess like I don't know how this happened, but I don't know if that was that they were like making crafts ahead of time to have them for you or what. But like I would always get like one of those either leather purses with
I
like your
remember the
name
purses.
embossed in it, or sandals with your initials, or like a belt, you know, or I used to love the little puzzle pictures. Like I had all those things, you know, of just like, oh, this person was thinking of me and this is what they thought. In my head, I thought that he made them. And I think in some cases he did, but in other cases I think it was other prisoners who were just artists that did it.
And they got some commissioned.
Right. And so they said, can you make this for me? But most of them I think he made. And so it was just like really, really nice, and like just all sorts of things. But as a kid visiting someone there, you know, it's really, you don't really know what's going on. You just know this person is in jail, something happened, and they can't be free, you know. And I just remember knowing that that was going to be a very long time before I would see them out of prison, you know. And then as far as like our current family member, like I remember being a little bit closer because I think I heard about it like the night it happened. And so then I reached out to a friend of mine who's in law enforcement to figure out what was going on. And like, hey, can you look into this for me and tell me what's going on? Or is there anything we can do? But like it was very much secondhand, don't really know what's happening at this point. So I don't know, prison for kids is hard. It wasn't something I went to regularly where it was like, oh, every third Saturday you're going to Angola or whatever. It wasn't like that. So I can't imagine though for a kid that does do that, because I know that there are several, you know, that have to go through that it would be very difficult, because it's hard not to empathize with the people who have to live there every day. Like just getting that glimpse of this is what I have to go through just to get into this, to see them. What are they going through every day when they're living this prospect, you know? And as kids, we have no point of reference, you know, you just see what you see, and you see what's on TV and you try to like make that fit. So that was my experience with like kids in prison. Was just, it was nice. I wanted to see them, but it was sad, you know, because you knew they couldn't leave and that's where they had to be. And like, you didn't know what the day-to-day looked like. And now in hindsight.
And you would wonder about the day-to-day? Do you feel like, okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it was like, well, what are you doing every day? Like, how are you existing? Is it safe? You know, and then especially once you get older and can look back on it, you're like, oh, I wonder if they were going through these different trials and tribulations and like navigating the politics of prison life, you know, that we see on TV, to know that that's true, you know, of like, what's this hierarchy, and were they safe, and, you know, were they constantly scared, or were they someone who was respected so they didn't have to worry about that, and what kind of things they had to do to be respected, you know? It's like, you don't know this, and you can't imagine what that person, when they come out of that, you know, how that sticks with them, you know, because when you've been institutionalized, I even liken it to being in the military. They're both to me very similar, you know, this person's mindset is forever changed because they've been conditioned to behave a certain way, you know. I'm actually listening to this audiobook right now from David Goggins called Can't Hurt Me. And he's a Navy SEAL who's been through a lot, and just how he's come through it and focusing on his mindset, like hearing how he calls it like callousing your brain, you know, when you have to say like, you know what, this is how life is, you know, it's choice based. You can decide what you want this to look like. And every opportunity is a choice for you, Now you can pick the easy way and say, I don't want to go through this anymore. Or you can pick the hard way and say, I'm going to dig in and make sure that I come out on top. And I know that I'm not at my full capacity as a human. I'm putting out 40% at best. How do I unlock this other 60% and actively trying to push yourself to these points? It's really inspirational because it wasn't a book that I thought I would resonate with, because it is very military based on like his experience, and he's very active, and it's all about his like physical fitness. But when you just apply, and Lord knows I'm not running, excuse me, but it definitely is, it's a way of thinking and how hard you push yourself to say, you know what, this is not my limit. You know, I can take more than this. Am I willing to put in the work to go for it? You know, and in his book, he talks about it very strategically of, you know, if you're in pain, what happens if you last a second longer? Okay, if you last a second longer, then can you last another second longer? So where you get to the point of saying, before the pain starts, anticipating it and saying, this is what's going to happen. This is what my body's going to go through. This is what my brain is going to tell me. Like when you decide to quit, that's not the moment you decided to quit. You decided a long time ago that you weren't going to make it through this. So how do you have that conversation with yourself before it gets to that point of saying, you know, this is going to be tough. This is not something I'm comfortable with. I'm not a subject expert in this particular manner. How do I keep going? Like, I'm going to tell myself, what's my why? Because you're going to ask yourself at some point, why am I doing this?
Right.
Why am I putting myself through this? You have to find your why and be true to that and saying, okay, if this is what I'm going to do, how am I going to look at myself if I don't continue on this path? You know, and being honest with yourself to say, I'm not going to feel good about it. I'm going to feel like a failure. I'm going to feel like I let people down. Okay, is that worth stopping? You know, like, is that worth giving up? You know, and if you say no, it's not, then you keep going. Put that next foot in front of the other. Find that next piece to the puzzle. You know, talk to the person who is succeeding and find that next step. But I always love the callousing your mind, because your mind is your biggest opponent. It's not your body. Your body can withstand so much more than you give credit for, but it's the fact that what you think you can do is where you lose the battle. When you say, oh, I can't do it again. I can't take another step. I can't take another heartbreak. I can't take another disappointment in the job. And it's like, but you can, because you don't know if that's the last breakthrough that you need to get where you want to go. Like, take that next step. Don't be afraid. It's on the other side of it, you know, and what are the lessons that you're learning right now? Because that's going to not only help you, but help other people when you tell this story of how you got over, you know, and being mindful of that, you know, and he was just very intentional through each of his steps, you know, and it's something that's really interesting to see and hear, because I'm hearing him describe stuff and I'm like, why are you doing that to yourself? Like, why would you put yourself through this physical pain? But even if you take the physical part about it out and just apply the mental piece, you think of all the things that people do to themselves mentally all the time and go, why are you fighting so hard? Like, why are you pushing to move this? But when you call called to do this thing, it doesn't matter what you're going through. Like, you know that that's your purpose, and you continue to work in that, and you want to share that with other people, because it's like, no, this is the way. This is the way, you know, and your brain is literally telling you that you can't do it, and you cannot listen to your brain. You are in control of your mind. Your mind is not in control of you. So really getting to that part is huge. And it was definitely a lesson I needed, which is far away from the whole prison piece. But that is kind of how I liken it, you know, in the sense of like, what are you going to do with this? You know, you come out of prison, you're labeled a prisoner, you're seen as someone who's had this horrible past. Is that what you're going to let define you? Or are you going to continue to work in your purpose and walk in your purpose and stand up to those people and say, no, this is who I am. This is what I bring to the table. This is my purpose. And I needed to go through that to get here.
Right.
And really speak to that.
Yeah. That definitely sounds familiar. And it's because of the military part of it. I can hear Lewis saying things like that. Like, I just know I have to like go through this and then we'll see what happens. Like, you know, after that. And that was such a hard thing for me to grasp, of continuing to have to condition my mind to endure some type of adverse condition to be able to get to the other side of whatever. And that's also why my choice was to leave. To leave the country, because I just felt like I don't want to have to do that. Like, I want to be able to do that, but not also while the bricks of the building are pressing me down to the floor. You know, I want to be able to like learn how to do that and practice that and all of that under conditions that are not so oppressive. But I can definitely appreciate it is in our mind. And you mentioned something like in this, and this is the rabbit hole, y'all, so it kind of goes wherever it goes, right? For where it goes. But you have mentioned like prisoners when they get out and what that looks like. So that was one of the things Tab kept saying about making sure that you don't throw people away, right? And both her and Chance like had a different line of like where it would be unforgivable, if you will. But I think the thing that is so interesting in the US that I thought was normal and I thought was just this how everybody does it is the way that we do treat people who are in jail and prison. We don't treat them like humans. And then when they get out, we expect for them to act like humans, but we're not treating them like humans. So it's like this concept of humanity for me is something that has really, I feel like it's the easiest way for people to understand, and it also should be the most relatable way for people to understand of these are human beings. Now, I'm not necessarily talking about, you know, the worst of the worst crimes and all of that. I'm not quite sure what that looks like. I haven't had that experience per se to have to try to navigate all of that. But for instance, in countries like Norway, their prisoners live in like dorm style apartments. And they do get to visit their family, or their family gets to visit them, and they maintain contact with their family
and the society.
Yeah, you know, and then also thinking about the US prison industrial complex, right? And its roots in systemic racism and all of that. It's like most of the people that are in prison, there could have been another way, like to treat them, to help them to make different choices, what have you. And it just always, anytime I hear about prisoners, I always try to stop and think about their humanity. But what I know is that many people don't. And I know that I used to be one of those people. Like, so I didn't have your experience as a child with seeing the humanity of a person and like juxtaposing that and having empathy. I think that might have been the first time that I ever went to a prison was when I had that experience, and I was like, I won't ever go back. So for me, it was always they're bad people, and they
got what they deserve. Right.
They got what they deserve. And then like over the course of my time, I remember in school we had watched Dead Man Walking with Susan Sarandon. And I remember at that time like questioning myself about how I felt about the death penalty, because I was like, but if they say it's not right to kill, then why we killing them? But if God's supposed to judge, then how we saying that they deserve to die? Like, I get, okay, they gotta be in prison, but we taking life. Like, it just never like made sense in my mind. And then Shawshank Redemption is another one of my favorite movies, and that talks to how when you get out, a lot of times they try to go back in because that's where their family is. You never seen Shawshank Redemption? Oh. Wow.
I know. I literally just watched The Notebook for the first time like a month ago. Like if that
is happening over there in your side of the world.
I know. Yeah, I hadn't seen Friday till I was well in my 30s. Like,
really?
Oh, girl. Yeah. I don't know. I watch random stuff. I don't always watch like the. I don't know. But yes, I have not seen Shawshank Redemption. I have an idea of the plot.
Lord Jesus.
But I was like,
well,
I hope she says Green Mile. I'm like, I've seen Green Mile. I'm like,
but that's another one.
You, me, and you.
Yeah, that's another one that made me but it really made me like wonder and question like where I land on these things. And I think it's to your point too of what you were saying with the book that you were listening to. What you're describing is called metacognition. And a lot of people are not willing to go through those process of investigating your thoughts and asking yourself questions and making conscious decisions to show up differently and like all that kind of stuff. So it's really cool when you get to hear somebody's metacognitive process.
Oh, it's amazing.
And
I love it.
Like the strategy they use and all of that. Because a lot of the work that we should be doing to interrogate our biases and really try to show up as better human beings lives in the awareness of how we think, how our thoughts were formed, like asking questions about it and like challenging yourself and pushing yourself to see someone else's perspective. Like all of that is higher level thinking. And I just want to go on record as letting you know that it is higher level thinking. And everybody can't do it. I'm not gonna say they can't. They can. Everybody's not willing to do it.
Everyone does it, right?
So
it definitely makes a huge impact. I mean, just being curious enough to say, "How did you get here?" Like, I just want to understand your thought process, because if I can understand it, then maybe I can apply it and get to where you are. You know, like I'm genuinely curious to know how you got here, you know, and it's not to put you down. It's just because I want to understand, like, okay, that's not how my mind saw it, but the way you put it, I could see how you got there, you know. And I think we just don't respect that perspective enough. You know, if there's a 6 painted on the floor, if you're standing on the left side of it or the right side of it, or, you know, top to the bottom, whatever, like it may look like a 6 to one person and a 9 to the other. Like neither one of you is wrong. That's just your perspective, you know. And it's like, why is that not, you know, honored more, of just saying, hey, we may just be looking at things from a different angle, you know, and this is how I'm seeing it, and be able to just appreciate that.
I don't know. I think we very, very much collective are afraid of judgment. I think we're very much afraid of judgment because a lot of times what I've learned, like I adopted this phrase in my life, a motto: curiosity over judgment, because I realized that I wasn't asking as many questions as I needed to be informed as I needed to be. And I was busy just being like, yes, no, in, out, black, white, you know, like,
right.
And it has become such a more freeing way to be when I just ask questions and get curious, but also recognizing that people don't like to answer those questions, or they don't know the answer. Like they don't have the ability yet to go through their metacognitive thought, and it feels difficult, or it feels like an attack when it's not meant to be an attack. It's actually it's meant to be like, let's draw in.
Yeah.
Let's go down the rabbit hole together.
Right. Like together. I want to go with you. Like I may not agree with you right now. That's fine. It's not about agreeing. You're not always going to agree.
It's about understanding.
It's about understanding.
Yeah.
Like, God, like just, I want to be understood. Like I want to understand you. And be like, okay, that's how you got there. That makes sense to me. Like, okay, cool. Like, you can appreciate those things.
Yeah. So I want to do what might feel like a turn, but I want to create some space for this question of what brings you joy, because when you said I just want to be understood, right? And this is a question that we've had on our homework assignment, heart work assignment since the beginning. And I was like, we need to make this a segment so that we can hold ourselves accountable to this. So I had mentioned earlier, PJ Morton.
Yeah.
And PJ Morton is someone that I am a huge fan of. Like when I say huge, I mean gigantic. But I don't know if people know why.
I listen to him.
Do you? So PJ and I grew up in the same church, Greater St. Stephen's, right? PJ and I are the same age. I went to prep. He went to St. Aug's. So these are sister schools in New Orleans. My school was all girls. His school was all boys. But I really got interested in PJ and his work when we were like 11. So we were in the choir. Well, I was in the choir, and of course he's Bishop's son, right? So, you know, special, but also special. So we were having choir rehearsal, and what I thought was most fascinating about him is that he could play the piano without reading music. He played it by ear.
Gotcha.
So somebody would be like, you know, the first song that he ever did a solo on was No Weapon by Fred Hammond. Okay. And he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to sing. Like he was fine with playing, but he was like, I don't want to sing. And it was like a thing. But I was always so fascinated of how like his musical ear, like, it's like, this is wild. Then I got really fascinated with seeing him start his music career, which was not gospel.
Right.
And I thought that was so interesting. And I was like, not necessarily shocked, but I was like, man, that's dope that he's able to do his own thing. And followed him. He had a CD with his sister, was their first. And then he went off to Morehouse and made more music and like all of that. So, but also the drummer in PJ's band, Ed Clark, me and his sister went to school together. And Ed was the choir director at one point. So we had like a young Kirk Franklin in the family situation going on, you know, with the young adults or the young teen choir, whatever they was calling it. But anyway, so I know these people in real life, right? So just to watch PJ, his thumbprint is on so many. Oh my God. And he has like this unique sound. And to me, it feels like home. It feels cozy. It feels very much like bringing you in. Something else that I love about PJ is the way that he transitions. Like he used to have, I think it's the album, the live show, it is the live show Killer, because his live shows, if y'all ain't never been to a PJ Morton live concert, baby,
it's a good time.
Let me tell you,
you get a little bit of everything. He draws you in. It's very intentional of like, I want you to feel this. You're a part of the show when you're at his show.
It is my favorite. It is my favorite thing to do. Like, I have seen him in concert, I don't know how many times. So I just be so proud, like, every time, because it really is. Now, let me say this, like, PJ probably can't pick me out in the lineup, okay? We grew up adjacent to each other. Like, so that's why I'm like describing these circles, right? So also I want y'all to be like, she said she and PJ best friends. I know. But his spirit is so humble, and it comes through in his music. It comes through in the intentionality and the ways that he chooses to compose. Like, when I tell you, I just be so proud. Like, I really just be like, you better do that, PJ. That. So yesterday, the new song came on. I Found You, and this the other thing though. I do have a beef with PJ Morton right quick. The songs don't be long enough.
Oh, but that's the thing. We talked about that, I think, before. Nowadays, like the song.
I don't like this 2.5, 3 minute situation.
Minutes. Give me a 5-6 minute song and let me vibe out. Like Tiana Taylor, I love her music. That last CD she did with Kanye was like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And I'm like, I'm really just getting into the vibe of it and it's over. Like,
okay. And that's why I got to put it on repeat, because it's literally just 2.5 minutes.
Yes, I need more of that. I wasn't done with that feeling. I'm still in the middle of it. Yeah, I don't know why.
So now here we are 30 minutes later, and
but
I got
you look at like the TikTok nation now, everybody's on a minute. But it's funny because now TikTok, you can do up to like 10 minutes. There's some that you can do long form video or long form. Whoever thought 10 minutes would be long form. But you can do 10 minutes a time. But essentially it's like you have to catch people's attention in like 30 seconds or they're on to the next thing. So I guess that's kind of what's driving.
I don't like my music that way. I don't want
it. I want to feel it. I want to vibe. I want to dance. I want to cry.
Yeah.
Like, I want to live in that moment.
Yes.
Give me that moment. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my beef with PJ. The songs don't be long enough. So you just be getting started in the thing and then it be over. But PJ and everything, like, he's one of those artists to me where like he can do no wrong. Okay, he can do no wrong. And then, like, you talk about remixes, like the man will take the same songs 3-4 different iterations, and it feels like an entirely new album.
Yeah. Get into it. Get into
it. PJ Morton, if you are not already familiar, go up over to the YouTubes, to the Spotify, to wherever you get music and things and such, and get on PJ Morton, okay? If you had to tell somebody where to start with a PJ Morton album, where would you say?
Well, so for me, it's very NOLA native. Like, I love his Bounce CD. I can't, like, it's still in my playlist today. Like, if I press my playlist, PJ Morton's Bounce versions are all throughout it. And I'm just like, he had Stevie Wonder, he had Juvenile, like, it was all, you had the range. You want to talk about options? I'm a girl who loves options. That CD gives you everything with a New Orleans beat, which I already find fascinating on regular everyday songs. So that was where I would say start, just because it's all of it. It encapsulates New Orleans, his artistry, his musicianship with other artists. Like, just, you could see a little bit of everything with that for me.
Yeah. I think I would say the Gumbo Live album.
Oh.
The one with Yebba on
Yes.
there,
Okay.
BJ the Kid, Hamiltones were
Mm-hmm.
on there, the Amours.
Oh,
I think I would say start there. The live.
the
Though.
live version. Yeah.
And then if you go from there, then you might want to head on over to the mansion.
Mm.
The mansion, what was this? Oh, but you know, I forgot about Paul.
Oh, Paul was
Ah,
good.
it's
He has
so
some all good
many.
music. And
Y'all
people
just
don't
press
know.
shuffle.
People don't know. Just let it ride. It's he has an awesome voice and spirit that translates through the music. Like, yeah. And it's a
Yeah.
guy. Because like I feel like now we don't get a lot of just male singers who are male artists. Like they're still out there, obviously, but they're just not brought to the forefront. And he has a really good discography if you go through kind of what his growth has been like. So I definitely
Yeah.
enjoy listening to him.
Yeah. So that is what brings me joy.
Yeah.
It's your turn next week, next show.
Yay! I will find joy. Woo!
It's your turn next show to share with us something that brings you joy. And y'all, this segment is really just to keep us centered into the things that can light up our world, you know, and bring some color into our space and maybe look at something a bit different. So like Kalonda was like, every time I listen to him, I think about you.
Yep,
So now when y'all listen to PJ Morton, y'all might be thinking about me too. So yes, it's on you next time. Okay, ma'am. Cool beans. All right. So, having said that, we are going to wrap up today. Anything else that you want to leave with the people and also tell them where they can find you?
As you all know, you can find me right here at the house. In the house. That's where I usually am. I will say I did go to the pool yesterday. I went to the country club and hung out at the
Nice.
pool. So that was nice. So you might randomly run into me there, but probably only for the next 2 weeks. And then other than that, you can find me on Cash App at $Kalonda, KALONDA. Feel free to bless a sister wherever you feel fit. Every bit truly helps. I'm making a very big changes coming up in life that we talked about last show. So you should definitely check that out to see kind of what I'm talking about. But other than that, I will see you right here every other Sunday on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese.
Cool beans. And y'all can find me at Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. And also I didn't show this. I guess I can show really quickly. So my website is kimberlandjackson.com, and I really haven't been using it a lot because it had been really outdated. But I actually made some adjustments the other day. So this is my new landing page here, and I took a lot of the other pages down, but the YouTube, the podcast, and then merch is available. So if you are like really looking to see what I do and where I am right now in life, you can go over to kimberlandjackson.com. And then again, other than that, Minding My Black Ass Business, like we said, please like, subscribe to the page if you have not already. Again, we're at just over 600 subscribers. We're on our way to 1,000. So please do, if you have not subscribed, please go ahead and do that. Share with your people so that they can also come and hang out. And we will be back with y'all in 2 weeks. All right. Holla.
Bye.
Normally would go to Brazil or whatever, and was in Medellin for the first time.
Okay.
And so he's like just kind of comparing the two, but you can tell it was very much like women-driven purpose of the drug kind of thing. And so I was like, okay, so that was a little interesting. So I'm just like, But we like sat and just talked off and on for a while, and then finally he left. Oh, because I was asking about Kim had said that there was a jazz.
All right. So, as you can see,
I did a thing.
we have a lot going on, right? So, welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. First, we need to know if y'all can hear us because clearly we have a different setups and stuff. So, let us know in the comments, but also the comments are real small.
Right, they are far, far away. And as we have discussed,
Wait.
I don't even see where they are.
Hold on, they over here. Hold on. Somebody's watching. So y'all get in here. Oh, you know what else I need to do? I forgot to put it live on my Facebook page.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to the
Hey people, how y'all doing? Good morning. Buenas. I have learned. I'm practicing the Spanish. Let's see. As you can see, I'm sitting on Kim's lovely couch. There have been some developments, which are pretty exciting. So I'm super thrilled to be here right now. And we couldn't wait to do this. That's why we have this off schedule episode today. So hopefully everybody gets in. We're super happy to see you guys. Feel free to get engaged, ask questions. We're going to do our normal intro and all the fun stuff where we tell you who we are, how we got here, what you can expect from us. And then we get into the shenanigans.
Okay. So it's a lot that's happening, right? And also there's a monitor. Oh shit. Okay, it's all right. Everything's okay.
No.
There's a monitor over here, right? The camera's here, the mic is here. We getting it together, y'all. So welcome to the things.
We want to do this for you, I guess.
Yes, but this is the thing. So I heard you say we couldn't wait.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, okay, let's just get in there and figure it out. And then y'all get to be here with us or whatever. So we may get up from time to time because we forgot something or whatever. But whatever. So anyway, welcome again to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We are two real life cousins in real life. And we come on here and we talk about things that we thought were normal in our family, but actually was the family recipe for dysfunction. So we unpack all that kind of stuff and talk about it and add some humor to it all because we wouldn't be us if we weren't laughing.
We need to laugh.
We were laughing. So as we get used to this new format and stuff, we're gonna be talking to each other, but also y'all do comment and stuff. But I'm gonna I think I'm gonna open it on my phone so I can see the comments maybe. That might help. Because that is not that's far and cannot. Yeah. So the first thing we need to know is, can y'all hear us? Okay, that's the first thing. Please say that. Can you hear us? Because I don't know how to set up two mics. So I had to just kind of, yeah.
We're making it.
Yeah. So let me see. Hold on.
Microphone checker.
Okay, it sounds like we're able to be heard.
Okay.
I tuned in on here. All right, cool. All right. So, hey, my name is Kim, and I don't remember my fancy intro, but let me see what I can say about myself. Let me tell y'all a little bit about me actually. So my name is Kim. I left the US in October of 2021. And I live in Medellin, Colombia currently, and I am an intuitive melanated life coach. I also work in education, and I am recovering from burnout and a severe mental health crisis that happened last year in July. And yeah, what up?
That's it. That's all. I am Kalonda. I used to live in New Orleans as of Sunday. As of Monday, I now live here in Colombia as well. On my way, hopefully, to Bali, but you never know. I'm willing to leave it open, see where it brings me. I also am not necessarily recovering from burnout, but probably am, but just haven't acknowledged that. So take that asterisk for what it is. But also a mental health crisis in January that I am working through and just trying to learn who I am again and figure out what the rest of these 40 some odd summers that I have left are gonna look like.
Amen. You know? I like how you frame that because I've been saying that. I don't know why, looking at it that way, like quantifying it as I probably got about 40 left. Mm-hmm. So what do I want to do with that? Because the first 40, just y'all had. Yeah. So now I like how you. That's interesting that you thought about it. Okay. So what I was going to say, we have been not purposely, but also probably avoiding talking to each other. Yeah. Because when we get to talking, it's just all the things, right? So on purpose, we're kind of like, okay, so let's do the podcast and talk about things. So a lot of this we're gonna be talking to about for the first time. But also we're gonna be talking to each other. So I'm gonna figure out because we're not gonna really be looking over here unless we looking over here to tell y'all something. Correct. They're real small. So anyway, so I wanted to start off by asking you, and this is not. I'm like, ooh, let me get that. Hold on. This is not an interview, but I was wondering how your spirit is feeling.
My spirit is dancing. It feels very light. I think it also is very thoughtful because it is trying to kind of figure out, okay, now, one day, this past week, I don't know, I was doing like just getting ready, doing stuff, moving around, and I felt like I couldn't catch my breath, and it was just like having to think about breathing, and when you think about it, it makes it rather difficult. And you're like, it's supposed to just be happening on its own, like just relax, and I find myself having to say that to myself a lot, and I find you having to say that to me very much. So yes, I think my spirit right now is very inquisitive and just really open to seeing what the next things are, what are we doing, and just really open to it. Because I don't have a map.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
And that's weird.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I love that. So also, we got y'all comments up now. So y'all, if y'all say something, I can see it up over here. Okay. And also share broadcast, y'all. Like the page, subscribe if you haven't shared, comment. Yeah. So anyway, I want to also share. So my spirit, there was actually a shift probably last night as to how my spirit is starting to feel. So before last night, I've been chill. Like I haven't technically I had given myself August off-ish, which feels very much like what had happened. I was like,
when were you off in August? Was there a day? I mean, like when? You gonna get on this good internet.
It really was. You just got here.
I'm just saying, but I know you've been working.
But more things than that. So anyway, so anyway, I just kind of felt like I was in a holding pattern, kind of. It was just kind of like I was wanting to do things, and I was like, "You're supposed to be resting, or you're supposed to not really be working," and kind of like taking a step back. But over the past couple days, I feel like I've kind of shifted into it's a new month, and I think I actually am ready to start some work and actually say that I'm working, and like ideas seem to be kind of coming and all that kind of stuff. So I said all that to say my spirit feels inspired and energized and ready for whatever is about to happen, because I do feel like, something is about to happen, and I don't really know what it is, but whatever it is, it's like, okay, just be ready for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's been a message that's been kind of floating around of get ready, you know, and be ready, so that when these things happen, because they are on the horizon, they feel very close, that we can actually take advantage of those opportunities and put our best foot forward. And I think a lot of that happens when you give yourself that time to just say, okay, no pressure, no stress, feel how it feels. Like I woke up this morning thinking about my mood blanket and like redid my little structure so I can start.
So you gonna make a new one?
I'm gonna make
so tell them what a mood blanket is.
So I, in addition to being an auntie, and also apparently a granny cat lady, because I thoroughly enjoy crocheting, either with hand or like chunky blankets. And one thing that people would do is they would use temperature blankets, is really where it originally came from. So you would take the temperature in your area, assign a color to it, and do it throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, you'd have this fun color gradiated thing as a representation of your weather. Well, a couple of years ago in 2021, when I had another mental crisis, was I wanted to really figure out what my mood was and how I was feeling and address it and name it. So I created a chart that would let me say day by day for 2 months how I felt every day, and then I would knit a row for each one. I did a chain of 108 so that it would be like a mala. So that I would be able to say different mantras, just kind of be intentional about each stitch. And then at the end of those 60 days, I had this gigantic blanket. And so when I was getting ready to move, I was like, I need to have my blanket. I have to have my blanket. But your girl overpacked. Overpacked. Okay? We'll get into that. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to bring this big ass blanket with me. So I said I was really sad about it because I really enjoyed my blanket. But then I started thinking as I've been here, like, well, maybe I don't need that blanket anymore. Like maybe it's time to make a new blanket and see what these next 60 days feel like. Redo that whole chart, knit it. So, and you've been talking to me about my own presence in different places and being available for people to talk to me and see where I am. And I was like, well, how fun would that be to have people come along with me as I do each day or a couple days, you know, crochet a row, talk to you guys, see how it is.
I love this.
I figured it would.
I absolutely love this.
Yes. So that definitely was on the front of my mind this morning. So friends and family, don't worry. You'll be getting my Amazon wish list of all the yarn and needles and things that I will need in order to make this happen. Because your girl is on the budget.
I love this so much. I do. It's also the come along on the journey with me, and you know, as I'm talking about whatever I'm talking about is I'm knitting like type of thing. I love that so much. I had met with my psychologist on Friday, and she was like, I was telling her the same thing. Like I felt like this shifting was happening, and so brain research, right, which is you know, one of my passions.
Yes.
So when we are in survival mode,
Mm-hmm.
and our fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and you're familiar with all four of those?
Yes.
Okay. Because fawn is one that many people are not necessarily aware of, but so fawn means, so fawn means that you kind of agree. So it might be a lot of people pleasing behavior, or you go along with it in order to not cause conflict.
Go along and get along.
Right. So anyway, when you're in that space in your brain, you are in your downstairs brain, and all you're asking yourself is, am I safe?
Right.
Right. So then, okay, once you can answer, am I safe? Then your next set of questions is, am I connected? But this is still in your downstairs brain, because we have to feel safe and connected in order to be able to access our upstairs brain, which is where our executive functioning lives, which is where our creativity lives, which is where we ask ourselves questions like, what can I learn and what can I explore, right? So I was telling her, as I was processing, because we were talking about brain people and like it was a lot. But I was telling her that I feel like I've shifted out of my downstairs brain into my upstairs brain.
Nice.
So when I say I feel creative, or I feel like, you know, I have ideas or whatever, it's like, because I can say, yes, I'm safe. Yes, I'm connected, and now I'm ready to explore and learn and see what else. So it was a really cool revelation to have. And having said all of that, I'm wondering, because you said you feel lighter and all of that, so I'm wondering, where do you feel like you are in your brain? Because we have talked about your brain space before, and y'all, I'm gonna let her self-disclose. Okay, I will let her self-disclose, but it was some concerns. Okay.
Ocean may or may not have been called to the workplace. Well, do you want to tell the quick recap of
brain people and brain space?
Right.
Okay.
So they know what I'm talking
I really need to come up with like elevator. Yeah. So if we think about our brain like it's an organization, or think about inside out. That's the easiest way to kind of make it as concrete as possible, as quickly as possible. So think about inside out. You have different people inside your brain that are running the operations, right? So you have different departments. So you might have your creativity department. I just mentioned survival. You got a survival department. You got your joy department. You got whatever your departments might be. There are people in theory that are running these departments. So that's your brain people. And then your brain space can look very different. So my brain space looks like what I imagine Google looking like. So it's a very open space, flexible seating, ping pong tables, basketball goals, beanbag chairs. Like, it's just a lot of different ways for people to feel grounded and connected and such and so. So brain people, actually, this is what I was telling her about before we get to what's happening to yours. So I was telling her that I was like, I feel like, because your brain space can change.
Yeah.
So I was like, I feel like my brain space is changing, and you know, I've done a lot of redecorating in there and making it more comfortable and all that kind of stuff. But I had a conversation with somebody who was telling me that their brain people were at the park. And I was like, and I was thinking to myself, what? Like, my people want to go to the park. We love. So I've actually been putting thought and energy into their park, because there's swings and seesaws and, you know, things like at the park. So anyway, so that's the short, long drive-by comment explain of what brain people and brain space are. So having said that, what's happening with your brain people and your brain space?
So prior to this realization that your brain space could involve recreation and restrooms and breaks and such, I feel like mine was akin to a warehouse. And I often describe it as like just a warehouse where people would access the box. It would have the information in the box. They would present it to me, and then we would go from there. There was no time off. There was no rest. There was just work. And it's funny because you always laugh at me about like, well, why are you memorizing that? You have it in your phone.
Yes.
I gave you those instructions so you could refer.
Why are you wearing your brain out?
But I put my people to work. I'm like, y'all need to do this for me. Thank you.
She was a taskmaster, y'all.
If for some reason this little device fails or whatever happens, that's all I have to rely on is my brain. So in order to stay safe, I try to keep them as knowledgeable and together as possible. Well, that only lasts so long. Employee morale is very important. And one would think, as someone with a number of years in leadership in retail or in leadership in general that I've had, that I would know that. And that happy employees make happy customers, clients, whatever you're working with, like it makes a difference. But I didn't really apply that to myself. So now we have bathrooms. First step.
Look, I was telling my psychologist, and I was like, I can't tell her they don't have bathrooms. My psychologist is a mandatory reporter. So I was just like, so Kalonda's working on her brain space.
Now, what I have envisioned for my space is probably more like shared workspace, like almost like just a building with different tables,
like a co-working. Okay, that's kind of how mine is.
I feel like that is where I need to head. That it is on like a boardwalk pier situation where they can get to the beach. Yeah, so that they can have breaks and relax, and then eventually we get to start to know each other. We've talked about my imaginary friends. As kids, that it was a whole neighborhood. It wasn't just one friend because I was an only child for the most part, and I just talked to myself. But when I look at my brain people, I know nothing about them. So really getting to know who's in there, who's really in charge, and how do we honor that, and how do we make this a better working environment for all of us?
Yes, I'm here for this.
I feel like I'm heading in the right direction.
I love this. So Xavier is watching. Xavier said, my brain space is definitely 90s Nickelodeon, 24/7. We need more info.
Right.
That sounds fun.
That sounds fun. I also feel like, when do you breathe? Like,
because that's a lot going on.
That's line.
Double dare.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like,
did I ever tell? I probably told y'all this. I knew I was gonna be on Nickelodeon.
You hear me try out for something?
Yes.
Times,
yes.
Right? Yes.
I knew I was gonna get discovered and I was gonna be on the Disney Channel and Nickelodeon. I knew this.
You gotta do your signature.
I don't know how to do the Mickey part. That's new. That's that new.
That's the new fangled.
But 90s Nickelodeon 24/7. That's a lot of activity. I think about the Nick Hotel. I think about the slime. I think about Double Dare.
Yes.
It
just feels bright, like all the logos.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of inputs.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Whoever else, y'all tell us what y'all brain space is like. So interesting. Okay, so you're moving towards like a co-working space on the boardwalk. Yes. Here, this sounds kind of nice. Right. And maybe field trips, the get to know you activities and stuff, team building exercises and such.
We're working on it.
I like that. I like that.
Because I honestly didn't realize how like just oppressive it was, and just focused on just like you said, task.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, now it feels like taking this time has really allowed me to say, okay, what do you do? And you start to like wring your hands because you don't know. Because I literally texted Kim and was like, I don't know why the thought of relaxing stresses me out so much. And she's like, well, why does it? I'm like, I don't know. That's a good question for my therapist. We're going to find out. And she was just like, you've never spent time focusing on you. You don't know what that is. And that feels uncomfortable to you. And so now you don't have the answers, and you're used to having the answers. So now get used to the journey.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you feel like you are, let me ask that a different way. What do you feel like is the most encompassing thoughts or feelings since you've been, because I've caught you a few, not caught, but I've seen you a few times on the balcony, right? And I feel like the magic happens on the balcony.
Even Juan?
Oh,
Barber?
You saved his number. I did. Barber came. Oh, let me make sure y'all can hear me. Let me get down here. The barber came. That man is fine. You hear me? I walked out here. I said, "Oh, boy,
Buenas.
But why were you breaking the website?
I got my haircut today, y'all, which was
Show me your designer. Oh, that. Let's see if they can see it.
he did my brow.
Yeah.
I haven't done those in
He
years.
did mine too, y'all.
And
Mine
he did
ain't
her brows.
and
She got a cute little arch and everything. It was a good time. But while we were sitting out there, he was putting his stuff away. He was just like, this view is amazing. He's like, I could just sit out here. I have music playing. And he's like, and I would just listen to music. I'm like, exactly. Like, this place is magic. So it was really cool because he immediately slid right in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The magic happens on that.
So what kind of things while you're sitting out on the balcony and just kind of absorbing, and also like I felt like, so my balcony experience was in Playa del Carmen, and it was in a regular neighborhood kind of, but like there was a park where people were playing soccer, like whatever, just the sounds of the city. But I felt like the trauma was like seeping out of my body, and I was like spending a lot of time reassuring myself and saying, okay, you're safe, you did this. So I'm wondering what kind of thoughts and things have been coming up.
It's been a little bit of all of that, like just seeing the city, and there's like a little soccer patch down over in that corner, so I can watch them playing out there. So just kind of getting the sounds, hearing the birds, like a lot of just sensory of just getting used to being here. And then the thought around safety, like you had shared, because at night, the first time I was here, there were fireworks, but it was actual fireworks. And I was like, oh, okay, because at first, for a second, I was like, because one of the things you have to realize when you leave the United States or when you go anywhere is you do have to be sensitive to the biases that you have about where you're going. And I know a lot of people, like they would tell me, be careful, like be safe. Oh my God, Pablo Escobar, cartel, blah, 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 like whatever, you know? And so I'm thinking about that too, of like, okay, how do you just see and honor what's happening in front of you and not just taking the word of people who've been shown to lie about everything at every given chance. So the fireworks went off and I'm like, but then I saw them and I was like, oh, fireworks. And so I tell Kim about it and I'm like, hey, like, so they do fireworks a lot. And she's like, yes. And somebody told me it's never bullets. And like hearing that was so reassuring, but also so sad that like that did give me such calm. It's like, okay, you know, like the am I safe?
Yes. Yeah.
You know? Of just knowing like that's what we've lived so long. You know, when you think about people every day that are just that tense, and you don't realize
you don't realize
you're carrying that in your body at all times. You know, no one really ascribes trauma to that.
Right.
Of saying you live in a place where if a firework goes off, your first thought is somebody's shooting.
Yeah. Because even when you told me it was fireworks, you saw how excited I got. I was like, oh my God, that was your welcome firework. Because Medellin, one of my favorite things about Medellin, and you can't really see it as much where I live now, but where I used to live, I could see like all of the neighborhoods and they would do fireworks all the time. It's like it's their favorite thing. They love a good firework. Okay. So when she told me, I got excited because I'm like, oh my God, you got your presentation. And then she was like, yeah, but then, and I said, it's never booked. Because that piece, I feel like, and I think that happened for me in Mexico, but it's like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't even realize that I couldn't find joy in something that I would normally find joy in because there's a chance that it might also be dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that happens on the balcony. And then just thoughts of the future and possibilities and just going, okay, what can this look like? And what do I want? I guess is the one that's like rolling over in my head all the time. It's like, what do I want this to look like? Like, what do I want to do with this time? Without feeling like I'm pushing myself to just be productive. Like trying to find that balance. But yeah, it's been very interesting. And then trying to figure out things to do for everybody who's like, go do something, like send me pictures. What are we doing? I love it. I love that you guys want to know and are excited about what I want to see and do out here. I also need you to know though that this is not a vacation for me. So I don't have to see all of Medellin in 2 weeks or 5 days because I'm leaving. Like this is where I live, So there's probably gonna be days that I don't go anywhere other than, downstairs for something and then come right back. Like it's life.
It's everyday life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mentioned that there was this like shift in my spirit and like feeling this difference. One of the things that happened is, I love Kept on Stage and the Kept on Stage universe. Okay. But Melissa, Mrs. Kept on Stage, came back with her vlogs. Nice. And she's been gone from YouTube for a while. So she came back and she was talking about just how it felt to like be back. And she was like, this vlog is probably boring. This is just my everyday, but whatever. And so many of us in the comments were like, this is what we want to see. Like, this is what we want to see.
Through the space.
Yeah. Yeah. So what it did for me is it was kind of like my blockage when it comes to vlogging. And first of all, I had to have like a mind shift because I had to kind of tell myself, this is a different career path. Like this is a career. This is not a hobby. This is actually a career, right? But then I also had to talk to myself about, so when I bust up on the scene, y'all, over here on the YouTubes, baby, I was like, your people got feet. And so I got here to YouTube probably about, that was 2022. And so just a little bit of background, this first time finding us or hearing all of this in one place. But I was working in Pennsylvania with an organization called Chester County Intermediate Unit on behalf of the Pennsylvania Department of Education. And it was the most traumatic experience I've ever had in my entire life. Racism, racism, racism. Okay. Wow. But anyway, so because of the way that things happened and because of the amount of energy it would take to sue, and I knew I was leaving the country and all that, I made a choice to just put them on blast. You feel me? So I'm gonna just create my own documentation of what happened and share that, right? So I started by sharing videos of the HR complaints of how they would drag me into meetings and my evaluation, my 90-day evaluation that took 3 separate times to get finished with, like, it was wild. So anyway, during that time, they wanted me to shut the fuck up. Okay. Point blank, period. They were like, cut her off. So they got a lot of my videos taken down. They were trying to send paperwork. Like, it was really, really crazy. So I kind of paused on it because it was becoming a lot. And every time I was watching myself back on these videos, I'm reliving what was happening, right? So anyway, I had kind of stepped away from YouTube, and then I had also decided that I wanted to create space for joy because I was angry and I was like traumatized, you know, and I still, don't get me wrong, I'm still finna tell what happened. Okay, you just never know. I pop up one day and I'll be like, let me tell you about what happened. Okay, but that felt like that was the only thing that I was giving space to. So I had stepped back and I moved to Columbia, and then I put my focus on my life coaches and doing all of that. And then insert mental health crisis, right? So I hadn't like processed any of what was happening. I was just doing.
Right.
And when I saw Melissa come back, I was like, that's what I want my page to be. Yes, I want y'all to know what happened and what got me here, but I want my page to more focus on the rebuilding. And now that that has happened, this is what my everyday life looks like, right? So then I was like, people actually, this is what they be looking for. So in that shift, it kind of made me say, all right, now I feel like I can do this. Like, I feel like I can turn on the camera, I can talk. Like this morning I did a vlog, and this is going to be a part of it and all of that. But just taking you all along for the everyday events is so powerful, because that's where you rebuild your life, in the everyday events, right? So it's not on the field trips that we're taking. That's the fun. You know, oh, we're gonna go get our nails done, or we're gonna go walk to the market, or like whatever. That's fun. But the everyday, the monotonous, the routine, the, you know, did I meditate this morning? What is my routine?
Right, building the routine, because that,
it's a lot, right? I want to come back to, so Xavier gave us more information about the 90s Nickelodeon, because I want to make a point. They said, looks like a lot of fun, but think about all the work that went on behind the scenes to make it look like that, and also make it memorable for an entire generation. Crazy. So that shit's tired. It's exhausting, right? And that's where so many of our minds have been. Like, I was thinking about how people would ask me to do things or whatever, be present at different places, and I would be like, it's not on my calendar. Like, I don't know, because I had so many things I was juggling, right? Now, I'm putting things on my calendar, because the rest of the time, I'm straight up frolicking. Like, if you want my presence and you want to be guaranteed that I'm gonna be there in present, you're gonna have to get on the calendar, because otherwise, let me explain something to you. I don't have notifications on my phone. The only time that my ringer is on is if I've ordered something and I know that they're going to be calling. But other than that, I don't want to have noises on my phone. So you call it the Kim lottery.
The Kim lottery, because you just don't know, because she's not looking at the phone. So it just has to be your turn. You call that she happened to be near it, saw the screen light up, and decided that there was room in space to handle whatever bullshit you might be bringing.
Because you don't know.
You don't know. You have to be like, you know what, Kalonda, keep me on the phone for 2 hours. Talking about nothing. Like, do I have time?
But everything. Also at the same time.
You never know.
Yeah.
So it is a lottery. But that's also honoring that a lot of people don't do, because we feel obligated to this little thing, and that people feel like they have that access to you. Of like, oh, well, I called you. And it's like, yes, you did call me. I saw it. I'll call you back when I can. Instead of, oh, I have to get this call right now. Which is where a lot of stuff is current. I aspire to get there. I'm not there currently, but it definitely, I understand how and why. And that it's very freeing of like, this is my time. And I will fill it with what I want and what really brings me joy.
I felt like a lot of people were consuming me. Like, I felt like, and especially having a talk show and like being on the internet and being social media personality-ish, or I don't know what to call it. Being a content creator. Sometimes I feel like people forget that you also have like a real life. And what I can appreciate about the community that I'm building is they be like, just take your time. Right. Like, just take your time. But to your point of the obligations, like I was so used to having to be present for somebody. Somebody might need me. This might need to happen. Or did I get an email? I don't know. Did I need to respond? Like that shit stresses me out. You hear me? I told Kalonda there is a mountain that's behind us where it's just beautiful and green. Yeah. And I was like, I want to be living over there on the mountain in my tiny house with whatever I'm growing, frolicking in the field, and my assistant comes and be like, hey, so-and-so wants your presence on XYZ day at XYZ time. What do you think? And I say yay or nay, and then I go back to frolicking. I don't want to have to be doing all that thinking, because to Xavier's point, that shit is exhausting.
Yeah,
it's
never just one thought. If you ever break down, and I don't know if everybody, well, they say everybody doesn't think that way, but just that there's the millions of steps in between. You know, if someone just saying, well, I just wanted to hang out with you. And it's like, yes, you just wanted to spend time, but what are the other things going on? What are you going to enjoy? Do I have that in the house? Do I need to go to the store? What is all going to take for that to happen? It's never just one decision, you know, and we don't always give people the grace of that and having that different thought process.
It's a lot of micro steps.
Yes.
Is what I call it.
Yes.
So I had told you I wanted to get my notebook because this morning I was meditating and I was thinking about a few different concepts. So one of the things that I was thinking about was this idea of frolicking that I just brought up, right? Yes. So I kind of call myself professional frolicker. And I had a previous definition for frolic, but this morning I got a different definition, and it was because of your frolicking that you did yesterday. So I want to talk about that. Okay. So I said frolicking is trusting your spirit to guide you intentionally towards joy. And yesterday you took a field trip.
I did.
Right. And I intentionally didn't ask you a lot about it because I wanted to hear about it here. And before you left, I was like, okay, like you got your little umbrella, you got your battery pack, you got your earbuds, you got your thing. Like it's a kit. Like you gotta have a kit when you're going out. Like your just in case item. So she was like, I'm gonna take a clutch. I was like, might want to take a crossbody. Like, you know, you want to like have your hands free, but also have room for things. You know, clutch you only have so many things, right? Right. So you did your prep work and then you walked out the door. Right. And I'm wondering what your experience was like to do that on your own in a new country where you don't speak the language, had no idea what you were really about to walk into. Talk to me about something.
Yeah. So yesterday I decided, I was like, you know what? It's the weekend. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna see part of Medellin. Where do I live? Like, what's the fun stuff? You know? And on one hand, I was like, oh, Kim will be with me because I got ready. It was like first day of school, right? I got up, I got dressed, I was sitting on the bed, and Kim was having a Kim day. So she was like, you know what? No, thank you. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But I was like, I'm gonna still go. Okay. And I knew, like with us, there's no feeling for me of you not going. And I know there's no feeling from you of me going. So that was very refreshing. Not having to do those mental journeys.
So that happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, everybody's relationships aren't as easy, you know? So that part was really nice of just feeling like, okay, cool. So then when Kim's giving me all the, you know, all my kid stuff, get everything together, be safe, because I very much am minimal. If I could just walk around with whatever's in my pocket, that makes me happy. So I don't have to worry about forgetting anything, losing anything. It's all in one spot. So Kim got me together and was like, no, you can't leave the house like that. So
You gotta have some things.
Like, man,
just in
like
case.
rain, you need a jacket.
Yes.
You got backup. Did you download your maps offline? Like all of things. So it was good. I get in the elevator and I'm like practicing, you know, buenas. And then if it's in the afternoon, buen dia. Buen
dia is morning and buenas is the afternoon.
Really? Oh yeah, I definitely got that.
But buen dia is fine whenever. But usually it's in the morning. That's buen dia.
Well, I was practicing incorrectly in the elevator, but that's fine. Practice is practice. People here are very sweet. They just let you. They try to figure it out as best as they can. So practicing in the elevator, if I, you know, walk into someone and I'm telling myself to say ciao and not adios because it's different, which is fun, learning Spanish and then realizing that it's not the Spanish that's here. Yeah. So, you know, that's something. But I'm doing the things. If you're on Duolingo, come find me. I'm on there. Make friends with me. I'm somewhere around lesson 4. We try to figure it out. But yeah, so I get out into the little parking lot. I make my first little video. This is me going out on my video, like 2 seconds. But there was
that's a video.
She's been trying to get me to get content, y'all, and I don't know why I'm so resistant. It's happening. It is happening. So I did that. Met my Uber driver. He doesn't speak any English. I don't speak any Spanish, so we're just kind of like super light conversation, which was fine.
So was he initiating conversation?
No.
Or were you?
No. I was kind of just asking some questions around there as best I could. Because I realized while I downloaded my offline languages for my translator, I only downloaded one of them, and in order to use the
you gotta do both languages.
So that was a little bit of a challenge, but I did have my offline dictionary that I already had downloaded prior. So that's still I worked around. Okay. So we're pretty quiet for that part. So I'm just looking out the window and enjoying the sight. These scooters, y'all. These scooters.
The people say yes, Kontent Kalonda.
They're everywhere. I'm trying, y'all. Give me grace. Give me grace. But yes, these motorcycles are everywhere, and they pass on the right and the left everywhere. So that's interesting. We did pass an accident, like of a motorcycle laid on its side, like underneath the taxi, and I'm just like, oh sweet Jesus, okay. So you're just kind of enjoying the sights. I get out. I've gone to Cafe Noir, which is the restaurant that Kim had recommended that has some really cute little pictures. I did take a picture in front of it.
Okay.
And then I looked at the menu and was like, you know what? I'm gonna just take a walk. So I kind of walked around and just like walked up the street, looked at the different shops, and then I knew there was a cigar bar that I wanted to go to. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if I'm close. And literally, when I looked at it, it was to the right. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go in here because Kalonda loves cigars. Yeah, I don't know if y'all know. So go to the cigar bar, really nice, they have outside area, inside area, big humidor. I walk in, the guy's like, hi. He says hi.
Okay.
So he knew. He was like, she don't speak no Spanish. So I was like, hola, hi. You know, I'm like, try. So then we get in the humidor, and I'm like, I don't know any Spanish words for smoking other than fumar. I'm like, or fumar. Okay, there we go. So that was it. So I'm like, well, this is what I smoke. So he's like, okay. So he's telling me a little bit about it. And then one of the cigars that I like, he was saying that they didn't have, and that is just more expensive. And I was like, oh, why don't they have them anymore? And he's like, well, China bought the company out. And so they, in order to increase their profit margins,
not China. Yeah, gotta come on the cigar
market. So, you know, if you're out there trading, that might be some good insider.
Wow.
That's causing some scarcity for certain brands here that they can't get because the cost is it's astronomical on top of what they would need to have. So that was pretty cool. So I'm like, all right. So he was like, you know, where do you want to sit? And so I was trying to figure out if I want to sit at the bar, because normally I'll just sit at the bar where it's close to the drinks. But then I'm like, I want to sit in the street. Yeah. But they had like 2 big parties that were already sitting out on the patio. So I just took like the first inside table facing out. Okay. So I'm like, okay, cool, I can do this. So I had my little cigar, had a drink, had some Havana Club rum, which was really nice, aged 7 years, delicious. Highly recommend. had that. They give you a little chocolate, which was cute. Nice. That was nice. I could hear my mom saying, "Don't eat the chocolate," but I ate the chocolate. I felt like they weren't poisoning me. I mean, you gotta keep your mama voice in the back of your head. Somebody, but sometimes you don't listen. But yeah, so I just kind of sat there, hung out. A little while later, an American guy walks in, and like I see him. I'm like, okay, cool. So he goes to the bar, and then once he comes up, he's like, "Can I sit with you?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not?" So we're talking. First mistake, he goes, "Oh, so you're by yourself?" And, yep. I'm here all alone, and I don't even speak the language. As a matter of fact, this is my address. What did you do? Oh my God. So my first answer was yes. And then I was like, but my cousin's meeting you again. Okay. So you only have an hour and a half window to murder me. Gotta make it clear. I caught it though. Caught it. That's funny. So I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, at least like you cannot tell people you are here by yourself. You cannot tell people you are alone. Right? So anyway, so he's just talking, and you can tell like he travels and goes to different countries. He normally would go to Brazil or whatever, and was in Medellin for the first time. Okay. And so he's like just kind of comparing the two, but you can tell it was very much like women-driven purpose of the trip kind of thing. And so I was like, okay, so that was a little interesting. So I'm just like, I don't know. So but we like sat and just talked off and on for a while, and then finally he left. Oh, because I was asking about Kim had said that there was a jazz club. And so he's like, oh, did you want to go to the jazz club? Like, are you going tonight? And I was like, I don't know, I'm thinking about it. But it looks like it's only open on the weekends. And so I was going back and forth, and he's like, well, I'm gonna probably leave. He's like, are you okay here? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And so he like, he exchanged WhatsApp information of like, well, I might go to a Pablo Escobar tour on Tuesday if you want to come. I'll give you a call. I'm like, oh, sure, why not? I'm like, do you go on tours with strangers? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, essentially a tour is just a bunch of strangers anyway, but it was just fun. So like that was fun, just people watching, and then like at the table, once he left, the table next to us was like another group of probably 4 American guys, and then 2 people from here I think came in, but they must have run into each other somewhere else. So it was like, hey. So it was cool. So they wound up sitting over there, but they also, the guy who came in had a girl with him. And so I ordered food, which was awesome at the cigar bar. So you at the cigar bar, you have all the stuff. They will just bring you menus from the restaurants around you, and then they just deliver the food to the restaurant. I mean, to the cigar bar. Love it. Because they don't have food. Yeah, that's convenient. Amazing. So I was like, I don't know how much food is coming. Like, I ordered these 2 things. So I asked the girl, I'm like, oh, have you eaten? And she's like, oh, thank you so much. She's like, no, I'm okay. I'm like, all right. So then we were talking back and forth, and she was like trying to talk in English. I'm trying to talk in Spanish. And she's like, I really love your hair. And I'm like, I like your hair. And so we're just kind of using like the words we know, y'all. So these conversations aren't very in depth, but it's practice. It's practice. Yeah. So that was cool. So I wound up just eating. I had like some chorizo skewer, something with lime that was delicious, and then some pork belly ceviche, which was completely different from what I was expecting in my head. I was thinking, well, I knew the pork belly wasn't going to be cooked by the lime or the lemon. I figured it would be cooked. But I was thinking like cubes of pork belly with like vegetables and lime and red onions. But it was like fried pork belly. So it was mostly like bacon, kind of with like the sauce. But anyway, sorry, this is dry. It's all right. I'm here for it. But that I hope y'all are too. I hope so. Thank you. But it was really good. All the flavors were amazing. The food was delicious. People were super nice. And then I was like, okay, cool. I'm not gonna go to the cigar bar or to the jazz thing or to the park, because the way he kind of threw me off on the park, because he made it sound like the whole stroll. And so I was like, it can be. And I think that's what he was waiting for. So I'm like, yeah, no, I think I'll wait then. Maybe I'll go to the park in the morning.
Yeah.
So instead I'm going to go ahead and get my Uber to go back home. So I walked out of the place, forget that I'm on Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, back it up. Need to be in the place.
But you know what's so interesting? Do you operate on Wi-Fi in your former life? Just Wi-Fi?
I mean, I have it on, but I'm more.
You would have a data plan.
Right.
Because I thought it was interesting that you were like, yeah, and then I figured out, probably should get that other phone because it's just on the Wi-Fi. And I just thought, I was like, well, that was an extra layer of braveness. Just be on the Wi-Fi.
And then I have to find Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Because then I sit down in the bar and I open to look for open apps, and none of them were open. It was all locked. And I'm like, oh my God. So then I asked the bartender, I'm like, because at home, if you ask for the Wi-Fi, people are very stingy with the Wi-Fi. Like they're paying per user or something like that. So it's like looking at the Wi-Fi pass, like, no, like we don't have one for you. You know? And so I'm like gearing myself up for this stuff. Right. So I'm like, I don't need it right now. I'm gonna need it when I leave because I gotta get Uber. She's like, you can have it now. I'm like, oh. So she was like, this one, here's the password, enjoy. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Most places do have like a guest Wi-Fi that you can use or whatever that they'll log you into. It's just funny that let me tell you what I was doing. So while all of that was happening, I was like, okay, this is her chance to go out and trust herself and just enjoy. So I was like, but let me turn my ring up on just in case, right? And let me be attentive to my phone and not do too many field trips so that I can be around if I need to. But then I had checked your location and I thought it hadn't updated. So I said, did she take both of those phones? And I was like, I don't know. So then I kept looking, I said, she out there on the Wi-Fi. What?
In the world. In the world. Bad decision.
No, it's okay. Like
I mean, safely there were no issues. Hindsight being 2020 though, like that should have been a back. Anyway, chargers will be here on the night. But it was good. It was nice. I definitely enjoyed just being out on my own because I did wonder, like, okay, am I gonna feel just be comfortable and like be able to just say I want to go out and see, you know? And it was fun. It felt just like I live in New Orleans. New Orleans is not the safest place. And all of y'all that know me fuss at me about going to the lake at 2:00 in the morning anyway. So that's already who I am as a person. So it's kind of the same thing here. I'm like, as long as I'm just situationally aware, I try to not look as touristy as possible. And just kind of keep your street smarts about you. But it was a good time.
That actually was never my concern. My concern was never, concern is a real dramatic word here. That was never my thought,
right?
That safety was going to be an issue. I just didn't want you to feel stuck. Like what I knew, I was like, she probably repeating the damn address over and over. But then when I saw, because I had sent you code to the door.
Yeah.
So then when I saw you got the code to the door, I was like, okay, well she got sent it up to find Wi-Fi. So she'll be all right. She'll contact when she needs something.
That's what I was like, well, let me check in. Because then I remember I told this person, like, oh yeah, my cousin's coming to meet me for dinner.
Meanwhile, I'm in here. I'm
intentionally.
I'm cooking, but when I tell you, it wasn't even like, how when you cook, you do a process. Let me do this first. I'm just in here floating around, just whatever, right? So it took me like an hour and a half to cook something that I was literally heating stuff up. Like,
you weren't making anything.
I was in here not about to go nowhere.
Okay. Yes. So I then make this look of, let me check in, y'all. He's like, is your cousin not coming? So then he and I had a conversation. So I was like, well, no, she's gonna I said, I think she's gonna stay or just do whatever she's doing. And he's like he felt like, oh, you're not mad about that. I'm like, no, like why would I be mad about that? I'm like, it wasn't a plan. Yeah, like we didn't have a date of like, okay, we're gonna have dinner at 8:30 at this restaurant with reservations. It was just, I'm going out. Hey, that jazz club is open. If you want to come, like, let me know and then we'll meet up. So, but it was just interesting. I'm like, no, it's not that at all. I'm like, y'all putting a lot of pressure on the people around y'all. Like,
that's interesting. So that's the thing where people will get angry if you don't invite them, or you say you're coming and you don't go.
I've seen both.
Okay.
Where people.
That's why I don't ever say I'm going anywhere. I'll be like, I'll put it on the prayer list.
Because I mean, I've definitely been like, because I will just get up and go and just be like, come on, a snowball. Just get out the house, go get a snowball.
And then somebody might be like, why didn't you tell me you were going to go get a snowball?
I like snowballs.
Then go get one.
Right. Like,
do you want me to go back with you?
Right. We can still go. I'll go again. I can enjoy it. I enjoy the process.
Interesting.
But yeah.
Okay. Huh. Well, release that, child. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Okay. So how did you feel? You felt confident? You felt competent? Talk to me about like how you felt as you were out there navigating.
I tried to be as in the moment as possible.
Okay.
You know, so it was just like taking the sights, because I'm also trying to be aware of my surroundings. But then realizing, like, I don't even know where particularly to look for the street signs. You know, like, so just getting like the lay of the land. I wouldn't say that I felt confident just because I knew it was a new process. Like I knew I was learning, but I felt fine. Like I just was like, okay, like you're just walking around to see. There's no end goal. So no matter what happens, this was a successful outing. You know, I'm here, I saw, and I got back home. Like that was the goal. Yeah. So that was kind of how that.
Nice. Very nice. I love that. I love that for you. Because I wanted you to be able to do that. One of my friends, Erica, had come, and that girl, she had booked a tour, I think. Then she was hanging out with the tour guide in the neighborhood. Yeah. Like, girl, I was sitting on a stool at the bus stop watching the people. What? But there's a part of this life is being confident that you can do this. Yeah. And knowing that you can do this. So from you navigating from the airport on your own, right? Deciding to take a field trip on your own, like that's a part of you being able to say, okay, so when I go to my next destination, like I know the things. Like, oh, I need a crossbody bag, or oh, let me make sure I have a backpack, or let me make sure I always have an umbrella. Because I never know what the weather is going to be. Like you build what you need over time. So I was glad that you had that experience. So you know, like, yeah, you got this. What you mean? Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I had a great time. Good. I look forward to doing more of it, seeing more of it. It really does make me excited again, like you said, just going into Bali. Because at least here, even though I don't speak Spanish, like there's some overlap from previous language, and then I've been, learning and listening, and some stuff you can figure out from context clues. But with Bali, it's like there's nothing. I had nothing. Zero. So being able to navigate and do these things here, like you said, it's like it just helps to kind of build that muscle. Yeah, you practice away a lot of the stress for that.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about, I'm going to say a couple more. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about is September. Yes. And it's the first day of September. Wake up. Yeah. So I had looked this morning and I was like, what does the number 9 mean, right? Which is not in church speak. Not a number they talk about a lot, right? Like, there'd be, 7 is the number of completion, and 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 5 is the number of grace, right? Well, I was like,
yeah.
I was like, what does the number 9 represent? So I'm wondering how this lands on you. Okay. Now I want to talk about like just wherever that goes. All right. So 9 represents spiritual enlightenment, completion, higher consciousness, selflessness, compassion, internal guidance, growth, spiritual creativity, divine and universal love, and becoming aware of your life path and soul purpose.
Okay, then we'll just read the shit out of that is amazing. Like that's everything that I want to do, that I've talked about, that has been put on my mind and saying, okay, this is what I need.
Mm-hmm.
That I think we talked about 9s before.
Probably. I don't know.
But there was some, yeah.
It didn't stick in my brain. Or maybe we needed a refresher. Maybe. I don't know. But
it's very timely.
It is very timely. And I feel like what did you say? You said you had never spent time focusing on yourself. Mm-hmm. And it just continues to land on me how much time we don't take to focus on ourselves, and then get to this place. And I believe this is inevitable. I do believe that we are not the only people that are at this phase in life and asking ourselves these questions. I think a lot of times, as with many things, we just don't talk about it. Right. But I'm wondering what this journey of enlightenment is going to look like and sound like for you, because for me, it has been so freeing. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like I've been doing, so I got started in therapy somewhere around 2012, 2013 mm-hmm. or so. And that was like my first introduction into, girl, you got to worry about you, child, because you out here putting fires out for everybody now. You're gonna need to figure out who are you. So that's where I kind of started, and then it's been like this process over time. But what I'm appreciating about the place that I am now is I just don't fucking care anymore. I just really, because I feel like I spent so much time trying to be who other people wanted me to be, and trying to be a good friend, trying to be a good whatever. And no matter how good I was, motherfuckers still had a problem. So it really made me feel like, okay, let me really do focus on me and let me see what's going on with me. And it has been, I'm just so much bolder in the things that I say, like so much bolder in how much I advocate for myself, mm-hmm. or like who I allow to consume my energy. That's my thing right now, is like, who am I allowing to consume my energy, and who am I willing to give my energy to? Correct. And are they worthy of being able to access my energy? And with that enlightenment has just come so much deep reflection that I didn't realize people don't be doing. So people just be like, don't be thinking about being a better person.
People don't give themselves time to think about a lot of things. And just keep, like you said, when you're just doing, and it's just task to task, the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Like, and all automatically not putting yourself first in anything.
Right.
Like, there's very little time for self-reflection, unless you're just an intentional person about it and saying like, okay, I want to know how I show up, how I'm perceived, how I'm received, whatever. Yeah, no, because I look at how long I had been in therapy, and I still was only focusing on the things that were in front of me and the issues that were there. It wasn't what brings me joy, who am I at my core, do I allow to, be in my circle? It wasn't there.
It was more like firefighting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was telling my psychologist the other day. I said, I feel like I moved from this place of fighting fires to just being like, y'all got it. That's my motto for the rest of the year. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Whatever it is, y'all got it. Mm-hmm. I'm not stressing myself out for anything and anybody. Like, it just feels so wild to me. Even today. So what's his name again? Juan. Is it Juan? Is it who? Look at that name. The Fine Barber, y'all. When the Fine Barber was here, he had Jose is his name. Jose, what's Luis? Jose Luis. So excellent barber, by the way. If you're looking for a barber recommendation, comment. Okay.
I'm telling you, I was nervous, y'all. I have been with my barber forever. So having to come again, language barrier, I've seen probably 4 Black people since I've been here. And I'm like, I need someone to cut my hair. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweetest man, amazing. Did my little line, did my brows. I'm not happy. It is amazing. Love it. Okay.
So, but I brought that up because time was tight.
Yes.
Right. And I don't like to move like that.
Right.
Like, I really like to be like, okay,
right.
Let me have my tea. Let me sit down. Let me, all right. So, and it was very much like, what time is it? What's up? Because we wanted to make sure we came on time. But it's a completely different way of existing.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited for you to, like, we took a walk.
Literally, that's where my break went. I was like,
we took a walk. Kalonda is smaller than me. Okay. So her legs are littler than mine. All right. So why are you walking in front of me? Why are you walking so fast? Like, where are you going? Relax.
You don't even know where you are. Why are you running? And I'm like, oh yeah. So literally, we're going down this hill, all these places, and I'll like catch myself, and I'm like, oh yeah. And I'll be like, so then I'll try to like walk 2 steps behind her, so that I know, because I know I'm gonna catch. I don't know if it's because I'm used to like walking with like tall people. I don't know. Relax. Walker. Everybody says it. I don't know why. Relax. She's like, girl, we gotta come back up this hill. And we did. I thought I was gonna die. I was trying to tell her a story, and I'm like, and then, you know the memes they have where they say you walking next to somebody and you're just trying to breathe so they don't hear you dying on the inside. That was how I was trying to tell this story. Oh my God.
It's funny because I feel like at one point you put your hand like, and I was laughing because I was like, I told her, hey, slow down. I told you, pace yourself. We're gonna have to walk back up this hill. Relax. Relax. Oh my God. Yeah, but I'm excited to see like how that you're gonna continue to like transition into that.
Right.
Because it is such a completely different way of being. But I do believe it is how we were meant to be. Like it keeps landing on me more and more every day of the conditioning that we've received and productivity and, hurry up and do and always be busy and blah, blah, blah is not for our benefit. It's for the benefit of somebody else, for corporations, for capitalism, for the man. Right. Like it's somebody else's benefit. Like we are not supposed to operate that way. So it really, it's a revolutionary act. Mm-hmm. When we say, y'all got it, right? Y'all got it. You know what I'm gonna do? sit on this balcony and mind my black ass business. I'm about to take a leisurely stroll down to the florist and get some eucalyptus and a pastry and watch the men play chess. Like, relax, right? So I hope y'all hear. I hope.
Yes, we are listening.
Relax. Relax.
And even if you can't get out, because it's easy to say, not easy, because it's never easy to say, but like if you feel like, oh, I can't do that, I don't have time, like just create those pockets for yourself. Like that's super important, even in those times. Like if you're like, Kalonda, I can't move to Colombia, I can't leave the country, I got kids, like I understand. Yes, all of those things are true, but the only way to really do that effectively is if you honor yourself first. And if you take those times to say, even if it's, what can I do before I get out of bed? That's just for me, you know, and take whatever those 10, 15 minutes are. If it's meditating, if it's prayer, if it's learning the language, if it's just fucking laying there, like take those 10 minutes and call that yours.
Yeah.
And then it'll feel good. And then you'll find other places to do that. And then the next thing you know, you started to create this life that you actually enjoy living and being a part of.
Yes. I met this geography professor in this time. It was actually in the US. I was in the DC area and he taught at Morgan State. I don't know if he's still there. But anyway, he told me he was a geography professor, and you know how I feel about history. Yes. Don't like it. I'm now like understanding and appreciating history, but historically,
right?
Y'all got it. Okay. But anyway, so he was telling me, he was like, oh, I love people like you, right? So, you know, I taught science, right? And people would come to me, students, whatever, I hate science, blah, blah, and I'm like, what you mean? Let me show you, right? So he did this to me. And what he said was, he does an activity, he said, I do an activity with the faculty every year, and we walk around familiar places with new lenses. So he was like, imagine what it would be like to walk around your neighborhood looking at things, for instance, as a tourist, right? How many of y'all live in a city, right, that people come to and you don't really experience that part of life because you just kind of take it for granted? For instance, people that live in New York never been to the Statue of Liberty, never been to the Empire State Building, right? Like somebody in New Orleans, for instance, if you've never been to St. Louis Cemetery number 1, you know, like, look at your surroundings through the eyes of a tourist. What types of things might you point out that you can find a different way to look at? Another guy, I had gone to the park with the guy who's the forest engineer. Yes. So everything with him is about plants and the infrastructure, like of the plants, right? So the whole time we're walking through the park, he's like, this is a whatever, and this plant does this, and this is native, and da 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 da, and this is flowering, and this is a fruit, right? Stuff. Yes, I've seen the tree, right? But I've never stopped and looked in the different. He was showing me. He was like, this leaf, and this leaf look very similar, but they're actually a little different, and this one is purple, and this one is yellow. Look at your surroundings with a different lens. And it will help you to be more present, and it will help you to be appreciative of those moments of joy, because you might find something else that you that brings you joy inside. So something else that I do too is sometimes I have days where I just take pictures of things that bring me joy, just random things, right? So it might be walk in and be like, that's anything that catches my eye for a moment. And I'm like, that's interesting. A jar of colored pencils picture. Right. Oh, look, a little beetle. Like, so all of that, all of those types of exercises are things that you can do in your everyday life. Right. In your everyday world that allows you to connect to what your spirit really wants and what your spirit is really asking you for when you're saying things to yourself like, well, I can't pick up and move my whole life to wherever. You don't have to, right? You start with where you are. So hopefully, they said I be trying, I really do. It's a process. That's the thing.
That's the stuff.
It's a process.
Yes. It's not happening overnight.
It's a process, y'all. And we have to give ourselves grace and space in our process. Everybody is at a different place in their process. And that's something else that helped me to meet people where they are. Like, you're just at a different place in your process, and I'm at a different place in my process. And that's okay. Yeah. Neither is good or better.
It's net neutral.
It is what it is, right? So it's a process. And when you can give yourself grace to say, like, just like you said, no matter, I didn't have any plans, so no matter where I went, it was a successful outing. No matter what I see.
Right.
No matter what I see, what I do, I left and I came back in one piece. Success. You know, as opposed to making these huge, lofty goals that kind of keep us in a place of always feeling like we're running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What you thinking?
Slow down. Slow down. But it is. I think honoring that process is huge, you know, and taking a moment to see where you've come from, I think is big too. I've been noticing for myself, like, I would have handled that differently before, you know, and this is how I'm looking at this differently now, and going, okay, like, I can see those changes, you know, and putting a bathroom in my brain space netted immediate results. My memory was better. I was able to recall things. Like,
isn't that interesting?
It's funny. It's funny, but not funny, because you're like, damn, well, I could have done that, you know, like, don't should have, could have with yourself to death. But like,
when you know better, you do better.
Exactly. Like, when it happens is when it's supposed to happen. But I definitely say, if you're thinking about these things, if any of this goes, you know what, I thought about that, I felt that before, I've had conversations, that's the start, you know, and that's where you begin. And then you see what that looks like for you. Maybe it's not leaving the country of birth, even though I highly suggest it. It might be reassessing your circle. You know, maybe it's
come on now.
You know,
we love a good village audit.
Village audit, because maybe it's the people around you, you know, or maybe they're making you feel differently about yourself.
Energy is contagious.
Absolutely.
Energy is contagious. It matters. And that's something that I know you'll continue to see as you're like rebuilding and restructuring and all of that. Like, we'll have to talk about that, because the grief of realizing that you're no longer aligned with other people, or that their energy is negatively impacting you, regardless of whether it's their intention or not. Right? Because they may not intend to be negatively impacting you. However, it may be negatively impacting you. So how do you honor yourself and also appreciate that relationship for what it was, but not turn that inward and allow that negative impacting of the energy to cause you to absorb it and then respond. And that's a whole thing. Okay, so before we go, we got like 5 minutes. So I wanted to ask y'all, what types of things y'all want to see, right? Because now that we're here together, we have a lot of opportunities to do behind the scenes footage, to do lives. Both of us love to cook. So what types of things do y'all want to see? Kalonda apparently is vlogging now, y'all. Sure.
We gonna see.
Kontent Kalonda on the ones and twos.
I put it on the internet, so now it's real. Now I gotta do it. Lord.
So what kind of stuff do y'all want to see? What kind of things you think you want to do?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think it would be fun just seeing me learning new things out here. So if it's, I don't know, like the little field trip, like vlogs, and like going out and seeing the different things and interacting, and like, oh, let's learn Spanish together. You know, like, who knows? I'm open to all of it. Okay. I want to take you guys on a journey of me really discovering. So whatever that looks like, and being able to do that with you is just priceless. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. That sounds good. So I think I do want to take a field trip today though to the florist to get. Because remember I had told Jamie to replace things.
She's about to lose the star on her reading. I
tell people about the accommodations and don't you lie.
The accommodations are top notch. There is this grand patio with expansive mountain views built for just.
I'll put a picture in the community tab or whatever so that y'all can see. You've actually seen it before, but we'll show you.
Yes. So that was there. I have eucalyptus branches in my shower for a spa-like experience with a rainfall. That was new for the Black girl. I was like, she gave me a full tour, y'all. Full tour. Told me everything, showed me where everything was. Great, perfect. I go to take a shower. I turn the water on. I was like, and I'm looking. Now, this is my fault.
Are you in the shower?
No.
Okay.
And I realized afterwards, your shower is better to be in it. But I'm standing outside the shower and I'm looking dead at these eucalyptus branches that have no shower coming out of it. But I'm looking at them. I flip the water on and then the water comes out the ceiling. I was like, so you neglected to mention it's a rain. She's like, I normally do that.
It usually is disclaimers that I usually give of like, okay, it's a rainfall shower, because that's what I've been saying. When white people did something, because we as Black people don't design rainfall showers as the only option.
And there's not really room to I'm like this when I get in the shower because I'm like, But I will say it was very nice when I washed my hair. I did enjoy it.
It is very
standing under it.
Yes. Well, white people wash their hair more often, so that's why it makes sense for them. Yeah. But it is a relaxing shower. I was using that bathroom before when I was working on getting in my own bathroom, and it's very cozy. I love it. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. So seeing y'all together is making my heart so fun. I love it so much. It's been the best, y'all. I really
How is this for you?
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I feel like there's, the other day we had said something like, we've never had a fight or like whatever. I was thinking about how many times we've actually been in the same place together, and the majority of it was when I would come home.
Right.
But it's cool for you to be here and away. I just kept telling you, I want you to just get away and have a moment to sit down. And as my mother would say, rest your nerves for a minute, right? So I'm just enjoying you stabilizing and just kind of being like, okay, and even you're like, okay, well, let me learn Spanish and let me do this. Even your drive and willingness to be like, let me be where I am and let me figure out where this is. I'm loving it. I don't know what it felt like for you to, and we'll have to, I guess, talk about this, but this will be a bonus episode or something because time is almost about to be over. We'll be sitting here all day and we ain't finna do that because we got a field trip. We got a field trip. But I wonder what it has felt like for you to watch me in my process and to now be in your process. Because for me, I remember, right? So it's more like I remember when I was there, and how can I equip you to not rely on me in this, but for you to be able to build whatever confidence that you need to rebuild in yourself, or like I said, to trust yourself and know that you got it and all that. I want to make sure that I'm giving you the opportunities to do that while I'm here for support if you need it. But that's why I'm like, I'm not worried about you getting kidnapped. You got enough sense. You lived in New Orleans. You're fine. But it's really cool to see it. It's like I'm getting to witness you in person continue this blossoming. This is who I want. This is what I want the next 40 years of my life to look like. And this time, this is what I want to do. you know, so it's cool. I'm liking it. Yeah, I'm excited for you. I really am, and I'm honored and grateful to be able to see it up close, right? And not just talking about it on the phone or telling, like actually being able to be like, sis gonna be all right. She gonna be all right. Honey. She gonna be all right. That's right. She gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Okay. And y'all gonna be all right. That's it's a process. I really want to come back to that. So I don't know, y'all. We might start doing these more frequently. We might all of a sudden be here once a week. We ain't figured none of that out yet. Is we working on it? But we got our new setup and stuff, so hopefully we don't listen back, and hopefully y'all can really hear us and understand and such or whatever. So we'll be making tweaks along the way. In the comments, please tell us what any questions, anything that you're wondering, any comments that you have, any anything. Like talk to us in the comments, and we'll be sure to reply to that. As we're on our field trips, we will take some footage and put those things up. If you are wanting behind the scenes content, that's going to be on Patreon. So that's at Minding My Black Ass Business. Okay, and let me tell y'all, this is my goal. The goal is to build the Patreon so that we could build the team. And when we build the team, that means that we could eventually pay people. You understand? So that's the goal, right? So if you got $5 a month that you can spare to sow into the ministry, okay, we would greatly appreciate that. It makes a huge difference. But if the bill will get billed. You will see the progress. Okay. The bills will get billed. But you will see like this journey and what this looks like, sounds like, and all of that. But we are open right now to whatever you all are wondering about, and we can do a segment talking about it, all of that. So Minding My Black Ass Business, all platforms, like, comment, subscribe, share. If you found any portion of this helpful, please do share it with somebody else. The conversation does not stop just because we are not live, okay? So anything else you want to say before I get ready to shut this on down?
I think that is it. I love y'all. Thank you for everybody that supported me throughout this process. I'm super excited to share this with y'all and with Kim, and let's do it.
All right, y'all. So I'm over here to shut the thing down, and hopefully I can do that without an awkward situation happening.
That's fine. You'll just look at me in my new haircut.
All right, guys. I think that's it. Wait, down.
That is on the way, and enjoy it. This is a good time.
Let What up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese.
Love it. Welcome to the day. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. So we are two real life cousins, and you know, we told somebody about the name of the podcast. And so the person was like, you know, well, what's your podcast? You know, so Kalonda's like, so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese? And they were like, oh, so things that just don't make sense.
Things that don't make sense.
Okay, let's deal with that first. We do put syrup on our grilled cheese. We have done it our entire life. And if you have never tried it, hush your mouth.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Hush. Because It's good. And you know what? It's so weird. It's weird. They're weird.
Right.
It's weird because y'all be acting like y'all don't be having charcuterie boards.
You know,
and
you're putting pineapple on your pizza. Everybody has opinions about it.
But it's the thing.
It's the thing.
So
don't let them till you try.
So we just want to clear that up. But anyway, so we get on here and we talk about things that we thought were normal in our family. And, you know, we thought everybody did these things, such as put syrup on their grilled cheese. And then we learned that that was just us. So there are a lot of things that happened in our families that was actually dysfunctional. So we get on here and we talk about that. And we bring some humor.
We do. Because why would you not want to laugh about something? It gets funnier the farther removed.
This is true. Because I be telling stories and people be like, what
are you talking about? Are you okay?
So that's what we be finding out that stuff is trauma, like in the middle of the situation. So anyway, so my name is Kim. What up? I usually have a fancy intro, like Kim, Kimberland, Thailand, House of Jackson, O'Neill, and Adams. There's a story behind that. And I do a lot of things, but the most important thing that I'm doing right now is I am recovering from burnout.
Amen.
So I am frolicking around Columbia and redesigning my life and being very intentional about every single thing that I do in a way I never have before. So we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Hola. I am Kalonda, House of Jackson. I don't know if I remember it, but I feel like it was assistant to entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, something with a C, dancer of dreams, and excellence enchantress. You got to do this part. That part makes it. And never forget a NOLA native. 5 All right. What am I doing? I'm a recently relocated person. I know some people say expat. We'll probably get into that one of these days, the difference between expat and immigrant, which is what we really are. Expat just sounds cute and packaged nicely, but anyway. From New Orleans to Medellin, I am definitely on a journey of finding myself. What does it look like as someone who is now just saying, hey, I am 45. Who is Kalonda? You know, once you have to get those questions out there and taking that time to really find out what that is and what you like and what brings you joy. Really looking for an opportunity to build a community around me that loves on me, loves me out loud, that I can give all that I have to them as well. So.
Amen, sister. So, announcements, right? First off, I'm glad I can see myself in this camera. Last show, I was like, Kalonda looking out snatched in the corner, and I was like, so now we got some new technology, okay? Y'all over here being podcast. And stay tuned. Every week is going to we're just surprised on location. Right. Yeah. So we have some announcements, right? The first thing that we want to talk about is our emojis. And also let me actually pause here because usually things will be popping up on the screen right about now, right? But also we both over here and the computer's over there. And so we need a producer.
You know?
Okay. So let me start with that announcement first. Let me start with that announcement. Hey, y'all, we need some help. Okay, so we are looking for the following types of people, all right? Primarily ages 18 through 25, but it can be someone who is more seasoned as well as on special circumstances, 14 through 17-year-olds, all right? Okay, but we need editor, producer, graphic designer, comment moderator, social media coaches, virtual assistants, website designers, and sound engineers. Okay, so if any of these things you're like, oh my God, I'll be doing that, and you're in a place where you are looking to build your resume, you're in a place where you want to be a life coach, where we can do some bartering, holla at us, okay, at mindingmyblack-ass-business@gmail.com, all right? Because that's for all our special effects, like we can't do that, and it is so correct. We need help. All right, so that's the first thing. So what I was finishing is we have emojis, right? And the whole point of having emojis is like to build community and show community, and for people to be like, girl, I know you, I be seeing you over there on so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, this, right? But also, let me tell you the story behind emojis for real. So I didn't mention this, but I'll say I'm an intuitive melanated life coach, right? And I certify life coaches, and I coach people who are looking to discover their destiny and understand their purpose and learn how to have a deep personal relationship with God that's outside of religion and all the stuff that church has told us that God was, and that's not really God. So anyway, in that process, one of the things that people I coach do is I ask them to talk to God and develop a relationship. Like, how do you want God to talk to you? Because this be the thing. Okay. We be doing a lot of talking, we collectively. Right. We want to be like, y'all. I'm trying to get close. No, we all. But we be doing a lot of talking at God, right? God, I do this. God, I want that. God, thank you for this. Da 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 da. But most times when I ask people how God talks to them, they be like, "Girl, what you mean? What?" Which the whole point of these emojis and the whole point of establishing stuff like this came out of, I asked God to send me emails because I be tripping. And I know I be tripping. Okay. So I was like, hey, listen, I need you to be clear because, like, just plain and simple. Like, I need you to be clear, right? So I was like, can you just send me an email? No, like, I have pop-ups. I have like real life emails about things that I pray about, like all that, right? So it happens. So it's the thing. So anyway, so in our deciding of our emojis and stuff, that's another way that God communicates with us. Right. That these symbols will show up at times to give a message, right? Unless I'm not gonna do no shade. So let me tell y'all about shade. So let me tell you about my emojis. So my emojis are the sunflower. My favorite color is yellow, and it represents the sun, joy to me, boldness. Y'all see I have my yellow glasses. So sunflowers is something that resonates with me. And even last night, I had sat down at the table and the spring, not the spring, what's it called? The phone case that the lady had that was sitting next to me. Oh, yeah. Stop it. No lie. Look at no lie. So, but having so much fun. We did have a good time. So my emoji is sunflower, and then my other emoji is a crayon because I am coloring the fuck out of my life. I was in this place where everything was very black and white, and there was just this void of color. I've been through a lot in the past year plus. And now I'm like, I want color. So those are my emojis. So my emojis, well, first, my emojis are ladybugs, which I love, and they are a symbol of good luck, prosperity, growth, all of the things that I am trying to guide my life around at the moment, right? As I was getting ready for this move, when I tell you ladybugs were everywhere, literal live ladybugs, when I was in the middle of
a freaking crying, snot, and breakdown on my porch. A little ladybug came in and like landed on the gutter and was like, "Girl, you gonna be all right." And I was talking to someone who was helping me to make it be all right. So it was just confirmation for what was already happening. I've seen them in my house. They're just everywhere. It's a lovely thing. Now you can sometimes question when these signs show up because you may think, "Oh, I saw a ladybug. That's for me." Then you realize, "Oh wait, that person just puts ladybugs on everything they do. Is it for me?" So if she was trying to be shady, I'm just saying, sometimes you have to ask a question and you use the power of discernment and determine. Maybe you wait for the answer and find out if that was in fact your sign. My other one is a cobalt blue heart, because cobalt blue is my absolute favorite color. If you don't know it, think of that super deep, rich blue glass. That is the color cobalt that I'm talking about. Almost leans to purple, but it's really deep blue. And it's just, I'm really looking for love, to give love, to find love that can be truly just out loud, that I don't have to question and decipher. Jesus, please, only the man.
So, there are clearly some things that are not being said.
Oh,
right.
Well, let's
wow.
Talk about
it. But this is what I was going to say. It's because it's some other conversation that we really want to have with y'all, but we can't really have those here on the open internet.
Right.
So we also want to guide you all towards our Patreon. Okay, Minding My Black Ass Business on Patreon. Because that's where we're going to be talking about many things, such as dating and like. Now we do have some requirements from you and things that you can expect from us. Us just knowing that we don't have the answers to everything. We don't purport to be experts. Now we are experts in individual fields that we possess on our own, but we're not experts in everything. So we are going through this life just like you are. So feel free, pop down in the comments, ask any questions, ask us to explore anything that we've talked about. What we look for from you is that engagement, being willing to follow along with us on this journey and participate. You know, it's like, hey, it really touched me when you said this, or this really meant a lot. We've been getting people to reach out to us sharing that, and it really does help. It helps us as well, because sometimes the biggest part is we don't talk about these things that are giving us these troubles. And when you have someone else kind of chime in and say, hey, that resonated with me, it really makes it feel a little bit better. We're not alone. So thank you for that. So just stay engaged with us, like, comment, subscribe, share. By all means, each one share at least 5 with 5 people, not that many. We go live definitely every other week, but more every week, y'all, because so much stuff is happening so quickly. Yes. So we do have a comment. I wanted to read this. This is from Blue Wednesday 86. They said, I've been seeing ladybugs everywhere and having tiny little misty-eyed moments.
Oh, I forget which one this is, and then this one, and then this one, all the appropriate parts.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So y'all can talk to us in the comments. Okay, when we're looking at our phones, that's what we're looking at to make sure. And just having said that, so we are live on Facebook. But honestly, if you're watching over on Facebook, we are going to be phasing off of Facebook just onto YouTube. And I want to let you know that's where the chat really be popping over on YouTube. Okay, so govern yourselves accordingly. You're like, where the people at? Who they talking about? They over on YouTube. All right, so come hang out with us over there. Minding My Black Ass Business is the name of the page. All right. I think that's enough. Okay. What?
I didn't say it. I was ready. I'm sorry. That was my bad. You know what?
Gee,
I prejudged. Let me sit.
See, that's why I had played that song before we got started. So week. So you've been here just short of 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks tomorrow? Okay. So catch for people. I don't know if we said this, y'all. We in Medellin. Did we say that?
I don't think we did. Medellin
in South America.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been here since 2022. But I left the U.S. in 2021, and I spent some time in Mexico, Playa del Carmen for a little bit, but mostly Mexico City. So then I moved here, and I've been trying to get my cousin to get here since forever. Okay, she finally got here 2 weeks ago. So last week, you had gave us like your initial impression. You had gone to the cigar bar and all that kind of stuff and whatever. So I'm just interested in how you would describe this week, or like what are the
things. So now with the second week, it's really been just like, what is day-to-day life? Because people reach out, and I think I talked about this a little bit last week. They're like, oh, what'd you do? Where'd you go? What's going on? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, I'm not on vacation, y'all. Like, I'm not seeing all of Medellin in 2 weeks. So some of the stuff may be kind of few and far between. But what I'm noticing is there are stories in that day-to-day, what happened yesterday, little conversation. What did your frolic down the hill to the plaza look like? What did you encounter? So you'll start to see me sharing a little bit more about that. But yeah, I got to do that. I went on some solo walks. I texted Kim. I'm like, hey, I'll be back. Just went out into the world. And I just walked around, saw what was happening. Like I said, we went to the cigar bar, just trying to find like what my places are here. I had a very established kind of network of where I would go in New Orleans, and I want to do that here too. Started meeting more people and just kind of being open to different events and like networking. Kim oftentimes has to like remind me, like, girl, get their number, find out what their WhatsApp is.
Get out the WhatsApp. Listen, so if y'all are in the States and you're watching this, people don't really use WhatsApp in the US, right? But the entire rest of the world, WhatsApp is where it's at. So you have to like communicate with the people. Like, so I'd be like, did you get their information? It's like, oh, this is a great conversation. And they did this and they did that and such and so. And did you get
so no. But I will now. I was like, stick with me, baby bird. Like, I'm gonna get that. I really, really am. We went to the mall, we got our nails done, got our feet done. It was a great time. Way less expensive than it is at home, side note, love that. But like just the artistry involved with everything that I've had done, from getting my hair cut to getting my nails done, being involved with people who are truly passionate about their craft, it's really cool to see. And it's just nice to actually be around it, and that they do the same thing, because we're like, oh, well, let me see your page. So when I did finally network with them and get their information, we realized that they didn't have any of their nail art on their webpage. Nothing. You didn't even know they did nails. And we're like, what you doing? You gotta put your pictures on here. So just kind of getting to do that, getting to meet new people, practicing my Spanish, or you getting really good at getting to my Google Translate as fast as possible. It is possible to do that, so don't ever let language barriers be the other issue that you don't make moves or changes to different places, because there's still multiple ways to communicate. So don't let that be a barrier, but it is definitely a hurdle to get. I'm not gonna say it's not. What? I went to the pool yesterday. So we talked about looking for the signs and seeing things and talking to God and like waiting for the answers. So I go to the pool. It's like completely overcast. It's hot because here we don't have AC, right? But it feels great all the time. And then all of a sudden, maybe like for an hour or two, you go, it's a little hotter than I would like. It's not terrible, but it's just like, ooh, I want to. So I was like, I'm going to go to the pool. So I said, okay, I get ready. I go down to the pool, and I get there. There's no sun shining where the pool is, right? So it's actually cooler down there than it was up here. So I get in the water's warm, feels great, it's awesome. I'm laying on my back floating, and I look up, and there's like this little rainbow just floating around. And then you can also see like the outline of the moon coming up. And it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was just beautiful. So I'm laying there and I'm just talking to God, doing the normal, thank you for this. I appreciate it. Forgive me for being stupid. One thing I always find really, really comforting is that when God sets up your purpose, he takes into consideration your stupidity. So I think that's the one saving grace that I have. If you know,
you gonna stop, ma'am. I'm not gonna keep letting it happen.
Not in the intelligence,
ma'am.
I'm not saying that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But anyway, so he and I had a conversation, and what I learned, and I've used this before, especially in sales. I was in sales for a lot of years in a lot of different places. But it's the power of the pause, and people use it in different
I saw something about that yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you send it?
I don't think so. Okay. But yeah, it's the power of the pause. So in sales, the power of the pause is, you build a relationship, find out whatever it is about the person that you need to meet their needs. And then once you kind of figure out a solution or something that you think is going to be good for them, you present it to them, and then you wait. Because the inclination is to fill the space, but you wait. And then they will eventually ask a question to get you closer to where you need to be, or they'll answer your question so you can get closer to where you need to be. So just allowing that silence to happen a lot of times gives them a chance to kind of frame what they really need from you, and then you get the truest response instead of just, oh, well, let me jump in, they must need more information. Let me tell them about this. But that may not be anything that they actually care about. So you take that pause, and then they actually tell you. So what I learned is I need to use the power of pause when I'm talking to God. It's like, okay, let me ask the question and then like actually listen and wait and see what's happening around me. And you'll be surprised at what pops up for you. And we've been talking about like different gifts and things and just how to develop that. And for me, I think that was my very first step, was utilizing a tool that I've often had and used for many different things, but just in how I look at what the next steps are.
This is so interesting. It's interesting on so many levels because, first of all, I've never necessarily heard of the power of pause. Okay. I definitely had not heard of it in the context of sales. Okay. So that's cool to know that that's the thing. But in education, we call it wait time. So remember, I was talking to you, I would ask you questions, and you were like, man, you asked some great questions. You really be waiting on an answer. And I was like, my wait time is stellar. Right. It's stellar. Like, yeah.
I want you to answer me.
I want you to answer, so I'm waiting. But it's so funny because many times, I hate this, I talk about this all the time, is when people are like, how you doing? And then just walk away. All right, like, let me tell you something. About the culture here. So they have a thing, and it happens in the US too, but they have a thing where it's like, hola, buen dia, right? Buenos dias. Okay. And then it's like, how are you? Right? But they don't really care. It's not a real question. Because if you ask them, like, and so you might feel your whole butt up. Right. Like, oh, today is da 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 da, right? So then you say, and you, and they say, bien, gracias a Dios. That's the answer all the time. And that is something for me when I tell you, have y'all seen Inside Out before? When the little anger man be like, now you get it. Now I get it. Right? That's how I be feeling on the inside, because one of my pet peeves is to ask someone how they are doing and not actually pause to get an authentic answer. It's just a part of this procedure, right? And it's something that I don't need it. Okay. Just in case anybody
just say, hey.
I don't just say, hey.
If you ask me how I'm doing, I'm expecting that we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna have a conversation here. But that is not the case.
Is not often the case.
And that's even just the hello in New Orleans. That's the thing, hello, how you doing? And keep on walking. Which is
it burns my biscuit. It burns my biscuit to the core. But yeah, so anyway, so the power of the pause. And I really like that. I think I saw something on Instagram and it was alluding to the power of the pause just being and stilling yourself for a moment, but it's kind of what you're talking about as well, because that's when you can hear what God is saying. Because if I'm steady talking, how is I'm also listening? I'm not.
I got 2 years.
And one interesting. So you had mentioned you were like, y'all gonna say a little bit more about that. About Kontent Kalonda, girl.
Oh my goodness.
Out here doing content.
Y'all. Okay.
Making reels and such.
The vulnerable moments. I'm not that person. I don't think. Okay, so look, if I go out somewhere, you will typically not find me with my phone. Like, I want to be in it. I probably don't have a lot of pictures from it because I was there. Like, that was me, right? Now I've realized it's probably more important for me to be able to share what is happening to me so I don't have to have the same conversation 15 times. So if I get really good at taking those pictures and capturing those moments, then I'd be able to put that in a little package to get out to people to be like, hey, look, this is what I was doing. This is what I saw. Like, these are my thoughts. Your girl had been absent, to say the least. I enjoy social media. Like, I have
As a consumer.
I just did not create content. I have Facebook, I have Instagram, I have TikTok, I have Pinterest, I have X, I have all the things. I probably have a cake somewhere back in there from 100 years ago. Like, I don't even know. I still have a Tumblr. Don't go look. But I realized probably about 6 years ago was probably the last time I was truly active on social media. And a lot has changed since 2018 or 2019. So if you ever when you look at my social media, you'll see there's a very big gap from like 2018 or 2019 to 2 days ago. So if you go to those places, i.e. Instagram or Facebook, you'll see 2 new reels that I put up there. Did them all by myself. Felt so proud. And let me tell you,
tell people the handles so they could go find them.
So on Instagram, it is Kawana Bear, Kawan as in Nancy, Abear, Kawana Bear. That's me. And on Facebook, it's just funny, Kalonda Jackson. Yeah. Everything's private.
No man seeing nothing.
And
it's exclusive.
It's exclusive. Exclusive access.
Yeah.
There we go.
I like that.
So you let me know if you want to peek into what's happening around in those parts. And I will get better at responding because I did have someone go, I did ask for follow you. But sure enough, 4 days ago, there was a little alert that was like, hey. I'm like, oh my bad. All me. So yes, Kontent Kalonda is being born. She is being born. We talked about the crocheting and doing these things. So I have ordered the supplies. They are on the way. So hopefully mid-week, I should get everything in and then be able to start some of that. So you'll be able to look forward to some content regarding that and just some time with me to talk about how I got there in the first place.
I'm so excited about that. And also, so we about to be crafting cousins up
yes.
here. It might also be
Look at it.
Y'all see how we do that?
Let me just write it down while we're in here.
But also, if you don't be having a notebook with you, have you a notebook or some kind of, or if you're electronic and you got your Apple Notes or your Google Notes or whatever, but have something to write stuff down, because you'll see, like, you know, we looking at things because gotta be talking, right? But to the crafty peasant, I am gonna start painting again. I haven't the last time. Some of y'all don't even know. They're like, girl, you paint. So I am an abstract artist. I use acrylic paint as my medium of choice right now. I feel like that might be expanding, but I went and bought a canvas the other day. I have my paint so I can mix my colors. So we're gonna be crafting up in here, because that is also another way to process what's happening, right? So Kalonda will show y'all her mood blanket, and I'll be able to show y'all the progress of my art. And I had bought some dirt the other day. Ooh. So we gonna plant some new things. Because a big part of healing, I think, is understanding the growth process. When I had planted so I have onions, cilantro, and rosemary out on my balcony. And when I had planted it at first, there's still, for some reason, always a part of me like, I don't know if this really gonna grow. I know
I always feel like that.
Just put the dirt, put the seeds, and water it, and put it in the sun, and then it's supposed to do its thing. So it's always very miraculous, for lack of a better way to put it, to me, when I actually start to see the growth, because something is happening, right? Even though I can't see it. Right. And it has become kind of like a meditative type of situation, because baby, them plants I got, they was on their last leg.
And they're thriving. They're thriving. There's something thriving that she doesn't even know what it is.
So, in my mind, I was like, I'm about to do the hood composting, right? So I have all of these like water bottles and things, and I was like, let me use these to plant, to garden, because why am I gonna go buy pots when I got containers? So I was composting as well, because I'm like, oh, you know, I'm gonna make me some rich nutrient, you know, so the green and the brown and the organic matter and whatever. So I just put it in there, but then what had happened was a lot of fruit flies were coming, because some of the organic matter was like banana peels and stuff, right? So then I just left it closed, because I didn't feel like dealing with the fruit flies. So it's just been closed. It's a whole plant that is growing. I'm talking leaves is pretty. Right. I don't even know what it is.
We have no clue.
But it is thriving. Okay, you got a little terrarium.
Magic terrarium.
Because listen, so anyway, I feel like there's a message in all of that, right? So that's kind of where we are in our crafting and processing of life and all of the things that are happening right now. Yeah.
It's a very good introspective time. And I think both of us have been very intentional. And I love being here, being able to see you in your moment. Because then it's like, okay. Because we say this a lot, it's a process. And everybody's in a different spot on your path, on your process. So being able to see that is also nice to know, like, okay. I can get to the point where I don't say I don't know when, or honor like my feelings and what I really want, and just really focusing on what I need. Because I think Kim do that for herself fearlessly, with no apologies, and none are needed, you know, and just really adopting that curiosity over judgment. So I'm super, super happy to be here to do that and get to do this with my cousin.
Love it. So we have a question which kind of goes along with that. And this question says, it's from Julio Caesar. He said, why would you want to stay in Medellin when paisas, which are people who are from this area, want to leave? And I think that is a valid question. And I think it's also a question that people ask us about the US as well. Yeah. Like, why would you want to leave there when everybody is rushing across the border? This is the thing for me, and I would love to hear your perspective having been here. First of all, Colombia is the place, Medellin specifically, is the place that I decided to leave the US. I came here in April of 2021, and I was in the middle of just Twilight Zone. If things have been a lot, if y'all have not been following my story, if you go to my Black Ass Business on YouTube, I've done like a 7-part series about what was happening in school improvement in Pennsylvania and what led me to leave and all of that. But very, very long story short, it was hella racist and traumatic. So one of my friends suggested that I take a trip, and Medellin is the place that they would come to get centered. So I came and I met some women who were living here, some Black women from the US, and they were like, why are you still there in the US? And I was like, I do not know. Medellin is the first place that I felt like I could just be. My former life in the US, I like to call it, I lived a life of higher visibility. I had a talk show for 6 years. I have been on the internet since forever. So there are way more people who know me than I know them. I also had a lot of leadership positions and all that kind of stuff in the district. So it was a lot. It was a lot. When I was here, it was the first time that I could just be present with myself. And I didn't have to feel like, oh, you might run into so-and-so in the grocery store. You know, you might run into a former student, a parent, a colleague, a lot. Like, there was a lot of pressure to be on stage, ready, on, and all of that. And my life at the time was shifting to a place where I needed to be more on with me. As we can see, I didn't really listen. For real. So, yeah. But,
a couple times before it sticks.
Yeah.
You got there.
I did. And I was about to say the winning that is being able to recognize it sooner. If you can recognize it sooner, that is progress. But that was the first time that I ever felt like I could just be. So that was the first reason. But then I told you I spent some time in Mexico Mexico City, and I love Mexico City. I had an amazing network there and everything, but Mexico City became really loud. It became like a sensory overload. It was just a lot that was going on the whole time. And also in hindsight, I now see that God was like, hey sis, remember I had told you that you need to just go be, and you out here frolicking and such, and so I need you to sit down for a moment, sis. I got some things I need to tell you. So when I came here again in December of 2022, I could feel the healing energy here. Medellin is the city of eternal springs, so it's incredibly green. The weather is always spring, so it's really, really beautiful. People have a respect for nature here. Like, we went to the mall.
Yes. Oh, it was a beautiful wall. And they put, like, I forget the material, but like just plain material. We established I'm not that good at plants. But they made pockets and put each, like, just a flower, a leaf, something to beautify the area on what otherwise would have just been concrete. And like, they do it all throughout. And so you're just walking and you're like, oh, that's beautiful. And then it's attracting the butterflies and all the things that go with it. So you can definitely see the respect for nature here, or even at the mall where it was built around. So there's a part where there's a stream that goes through this mall, right? At home, they would have completely tore it down, just got rid of everything, then built it back up, and then put in a man-made stream in the middle of the mall. Here, they actually honored the stream that was already there and built the mall around it. And so it was just little things like that go to show you kind of the thought and intention of building this place.
Yeah. So that is why Medellin for me. And what the reason I was going to also say is I think it's interesting to look at the place that you live with a different set of eyes.
Mhm.
We can often get very desensitized to the beauty of how someone else can find beauty in something that we are trying to escape or something that we are considering to be normal. So for instance, you know, people in New York, I think I said this before last week, like people in New York have never been to the Statue of Liberty or never went to the Empire State Building or like looked at the place that you live through the eyes of someone who may have been there for the first time. Where would you take them to show them the beauty of the place that you are, right? And if that place is not beautiful to you and it's not bringing your spirit joy, where is the place that is going to bring your spirit joy, right? For me, it's the green. I love it. It just makes me so happy inside. So yeah. So how do you? I was talking about.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I chose Medellin was an interesting choice because you were already here, so it wasn't I didn't have that initial connection to it outside of, hey, girl. So I think it's time. And she was like, what, for real? I'm like, yeah, I think it's time. I'm ready to go. And for me, I had actually selected Bali as where the place that I felt was calling me. That it's just the land of smiles, even though a lot of the area around is Muslim, Bali itself is Hindu. So just a real appreciation for humanity and just education of where we come from and how we interact with the world. And there's a beach. I am a beach girl. Kim,
I hate the beach.
Cannot do.
I don't like sand.
She can't do it, right? So I feel oppressed because oppressed because Colombia, which you did not mention, is very hilly. So you'll be walking, turn a corner, and then you have to hike up a mountain. So I can't just have my cute little flip-flops on. So I now have to live in hiking shoes. Okay, it might not be hiking shoes. All right, I might be exaggerating a little bit. But I have to have the toes covered is the point. You do. Okay. So I'm learning. I'm learning to not let that be the blockage of the blessing. All right. Take the good with the bad. But I know that the messaging I got when I would finally share with people that I was leaving would often be
Thank y'all for waiting. 20 people. It was
like, and what happened? So, like I was saying, when I would tell people, and I finally was telling people, like, hey, I'm leaving, a lot of the messaging was like, you're going to leave the United States. And I have friends that are, you know, from other countries as well that have moved to the United States and live here now. And they were like, well, why don't you just, you know, just go try it? You know, Kalonda, don't give away all your belongings. Don't sell your whole life. Like, why don't you put it in storage? And I was just like, I can't plan to fail at that. Like, I don't want to put all my stuff aside thinking, okay, if this doesn't work, I still have something to come back to. I need to trust in myself in this process because that's really the biggest thing that I am working on for me is trusting myself. And I need to trust myself to be good at learning who I am and celebrating the rest of this new life that I've been given. So I say to them, you know, look, yes, there are things about America that are familiar, but that doesn't make them good. So that I understand in kind of keeping people from making the move. because it wasn't enough anymore. And after being told, oh, you're going to go to these countries, you're not going to have access to medical care, and do they have clean water? And it's just the way that we've been taught that America is the best, and anywhere outside of it is an underdeveloped country that has no hope and needs us to save it if we're coming. It doesn't really promote the thought of, hey, there are other places that have figured out these infrastructures, and that maybe if you go and be open, you'll learn something to make your life better. It's more from the standpoint of, oh, we need to go help them. They don't need our help. They've been doing perfectly fine without us. As a matter of fact, they wonder why the hell we here. So, but yeah, so it was just really saying, oh, I want to go see something else. I want to meet the new me. And I think I can do that in a place where I'm also learning about that place, you know? And it was just interesting to see the amount of fear that people had. Mm-hmm. That they like directed at me for me leaving. Mm-hmm. So why Colombia? Why Medellin? It just represents a clean start. It represents an opportunity for me. The people here are so welcoming, amazing, and they really do just. They'll tell you like, "Oh my God, I want to go to America. Mm-hmm. I want the American dream." And I'm like, "Hey, hold on, that ain't real. Hold on." So I hate to break it to you. Not a real thing. And I think through a lot of different ways we could highlight that. You know, people tell you go to school, you know, get a college degree, get married, buy a house, have some children, get some cars, send them to private school, buy. And all of that is just done to fuel outside entities that are not you. It's go to school so you can become an employee for someone else. Go to school so you can spend this money on this education, and now you owe these loans back, so the government is stable. It's, oh, buy this house. So again, you're going into this long-term debt, even though home buying is for some. It's just not for everybody. I'm put it that. Yeah. And we have people who have put themselves into corners that they can't get out of because they felt like they had to buy a house, or they had to have property. They had to buy these things.
Or they feel like a failure because they haven't been, you know, because they're still renting.
Right.
You know, because we become very elitist. And I can definitely say that as we include me. Right. Because I had lived a very judgmental and very elitist thinking life of this is what you need to have in order to be the best person or to be successful or whatever. And there are so many avenues because success is so subjective.
Exactly.
And like the idea, I remember being in Tampa and I was thinking, so mind you, at the time I had a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, right? We know I don't like bathrooms. Why do I have 3 of them? Who's really like everything, right? But that was way more than enough for me. But my dream at the time was I want a bigger house. I want to have a room that's a closet, and I want to have a movie theater, and I want to have a pool, and I want for why?
Right.
For why? And it's like as I started peeling back the layers of why do I want these things, mm-hmm. I stopped wanting those things and really started thinking about what are the things that I actually want, right. That actually bring me joy. And that's a question that we've been asking often. And it is an enduring question of what brings us joy. Like, mm-hmm. So y'all tell us in the comments, what brings you joy? And if you don't know, that's your homework. Okay, figure out. What brings you joy, because that's where freedom lives. That's where what I saw the other day, it said, you remember I said something, read something out loud, and it said, like find your passion or something so you can stop having an attitude.
So you can stop having an attitude. How many times do you go somewhere where this person is at work and they are surly? They are surly, mean and surly. But you know it's not like, dude, I didn't come to your house.
Like the lady at McDonald's. Exactly.
Man. Side note, we went to McDonald's. Don't. And for the question that I'm sure someone's gonna ask, it's the same, yes.
Except
a couple of things. So I ordered a large fry and some nuggets and a Coke, right? Medium Coke. So a large fry, medium Coke, and then they had the sauce for the nuggets. So it said spicy sauce. So I was like, oh, I wonder if that's buffalo, because other side note, in Medellin, there's not a lot of spicy.
They don't like spice here.
So you don't find spicy stuff often. So it said spicy sauce. So I was like, okay, maybe that's buffalo. I'm willing to take that back. Cool. So we order our stuff. We get it. We open the bag. Like, okay, can we get some ketchup? Because we got 2 large.
There's no ketchup. Now, first of all, I go to this McDonald's all the time, and they at least give me 2 packs of ketchup on a large fry. Okay? No ketchup in the bag. Nothing. Okay?
Right.
Permiso, señorita. Yo necesito ketchup, por favor. It was like
appalled. One.
So I said, compramos dos fritas largas, más ketchup, por favor.
Okay.
One more. She gave us 2 ketchup for 2 large fries. She was not happy with it
at all. So then we go to walk away, and we realize there's no straws in the bag. All Kim said was, excuse me, and she goes, and she's reaching for the straws, because she knows she didn't give us straws. But why do you have an attitude with us about needing something from you that you did not provide? We need,
because if you want to get me without
anything to you. And here's the thing. You're at work. I didn't go to your house and ask you to give me I don't ask you to get out of your bed, out of your comfy bed, put some slippers on, go in the kitchen, dig around in the everything drawer, and find me a straw. I didn't do that. I was at your place of work where you hand out straws. That's what you do. Anyway,
she was not. She really wasn't.
So all that to say, she needs to find her passion so she can stop having an attitude. That's what it is. She's doing something that clearly does not bring her joy. She is not happy about it, and it's leaking all over.
Right.
And it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
So like, think back for you.
I love that.
Where you in your life just leaking attitude all over.
Ooh, girl.
Not what you want to do.
You better preach. You better preach to the king.
You're
So I want to transition just a little bit. I want to tell you about something that brings me joy. That absolutely is going to move us into our segment. Okay. So we do have segments, y'all.
Yes.
But sometimes it's been, anyway, we got segments. This is new.
Okay.
So, remember I had told you about the socks I had on?
Yes.
I got them on.
She's like,
let me tell you about these socks. Do you see this?
That's
This is, y'all, I put these socks on, and it's these socks so supportive. On the inside, they got the little rubber thing, so it stays on your ankle. Let me tell you something. These are good socks. These are some good socks. Oh.
We just leaning further into our here. I'm also, while we're in our here, I'm also in my caftan era. If you're like, what the hell is a caftan? Some people will refer to them as moo.
I like the caftan.
I'm a fan of the caftan personally. Feels like, I'm a lady at leisure. To hang out and sit by the pool at the resort. It's been so comfortable. And it's so cute.
It's a lot of walls up in the room. So Where we at? Was it the next one? Was that?
Yeah, I was
okay.
going to the mall.
So we get back from the mall and everything, right? So I'm like, okay, let's talk about some things or watch something or something. And then I had changed. So Clyde was like, you did a wardrobe change? And I was like, outside clothes on the bed and all that kind of stuff, which also I used to didn't do that, but now it's definitely a thing. So I was like, oh yeah. So she was like, oh, okay. So she goes in the room and turns into a goddess. Walks up in the room just flowing. You walk down the room. Walk out and do it again. Because I had to get the moment on the camera. Girl, the child.
You need to be so feel free. I don't know if it's something that you get like before you get your AARP card, you get this joy to need to be in the mood. Like I think it's okay. It's on your path.
Yeah.
If you haven't gotten that, it's on the way and enjoy it. Because it's a good time.
Listen, I was like, I need to get my shit together because I clearly have been living on some part. I need to get it together. So anyway, the reason we bring that up is because we have a segment that we want to introduce to y'all called Ask an Auntie. We are aunties, and it just keeps landing on me so heavily when I'm talking to my interns and like talking to young people and having to explain stuff.
Right.
Like, well, we didn't have social media when I was in high school, barely in college.
Right.
Like, we was dialing up to the internet. Like we had to go on MapQuest in order to find your directions, right? And as I'm explaining it, they're like, I couldn't imagine. I'm like, shut up.
They're disgusted.
Shut up. Okay. But also, we're accepting that we are aunties. Okay. So in the auntie segment, we don't give y'all some advice. So y'all can also leave things in the comments for the Ask an Auntie section. Y'all can email us at mindingmyblackbusiness@gmail.com. Just put Ask an Auntie in the subject line so that we can get your questions, situations, what have you, and we're going to give you our auntie advice. Okay? All right. So you got them.
Okay. So first question, what would you do? Okay, 40-year-old male husband, we've been together for 2 decades, and he wants nothing to do with me, 39-year-old female, because he found out I had sex in a car with an ex more than 20 years ago. What would you do?
So is the car
the issue?
Is it that it was in the car?
It doesn't. But it's driving him insane right now. And he wants nothing to do with her.
Been married for 20 years. 20 because she had sex in the car 20 years ago. Before him. So what's the question?
What would you do?
I really think this is why I'm not married. I really don't. Stop talking to me. Well, go on your side of the house. When you finish being mad, child.
Try again.
Try. I'm not doing
When you tell me what you really mad about.
Right.
Because this can't be it.
That's why it's the car. But you know what I've also discovered recently? Let me come to what I don't discover that these people exist out here. Is people that often of the male persuasion, but not exclusively. People be on some kind of purity type but it be selective outrage because you out here going and you want me to be pure. I'm gonna throw my ass in a circle. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make you block me. I'm gonna go do all sorts
In your face.
I'm about to be on the balcony in my drawers. I'm about to put, matter of fact, I'm going on OnlyFans. And I'm throwing my ass to the circle on OnlyFans. Okay? Cause what?
Like, what do you do?
You that bothered? Okay. No worries.
Not the past.
What would you do?
Oh my God. I mean, you have to build a bridge to get over because there's no, it has no bearing on our current relationship. So now, in my mind, that all the flips is like, why are you saying that that's what you're mad at? Like, it's got to be something else. Like, okay, if you just want to start a fight, then just start the fight. Like, but don't bring up something about 20 years ago that had nothing to do with anything, because I don't know what you did before I met you, and nor do I care.
I was going to say, and don't care.
You know what I mean? But like, why does that have a bearing on things? And why is it that we're expected to enter into these relationships as nurturing, loving beings that have had no contact with anyone else? How do you think she learned how to do that thing you like? Because she did it before.
You know what? This is why I love the young people right now, like Chloe and Halle Chloe and Halle Bailey are two of my favorites young folks, along with like Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla. Like, I feel like even though I'm not a fan per se, and I don't listen to her music section, but I get it.
Right.
I really commend them for being like, I don't care what the hell y'all talking about. This is my body. And let me tell you something. Because I wasted my 20s.
You know what I'm saying? If I was as fat as I was when I was younger now,
I wasted it because I was trying to be a good Christian, because I equated this false concept of purity and modesty and being all buttoned up as being a good Christian, being a good person. Let me tell you something. I would be bucket ass naked every day, ass all over the internet. You hear me? Girls got bodies. All over. It's beautiful. It is.
It's beautiful. I hate to see when people are like, oh my gosh, she shouldn't do that. That's not her image. It's like, why? Why not? She's 20. And if you decided in your 20s, that's what I want to do, and that's what I want to be, and when I'm in my 40s, I'm not going to do that no more. Fine.
Yeah.
It's all you. It's all honoring you. At some point, you were a hoe, like to throw it back.
I definitely was a hoe around 20. It was probably around 20. Let me see, when I played, I got to college. That junior year, you understand me?
You just embrace it. Because it's what makes you you. And some people, there are some people out there that's their gift. Okay? And that may sound weird, but there's connection in that. And that may be how they relate to people. It may not be how you relate to people. It may not be how you would recommend people to go out and do that. But understand that for some people, that is their language. And you kind of, I don't know, because I get really irritated when people try to tell young women or women, period, what is an acceptable way to express their sexuality. Like, whatever that is, whatever spectrum it's on, like any of those things, it's no one else's business. Yes, of course, you can have an opinion about it. That's your business. Your opinion of me has nothing to do with me. That's not my concern. So whatever it is. But if I get to go out there, live my life, do my thing, like, I am going to be a joy to be around.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't you want me to do that? Now, it's all just responsibility and respectability,
and being safe
and you know, keep all those asterisks in mind, keep your head on a swivel, all those things. But it's just always interesting that if a woman were to go out and do those things and just say, hey, hell away with it, I want to be with whoever I want to be with,
this is what makes me happy, and a man was out to go out to do the same thing, he's given a pass, and it's seen as acceptable. Somebody sent me a video where they likened it to washing hands. So they were like, if a man goes out and is with multiple women, then he's washing his hands in multiple bowls. So one bowl, the chick from the bars, the other bowl, whatever. But if a woman is out there, it's multiple people washing their hands in the same bowl. So this is her bowl, and this is her husband, this is her boyfriend, this is her lashes done. And they're all washing their hands in this one bowl. And I'm like, that's interesting. It's an interesting visual. I mean, I appreciate the visual and the thought process behind it. However, it's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. I've even heard where people will say, well, it's different because men have to enter a woman, and that's more intimate. To have someone inside you. And I'm like, so it's not intimate to be inside somebody. Like, I don't think you can get more intimate than that. Like, when you really, really like your boyfriend, all you want to do is be in his skin. Like, I just want to get as close to you as I possibly can. Yeah. And y'all can do that. So it's just the hypocrisy.
And that's how I adopted the curiosity over judgment, because to me, it's more interesting or more powerful, if you will, for someone to be able to articulate why they are making particular choices. Than for me to be like, you're a bad person and you're going to hell with gasoline draws on, which is what I did for the first half of my life. Was I condemned everybody to hell? You understand me? Y'all was all going to hell. But the hypocrisy of it all is, if we don't say it's sin, then sin's supposed to be sin, and it doesn't matter. Interesting. So to any young people and or older people who might be watching this show, have agency over your body and be around people who can respect the agency that you have to make the best choices for yourself, because it is your life, right? And there are consequences, good and bad, that come along with everything that we choose to do. But that is your decision for how you choose to show up in your body. All right. What's the so?
Okay. So I 27 male, took a girl, 24 female. I was dating for 6 months. Took a concert last night to see one of our favorite artists. She did not communicate that she was trying to get closer to the stage, and did not come back until the concert was done. Was her behavior acceptable? It's so funny. I have to tell you a story about what I did. Nope. Let's see.
No, he took me to see Drew Hill. What? You're close, man. No, you don't have the crowd. I brought all his stuff. It was for my birthday. My birthday is on Valentine's Day, y'all. So it was my birthday. I'm taking you to go see Drew Hill. Okay. So we watching is probably Brownstone, Joe. Okay. Gone. The entire time. Front row, sweat dripping. Yeah. Yes. I mean,
So did he express any concern?
he felt the fucking way.
Okay. And how did you know that?
I didn't know that he felt the fucking way. It was like they just left me.
Sometimes they're not always vocal.
No, it like they just left me like for the whole concert. I was like, it was Drew Hill.
Like, you brought me here.
You thought
I thought that's what we were doing.
you thought I had the opportunity to see my favorite artist, and I was gonna sit back here on row in when I be at the stage. Are you kidding? Why would you even make me have that choice?
Or just why weren't you next to me?
Why you ain't come? Because you knew I was gonna be down if you love DC. Why would you put me in this position?
So her behavior was acceptable. The latter, of course.
In hindsight, I would do it again. It was
She would apologize on this internet. I don't think so.
I would absolutely do it again. It was Drew Hill. He was my favorite artist in the whole wide world.
Thank you.
I would absolutely do it again.
So why is it that we think, this is always my thing. I tell people, I tell you all the time, I'm like, oh, it's like when you give a gift. Once I give it to you, I don't care what you do.
Yeah.
You can set that shit on fire and throw it away. Yeah. That's between you and your item. I'm like, whatever. Because I know the spirit that I gave you. Right? So why not just be like, hey, I got you tickets. We're going to see Drew Hill. Why not be like, damn, that was a good gift. Look how much she's enjoying it. Let me get down there and enjoy it with her. Because that would be where I would be coming from.
I feel like that's a common thought.
No?
No.
You're like, what do you? Like, let's get as close as possible. Like,
Yeah.
see if we can't get back.
I think the additional role. We should do it for nigga backstage, man. I don't fucking forget it. To see me come. Okay.
All the
That's in the suite.
you know?
Child, it's days to see us coming. But I don't think that's a common way to think about things. And I think the additional injury, if you will, is that you chose them over me.
No, I chose to enjoy this experience in the way that I wanted to enjoy this experience. And
Yeah, but I brought this for us.
Well, come on. Well, why you so it sounds like you need to catch up. I'm ready. I'm ready to enjoy. Well, you
didn't really want me to enjoy it.
You didn't want
me to be at the same way.
Because you could have just played through those CD and we've been at the house.
What would y'all do? What y'all think?
Is it appropriate?
Yes, indeed, honey. Yes, indeed. So, y'all send in your asking aunties scenarios, questions, what have you, and we'll give you our opinions and maybe some stories that during that time. So, let me make sure I have my notes.
I got everything I was going on over here.
Let me see. What? Well, I was about to ask you because I had mentioned earlier about the Patreon and talking about some of these dating stories. So I wanted to ask you, in whatever package that you would like to present this, what are your impressions thus far of the dating scene? Because I'm sure you've probably been asked this question of the dating scene here in Colombia. Like, what are your impressions thus far, or what have you learned by the experiences that you've had thus far that you think the people could benefit from?
So, I learned the power of asking the right questions. So we talked about 2 powers today, if y'all keep it counting. Power of pause. And then the power of asking the right questions. Because when I tell you, it is the most important thing, and you wouldn't think about it because you know how you are, and you just cannot expect you out of other people. So what I can say is the people the dating scene is there. You know, if you're for everybody, the people here are gorgeous. Like, I can't explain it enough. All of y'all that are like, oh, come visit, I should come visit. Y'all should come visit. You should. Because these people are beautiful. They're beautiful. And they're very, very nice. They'll talk to you, tell you all the things, most of the things, if you ask the right questions. I realize that I'm probably a little too trusting in certain cases. And I like to have things revealed to me as they go along instead of getting the heads up ahead of time, which in hindsight is not a good way to proceed. So don't do what I do. But yeah, I think, you know, you may feel like you're having these conversations with people and that you're very upfront about where you are and what you want and whatever's going on or what have you. And you're getting some really good information back, right? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. You know, it's great. Let's see where a friendship develops and go from here. And then you just never know. It may turn out that they left out a lot of information. And you can't be mad at nobody but yourself. And that's the worst part. Because you can't even go off the way you want to. Because it's like, damn, all I had to do was ask a couple simple questions. And I don't think you would have lied to me. So I just feel like you felt like, oh, I lucked out. She ain't asked. I ain't say nothing. So it's technically not a lie. It's technically not a lie. And that's the worst thing ever. So keep this in mind. Niggas will nig, even in Spanish.
I was about to say everywhere across the world. Let me tell you, y'all, I have sore sleeves.
Kim has had to exile the whole city, y'all. And I am on the same train. So it is hilarious.
I have so many stories.
What are some of the questions that you asked? What would you say is the right questions?
Some of the questions that well, interestingly enough, one of the questions that is a common question here that I didn't understand was the who do you live with question. Because what I have grown to understand is because they are so communal here that people often live at home with their family or with a sibling, like not on their own, for long times, well beyond we would in the US. So that question of who do you live with, I think is an important question. Another question would not just be who do you live with, it would be whose home is it? Because I've also had conversations with people where they're like, oh, I live with my sister. So in my mind, I'm thinking shared responsibility, shared whatever, but in fact, it is my sister takes care of everything and I actually just live in this room. So that's very different, especially when you're talking about people who are saying, you know, I want a future and all this, but the experiences of actually taking care of a home, like you see the trash is overflow. I shouldn't have to ask you to take it. You see it, don't you? Like, or like you drop something, clean it up. You know, like those types of things. I see a lot of those situations. So I think that's an important question too, of like not just who do you live with, but whose house is it, and what role do you play in the house? Right. Another good question would be, I think you have to just outright, especially if you are concerned with, not concerned, but if you care whether someone is in a relationship or not, asking outright. Are you in a relationship? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? Do you have a partner? Do you have a partner?
Any of those things?
Yeah.
You may think, oh no, I don't, but she might say that we are. Like, you should disclose that.
And so the other thing that I've, even like when someone says they want to be a friend, this is something that I have learned that, and this is in any language in any country, words mean different things to different people. So I've just found myself when someone says, you know, oh, I want to get to know you. Why? What is it that you want to get to know? Like, oh, you know, I want us to be friends. Tell me what a friend means to you. What does that look like, sound like? because I believe in making informed decisions and having the ability to make informed decisions. So you, like a dude asked me the other day, he was like, so what do you look for in guys? And I was like, for them to be themselves. And from there, I will decide if there is space for you in my world. And also, don't ever expect an immediate response from me because I don't even have notifications on my phone. So until you get my attention,
you're gonna be done.
It's the luck of the draw, my boy.
It's the Kim lottery for everybody.
I'm just not readily available for your consumption whenever you are ready for me to be consumed. I'm just not participating in that. So I think it's a combination of asking the questions, but more so than asking the questions, I think it is deciding what I will and will not accept. You know, for instance, I run into a few people where accountability, and again, this is not Columbia, this is people, period, but where accountability, they don't have a good relationship with accountability. I can't be in relationship with you in any way, shape, or form if something happens and I can't tell you about what happened.
Right.
Or you're going to give me the silent treatment because you feel some type of way. Like, but that's what you had did. So I can't. So what I would say, more so than focusing on the questions to ask, I think we should focus on what we actually want. Mm-hmm. And that develops, you know, that's a process. But I think that is where the empowerment lives, not necessarily in asking the right questions per se. I think it's more important to know. So when I do hear the questions, when I do hear the answers to the questions, what am I going to do? Because I still might get those answers, but if I haven't made it clear of what I am and am not going to do or what I want or whatever, there's still a misalignment here. So that's what I would say. Yeah. So if y'all want like an actual see and all the things that we're not saying, again, you're gonna have to get that on the Patreon, okay? Because we definitely need to unpack a few stories and just kind of tell y'all the things, all right? So the Patreon, again, is Minding My Black Ass Business. Please make sure that y'all have subscribed to the page, that you have liked everything. I want to make sure we didn't have any last questions. Doesn't look like it. But if you do have questions after you've been watching, please drop those in the comments, right? We are reading the comments and responding to the comments. So if there are things that you're wondering about, put it in the comments. Let us know if things have resonated with you. For instance, the power of the pause, right? If you're like, never thought about that. Or thinking about how you talk to God. Like, we dropped a few things in here. So leave with us in the comments what resonated with you, what resonated with your spirit, and all of that. Because this is a conversation and we're on this journey together. So we want to make sure that, yes, you know, you are being entertained, but also while you're being entertained, let's also get some growth out of this, right? And really think about designing lives that really do bring us joy, and not lives where we gotta have an attitude every day because we don't like it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So tell the people again, Kalonda, where they can find you.
You can find me on Instagram at Kawanabear, KAWANABEAR. You can find me on Facebook with my name. You can also find me on CashApp at $ Kalonda, KALONDA. Thanks. I love it. You love it.
So if y'all go to KimberlandJackson.com, if you are looking for me to do anything in the realm of the life coaching and all that kind of stuff, you can contact me over there. Again, if you are looking to do the internship and or submit things for Ask and Auntie, that would be at mindingmyblackAssBusiness@gmail.com. That's where you can really find me. I am living life at Minding My Black Ass Business right now as I figure out how I re-merge these two pieces of myself. So at Kimberland J is also still there, but if you want to see what's happening, Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. Like, subscribe, comment, share, all the things. We may or may not be back next week. I don't know. We haven't really decided our schedule, and we may start doing bonus episodes. I don't know. Y'all tell us what y'all want us to talk about. Okay, I don't know if I said that earlier, but if y'all got things that y'all like, please talk about this. Drop it in the comments. Okay, we are listening. All right, so I do have to get up to stop this. So you wanna sign out? You got a special sign out?
All right, lovelies. We love y'all. Thank y'all for spending the time with us. As always, we look forward to seeing you. Be blessed. Take time. Ask God how, or have a conversation with God, how you'd like to communicate. And remember, take the power of the pause to listen for his response. Bye. Bye, guys.
Accountable for
Well, hello. Hi, guys. Oh, no. Happy evening to you all. We're super excited to pop in for a little bonus. Da, da, da.
What up, y'all? What up? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We're two real life cousins, and we come on here and talk about things. Oh, I don't want to give y'all my feet.
Not for free. Not for free.
But we talk about things that are happening, things that are going on, things that relate to our personal lives, and some of the things we've experienced. And then the I'm stuck and I can't. Yeah, all this stuff set up.
The red.
Okay, guys, we're coming. We are so aunties. Oh my God. This is so funny to me. All right, hold on, y'all. We coming. It's saying it's on the internal speakers.
Go up top. A little sound.
I feel like tech support right now. It's not reading. Why isn't it reading? Plug it in the back. Jesus. Hallelujah. Yo. Oh my God.
Okay.
These are the bloopers. And this is a freaking MacBook, and I don't know how to get back to the thing.
Oh, here. The red.
Sheesh. All right. This is going to be so funny. I promise, I swear, we thought we had everything figured out. It's still on the internal mic. This is odd.
Cheese.
I promise y'all, we coming. This is so funny. Y'all get to have a tour of the behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes.
And before we came on, I swear to God, we had all of this figured out.
We mapped it out.
And then, matter of fact, where's that mic? Because it can be getting plugged in right about now. I do not know why it's not reading this. It's plugged in. I really don't know. We're gonna have to do this on the internal mic. We're gonna sit right here on this table and tell y'all, because we got to talk about this stuff. That is so weird. I really don't know why the mic isn't working. It's weird. But look, y'all, let me show y'all right quick. We had all this stuff set up. Look, we got lights. We got all kind of stuff set up over here.
We're ready for
because we're trying to be professional.
Yeah.
And then there's Kalonda's butt. And then it stopped working. So
I don't know what the charger is.
oh, it's probably in the room or something. Oh, you can use that red charger that's right there with the computer screen.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we are going to use the internal mic because I don't know why the mic is not working. But I appreciate y'all for sitting here watching us be aunties. Oh, Bianca said she liked your fit.
Thank you, boo.
She said she need the details. Model it again for the people so they could see you. Isn't that cute?
Super comfy. And it has pockets.
Of course it does. Kalonda is a fashionista. I don't know if y'all know that, but also my knees.
Let me come get you, girl. Hold on.
I'm stuck and I can't get up.
You gotta put it with
Wait. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Auntie down.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So we gotta figure this out because that mic is not working. The internal mic is working. Okay. We're gonna get this out. So push that here a little bit forward. My God, today.
All right, y'all. We appreciate the grace.
That was funny. Oh shit. Okay. This is a comedy show.
Welcome.
This is a comedy show. This is a reality show. Oh my God. Okay. Where do we start? Okay, so where were you this morning? So this morning I was watching Here's the Thing.
Okay.
Right. And I feel like my boob was hanging out. So I was trying to, but it wasn't. It was like this. I was like, damn,
on the Patreon.
I'm being mad and inappropriate.
It's on the Patreon. $5 a month. Might get a foot.
Okay. I was getting ready to watch Here's the Thing.
Okay.
This morning.
Yes.
And then the stage crew, somebody had put into the Patreon that Diddy got arrested.
Oh, okay.
So then, of course, we're like, links. Like, where are the things, right? So I go over to Mel's page. So I'm not a lawyer, but is Mel Goolsby's page. So I go over there to Mel's page, and she was live streaming the press conference, and then she read through the indictment. Okay. So we had done a previous episode.
Yes.
When that was that Cassie?
Cassie.
Mm-hmm. It's called Surviving Diddy. It was a bonus episode that we had did. And I did not go back and watch it, but I know what we said. Right. I know we were like
fuck him, basically. But I want to go back and watch it and see what we actually said, because at the time, Cassie was getting a lot of flack for the suit because it was a civil suit. And one of the things, I don't know if y'all watch I'm Not a Lawyer, but tell us in the comments if you watch I'm Not a Lawyer, but her name is Melanie Goolsby, and she's a part of the Kept on Stage universe. But what she does and what her service is she breaks down court cases that are happening and explains the legal jargon in ways that we can understand. So Mel was streaming it and breaking it down and reading it. And Mel, of course, has shared when everything happened with Cassie, and everything that Cassie has said is what is happening and happened and has continued to happen, because even after the lawsuits, he was still threatening people, trying to get them to show.
Yep.
The DA said today, a year ago, 1 year ago, they gave this man a key to the city.
Yep. And now he's under federal indictment, being detained. And there's still more cases.
Assets frozen.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy, he said, and I don't remember the man's name. Y'all could tell us. Huh?
The AUSA?
The AUSA, the attorney.
Assistant U.S. Attorney.
Assistant U.S. Attorney General.
Look up.
This girl.
Law and Order. I'm not. Don't do that.
AUSA? What are you talking about?
Y'all watching Law and Order.
So yes, the black man who is the Assistant U.S. Attorney General, he was very clear.
Oh, yes.
That there is more. Very clear that there are more people.
Yep.
Very clear that there are more charges. Very clear that we ain't seen nothing yet.
Whew.
What you think?
It's just wild to be a fly on the wall with all of the people that, like you said, gave Cassie a whole lot of flack about it. People don't really understand. I don't think that intimidation doesn't have to involve a weapon. You know,
it did, though.
But it did. It involved several weapons.
AR-15.
Several weapons.
AR-15.
But hey, you know, they don't want us to go after people's guns. You know, you need an assault rifle because you live in a dangerous area. Because, you know, that's what they tried to say when they were trying to say that he should be released on bond. Because they were saying, well, he has all these guns. And so their counter argument was, well, no, that's from his security. He has no control over like where the guns are and how they're kept. That's from his security team because of where he lives in LA or in Miami, that they need to be out there like that. So I didn't know you needed an AR-15 to be walking around Miami. Yes, yes, ma'am.
I've never been a fan. I told you.
Yeah.
Ever since the cheesecake on the making of the band situation, I was like, something ain't right with him. I guess I just keep trying to process a few things. One, okay. I am really I'm looking forward is probably not the right way to frame it, but I am highly interested in the other people that were attendees of these free calls. Because I think what people keep thinking is people keep being like, nobody can have that much sex. Oh my God. He was not the main one and the only one who was being serviced.
Correct.
So there were other people, hey, let's have a freak off. My friends are in town.
Correct.
And let's have a freak off. So he's arranging this for people that are coming to his parties. And as Cat Williams said, you got to tell him no.
He don't know that word. And that's the problem.
That's the goddamn problem.
That's the problem. Because it all goes back to, he honestly thought that he was going to get away with it.
Absolutely.
Because I always go back to the beginning. Only you and Cassie know what happened with you and Cassie. But if you know what you did, and she's threatening to tell people, and you know that there's proof of it, just pay the girl. Like, if that's the case. But you came out and were like, no, I can't believe this. Why would she say this? Blah, 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 blah. And then you had to walk all that back, right? But you did that in the first place because you thought you could get away with it, which lets you know that guest list is very impressive because he thought that's who was going to get him out. But he should realize that everybody has a line. And you, sir, were not that thoroughly entrenched in the organization to be safe.
Well, they was talking about today, Mel was talking about how, remember when they did the seizing, when they raided the houses, that they had took in his personal drug boy.
Oh, yeah.
And he was supposedly the one who always had the drugs on him, like always the things or whatever, young white boy, whatever. And a lot of people are like, the white boy probably was like,
let me tell you everything.
Because they don't really want him.
No.
Right? They want to, you know what I mean? Right. I would be singing like that. I would be singing like a songbird.
I like to know my options. So it would depend. It's like, okay, how much, like what are the options here? Like if I don't say anything, do I get paid? Like, and how much do I get paid?
Who you expecting to pay you?
Diddy. And then
ain't nothing to pay you.
Well, back then it would have been.
Well, true, but also can I interject this though into you about getting paid because they specifically said in the indictment about if he tries to move money, move assets, put it in somebody else's name, put it in a different country, shift it, ownership, try to make it messy in another city. Try it if you want to.
Right. Fuck around and find out.
We're letting you know now. Try that if you want to, and then it's gonna be a situation.
Yeah. But I don't know. I would have at least got the answers to the questions. Like, can my silence be bought? I don't know. What's the number? What's the magic number? And then, is there jail time involved? I can't go to jail. I don't think I can go to jail. I feel like I would have to like find a way to be in solitary confinement because that's the only way you're safe. Like, but then you might have to hit somebody. I don't know. And I've never hit anybody, so I don't know how that works.
You definitely gonna have to hit somebody.
Oh, see?
That is mandatory in the jailhouse.
Oh, see, yeah, I can't go to jail.
And you're gonna have to get hit in one way or another.
Oh no, see, I can't do that.
So what I'm wondering is like, because there were a lot of people that were involved in this operation, right?
Yes.
Of the assistants, the catering staff, because they were talking about how, for instance, and I know a lot of this had to do with Cassie, like if there was an attack, she had to go away to heal. So then there had to be a medical team. There had to be security for that. Like this was a highly organized operation. Right. And I wonder how people find themselves so deeply entrenched in an operation like that.
Easy, I think. Because, I mean, once you get into that lifestyle, if that's what you know, if that's what you've been using, if that's how you support your family, like, I'm sure they were rationalizing however they wanted to. She's grown. She wants to be there. She could leave. But like you could leave, you know what I mean? Like there was just so many ways that his influence and his power kept people hostage, and probably the money, the lifestyle, the access made people do things they wouldn't normally do without that stuff present. But I don't know how that changes. You know, if that's your livelihood and your boss is like, you need to go do that.
And that's what they were saying is the part of the manipulation is the financial manipulation.
Yeah.
Because you're dependent on this person for your livelihood.
Correct.
So they ensure that you are always going to be dependent on them for your livelihood.
And on top of that, they have an AR-15.
And they have an AR-15, and I know where your family lives, and you've already unalived several people that I've seen happen, whatever. Because, you know, I don't know if you know about this. Did you know about Keefe D?
Yes, that's the dude who went down for somebody.
For Tupac.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keefe D's. Oh, I think we probably talked about it on the other show. Keefe D said Diddy was the one who orchestrated that, and people act like that man never said that.
Never said it.
He said it like very clearly.
Yeah.
Gave interviews, all of that, and people act like he never said it.
Right.
But I'm certain it was known up in that house. Like, I will get rid of you. I can't imagine. And I wonder what this witness list is gonna look like. And because they said it's a federal case, it's not gonna be televised.
Right. So we won't see it.
But I'm sure whatever, I believe only press is allowed inside, and you have to have a press pass and all of that to be able to watch. But I know I'll be watching. I'm not a lawyer, but because she be breaking it down. You hear me? She be breaking it down. So I'll be watching her. But this is really gonna be something to see. I know not anybody that watches this channel, but some people owe Cassie major apology.
Yeah.
Like, this is not. Kevin on stage was talking this morning, and he was like, "I'm gonna say it." He said, "If I don't say it once, I'm gonna say it again." He was like, "I always stand on the side of Black women, and if I'm wrong, then I was wrong for standing on the side of Black women.
Right.
But I'm not about to not believe a Black woman." He's like, "I'm gonna believe this Black woman." So people would tell him that he was pandering, like you pandering to Black women and blah 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 and all of that. And it's like, it's wild because
that should be the default.
It should
It shouldn't be pandering to say, "I believe your experience. I believe that you're not going to get up here and just lie for what? For clout? For money?" Like,
and especially not that. And that's the thing of like revealing a trauma or revealing a deeply impactful, traumatic like experience, a horrifying. Who the fuck does that for fun?
No.
For shits and gigs?
For gigs. No, not at all. Think about all the stuff that you have going on in your life that you'd be like, "I'm not getting on the internet and telling nobody that." Now add violence and abuse and judgment from the world on top of that. Like, nobody signs up for that.
It's wild. It's really wild. So, bye. Like, I don't have nothing. I don't have no well wishes to give. I don't have nothing. Bye.
I just don't understand. Was it 10,000 vials of lube?
1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
But again, it's not just for him.
No, I know.
You know, it's to supply these freak offs that are lasting for days.
Days.
While the people, the women, are having to be in drug-induced states to participate. Like,
for this entire time.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure it was like, he got to hear about, girl, I can't imagine the holidays coming up. His calendar was booked. He was booked.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Because, I mean, people already were separating themselves, you know, and he was separating himself in certain ways from certain businesses. but just now that it's like he is arraigned, he is detained, to see like how far people go to be like, oh, I was not there for that. That was not the kind of party I was at.
Because even, what's that girl name that he was dating? Is that the Carisha girl? Mm-hmm. The girl who friends with Saucy Santana? Mm-hmm. She did a show. She got a podcast. Yes. And she did a episode. And she talked about how, well, that wasn't my experience. You know, that just wasn't my experience. I didn't know nothing about it. It's like, let me tell you, I put a post on my Facebook the other day, and it was an acronym. But the acronym stood for, I don't fuck with people who fuck with people that I don't fuck with. That part. I don't do it. Because if you can do that to them, right, something ain't right. Right. Something ain't right. You know what I mean? So even if, and I feel like people try to like guilt you into, well, that wasn't my experience and that didn't happen to me and everybody's redeemable and all that kind of stuff. And that's cool and that's great. And also, I don't need to learn the hard way. I don't need to experience you harming me in order for you to prove that you're a good person. How about you prove a good person by not harming people? How about that?
That's always good.
How about that? So there's not a day that is somebody that I fuck with, that I'm about to be cool with people who don't fuck with people that I fuck with. I'm not doing that. Right. So it's interesting for her as a woman to be able to be like, I ain't know nothing about, I don't know nothing about that. And then to just be like, whatever about, like moving on. Right. That wasn't
because I get that it wasn't your experience. And I hope it wasn't. You know, I hope that there were lots of women that he dated that did not have those experiences that Cassie did, that Kim Porter did, like that other woman he's allegedly abused did. But then where's the humanity, empathy, whatever to those other women? Right. Of like, you know, no, that wasn't my experience, but I stand with those women. Right. You know, in light of these recent events or whatever that looks like. But again, it's the power, it's the influence, it's the lifestyle you have to keep up with, and the people that are depending on you to do those things that make you say, well, I want to hedge my bets. You know, I can't go all the way in, you know, in my base, and he gave me this. Mm-hmm. You know,
he did so much for me and for my career. Correct. Yeah, so you can forever be indebted. I don't want to sit in a position of being like, I would do this, I would do that, like type of thing. But what I do know about myself is historically, I'm not finna sit here while something popping off and just be like, this is
it's fine.
Right. Like I ain't finna, that ain't what's finna happen with me. And I feel like my life really demonstrates that. Yeah. But I understand feeling stuck and trying to figure out how to get out of it. So I'm just very interested in what it's going to look like once he's arraigned and all of that, because I know he's still got people on the outside who is still trying to keep the operation together, right? So I wonder at what point more people are going to really be able to come forward and say, this is what happened. I know because I helped, because I had did that. Yeah. And also, thank you for freeing me, because I also been trying to get the hell up out of there, you know? Yeah. Bianca said, how about being a good human? How about that?
How about that? It's super easy. You have to actively try to hurt people.
But do you? I be wondering
I feel like you have to.
I feel like I do. Right. But I don't know if that is the default, where people are actively trying to hurt people. I wonder if it takes so much more energy to actively try not to hurt people, and that is why people choose not to do it.
That it takes more energy to not hurt people?
Yeah, like your default would be to hurt people. So in order to not hurt people, I have to actively think about how to be a better person, actively think about how to show up differently.
I guess because I look at it like, to hurt somebody, like to truly hurt someone, like you have to know their triggers. Like you have to know what's going to be that pain point for that person. And then you would have to intentionally do something to press that button. Like,
so you're talking about those who choose to cause intentional harm?
Yeah. Like, if you're out to hurt people, like, I feel like you have to choose that. Like, there are certain things that, like, oh, I didn't I didn't realize telling you, I don't know, I don't like that lipstick color or whatever was gonna like completely demoralize you.
That was unintentional.
It was
the
unintentional.
Impact was still harm.
Still harm because depending on how you frame it, people are gonna be like, well, damn, that hurt, like whatever. But when people are out to hurt people, like it just feels like it is intentional. Like, what would have been his other outcome? What would have been the thought process of these other people involved other than pain? It's like when I look at, the football player who was just like molesting the people who were massaging him. I can't think of his name right now. Sorry, y'all. Like, it's just a power play because you have these men, these people, because it's not just men. These people have the access, the privilege, whatever, to have all the willing participants they could ever dream of. Like, literally just be like, yo, come to Diddy's house. Right. He's going to have a freak off. Yeah. You know how long your line would be around the corner? Like, but they don't want that. They want to break you down. They want to demoralize you. They want to make you dependent upon them because it's about the power of it all. Because it's not about sex, and sex is often about power. So, but when you abuse it. So it wasn't just, oh, I was having a really good party and everybody just really liked doing drugs and they wanted to be up for 3 days.
Right.
And
you had to plan
to be there. Like, it was planned.
Yeah.
And you knew the only way they were going to get through this trauma was to offer them these narcotics or whatever so that they could zone out.
Not even offer, force it.
I was trying to be nice. Well, let's call it a thing. Force it on them in order to have them perform these acts and do this for the entire time. So his friends, whoever, I'm not gonna say friends, whatever, could get what they were there for, to get their freak on.
Jesus. It's a lot. So if y'all are wanting to see the documents and all that kind of stuff, I recommend going over to, I'm not a lawyer, but she breaks it down really well. But I know it's all over the news and I know it's everywhere. Yes. So it's gonna be real interesting. So transition over into what's happening with Samira and Takara. Now, y'all might not know, I don't know if people know or not, right? Because also today we was looking at our analytics and we found the demographics of the people who watch us were actually much younger than we thought it would be. I really think it's because we look so youthful.
Clearly.
And we're so relatable. So, the people come over. It makes perfect sense. I mean, if I were you, I would be watching me too.
I would. I'd watch me.
But Samira is a 26-year-old musician and a Harvard graduate, as well as a plus size advocate.
Yes.
So she says she wears like a 3X or like a 26. Okay. I want to say is her size.
Gotcha.
So Samira, she has a song, y'all might have heard it over on the TikToks. But it go like, big back bitch, get to the back. I say, big back bitch, you want a snack of this big back bitch, you something else to put big back bitch clothes on the rack. On the rack around it. Ooh, that's like it on it. Hey, did that thing? Ooh. So anyway, her song is about, I really like it. Because it's got a house beat.
Yeah. Love it.
I think she's from New Orleans. Y'all can tell us in the comments if that's real or if I make it up. But anyway, so her whole platform is to go into stores that are saying that they are inclusive to find where the plus size items are.
Got it.
Okay. So she's been Macy's, Old Navy, Aeropostale, Forever 21, probably H&M, with just stores that say that they have campaigns where they have been like, we have clothes for plus size people. And often what she finds, more often than not, is that one, there are no plus size clothes.
Right.
Or the plus size clothes are like in the bag, round the corner in a closet somewhere in a dark alley.
Right.
Or the clothes are so matronly,
right,
and just
not flattering.
Who is wearing
come
this?
on.
Like, what is happening, right? Or the clothes is labeled that plus size is here, but they actually over there.
Right.
It's just like, it's not, plus size clothing is not given the same type of attention that straight sizing is what they call it gets, right?
Right.
All right. That's Samara. Right. All right. So that is the advocacy work that she is doing, holding brands accountable for what they are saying and how they are treating people who live in larger bodies. Right. Sakara is from America's Next Top Model.
Yes.
First season?
It might have been first.
It was early on.
Because it was revolutionary because she was a plus size model on this platform and she wasn't, but TV big, I guess.
Well, go ahead. So keep telling me because I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
But yes, so that is where she came into her claim to fame. She was unapologetically her. She loved her curves. She took a fierce picture. If you are one of our younger viewers, you probably never saw that episode of America's Next Top Model. But that is where Sakara came from. And then eventually she branched off into like comedy, into acting. And I just think she did a lot of stunts on MTV after that. So she's definitely been around and part of breaking into the plus size fashion world.
So what I was gonna say was, we both would be what would be considered plus size, right? I used to be a lot bigger than I am now, but especially in modeling. So I don't know if y'all know that I used to be a model. And in modeling, plus size starts at a size 10, 8, 10, right?
Which is crazy.
In the real world, if you will, plus size starts at about a 12, 14 or so, right? So to Takara's revolutionary, groundbreaking, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
That she was this plus size model, and such and so. Now and plus size ain't all equal, right? So some got the plus size with the hourglass, which Takara definitely had.
The flat stomach, the curves.
Right.
But then you have like apple shape, pear shape, real bodies, stretch marks, babies. Like, it's not the quote unquote typical just hourglass figure. Like, that's not everybody's size.
So, Samira and Sakara was beefing. Okay. So Samira's doing what she does, right? She's going into stores and she's like, where the stuff at, right? Sakara comes on Samira's page and makes a comment. Now, Sakara, let's look it up. Because she, I believe, is older than us.
Yeah, she is. Because I definitely was young watching
her. No, actually, she's 40. Really? So she's younger than us. But she's 40.
She was older than
us. But she's 40. Okay. So 40-year-old Takara goes on to 26-year-old Samira's page.
Right.
Samira, again, is doing what she does. She went to whatever store to talk about whatever they was misrepresented.
Right.
Sakara goes on Samira's page and leaves a comment, and she's like, dang, girl, what you want these stores to do? I mean, basically, you need to just lose weight, and then you won't have to worry about this.
What?
So then Samira was like, fat phobic much? So then Sakara was like, first of all, I'm a fat chunky monkey anyway, so whatever. Like, I said what I said. So then Samira was like, so you, because phobia is supposed to mean to be afraid, right? So Takara doesn't understand that fat phobia also means aversion, too.
Correct.
You see, so she took that piece of the Latin to try to apply that to the situation. okay, to make herself right in this situation. So she doubled down.
Wow.
It was like, and also, you need to go lose weight. Go pick up a weight or something. So Samara's like, and her followers, of course, are like, this, you mighty fat fool, right? And then Takara, and then she said, and you supposed to be a comedian and you think you're funny. Oh, why she say that? Because then Takara didn't know how to get out her feelings. Because now she been called not funny.
Not funny.
So now her and her followers are fat shaming Samara.
Wow.
You need to pick up a weight, yeah, because you're fat anyway, yeah. Your stomach's spilling over, and you wear too small clothes, and like all of this and that.
Oh my God.
What you think?
What you think? I mean, one, it's extremely disappointing because you would think for someone in the community with you to have them come at you about that, then already is a tired trope of, oh, you're fat, you need to lose weight. Like, there are people who are plus size, heavy set, whatever you want to call it, that are healthier than any skinny person you've ever seen. And that is a fact.
Fact.
Okay? I may not be one of them, but I'm just saying. It's still true nonetheless. So to have someone come at you about something that they have it's not your business. It has no impact on you. There's not something that I can change in 5 minutes. So why is it even a topic of discussion? And especially when Samara's point was holding people accountable for what they said. She wasn't saying every store needs to carry sizes up to size 32, let's just say. She said, hey, you advertise that you serve this clientele, and when I come into your establishment, that is not representative of what I see. That's what she was doing. So why would you come out of left field to attack me personally for standing up and advocating for people based on what these companies have said that they are doing and going to do? And side note, plus size is shrinking. Like, they're slowly taking them out of all of the retailers little bit by little bit, where you're just like, oh, it's available online or whatever. So that's already a thing. It was a big push to be plus size heavy a little bit ago, probably during the pandemic, a little bit before, and now that has fallen out of favor and the pendulum is going back the other way. So you need that. You need people out there to advocate and say, hey, I just want to wear clothes.
Because they steady saying, go to the gym, go work out. In what?
I still need clothes to get there. I still need to
it's like people be feeling like it's a sentence, like because you live in a larger body that you need to go, over to Walmart and have the flower print shirt and the elastic waist jeans.
Right. Because that's it. When we all know, like some of the trendiest people you're ever going to see, because you have to make it work, because you've had to become creative because it wasn't available to you. So you had to find things that work. And the only way you make those changes is by having these people that are out there advocating for you. When you look at even in the makeup industry, how long it took like Jackie Aina, Naima Tang to go through and say, I cannot be your darkest shade. As I call myself a dark chocolate goddess, and Lord knows I believe it to my soul. However, I am aware that nowhere should I ever be the darkest shade. There are people, millions of ranges of color that are darker than me, and they deserve to have makeup that matches. And the only way that happened was because influencers and people got out and said, this is not okay. You say you have all these shades, but they're all fair. What about everybody else? So it's the same thing. Mm-hmm. And it's just really disappointing to hear that someone who was supposedly a part of this community and a part of making it mainstream to say, hey, there are plus size people that are living out here, and we would like to have clothes that look good on us too, then turn around and just demean someone and be like, well, you need to pick up a weight. And if that's all you got and you're a comedian, that's lazy.
Come on.
Like, that's lazy. of all the things. Like, you might be able to say, I don't have no edges. You might be able to, like, pull anything up. You can't see. You wear glasses. Like, but fat is on the table every day. That's just...
That was easy.
That's easy.
Yeah.
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
You could have worked.
But you
I thought you did this.
Yeah.
I thought you did this.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I'm disgusted with Sakara. I really am. And I'm even more so disgusted because she's 40 goddamn years old.
You know what I'm saying? Your metabolism done slowed down. You can't talk about nobody.
I want to talk to the aunties. Okay. If you are, I'm going to just say 35 and up, so my 34-year-olds could feel good about yourself and you still be the big sister. But if you're 35 and up, this is what I want you to understand. The world, as we knew it, is different. Mm-hmm. And we lived in a time where we experienced so much oppression and so much controlling and so much misogyny and so much discrimination and bias and all of that. The young people that are coming up today have found their voices, and they are using their voices. And if you don't like it, you can keep fucking scrolling.
Right. Turn it off. Because it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to see these people advocating for themselves, to say, hey, you know what? That does not work for me. That doesn't work for me in the workplace. That doesn't work for me in this family dynamic. It doesn't work for me in my relationship. They are not taking it laying down. And that is something to be marveled, because we weren't always able to do that. And it wasn't a safe space created for it. And now that we do have that and we can hear those voices, you should be honoring that. Now, if it's an opinion that, like Kim said, that you don't agree with, that doesn't align with your spirit, keep scrolling. It's not going to do you anything, then fine. Don't buy the little, I don't know, jean skirt that comes in a size 28. That fine, don't do it. Like, knock yourself out. But for the girl who is comfortable and confident and wants to wear it, or the person, like, by all means, rock out, home skillet. Shit.
It's wild to me. So I just want us to stop doing that. I want us to stop using our ignorance to police people that are actually doing things that are making the world better for more people.
Yep.
It's giving ignorance, and it's giving unwillingness to actually deprogram yourself and become a better human, as Bianca said earlier. You know, we got to cut it out. So yeah, I don't know. Takara might have put a whole nother video up, y'all, while we're sitting here, because she can't let it go. And then she's still sitting up there talking about Samara. Samara ain't said nothing else about that lady. She just, every time Takara say something, she posts a video showing this is what she's saying now.
Right.
Samara ain't said another thing. It reminds me of the school board member that did, like, you got this. Hey, this is the next lesson. So you got to know when to shut up. Sometimes it's best to hush, because there is always a possibility that we can learn more about a situation and how something we have done has impacted somebody, even if that wasn't our intention. Mm-hmm. Because Sakara kept saying, I put a heart. Everybody knows that a heart means that you're laughing or you're joking, and I'm just from New York, so that's all it is. But she came on the first line where she said, damn girl, what you wanted to do was in all caps.
Right. So you scream.
Everybody knows that all caps means that you hollering at me. And who the fuck is you talking to?
Who you talking to?
So I want us to do better. Because that ain't had to be all that. They ain't had to be doing all that all over these here.
At all.
But they did.
They did.
Yeah, no. And I had said at first, I was like, well, both of y'all wrong. Then I was like, actually, no. Takara, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
You wrong.
You were in the wrong.
You wrong. You should have hushed. And that would have been that. Yeah.
Nobody would have said
so, yeah. But we did want to give some shout outs and acknowledgments before we get out of here to some of the greats that have gone on to glory.
Won't he do it?
So,
our cousin Tito.
I broke the news to you, and I thought you had already knew, and I had said it,
She just,
so awfully. Like, yeah, when
threw
you
it
know,
out there.
Tito checked on out of here this morning, and she was like, "Oh my!"
I'm like, "What, cousin Tito?"
Girl, he went on the glory.
I didn't even know. Was he sick?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because I feel like they're not that old.
He's 70.
Really?
Yeah.
That's some stuff.
Yeah, he's 70.
Oh, I guess.
It was about time. I mean, not
about
necessarily,
time. Because I feel like I know some like 75-year-olds.
Yeah, for sure.
Are like nowhere near. Friggin' Jimmy Carter. Do you know he is like 99?
He's still with us?
Yes.
Oh, because I know he's gonna be out of here pretty soon.
I think he's like 2 weeks away from being 100. So,
no way.
Yeah. I think. But yeah.
I know that he's but I didn't know that he was still here. I actually thought he had, but I guess I would have seen it on the news and stuff. It says that Tito had a heart attack.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What he was doing?
While driving to Oklahoma from New Mexico.
Why was he doing that?
The statement did not specify that.
I mean, I'm just saying, these are the questions. These are the things that people want to know. This is the statement. Oh my God.
The statement did not specify. But yeah, so he went on the glory this morning. R.I.P. Or yesterday? No, 2 days. On the 15th?
Oh, he been gone.
2 days ago.
I missed that.
All right.
I don't know what I've been doing.
And then James Earl Jones.
Mufasa.
Not.
I
forgot that was your favorite line. I forgot that was your favorite line.
The Lion King. That is hands down one of my favorite movies. Like for real in life. Like ridiculous. Love them.
I forgot that was one of your favorite lines. Yeah. So James Earl Jones, he was 93.
Which is crazy because I know I did. I was like, oh my God, already? And then I realized he was 93 and I'm like, okay, I guess we can let him lay down. Like, you done a lot, sir.
Yeah.
You put in the good work.
You know, he had a stutter.
I did not.
He had a stutter that he overcame.
Look out.
To be James Earl Jones.
To be the voice.
Yes.
That's phenomenal.
What? Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, it was sad to hear when he passed. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And then
Uncle Frankie. That went on the glory.
Child. Nobody was ready. Now we are some New Orleans girls. And you would not. There are many people who thought Frankie Beverly was from New Orleans. The way we stand for Frankie Beverly.
Absolutely.
He is not. It just so happens that his most amazing live album ever was recorded in New Orleans. I think right before I was born.
It was in the 70s.
It was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Was recorded in New Orleans. And like ever since then, just you couldn't go nowhere. If there was a big concert, a big festival, there was gonna be
Frankie Beverly and Maze Baby with a white linen.
And everybody was wearing white.
Oh,
like that was just what it was gonna be. And when I tell you New Orleans showed out for this man on Monday, it was a sight.
So I saw the pictures that it was a cutout, like a cardboard cutout in a casket,
a cardboard cutout, like life size of Frankie Beverly, laid out in this like clear acrylic casket that they like paraded
through the city.
And
it was the second line.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know it was the second line. It was great. All of it. Happy Feelings on repeat. Like,
oh boy.
It was beautiful. Like warmed my soul. And I'm not a second line girl though. But
do you know how to second line?
Do I know how?
Yeah.
You just feel it. Like there's no wrong way.
You know how some people be second line and like.
Not like that. I'm not like second line shorty or like Scooby or none of that.
Yeah.
No. But I mean, I can hold my own. I do a little two-step. I'm gonna get down the street. Nah, don't play. Don't do me.
Do y'all even know what second lines are? Y'all probably like, what is a second line? A second line is a parade. I be trying to make it.
Well, so I give them like the real version. So in the funeral, you have, so it's normally after a funeral procession, right? So you have the family.
Historically. I was about to say, normally
historic. Okay. It started as a part of the funeral procession. And so the first line was the family. And then the second line was like the friends and family and everybody else that was there to kind of like celebrate the life and bring like the revelry up for this person's life and not just focusing on they're no longer with us. And so you'd have the first march that they play those slow songs, you know, all the
it's real slow.
Very slow. And then they turn it up afterwards and then you get your buck jump on and you really celebrate life and just dance through movement and feel it. And if you've never seen it, it's a sight to behold. But to see everybody dressed in white out in the streets, just covering it and knowing that it was just genuine. Like it was just really genuine.
Was it in Tremaine?
It was down right on Claiborne by the circle. It went far though, because it started up by, don't make me lie, I forget what street.
Downtown. Oh, girl.
Look, I wasn't there. I was here.
But I thought you had the intel.
I mean, I just saw the video. It was on Claiborne when I saw it.
Okay, but Claiborne where?
Claiborne by the Circle store.
By the Circle store.
Yeah.
I heard you say Circle, but I was thinking Lee Circle.
Oh, girl.
So by the Circle store.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yes.
Got you.
Yes.
So yeah, that's over there kind of close.
Kind of
to Sixth Ward.
Sixth
Ward.
Ward and such.
Ward. Okay.
Girl,
Gotcha. Yeah, if y'all ain't never seen a second line, go on to TikTok or go on to YouTube and search second line. I was about to say, I feel like it's a special called Buck Jump, but I don't know what it's playing on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I feel like it is.
I would absolutely watch
that. Because what I remember seeing it is in the one that Steve, what's the man's name? It's not Steve. Spike Lee.
I had no idea where you were going after Steve. So
when the levee broke,
definitely was not what I thought you was about to say.
When the levee broke,
oh my God.
There was a scene, I believe, in When the Levee Broke of explaining second line. I believe.
Okay, I believe you are correct.
But Buck Jumping is a movie that came out in 2018.
Oh.
And where can we watch it? Watch it on, looks like Prime for $9.99. Oh, Lord. It's a documentary, though, about Buck Jumping in New Orleans and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to have to find a free.
We need 2 Patreons. We need 2 people to sign up for Patreon today so we can watch
So we can watch it and then tell y'all about it. But this is the thing. So we finna get out of here. But look, we really need y'all to come to the Patreon because we are beefing up the content. Let me tell y'all, Kontent Kalonda is over here. Getting it in. You know what I'm saying? But even like today when we were setting up for this, because it's the proof and evidence that we actually did put a lot of work into the sound and the things today. But what happened is before we did this, we had also did a commercial for our new segment / show called Asking Auntie. And the mic was working for that perfectly. But then it has died. So then we wound up doing this. So
we appreciate y'all.
Don't we? Because y'all getting in on the ground floor. You know, you see, as we are getting this together. But this is what it's like to be an auntie. I told Summer today, I said, Summer, I don't know how to do thumbnails. She said,
I got you, girl.
I said, what's that supposed to mean?
She's like, I figured you would.
Summer is one of my interns. So she's 18, 19. And she's like, yeah.
That tracks.
I got you. So listen, we need help. We need help. We try to bring y'all the conversations. We try to talk about the stuff because we got good things to say.
Yes.
But also, we aunties, y'all, and we need help. All right. So y'all spread the word.
Yes.
Tell the people to come hang out. It's a good time. I know y'all chuckling behind your computers. I know y'all put us some laugh emojis in the comments right
now. You laughed one time. Put a laughing emoji. I know you did. Screen ought to be lighting up.
Making it. So, but yeah, we need y'all to join the Patreon. We are humbly asking for you to join the Patreon, and be a part of this community with us as we are getting into content creation and being serious about it and what it looks like, sounds like, and all of that. Mm-hmm. If you are not already, please subscribe to the page. Then send it to 5 people and just tell them to subscribe and tell them don't worry about it, nothing, just subscribe. Right? Like that's the first milestone. Then after that is watch hours. Okay, so what y'all
let it play in the back.
Let it play. Just let it play. Okay. Because we try to run this up so we can do this, y'all.
Do this.
Our teams is tired.
You know, we don't want to do this.
We want to be able to sit here and laugh and kiki and make all this good content and frolic around Colombia and Bali and everywhere else. But we trying to get retired. You understand? So $5 a month. That's it. That's all we ask. All right, and you get to support 2 beautiful chocolate guys.
Hey now.
Okay. I mean, who gets to say that they get to do that with only $5 a month? Like, it sounds like a deal to me.
I think it is. I mean, we might have to go up.
We might need
to. So you might want to get in now while it's just $5.
5 for 2 for both of us?
Child.
So on that note, okay, we finna sign on off of here.
Yes.
We appreciate y'all for hanging out with us. This is the bonus. We also have an actual show on Sunday, and by then we don't have to figure the sound out.
The sound will be fine.
Once more.
You know, hey, I have to be on Monday when the new mics.
Okay, we're getting it together, but this is what the aunties do. All right. So again, Minding My Black Ass Business, all platforms. Tell the people where they can find you so I can end the show.
Kalonda Bear on Instagram, KAWANABEAR. I'm also here at the house as usual. And never forget CashApp, $KALONDA. Yay! I also have a playlist on Minding My Black Ass Business called Kontent Kalonda. So you can find me there, and all of my little videos I have started to post again on the socials.
All right, is that it?
That is it.
All right, bye y'all.
Bye. Important it is to us as humans to have those relationships, and that.
Oh shoot, I forgot to put the thing down.
Hello. It's Sunday.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to So You Don't Fuss There on Your Girl Chase. I don't have my thing up, so this is the thing. Before we get started, I just really want to take a moment to shout out our subscribers and specifically our Patreon, but also our subscribers, because this is the thing. So I've been doing this podcasting virtually for like 6-7 years. Okay. And did a great job. But okay. It is a different skill set to transition from a virtual podcast to an in-person podcast. So we have been like starting at the bottom, ground zero, okay, in getting things right, like the sound and the lighting and the camera and which extension cord do you need, and you know, it's very interesting. So what you all are witnessing is the actual building and creating of a podcast, as well as the transitioning, because we started out virtually and then transitioning to in person. So like y'all for real getting like the behind the scenes stuff and such. So, but this is what I want to say. We got the mic check. We need y'all to tell us in the comment, can you hear us or no? Is it acting funny? Like, is it like, give us real feedback. You know, you're clear, sit, pull the mic down, like, stop all that damn laughing, like, tell us. Because baby, I watched that, some of them videos, and I said, my God, these people must love us.
We appreciate the support. As we grow into this, we thank you for that. Your feedback has been valuable.
Because I was asking myself, would I have sat here and watched it? I acted up. It was so wild. So anyway, thank you to y'all for rocking with us for real. It means a lot. And we are excited to have y'all along on this journey. Please, this is the other thing. Wait. Okay.
All of them in line.
Thank you. So Kalonda's talking to my brain people because my brain people be doing the most. And they be everybody be trying to get my attention at the same time. And everybody give a laugh. Okay. So I said our subscribers, then specifically our Patreon, right? Yes. So if you are watching and you are a part of the Patreon, we need you to throw the emojis into the comments. Okay. That is our secret language, right? Where we are, I see you see me. So let's talk about what happens over on the Patreon, right? And also, okay, style, because this is important to understand. So my Black Guys business started as my middle finger to Pennsylvania and school improvement and the U.S. education system. So I am a school improvement specialist, and I work with district leadership on creating safe schools and culturally competent schools, right? So it was a lot there. Racism. So I started this page in this movement, if you will, because I was like, I'm just trying to mind my Black ass business. And they sitting up here just won't let me do what you're asking me to do. Yeah. You asked me to be here with this specific skill set, and I don't understand what is happening. But this is the story of many Black women in the U.S., regardless of the field, right? So that's how I started the page. I started it because I was like, I'm minding my Black ass business and I'm about to snitch all over the place. Because you see, I'm a snitch and I'm all right. And I know we talked about on another episode, we was like, well, to be known. So if you don't want somebody to know about it, don't do it around me. Because I will sing like a song. Going to jail, we're not doing that. Okay?
We did say that.
You better get to the thing today. But anyway, so when I started this page, it was for that purpose. Like to be like, this is what's happening in the U.S. education system. Y'all need to listen. Like, this is wild. These people are wild. It's wild. It's bad. So then they didn't like that. So, and they really wanted me to be quiet. There was a lot of stress that was happening behind the scenes. So then I kind of just went away from YouTube for a little while because I was like, the block is hot. It's a lot. I was moving to a new country. It was a lot that was happening. So then I decided, I was like, my Black ass business also is not just the trauma, it's also the good stuff too. And I'm experiencing all this good stuff, and I want to talk about that as well. So then I started doing that. Well, then my cousin finally listened to me and came into my universe, right? So now that she is here, my Black ass business feels more like a universe. It started out as, and it is still like this movement and kind of like this big FU to the ways that we've had to exist in the world and capitalism and hustle culture and all that. It is still very much, ain't nobody finna be doing that no more.
Right.
But it feels bigger than me, and it is bigger than me. So what you all may have noticed over the past few days or so is that the logo has changed, and on the front-facing things, it's Minding My Black Ass Business faceless, because I believe that this is a platform that people will get launched from and out of. So I will still have Minding My Black Ass Business as far as my podcast and like shaping what that looked like and continuing to tell that story. But if you follow the page, you also know I have my blog series, How I'm Kim, right? So I'm really about to lean into that because my life is so much more than the trauma that I have been through. So having said that, one of the things that I realized is that we're international, right? And universal in many ways,
Right.
You know. So I do want to pause here and say bienvenidos a las todas personas de Latinoamérica, Latam. We have a lot of people that are watching in Colombia, in Mexico, in Guatemala. There are people that are hanging out with us all over the place, and not just the U.S. So that is like really cool and something to like really wrap your mind around, that we've gone from like this place of being well known, if you will, or knowing the kind of things, and then like launching out, and now it's the whole world here. And they can see you. So I want to pause here. And so what does that feel like?
Well, for someone who doesn't particularly like being perceived and seen, it's interesting. But it helps me see me, which I've really been enjoying that process.
Tell me more.
It just helps this part while I'm healing and working through like my own struggles, and I shouldn't even say struggles. It doesn't feel like struggles anymore. But my own journey is like I can kind of see myself through the eyes of others and go, oh, okay, that's what that's like. And it also helps me see some of the differences, and be able to see those like small shifts of like confidence growing, or like trusting in myself, or recognizing things, or it's like, that's probably not in your best interest, Kalonda. Why do you keep doing that? So it definitely kind of helps you see that when you have to watch it back and you're like, oh, okay. That shift in lens, definitely.
I appreciate that. So we're doing two different things with the mics here. And y'all talk to us in the comments, okay? I appreciate that you are even willing to go back and watch yourself, because some people refuse to do that. Mm-hmm. So for you to even be willing to say, let me watch and let me see how I can improve, I know that some of it comes from the giftedness inside of you.
I don't make it better. This video is the worst one you will ever see. Like that's, you know.
I know. I know that it comes from that. Right. I wonder if you see any shifts in the giving grace to yourself.
It is an active journey. I will stop myself when I start to hear the negative speaking. It's like, hey now, none of that. But it happens every once in a while. It's getting better. I'm definitely more aware. The awareness has started, and that's really the beginning of getting it right. Sorry, but that really is where it starts. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a small shift, but it's a shift nonetheless. Okay. I will reframe.
Okay, there we go. Okay, good. That's important. That's how it starts. And that's the awareness. Because this is the other thing that I wanted to say, because I was like, what happens on the Patreon? Right. On the Patreon is where you all get to be a part of these kinds of conversations and where you have the show. Because honestly, this is the thing. In our lives, okay, in everybody's life, there are too many people that have access to you. Okay. And what we don't do often is do a village audit and really think about how we feel after we talk to people, or, you know, if we're talking to them out of obligation versus the genuine, like, I haven't talked to you in a while, I want to actually talk to you, or is it like, let me just go ahead and answer the phone because I know I've been dodging, you know, like just really examining that and what that like and stuff like. So, and also, it is very important to understand that healing is happening over here in the Mind of My Black Ass Business universe, right? And healing is the priority. And when we are healing, we are not able to grant access to everyone. Okay. Even though sometimes people have the best intentions, but the impact can have a detrimental effect on the healing process. So one of the systems that we put into place for people to be able to actually have access to us is Patreon. And Patreon is only $5 a month. It comes with the opportunity to be a part of backstage impromptu conversations. Like yesterday, we went live when we were prepping for the show today, and then we were talking about some other stuff too, and we were testing the mics, and it was a lot that was happening. But if you're like, I wonder what this is like, then you get to have access to that. And then also, Kontent Kalonda is a thing, and I would like for you to tell the people what happens over on Kontent Kalonda.
So in Kontent Kalonda, right now we're working on a blanket. So we're working on putting out a mood blanket and what that looks like. Are we doing, well, we're doing now or later?
Now or later what? Oh, talking about it? We can come back to it.
Yeah, so working on like what I'm doing creatively now, when I take my little field trips, what it is that I'm seeing out in these Colombian streets. Whenever you're texting me, calling, asking, what you do today? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. That's what's in Kontent Kalonda at the moment. Me discovering why I walk so fast. You know, a little
y'all. Let me rephrase. I'm taller than Kalonda. Okay. It's a fact.
Anyway.
It's a fact.
Go ahead.
And both of us have little legs. Yes. But this girl be like, I'm like this. Slow down. Where's she going? Where are you going? What is happening? So she consciously, I can see it, like she'll be walking and then she's like,
literally have to say it. She's like, girl, there are way too many hills here. Like, they're going to say it now. And I'm like hopping up the hill, trying to tell her a story, trying to breathe. I'm working on it. I don't know. We're going to see. Because apparently it's just what I do. But they told me, my Cali kids were like, well, you know, we used to run the streets in Hillcrest all the time. So you probably get it from him walking with us. Because he was like, you know, gay guys walk fast. You
oh, okay. So it took me a minute to get that you like gay guys. And I was like, okay.
It's a legend. So,
okay. Gotcha. Interesting. So it's cool over on Patreon. So if you are like, we love having this, we love that. They're so cute. They're so like wonderful, right? Come on into the Patreon. It's pinned in the comments. All right. Okay. All right. So that's that. And in a minute, I promise I'm going to I'm gonna get to the run of the show because you try to generalize it.
Give us a problem.
Okay,
with me utilizing my brain people to memorize things. And I can say she has a problem. That's a harsh thing. But Kim has identified that I will just try to absorb the information and keep it in my head when it is typically written down somewhere else or like made note of it. And she's like, why are you holding on to that? It's written here on this paper that you can utilize. So then we'll go to do something and then I'll have the information in my head. She's like, for real, you just gonna do it off the top of the dome like that, huh?
This is an open book time. Like, why are you using white people to do that?
But what happens if all the systems fail and all you have left is your brain?
But they're not failed.
We don't know.
Hey y'all, welcome to So You I'm your girl Cheese. We are real life cousins, and we talk about stuff that we thought was normal in our lives, and it actually was the family recipe for dysfunction. So we're on a journey to healing, and as I mentioned earlier, healing is a priority over here. All right, but we bring y'all along on this journey with self-discovery, laughter, a whole lot of shenanigans and such and so. My name is Kimberland, House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams, empathetic, energizer, intuitive, inspirational, innovative, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, and voice to the voiceless.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Kalonda. First of her name, House Jackson. I am an assistant to entrepreneurs, a beacon of banter, creator of content, which is what I forgot last time, which is hilarious.
That is funny.
Good memes and excellence and enchantress. And don't forget, a New Orleans native.
I can't snap with this thing.
You can only snap with one. I can only wink with one.
And that's okay.
That's I don't know how to teach people how to listen. I can teach you how to tread water, but I can't teach you how to listen.
Y'all, our whole life, I thought that Kalonda was a lifeguard when we were kids, right? So she used to go to a summer camp that was around the corner from my house. And she would come to the house before she would go to camp. I think it was before.
I think so.
And then she would walk to camp. And the uniform was red shorts and a white shirt, okay? And I remember you had braids because you had to swim. And in my mind, she was a lifeguard. And she taught me how to tread water. She was a lifeguard. So then, like this year, I was like, yeah, because you were a lifeguard. And she was like,
never happened. Never happened.
And I still don't believe it. I still don't believe it. But I need y'all to understand that there were moves that I made.
Her life on my
Believing that she was a lifeguard. And she wasn't.
Faith is a wonderful thing. God will protect you in his loving arms at all times.
You remember when I jumped in 12 feet up and down
Do you know what you thought I could say? Yeah. Oh, look at you. See?
Do you remember that day?
Look at the day, but I feel like you survived.
We were at the company cooking, and I was like, I'm gonna jump off the diving. I don't really know how to swim. I know how to float. Okay.
That's important.
But I don't really know how to swim for real. I feel like I can figure it out if I need to, but I don't be out here swimming like that. But I jumped off of into 12 feet of water off a diving board. Got all the way to the bottom and came back up because I knew that if something went around, my life was gonna save me, and the girl wasn't never like,
Never the lifeguard.
oh my God. Stop that. So, I just needed to say that right quick because she said tread water, and I'm still grappling with that.
The good thing about being here, though, you can set your expectations of what you'd like to hear from us. And then we can tell you also what we expect from you, okay? You don't have to know how to swim. If you do get in the water, please make sure you look around for certified lifeguards to help you. And if not, great. I think those are very important. While you're here, though, all we ask is that, respect for the community, engage with us, talk to us in the comments, share with a friend. We also want you to experience this with us. We are not experts in everything. We are experts in certain fields. Don't get me wrong. That is there. But we are not experts in everything. We are not therapists, clearly. But but we definitely have a point of opinion that we want to share with you. And we've vowed to go on this journey with a level of transparency to allow you to come with us. And so we truly appreciate you doing that. And we would love to hear from you in the comments with any questions you may have, any suggestions. If you're like, hey girl, I know how to help you with that. Like, I went through that the other day. And please know, usually you're not the only person experiencing it. We're not the only person experiencing it. Your comment can go much further than you actually anticipate. And like Kim said, we are international. So you never know, the opportunity are out there.
So ask the questions again. This is the way for you to have access. All right. So we do have some updates. First is a correction to the bonus episode. Yes. So on the bonus episode, we were talking about Diddy, and towards the end of the episode, we talked about Samira and Takara, and it has come to our attention that we are very much aunties.
Yes.
And we got the Takaras mixed up.
Two Takaras.
So the Takara that we thought that it was America's Next Top Model Takara. That's not the right Takara. It's the Takara that's the comedian Takara. Yeah. Okay, so she she didn't used to be a top model and then transitioned into comedian. She always been a comedian. Okay, now the Takara, the top model Takara, we wasn't talking to her. Okay, that wasn't her. That was the wrong one. I apologize for that. But also, everything. We meant everything to the Takara. Yes. Okay, so to the comedian Takara,
it all stands.
We still mean that you're wrong. Yeah. And you need to cut it out. Okay. So, and it wasn't funny. As a comedian, you should have had a better joke. Okay. So if y'all wonder what we're talking about, y'all can go check out the bonus episode over there in the YouTube. Okay. Speaking of, we are streaming on YouTube, but we're also on Facebook. But this is the thing, y'all. We ain't gonna be over there on Facebook too much longer. Okay, because this is why we looked at our analytics. Mm-hmm. And we saw that the majority of our viewers are actually the largest population is the 25 to 34-year-old population. And then after that is the 18 to 24. Then after that is the 35 to 44 and 45 and to 54. So they not over there on the what's it called? On the Facebook. Right. They not, the young people not over there. Okay. That's the aunties and such. Now we gonna still keep a presence, okay, and such, but the party is happening here on the YouTube. That's it. Okay, that's where the comments is at. That's where the people are at that are watching, right? So that's where you can participate in the show and give us, the information on YouTube. So transition, okay, come on over to YouTube world.
Hey,
all right. So that's important. The other thing, so we are looking for interns because I can mention we're aunties, right? And also we're experts at what we experts, yes, but also we at the things we don't. Okay. So we currently, for instance, have interns that are working with us on editing. We have another intern that's working with us on building out podcasts, right? So there are really a lot of opportunities. So if you are somebody who is like, I want to get into content creation, I want to understand the behind the scenes, I want to be able to build my resume, all of that, like we want you to reach out to us because we have an opportunity for you. Now, what can you get in return, baby?
Opportunities are endless.
You heard me. Okay. I'm a life coach, y'all. And I am in next month probably going to start, well, actually next week, this week, we have a big meeting with some brilliant minds that we are bringing together to launch the next cohort of people to go through Discover Your Destiny. And I just, now is the best time to be trying to partner with this because I'm gonna say number one, it's the cheapest it's ever gonna be. And number two, if you have skills that you can barter, it don't cost nothing because you barter. So I'm just saying, it's a win-win. Okay. But anyway, so we're looking for interns. So if you're someone who is specifically between the ages of 18 to 25 or so, we're looking for you at the intern. If you are at a level outside of that age range, that does not exclude you. Please do still reach out because a bartering agreement may be able to be reached. But if you're in the Patreon, you actually get a discount. So all right. Now, what's the form for the interns? Is it set up already?
Yes. It is.
You want to put it in the comments?
Yes, we're going to put it in the comments so that way you'll be able to go in, select what you're interested in, what you would like to get out of this, because again, a big piece of that is we want to be able to help you develop your skills for yourself. What's completely you'll hear in this universe is understanding that your job is not solely to make other people great. It's how do you get and improve your life as well. So that's super important.
Yeah. So then Ask an Auntie is our new segment, and we're going to give y'all an example of that today. But if you are like, child, I got questions that need answers, or am I right? I need another opinion. What would you do? So send us your Ask an Auntie scenarios and such, because it's a lot happening, and sometimes you need somebody else to weigh in, and we are willing to be those for you. So if you go to tinyurl.com/askantauntie, then you are able to submit that. And can we put that into the comments?
Sure can.
Cool. So then also, if you want to be a guest, guess what? You do this. You can, right? So we're gonna we can still do virtual things. So if you want to be a guest on the show, you want to give your opinion about something, you want to come on for a particular segment, then you can do that, and you will email us at mynotlikethatbusiness@gmail.com. In the subject line, you're gonna put "Let me on" there. Okay. But there are some things, there are some requirements. If you're gonna be a guest, you do have to have grilled cheese with syrup. You have to taste it, okay? Because y'all be acting like it's so bad and you ain't never even had it.
You know?
So it is mandatory. Did you?
Mm-hmm. With Colby Jack cheese.
Oh, no.
Sir.
That might be what I have for breakfast. Oh, and you know what? I got that blueberry and oatmeal bread. Ooh,
oh, I know. Blueberry. Ooh, fancy. I don't really like baked blueberry.
Oh, really?
Which is interesting.
Okay. Interesting.
Nah.
Okay.
So you're great.
Great. Adoption I know.
Oh, that would be
yesterday. I had to get peanut butter, and it was so good.
Almost now, maybe I do want to try. I feel like it could be a good griddle situation. You know, you don't eat meat, but I feel like that flavor profile together.
Yeah, possibly. So yeah, so if you come on, you have to try thoroughbred grilled cheese. But this is the thing, we also have an announcement. Next week we are going to have a crossover universal episode. So another universe is coming here to be on, so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese and to hang out with us. Now, again, I'm gonna mention, if you're not in the Patreon, you're gonna be missing out on the shenanigans, because I'm sure we're gonna be going live and talking about things and all of that. So even if you just like, it's only $5. So anyway, I'm not gonna tell you who it is, but there is a clue.
Yes.
That is present. Okay, there is a clue that is present. So I'm not going to tell you who it is, but there is a clue. So y'all can put y'all guesses in the comments of who you think is going to be coming into the So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese, Mind My Black Ass Business Universe. Okay. All right. Okay, is that all the announcements?
Church announcement.
Lord have mercy. It was a lot, but we had to get those points. Okay, all right. So, I mentioned that we started this at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So at the beginning of the year, I was still in Mexico. Jesus, girl, this year been fun, to say the least. Today, it's almost over too. I know. We need rocking chairs. We need rocking chairs.
A rocking chair, a hammock. I just want to sway.
I feel like we was on the porch just by. You know.
Just see.
Did you see why she got a grandbaby now?
No.
Yeah. Cute baby.
Oh my goodness. I saw the pictures when they went to homecoming.
Oh, the baby's dog like I'm homecoming.
They are so cute in real life.
It's
happening. Cute. Keep posting. Keep posting.
We be loving y'all. Our internet nieces and nephews. They're so cute.
They be so cute.
Y'all got some cute kids.
You know?
You really do.
Keep showing. Don't let people tell you we don't want to see them go to school. That's not true. We like to see their first day.
Yes. All the pictures, because they watch them grow up. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, on one of those first episodes, we had a homework question.
Yeah.
And the homework question was, what genuinely brings us joy?
Right.
And you were like,
okay. Nothing.
So, as we were doing our on the show yesterday, it came back up. So I'm wondering what I don't know what you're talking about. I'm wondering. That's going to have to be a scandal. Find the petty moment.
Find the petty.
Just trust and believe. Oh, and baby, when the universes collide, it's gonna be petty fighting all around here. That's another clue. When them universes collide, baby, it's gonna be petty boo. Petty boo. Okay, so I want to circle back to that question. Yeah. So I'm gonna let you kick it off. What genuinely brings you joy?
What genuinely brings me joy? So that is still, again, a process.
Okay.
Of me figuring out all of those answers. But I have been able to discover, like, certain things, like little elements that bring me joy that I may not have realized how big they were for me. So, like, one of them is flowers. And I didn't realize it till we went to this cute little market that Kim goes to get her eucalyptus bunches for the shower, because she is a phenomenal hostess. I will let you know. I'm just saying, you have a spa-like experience in your bathroom. So you can get the music, you can get the lighting, you can get the eucalyptus spa smells, all of it, right? So she was going in to just re-up on the eucalyptus. And when I was in the States, that was one thing that I would do is buy flowers for myself, and just like arrange them, just take that time and cut them and listen to the flowers, tell you how they want to be presented, all that, right? And I would usually do like 3 bouquets, one in the bathroom, one in the dining room, and in the living room. Well, when I wasn't working and money got funny, right? That was one of the first things that I had to go through. Yeah. And it was like, girl, you cannot spend $45 on flowers every month like that. You don't need that, right? So that was one of the first things. So when we went to this little flower shop, I was like, oh, maybe I'll just get some flowers, you know? So I picked up a couple lilies and like just some like Gerber purple doodads, and call it a day. When I tell you, walking away from that little flower shop, I'm in the middle of skipping, y'all. I was like I'm holding Kim's eucalyptus. She's like, I can hold that. I'm like, no, I got eucalyptus in one arm, I got my lilies and my Gerbers in the other arm, and I'm telling you,
she looked so happy.
I could feel the joy just emanating from my pores. And then I got home.
Wait, before you got home on the way, you found out how much it cost.
Oh my God. So keep in mind the $45, right? And I would just go to like Rouse's and pick up some bunches. I did go through a period where I got flowers delivered. They were a little more expensive. We're not gonna talk about that. I was living a different life in my head. Anyway, but yeah, so Kim's like, oh yeah, you know, you and your expensive flowers, this normally cost me like $1.50. She's like, it came out to like $7. I'm like, $7? All the flowers. I could have gotten roses, some hydrangeas for like $10, right? So it's super accessible. So just the fact that it made me feel so good, and to know that I could actually sustain that feeling and go, you know what, next week I can go get more flowers. So that definitely brings me joy. I also realized one thing that I'd stopped doing was just like getting my nails done. I would go get a pedicure because sometimes your feet have to look nice, right? But I stopped getting my nails done. So then we got here, and Kevin introduced me to this wonderful little place called Super Wow. And then these 2 amazing artists. Her artist is Veronica Ribeiro, and then my artist is Camila. They're phenomenal, and they will do just about anything. Well, they won't do anything. They're going to complain about it. Which I appreciate, because that is also a personal way that brings me joy. I will do a lot of things, but I'm going to complain about it as well, just because it makes you feel good. But I thoroughly enjoyed that whole process. And it's also just a learning experience. You talk about me being a student and liking to learn. So I'm learning Spanish in the middle of that. They're learning English in some cases. And just me being able to pick out, like, okay, what designs do I like? Or what do I want to see? Because I'm normally like, I can only wear OPI, which is like a pale white gray, like it, you know. And now it's like, I want bows and lines and cobalt blue, and give me some matte this week. So right now the joy is the flowers, the nails, and then actually being on this journey and discovering what the joy is, you know, because I can actually access it. Mm-hmm. I think before I just couldn't see it.
Yeah.
I couldn't see it.
Yeah. I love that so much. I'm just cheesing because I remember asking you back when we first started the podcast. So you were like, I don't know, girl. I'm just trying to make it. But to see you not only be able to identify, but also be able to access the small things. And then especially for you to find joy in getting your nails done, because that's something for me that I don't wear nail polish for a really long time because it always will chip. So, and I never did acrylic nails. So I just didn't wear nail polish, and then it was unprofessional. Then it was acting, and then you can't, and modeling, you can't have nail polish your nails. So it's one of the things that I started for myself when I realized it's only $20 for me to be able to treat myself to something that is seemingly so simple, but it is a simple thing that can make me feel like I did something for myself. Yeah. And then the bonus
is so Veronica, my nail artist. She was the first person that ever did my nails when I came to Columbia, and I didn't have an appointment. I just walked in, and they were like, she kind of speaks English, I think, so give it to her. So Veronica tells me, she's learning English or whatever, and I'm like, okay. And I can feel energy when I'm talking to people. And of course, she's like touching my hands, right? So I'm just feeling her energy. And I don't know what we talked about that first time, but I remember I had a really good time. And then the next few times, I didn't make an appointment, so I just went to whoever. And the other people were not, they weren't, even like the way that they did things, that like, it wasn't hers. But every time I would go in, she would always speak to me. So then I was like, how can I get an appointment? Like, how can I come to you? So she's like, oh, let's make an appointment. And ever since then, she's been my person. So then when I was like, my cousin is coming, like, I need someone. She's like, I've got the perfect person because that's like me like came in. But we be telling stories in the nail salon, y'all, in Spanish, in English, it's like across. Right. So and tell them, catch up. But it was a so much fun. And I feel bad for the other people. They are not having nearly as much fun as we are. They don't. And I mean, we are having a blast. And it's like, here's the thing. Like, it's also that commitment to self-care, because like our appointment might be at 9, 10 o'clock, well, 10, 11 o'clock, something like that. And we'll be there till like 1, 2, about 3 or 4 hours. Like, it's just an amazing time, and all you're doing is just interacting, connecting, and it's phenomenal. I can't even describe it. And then at the end of it, to be like, oh, that was $16. Excuse me? It was $40 just for a pedicure. What are we talking about? Why are we still there? I don't understand. But anyway, that's here. Like, find your place. Yeah. So we do have a comment, because I asked viewers what genuinely brings you joy. Yes. Food and soft music is what I actually said. So that would be, my answer would be music. And it's interesting because I have different movements of music. And it's funny because I was thinking this morning when you were like, are you okay? I was like trying to get the line of everything set up and stuff. And I was wondering, because you also wake up hella earlier than me. So by the time I'm getting up, it's like your noon, if you will. So you probably have already done the soft wake up situation, and I'm just soft waking up. So then I'm like, why? Well, good morning. We're like, you're very much, very much. Because I just finished meditating, like I just thought, like, okay, let me ease in, and she's like, but you don't it's like, Jesus, just got me. Just relax. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So, but one of the things that brings me joy is having certain types of music. So in the morning, it's very much like meditative, affirmational type tunes. I start out with not really lyrics at all, and then kind of move into like affirmational type lyrics, and then from there into like a Cleo Soul or Snow Allegra type vibe, and then maybe by the afternoon, then it's like, okay, so I have like different movements of the music. But it was funny the other day, I was like, okay, so we probably gonna have to be like quiet hours and or days or earbuds or like, because I don't want you've been awake to stuff. So I don't want to come and be like, and you like,
it's like it's 12 o'clock.
Because I usually wake up. I usually start waking up somewhere around 9 or so. But that's like usually very much a very casual time. Oh, it's 9. Okay, I guess I want to try to get started by 11. Like type of thing, right? My morning routine starts at 11.
Right.
So if I'm not awake by 11, it starts at 11, right? I'm not a morning person. Okay. Mornings, I never did like mornings, even when I taught middle school because I don't want to be. Who the hell is in a meeting at 6 in the AM? Why would you do that?
That's me.
That's just and also dealing with other people's children. And 7 in the AM, a couple more hours. So my schedule always started at 9 AM. Like I always, the kids didn't come 9:20 or 9:40. Like I need a soft entry into this day, you know. So anyway, I was thinking because I don't want to be in my 6 AM hour and you in your 2 PM hour, and I'm coming out here like relax. But because also remember I told you I used to do phone back, right? I'm thinking about doing that again. Even though my phone never rings.
She phone fast every day, but she's just gonna put the phone in the drawer and stuff. That's the difference.
It'll just be off. It'll just be off.
Well, how many get my happy? They go phone. I think Laffy is like Uber delivery, so it's like. But I will say I don't order food. I order groceries, so I can't be like there's another Laffy. So we gonna have to.
We'll have to figure out if the or not, or you go down there and get it.
Sure, but I don't know.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, my brain needs that. So the it's almost like a massaging of my brain with the different types of music. So that really brings me joy. The other thing is incense. And I really get sad, and I do want to make an appeal. Okay, if we had a producer right now with single cameras, I'd be like, pick me up. Listen. You're so pussy. I love incense. I would burn incense all day and night if I had an unlimited supply of incense. And this is the thing about incense is you can't really ship it easily because it goes into the category of spice. And spices go into the category of food. And there are lots of restrictions when it comes to that. So because of that, when I find incense, it's like gold because it's like, oh my God, I would use this all the time, every day, all the things, right? It is one of the things that brings me a lot of joy. And sometimes it's in short supply, and I feel like I have to ration it out. And then I get very sad. Okay? So if you were ever looking for a way to bless my soul, it would be by contributing to the incense fund. Okay, this is my humble opinion.
Is there a particular fragrance that you?
So I don't like incense that is like I don't want to put them on letters, but the like synthetic scented, and I don't like that. I really like the ones, I don't even know what the name of the brand is. It's like a brand that's like straight from India. And Nag Champa is one that I'll get, or like Blessings. It really doesn't even matter with that brand. I just know that incense burns cleaner than the incense that's like chemicals. Yeah. I'm about to do the fragrance sample.
Like floral, musky.
I think more musky, probably. Yeah, I think more musky. Even so, then, but also essential oils, also, and diffuser, also great meat. Did you put a picture of it anywhere?
So
oh, but this is the good look your joy. But so what?
Okay. We've discussed before that I'm a beach girl. I love everything about it. I want to lay out. I want to feel the sun. I want to smell the water. I want to send my words out to the waves. All the things, right? Medellin don't have no water. It's none. So Kim asked me. She's like, "Well, how can you make the beach here? Like, how can you get the beach for yourself?" And I'm like, do. Oh, maybe I could do like a little fountain or something. Because I also got a little nightstand for my bed, so I could put my flowers on it. So I was like, oh, I could get, a fountain and put on there. So now I'm sitting on Amazon, listening to fountains, trying to see like,
were you really?
Oh, girl. Oh, rabbit hole. Trying to find a fountain. Like that's just not the right tinkle. Like that doesn't feel that's the right frequency, right? So I find this thing, and it's like this cloud. It's this pretty cloud, and it makes like raindrops into this little reservoir. And then it has different colored lights, and you can change the intensity of the lights, and it just sounds perfect. It sounds like rain. It sounds like running water. So I have that, and then I have a little diffuser that I've been like trying out different essential oils to see which ones I like, because I really want coconut. If you can find me coconut essential oil, you can also send that to me.
We also, though, I have like a pending project because remember I was telling you I want to do the coconut lime scrub.
Yeah.
So we really do need like coconut essential oil or something.
So yeah, as the crafty cousins get born, then we need these things. So yes, coconut will be phenomenal on the waist, making it also make it smell and feel like the beach. But yeah, I love my little cloud. It brings me so much joy. I'm only sad because it only will run for 3 hours at a time. So
when you're sleeping,
yeah.
But it puts you to
I go to sleep with it on, which is really nice. And then when I wake up at all hours of the morning, then I press it again.
Yeah. So the other thing that I enjoy is the rain.
I love the rain here.
It is. I've talked about it before somewhere. So listen, y'all, this is the thing. I want to say this. I have a lot of content to where I've explained things before, and I encourage you all to go back to check it out. Specifically, right now, I'm referencing my podcast, and it's on the YouTube page, and it's called Minding My Black Ass Business. But it's the journey of what happened when I experienced my mental health crisis, like what was leading up to it. And the reason I would like for you to listen to it is because I give a lot of insight into this kind of stuff, and hopefully it makes you think about these questions that we're talking about. But the rain here is one of the things that brings me so much joy because it is so light and misty. And the rain in the U.S. is like so heavy and like torrential. And even here, when it does thunder, it's still, the rain is still very light and soft. Yes. And then it sweeps over the city and then it sweeps back out. Like, it's one of my absolute favorite things to do. So when I see that it's raining, I'm like, oh my God, it's about to rain. And I get really excited. And sometimes I'll go on the balcony, I'll stand in the window and just watch it. So yeah.
We found a lot of joy.
Congratulations to you, because that was a lot of work.
Yes.
For you to think through that. And
Took a long time.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. So our next segment, that was our homework, and that was our transcript. So thank you. Okay. So also, our next segment is called Yes Indeed. Now, yes indeed is something that people say in the work. And how would you describe it? Like what does it mean? Yeah.
Oh, yes indeed. Like isn't that something?
Yeah. I would say the same thing, like, hey, that's something. Or that's interesting.
Ooh, you don't say.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay. no clues. Okay, there have been a couple guesses in the comments, but you are not correct. Okay. So anyway, so our next segment is yes indeed, and these are our life updates. So I already kind of gave y'all one of mine about my Black business, the universe, and the collab, and all of that. So I'm gonna let you kick off the yes indeed.
The yes indeed of it all. Well, so we were watching this one video about rewind. So there was there's this guy, Simon Sinek, who I like. He doesn't call himself a motivational speaker, so I hesitate to call him that. But he's an authority on leadership. He's written a lot of books on leadership and Leaders Eat Last, and especially even in the military, just kind of different ways to think about interpersonal relationships in companies and in business, right? Well, he's kind of transitioned out of the corporate world of like dealing with that particular leadership, but just understanding the human interpersonal relationships outside of that. And so his latest kind of information that he's been putting out is based on friendship and its importance. And it was super cool because he's done a few different things with friendship. Like one of them, he was saying utilizing friendship to find out your why and understanding like your purpose in life and how you can utilize your friends to discover that instead of just constantly racking your brain to figure out what that means. He also talks about like just setting up in your friendship, having those spaces to really be vulnerable and just say like, he calls it the 8 minutes, where if any friend calls and is like, hey, do you have 8 minutes? Like that's the signal to know like, I need you and I need that time. And so, either schedule it, figure it out, whatever the case is, but the flag has been raised. He also has a rule with his friends that no one cries alone. So that, if you're feeling in that mode, then maybe you make that call and say, hey, do you have 8 minutes? So you don't cry. So this kind of like, that's who Simon Sinek is. And I really appreciate his work. It's super easy to fall down a rabbit hole with him. There's lots of clips of him on TikTok. But he recently did an interview with Trevor Noah, which we can put it into the comments. We'll put it in the comments so you guys can see the video. It's like maybe 20 minutes, 24 minutes, something like that. Where him and Trevor sit down and talk about friendship and how important it is to us as humans to have those relationships, and that sometimes we don't honor that because we're so busy working and with our schedules, and we have things planned, but if something comes up for work, we'll put those plans aside. And one of the things he said that I thought was just super, super impactful was put a name to who you move out of the way. Like in order to go to this meeting, I had to put Kim on the back. In order to, take this call, I needed to put my kid on the back. And when you personalize it that way, it makes you go, oh, right. Like, hold on, is this call worth it? Because this person is worth it. So it was really cool to see them just sit down and to see two men sitting down and talking about friendship and how they relate to other people, and just kind of what they were looking to get out of it. It was just really cool because you had a chance to look at it. What were some of your thoughts when you saw it?
So that struck me as far as we put people aside for work and seldom put work aside for people. And also, just now, even when you were saying about the 8 minutes, it really contextualizes it for me how little time that it can take to show up for somebody, and how we spend 8 minutes all the time. Yeah, and it could be a time where we are being intentional. I also think it's interesting that many times we prioritize romantic relationships over friendship.
Yeah.
And that is something for me that I have been processing, because all my life it was the goal was supposed to be to get married, and you're supposed to find a partner, you can have kids, and so you can do things. But what I have witnessed is romantic partnerships come and go. Right. I've witnessed people get married and tend to be married, and then they choose not to be married for whatever reasons, and then that ends. I've witnessed people be in relationships and walk away. I've witnessed that happen, and then it's like they killed the person in their minds. And I never understood that, because if this was somebody that you are saying that you love and you intended to spend your life with, how does it get to a point that you now hate them, right, and they are dead to you, and you have absolutely nothing to say to them or about them, unless there was like some type of abuse or whatever. So, and I have read this book, Sisterhood Heals. And again, this is something I talked about in the podcast that I was just referencing a moment ago. So, Sisterhood Heals is about the power of community and the power of sisterhood and friendship, and how we heal in community, and how do we learn about what sisterhood meant, right, and how we show up for each other, and how do we have vulnerable conversations. Like, the book is so good. It's by Dr. Joy Harden Bradford. She is the founder of Therapy for Black Girls, and she's a part of my story, if you will. But the book really talks about the power of friendship. And in the book, she talks about how we prioritize these romantic relationships, but at the core of it should be friendship. And I've been finding myself saying that to people, and they don't understand. And it's interesting to me, because we should have friends. And we should be able to have friends that we can show up as our true selves with. Friendship is something I have struggled with, because I have been a very good friend to people, but people have not been a good friend to me. And I've really had to create parameters around friendship, right? For instance, transparency, accountability, and integrity, which is another clue for anybody who's trying to guess who's coming to the universe. But having those type of parameters, like you said, Simon Sinek said, nobody cries alone. Like, I think that's important to sit down and say, what do we want this friendship to operate like? Right. And because I'm a part of a lot of groups that should provide friendship and sisterhood, and unfortunately they don't. And it pains me so much, because we should be showing up for each other. We should be holding space for each other and being real with each other. But so many of our friendships are performances, and it makes me sad.
That's very sad. Because it does take a lot of vulnerability to just even put yourself in that position, and then to not have it. Not even, or yeah, because you don't do things to get things back. Like, friendships aren't transactional. I'm not gonna say you did this 6 times, so now it's my 7th time. I got to do this way. But it's just really sad when you find that you let your guard down. You trusted, created this vulnerability, and then not have that delivered. Right. It shakes you, and it shakes the rest of your interactions with other people, so that when people do show up and say, hey, I'm here to be your friend, lean on me, like, do these things, you have to override all those other past kind of memories and experiences, what have you, in order to try to give this person room. And it's way more impactful, I think, than we give it credit. And it's huge when you say, the friendship piece should be the core piece of it all, even in your romantic relationships, because
especially in your romantic relationship.
Because, like, why wouldn't I want that to be my friend or my favorite person or the one I want to share these things with. You know, not to say that that's your only friend. Like, please.
It shouldn't be your
like, please have your other friends.
That's not fair.
That's not fair or healthy. You definitely need your own circle to provide the necessary support, all that good stuff. But yeah, you should have that. You know, and in a romantic relationship, yeah, the difference is there's a physical component to it. But at the core, there should be that kind of coming to the table and understanding that this is a person who I care about, you know. Because I know even my therapist, because I'm close with my ex, and she's like, you know, what would happen if you were dating someone and they had a problem? Like, then that's not the person for me because he's in my life. You know what I mean? Like,
if they have a problem with you being friends with, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's not the person.
And you know what's so interesting is I was just having this conversation with someone the other day, and I was explaining to them, you know, about friendship, because I said I am looking for people who want to be in my life because of me, not because you have access to my sexual organs.
Right.
You know, and I was explaining, like, so I've had 3 exes, let's just say, right, 3 significant exes. Only one of those 3 do I have nothing to say about, and it's because abuse was present. But the other 2, I'm very much so friends with them, very much so care about them, very much love them, very much want them to be okay, very much would be upset if something happened to them, very much invested in their lives and the thing, you know. So then the person was like, so you still want to be romantic with them? I'm confused because that is not the same thing. It's not. But it's so abnormal. Like, it's something for me. I talk about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett all the time because I really do understand how they were like, we will be each other's person. Right. Even if some other people come into this, you will always be able to depend on me because I love you as a person, not you, this title and figure that you're right. And it is so much more of a deeper love than many people ever experience. Yeah. So it's interesting to try to explain that to people and they don't get it. But as you said, then you're not the person for me because this is how love shows up.
Right.
In my life. Right. Yeah.
It's not rooted and tied to titles. It's to the people.
Yeah.
But yes, so the friendship, I thought that was really interesting. So I went kind of down that rabbit hole with him. And I really liked how he talked about
he is kind of pronouns. And I struggle with pronouns. Okay. And I mean, I don't mean in the sense of calling someone their appropriate pronoun. No. I mean in the sense of who is he and which he is he and which she and which they is them and it. What? What are you talking about? Define what you are saying. So if anybody who is watching who is like me, and she's like, so she was having a conversation in her brain, and then she just it was like, so yeah, so he was saying, and y'all are like, which he now, where we talk about he is fine.
Yes, we're still here.
Go ahead.
But I enjoyed his thought of discovering your purpose through your friends. So he would say, you know, you ask your friends, you know, what is it about me specifically that you want in your life? Like, specifically, your friend. And they'll say, like, you're dependable, like, you know, I can trust you, you are willing to help. And it's like, okay, cool, like, that's the definition of friendship. But what is it about that I do specifically that has me show up as a friend for you? And his thought process is that after a while, they stop describing you and start describing themselves and how you really make them feel and how you show up in their lives. And that if you do that with like a couple of your friends, you'll start to see some kind of similar thing between them. Now, he did say not to do it with like your siblings or your parents. because the dynamics are a little bit different and the history is usually a little different. But they'll tell you like what your value is to them. And that way it can help you kind of define your why and your purpose and how you're actually showing up in the book. I was like, oh, well,
I love that.
it's really interesting.
Because I feel like I told you this before, it's 12/12, that, can you look that up? I've told you this before that hold on, I lost my thought. Wait. Gotta come back. What were you just talking about? You said
Finding your why, your purpose, asking them.
oh, because a lot of times we don't tell people how much they mean to us. Like we secretly just be like, oh yeah, you know, I watch this. Let me use that thing. This is what happens to me. Is people will be like, oh, you know, I've been following you and you probably don't know this, but you have completely, you know, impacted me in this positive way. You have, you know, you don't know how much your words mean and how blah, blah, blah. Why don't I know? Why don't we tell people when they have a positive impact on us? People need to hear that. And especially people that are in helping professions. In helping professions, they're like teachers, counselors, mental health specialists, coaches, people that are providing services. We rarely get thank you. We rarely get thank you. So they do matter, every single one. So when we say like, tell us what stood out to you in the comments, or, you know, tell us what you're thinking about and coming on this journey with us, all of those are deposits into our spirit to be able to say, yes,